Chapter 1: The Stunning Wi-Fi Drink. What the hell is going on? Why am I married? Looking at the marriage certificate in his hand, Yi Ichuan was completely confused. He began to recall what happened yesterday. Yesterday was his 24th birthday. A group of friends came to his house early in the morning to celebrate for him. More than a dozen people started drinking from morning until noon. In the end, Yi Ichuan overcame the crowd and successfully defeated all the friends who tried to get him drunk. He even helped each of his defeated opponents into the taxis going home. Then what? Yi Ichuan patted his head hard and tried hard to recall. He vaguely remembered that after seeing off his last friend, he was drunk and forced himself to go home and sleep. Then. That's all. The memory ends here. I picked up the marriage certificate again and looked at it. To be honest, this woman named Anlin is really pretty. Even without beauty filters, wedding photos look heartwarming. But Yi Ichuan still had only one thought in his mind at this moment. Divorce. As for the reason, it has nothing to do with emotion. He didn't want to be a cold breeding machine. Bang bang bang. When Yi Ichuan was about to go out to work, there was a sudden knock on the door. The other party seemed very anxious and knocked on the door very quickly. Who is it? With a dissatisfied response, Yi Ichuan walked to the door. Fuck. As soon as he opened the door, a pair of tall mountains came close to him, and Yi Ichuan was so frightened that he quickly stepped back. Hello, my name is Anlin. Can I go in and talk? Outside the door, Anlin waved the marriage certificate and pointed to the room. Come in. He stepped aside to let her in, and Yi Ichuan looked her up and down. I have to say, this woman is really something. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with two beautiful legs without any fat. It was cut like a small suit on her body. It's perfect. You. Seeing Yi Ichuan staring at her with lustful eyes, a trace of vigilance flashed across Anlin's pretty face. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just a little curious. How come a beautiful girl like you married me? Hearing this, Anlin smiled embarrassedly and explained, this is my fault. I attended a drinking party yesterday and drank a little too much. I live in 2201, Building 6, in the neighborhood next door, but I went to the wrong neighborhood when I was going home. Yi Ichuan. The neighborhood next door is called Sujiang No. 1, which is a famous luxury residence in the entire Xinjiang, and many successful people live there. I was half groggily asleep at the time, and you didn't lock the door, so I came in. When you come home and see me. Having said that, Anlin looked at Yi Ichuan meaningfully and continued somewhat embarrassedly. You said, oh, there are still some brothers who are not afraid of death. Come on, keep drinking, whoever is afraid is a grandson. Yi Ichuan. This tone is very Yi Ichuan's. As the one with the best alcohol tolerance among his friends, he is usually so arrogant at the table. If anyone disagrees, just drink. What about the marriage certificate? Yi Ichuan asked. When we were drinking, we played a game of dare, and you lost. Having said that, Anlin was unwilling to continue. The big adventure you proposed, wouldn't it be marriage? Yi Ichuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened and he asked in shock. On the opposite side, Anlin nodded embarrassedly. The blush on her face suddenly spread to the base of her neck. Yi Ichuan was stunned and didn't know what to say for a long time. Finally, he gave her a thumbs up. Girl, you are the real axe. You don't have the ability to axe my brain. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I can compensate you. Can we get a divorce? Looking at Yi Ichuan, Anlin asked cautiously. No problem. Yi Ichuan answered promptly and clearly. But we'll have to wait until the weekend. My workday is almost over. Good. Shangyun Group. Planning Department. Everyone in the planning department will have a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. As soon as Yi Ichuan walked into the company, the department manager followed him in, clapped his hands, and announced loudly. What's going on? A meeting so early in the morning? Hearing this, a colleague next to him grumbled in dissatisfaction, with a look of reluctance on his face. That's right, there's something wrong with your brain, right? There's a lot of work to do. Fuck you. With someone taking the lead, other people in the planning department also started complaining, with an extremely resistant attitude. What are you arguing about? You all don't want to do this anymore, right? Don't blame me for not telling you, the big boss will also attend the meeting later. Pay attention to me. Listening to the complaints coming from all around, the manager turned around, glared at everyone, and said in a bad tone, "What? The big boss is also participating? No way. I've been in the company for 2 years and I've never seen what the big boss looks like. Manager, don't lie to me. I haven't seen her either, but I heard that our boss is a god-level beauty." Yes, I heard that too. Is this true or false? Who cares if it's true or not? Just go and see for yourself. Then why are you still waiting? Hurry up, if you go too late there will be no seats in the front row. It would have been fine if the manager hadn't said anything, but this explanation instantly caused the entire planning department to boil over. One after another, the guys who had been reluctant before came forward and scrambled to rush to the meeting room. In less than 5 seconds, the previously bustling planning department was left with only each one and the manager. These guys. The manager shook his head and laughed, and was about to leave, but found that each one was still dawdling. The manager was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there are people these days who are not interested in beautiful women. He couldn't help but greet them. "Xiaoqin, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. Don't be late." When each one entered the conference room, the huge conference room was already crowded. In the front row, people were fighting for seats. Even the manager who came in with him ran over and joined the fight for seats. "Ha, men." Shaking his head, each one walked to the corner of the back row alone, found a seat near the door and sat down, quietly waiting for the meeting to begin. As for looking at beautiful women? Oh. What a joke. What beauty is as beautiful as my wife? The ceiling is up. A bunch of unsophisticated people who have never seen the world. A few minutes later. With a loud bang. The wooden door next to each one was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, 4 or 5 senior company leaders filed in, but stopped on both sides of the door. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, bent down, and made a gesture of invitation. TSK, this is almost as grand as Empress Dowager Cixi. Fuck. Before he finished complaining, each one suddenly froze and his eyeballs bulged out. He stared at the big boss who walked in. This beautiful boss was surrounded by stars and escorted in. It turns out. Chapter 2 God-Level Selection System. My colleagues. Let's give the loudest applause. Welcome Chairman of Shangyun Group, Lin Anlin, Director Lin. Hualalalolol. In an instant, everyone present stood up. While clapping hard. While stretching his neck to look behind him. Everyone wants to take a glimpse of the beautiful chairman's divine appearance. Amid the deafening applause, only each one sat there stupidly, neither standing up nor clapping. He stared at Lin Anlin like a silly roe deer. Looks extraordinarily. Alternative? He was sitting at the door, only 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Anlin and others. Therefore, his abnormality was noticed by the leaders immediately. Mr. Lin, this employee might be too excited. Don't mind. Beside Lin Anlin, a middle-aged leader glared at each one fiercely, then explained to Lin Anlin with a smile. Ahem, it's okay. Lin Anlin nodded a little nervously, pretending to be calm, as if he didn't see each one. He walked over calmly. Walking up to the podium, she looked in the direction of each one again. Lin Anlin took a deep breath quietly. When she suddenly saw each one, she was no less shocked than before. If she hadn't experienced many big scenes, she would have screamed out loud just now, and she had to pinch herself hard to hold it back. Why is this bastard here? After cursing each one in his heart, Lin Anlin calmed himself down. She got into the mood in a second, with a face full of the aloof and cool president style, and she spoke into the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Anlin. As soon as sparse applause broke out from the audience, Lin Anlin raised his hand to interrupt everyone's enthusiasm. She glanced around the stage, stood up, and went straight to the point. Today's meeting will mainly focus on the progress of the public service advertisement project. As she spoke, her face straightened and she looked at the planning manager. Manager Liu, the importance of this project has been emphasized repeatedly when it was handed over to your planning department, right? Yes. Below the stage, the planning manager quickly stood up and nodded repeatedly. However, Lin Anlin ignored him and continued. If the public service advertisement fails the review, our group will not be able to start cooperation with the provincial TV station this year. And the provincial station is the top priority of our group's strategy this year. But it's been 3 months now. What about your planning department? What plans did you submit? As he spoke, Anlin slammed the folder in his hand heavily onto the table, scaring the planning manager so much that he trembled. He trembled and said, Director Lin, I promise. I don't want to hear your promises. Anlin interrupted him coldly. Give me a detailed plan within 5 minutes. Whoever comes up with the idea will decide how long it will take to shoot it. Confirm them all for me one by one. After saying that, Anlin sat down, folded his arms, and said nothing. At this time, the other leaders also had an attitude that they would rather die than let their friends die. Everyone lowered their heads and no one came to his rescue. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the planning manager waved his hand reluctantly. Everyone from the planning department, come here. Hearing this, a group of people in the planning department stood up dejectedly from everywhere and walked to the manager. In the back row, each one stood up helplessly and walked towards the first row with a strange look on his face. Think of a solution quickly. A dozen people from the planning department gathered together. The manager glanced at the podium guiltily and said in a low voice, Manager, I'm nervous. Can I take a leave? Next to the manager, a female planner had never seen such a scene before. Her face turned pale with nervousness and she begged in a low voice. I'm also really nervous. I also want to take a leave. Who should I go to? The manager scolded angrily. He looked at each one and spoke. Ikawa. You usually have the most ideas. Do you have any good ideas? Each one. In this situation, you ask me, an intern, for ideas? What the hell do you want? No. Each one shook his head decisively. The provincial TV station as public service advertisement sounds impressive, but the problem is that there is no money to be made. If I submit it and it is rejected again, I will definitely be scolded. It's a thankless job, only a fool would take this job. Each one refused without hesitation. The manager looked at other people again, but no matter who he looked at, the other person avoided his gaze. You. The manager was so angry that he almost vomited blood and scolded in a low voice. A bunch of useless bastards. You guys usually complain to me about low wages and poor treatment, but now you're being rewarded 300,000 for one ad. You guys are capable of taking it. Ding, the God-level selection system has been activated successfully. It is detected that the host is facing a choice, providing the following options. Option 1, refuse to accept the public service advertisement. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, accept the task and lead the filming of the advertising script provided by the system. Reward, 3 million in cash and Anlin's appreciation. When everyone was at a loss, an electronic synthesized sound suddenly rang in each one's mind. This is the essential set for the protagonist, and it has arrived in the system. Looking at the reward in front of him, each one curled his lips in disdain. Anlin's appreciation? It's useless. But this 3 million reward is quite attractive. Manager. The manager was still mumbling, and each one suddenly shouted. Chapter 3, Washing Mother's Feet. Swish. More than a dozen people looked at him, their faces full of hope. You said that there will be a reward of 300,000 if the advertisement is adopted? Each one asked. How? The angry manager responded subconsciously. Then he was stunned and stared at each one blankly. Do you have any ideas? Feeling a little embarrassed by the manager's gaze, each one smiled and said, an idea suddenly popped into my mind. Manager. Everyone around him. Who the hell just said with absolute certainty that it didn't happen? Are you sure? The manager asked again. Each one nodded. Sure. Of course he was sure. The system has provided the script, so what is there to be uncertain about? Director Lin. As soon as each one finished speaking, the manager stood up and looked towards the podium excitedly. It's confirmed. The provincial TV station's public service advertising project is planned by our department's new talent, and each one is in charge. Next, let him report the specific plan to you. After saying that, the manager suddenly turned sideways and made a gesture to each one to come in. Beside Yi H1, a group of colleagues took several steps back in unison, leaving him free. Yi H1. You guys are so fucking awesome. Real. Feeling the nearly 100 people in the conference room. Especially Anlin's gaze at the summit. Yi H1 stood up slowly and said calmly. Hello everyone, I am Yi H1. I've accepted this project. After saying this, he sat down leisurely, with no intention of reporting in detail. Everyone at the scene. Anlin. Blinking her beautiful eyes in disbelief, Anlin asked, suppressing her inner emotions. Mr. Yi H1, please tell us your plan in detail. I don't. Offstage, Yi H1 shook his head stubbornly. It's not that he is too proud of himself. The main thing is, I haven't had time to read the script. On the summit platform, Anlin was almost frightened to death and looked at Yi H1 angrily. Please, I'm the chairman. How can you let me step down like this? Mr. Lin, I suddenly realized that this idea is not mature enough. Please give me some time and I will think about it. Seeing that Anlin's eyes were becoming more and more unfriendly, Yi H1 hurriedly spoke. Okay, I'll give you 1 day. If you can't give me a clear answer tomorrow, I will resign on my own initiative. Patting his chest, Yi H1 continued. The meeting is adjourned. At the summit, Anlin glared at Yi H1 again and angrily adjourned the meeting. She was the first to walk out of the meeting room wearing high heels. H1, sure. Xiao Yi is awesome. Tomorrow I'll sing 2 farewell songs for you. After Anlin left, everyone in the planning department quickly gathered around and began to express their gratitude. This young man is so brave. He even dares to tease the chairman. Let's go, let's go. Without paying attention to everyone, Yi H1 strode out of the meeting room. In the planning department, Yi H1 held the script that floated out of the system in his hand, and lowered his head to read it carefully as if no one was around. I read it over and over again until the afternoon, and studied it no less than 100 times. Only then did he thoroughly understand every detail of the advertisement titled Washing Mother's Feet. Without saying a word, he walked towards the manager's office. What is that? You want to take the photo yourself? In the manager's office, the manager stared at Yi H1 blankly, his eyes almost blazing with anger. But in just a moment, he suppressed his anger and began to mutter in his heart. As soon as the meeting ended in the morning, he was called to Director Lin's office for a talk. During the half-hour-long conversation, the topic basically never left Yi H1. From the time he joined the company to his daily performance. Then to character, personality, hobbies. Director Lin asked about every detail, from public to private. The question even made him wonder if Director Lin had a crush on Yi H1. I want to chase this boy. At the end, Director Lin made an even more shocking statement. From now on, all matters concerning Yi H1, no matter how big or small, must be reported to her. It's up to her. Right. Looking at the manager, Yi H1 nodded. It's not that he didn't trust others. The main reason was that the 4 words lead the completion in the task made him a little confused. If I let someone else shoot the film, what if he or she is not the leader? Let me take a look at the script first. The manager took a deep breath, suppressed his inner discomfort, and spoke. Giving him a wary look, Yi H1 quietly put his hand holding the script behind his back. Or should I just dictate it? The manager's face was full of question marks, and he thought he had heard it wrong. What do you mean by being so defensive? What does it mean to hide the script? Can I steal your ideas? Seeing that the manager was about to explode again, Yi H1 hurriedly spoke. It's not what you think. I'm afraid the director might misunderstand my ideas and won't be able to film the effect I want. Impossible, I tell you, don't even think about it. The manager refused directly. You want to shoot? Shoot the ball. Do you know how to shoot? Do you understand lighting, camera positions, and environment layout? I'm going to take the photo for you. Halfway through his words, the manager suddenly got stuck. Thinking of what Director Lin had said before, he regretted it all of a sudden and was thinking about how to make peace. Manager, please read the script first, and then we can talk. Too lazy to argue with the manager, Yi H1 just threw the script out. He believed that after reading the script, the manager would satisfy him even if he made more excessive demands. If this guy doesn't know how to appreciate it, don't blame him, find a wife. Okay, I'd like to see what good ideas you can come up with. As he spoke, the manager reached out, picked up the script, and began to flip through it. Washing mother's feet? What the hell? Chapter 4, Being Spoiled by My Wife. After glancing at the title, Manager Jing glanced at each one with disdain, then lowered his head and continued reading. Kindness? After a few seconds, the manager's eyes slowly lit up. His sitting posture also changed from being crooked to being straight. In fact, parents are the best teachers for their children. When the manager saw the last line of the advertisement, he stood up suddenly. He looked at each one as if he were a monster, then looked at the script in his hand, his face full of disbelief. These are all your ideas? Right. Yi Huan nodded shamelessly and continued. Manager, if you don't like me, I'll keep my word and resign. Take this ad and try it out at other companies. Manager. It's so fucking embarrassing. You insist on taking the photos yourself? Holding the script tightly, the manager asked again. Right. Yi Huan nodded, and the manager was so angry that he almost jumped up. If Director Lin's instructions were not still fresh in his mind, he would have said he would let the intern in front of him experience the dangers of society. Too damn stubborn. After a long pause, the manager continued to persuade earnestly. Each one, you may not realize how good your idea is. If you agree to let the company arrange for a director to shoot this ad, I will double your bonus now to 600,000. Seeing the manager gritting his teeth, each one shook his head firmly again. Although 600,000 is tempting, the system reward is a full 3 million. You are such a stubborn donkey. Even a donkey is not as stubborn as you. The manager threw the script on the table and exploded, yelling loudly. He is really optimistic about this idea. At the same time, I really don't think each one can produce an ideal film. Well, wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. The manager made up an excuse and walked out angrily with the script. Yi Huan. I took a look at the office toilet and wondered if this manager had any urinary problems. On the other side, on the top floor of the building, is the chairman's office. Director Lin, this is the script that Yi Huan handed over. As he spoke, Manager Liu respectfully handed the script to Lin Anlin. So soon? After a moment of surprise, Lin Anlin put down the document he was reviewing, took the script and started reading. As he watched, Lin Anlin's eyebrows slowly raised and he looked at Manager Liu in surprise. Are you sure he wrote this? Yes, Mr. Lin. The manager nodded and said seriously. The script was indeed completed independently by each one. Hearing this, Lin Anlin's mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered in a low voice, I didn't expect he is quite talented. The manager's hair stood up instantly when he saw her expression, like that of a shy little girl, and he quickly turned his eyes away. Okay, the script is fine. After reading the script, Lin Anlin handed the document back. Director Lin. The manager looked at Lin Anlin cautiously and said. Each one requested that he shoot this commercial himself. After saying that, he stood there nervously, waiting for Lin Anlin's scolding. However, to his surprise, Lin Anlin just hummed lightly and said casually, then send 2 photographers with the highest level to cooperate with him. Manager. There is something fishy. There is definitely something fishy going on between these 2 people. I have never seen the chairman spoil anyone like this. Anything else? Seeing Manager Liu standing there blankly, Lin Anlin glanced at him in confusion. No. Director Lin, I'll go down first. Planning Department, Manager's Office. The manager looked at Yi Huan with a strange expression. Yi Huan also looked at the manager with a strange expression. They looked at each other in silence. A few minutes later, the manager finally gave in and said earnestly. Each one. After careful consideration, I have decided to send 2 photographers to help you shoot the whole process. However, if the finished film does not meet the requirements, the company will arrange for the director to reshoot it. 1 day. I'll only give you 1 day. If you don't shoot well within a day, the company will take over. No problem. Yi Huan agreed happily. If you have any other requests, please tell me. Handing the script to Yi Huan with both hands, the manager asked. I don't have any specific requirements, just that, doubling the bonus. Get out. Get out of here. The manager finally failed and his roar almost shattered the glass. Half an hour later. Boom boom boom. Yi Huan knocked on the manager's office door again. Come in. Manager, you haven't given me the filming funds yet. Roll. In the end, Yi Ichuan successfully extorted 10,000 yuan from the manager by relying on his shamelessness and deep background. He left the company humming a song amidst the worship of everyone in the planning department. He's going to find an actor. He doesn't like any of the actors contracted by the company. Too vulgar. It lacks the simplicity of the actors in the washing mother's feet commercial. As soon as Yi Ichuan left, the director of the planning department arrived at the planning department. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on manager Lu's office door. Get lost. If you bother me anymore, I won't approve a dime from you. In the office, manager Lu's incompetent roar was heard, which shocked the director, who was just about to step in and staggered. You ate dynamite? Chapter 5 Casting. Looking at the director's surprised expression, the manager couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sorry. I thought it was that little bastard Yi Ichuan. The manager quickly stood up and apologized. Who? Forget it, just look at this idea. The director waved his hand indifferently, handed the folder in his hand to the manager, and continued. This is the idea Wang Meng just gave me. Please help improve it. The manager took the document, feeling somewhat unhappy. He bypassed himself, the planning manager, and handed the idea directly to the director. This morning he was in the conference room, looking eagerly for ideas. Where is Wang Meng? Now Yi Ichuan has started filming. He remembered to submit his creative ideas. What the hell did you do so early? Okay, let me take a look first. Although he was dissatisfied, the manager didn't say much. After all, Wang Meng is the director's nephew, so it's not easy to refuse him in person. Opening the folder, the manager suppressed his displeasure and began to read. But considering the example of Yi Ichuan washing his mother's feet, the manager couldn't stand this creative idea. Director, why is Wang Meng suddenly submitting his creative ideas at this time? Closing the folder, the manager went straight to the point and asked. On the other side, Yi Ichuan took a car to the urban-rural fringe, in front of a public kindergarten. In the advertisement of washing mother's feet, the role of the child is of utmost importance. Clean eyes, simple but lovely smile. It is difficult for city children to meet the requirements. Another point is that children who can afford to go to private kindergartens will not be interested in the performance fees from their families. An hour later, Yi Ichuan shook his head in disappointment. There was no one suitable for the role in this kindergarten. He hailed a car and headed to a more remote kindergarten. By the time Yi Ichuan arrived at the gate of the second kindergarten, it was already noon. It happened to be the time when kindergarten was out of school. The entrance was crowded with parents who came to pick up their children. Standing about 10 meters behind the parents, Yi Ichuan looked at them one by one. Even after the crowd dispersed, there was still no satisfactory candidate. Sighing secretly, Yi Ichuan prepared to find a place to eat and continue in the afternoon. Just as he was about to leave, a simply dressed and somewhat anxious figure ran over from across the street. As the other party approached, Yi Ichuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. The familiar floral jacket and the familiar ponytail hairstyle. This dress, this expression. No need for makeup at all. In just a moment, Yi Ichuan made a decision. Even if you have to beg them, you have to convince them to shoot this commercial. A few minutes later, the woman came out with a little boy of 4 or 5 years old. Yi Ichuan's eyes lit up again. This child satisfied him even more than a woman. Yi Ichuan quickly took out his work ID and walked up to the other person in 2 steps. Hello, I'm from the planning department of Shangyun Group. My name is Yi Ichuan, this is my work ID. To show his sincerity, Yi Ichuan directly handed over his work ID and continued. There's a company phone number above. You can call to verify my identity. This series of words left the woman opposite a little confused. Looking at him in surprise, he asked, "What's the matter with you?" "It's like this." Immediately, Yi Ichuan stated his purpose. He also said that the mother and son would each receive 2,000 yuan for the performance. You mean, you're shooting an advertisement for the provincial TV station, and it takes 3 generations? The woman asked. As for suspecting Yi Ichuan's intentions, the woman didn't even think about it that way. Which liar has such a sincere look? He proactively submitted his work ID and verified it over the phone. Right. Yi Ichuan nodded, pointed to the contact number on his work permit, and continued, "If you don't believe me, you can call this number, or search for it online." No, no. The woman on the other side waved her hands repeatedly and said awkwardly, I want to say that I have a mother-in-law at home. I don't know if she meets your standards. Is it such a coincidence? Each one thought for a moment and continued, do you have any photos? The woman was stunned when she heard this. Or would it be convenient for me to go with you? Seeing the woman's reaction, each one knew that it was definitely not the case, and added, Sure, sure. The woman's face lit up and she replied happily. An hour later, each one followed the mother and son to a village. This is a remote suburb, at least 50 or 60 kilometers away from the city center, without any of the hustle and bustle of the city. Mom, I'm back. Pushing the door open and walking into the front door, the woman casually pressed the light switch. The light in the corridor was too dim, and even in broad daylight, it was difficult to see clearly under your feet. Each one didn't act pretentiously and followed him in. This is a house that has basically not been decorated. The walls are covered with newspapers and there is a faint smell of mold. Mom, this is Planner Yi. Walking into the room, the woman pointed at each one and told an old lady in a wheelchair her purpose. Hearing this, the old lady smiled kindly at each one and signaled the woman to pour water for the guest. It was this smile that made each one make a decision. Chapter 6, Defiant. Each one took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. If the old man is willing, this 3,000 yuan will be considered as a deposit. He looked around the room and continued. The performance fees for the three of you, plus the location fee for the filming, total 10,000 yuan. Is that okay with you? Looking at the 3,000 yuan handed over by each one, the woman stood there for a long time without saying a word. Thanks. In the end, the woman did not refuse. He took the money with both hands and bowed deeply to each one. No, 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 this is normal labor employment. Quickly move aside, each one said. Is it convenient for you to take pictures tomorrow? Convenient, convenient. The next morning, before each one went to work. However, a young man arrived at the planning department first. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. With a work badge hanging on his chest and walking unsteadily, he gives people a gangster-like feeling. Hey, the sun rose from the west today. Young Master Wang Mang actually came to work? Some people saw him and couldn't help but make a joke. Xiaoma, I heard that there is a new person named each one in our planning department? Wang Mang found a chair and sat down at random, glancing around with a tone full of sarcasm. Newcomer? Each one has been working for more than 3 months. As he spoke, Xiaoma seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Wang Mang with a strange look. 3 months? How can a guy who has only been in class for 3 months come up with an advertisement that is guaranteed to be selected? Wang Mang picked up a folder and threw it out. Bang! The folder hit the wall and the documents inside were scattered all over the floor. The planning department fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Wang Mang with shock in their eyes. It doesn't matter what Wang Mang's mentality is. The key is the phrase guaranteed to be selected. Each one submitted his advertising idea to the manager just yesterday. How can you be guaranteed to be selected? Who told you? Director Wang? After a while, Xiaoma finally reacted and asked in disbelief. Good. He also made a lot of noise, saying he looked down on our level and wanted to complete the filming independently. I just don't understand. You say he is just a newcomer who has only been working for 3 months and yet he looks down on us seniors. If I really get chosen this time, won't my tail be lifted up to the sky in the future? Wang Meng's few words made the entire planning department fall silent again, and everyone started muttering to themselves. They all knew that Wang Meng had handed over a planning proposal through the director yesterday. I also know why he did this. He said this most likely to discredit each one. But as Wang Meng said, if each one's independent filming plan was selected, how should these old veterans deal with themselves in the future? Humph. If he has the ability, just let him take the photo himself. If there are any problems later, I think everyone knows what to do, right? After a long silence, a colleague from the planning department who was close to Wang Meng started to mock him. I just don't believe that he is a newcomer and hasn't asked us for help yet. That's right. No matter how good the idea is, it's just an idea. How can a newcomer like him, who can't even write a plan, make a good film? Brother Meng, you are familiar with the production department, please go and say hello. Let's make sure that arrogant junior each one has no one to use. See how arrogant he is. Soon, the news that each one was arrogant, looked down on his colleagues, and was so conceited that he wanted to shoot commercials independently spread quickly through the mouths of everyone in the planning department. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. In less than an hour, everyone in the company knew about it. Have you heard that there is a very arrogant person in our company's planning department? I've only been working for 3 months and I'm already looking down on all my seniors. That's nothing. He even said his ad is guaranteed to be selected. What are you talking about? The provincial TV station is theirs? Where does the confidence come from to be so arrogant? Who knows? But I heard that several bigwigs in the planning department and the production department have said at the same time that whoever dares to help each one shoot the commercial will have trouble with them. Fuck, this is too much for him, isn't it? How can a mere intern planner make a good ad? Is it really necessary to mobilize so many people? For a moment, the whole company was talking about it, and most of them were surprised and found it ridiculous and funny. Almost no one believed that each one, an intern planning who had only been in the job for 3 months, could produce any good advertisement. They were all waiting to see the arrogant and ignorant newcomer make a fool of himself. On the other side, each one, who had no idea what was happening in the company, came to the village early with 2 photographers. As soon as they arrived at the other party's door, a man who had been waiting for them came up to greet them warmly. Hello, I'm Xiaohu's father. Taking the equipment from the cameraman, the man opened the door and turned on the corridor light while speaking. Hello. After shaking hands, each one followed the other party into the house, taking advantage of the time when the photographer was setting up the scene. He said to the man, "Brother, I want to ask, has your sister-in-law ever washed your aunt's feet before? This issue is too important to him." Chapter 7, Mom, Wash My Feet. On the way here, each one suddenly had an idea and wanted to try taking pictures without any deliberate arrangements. The biggest impact he had on this advertisement was nature. Whether it's a woman washing her mother-in-law's feet or a little boy carrying a basin full of water. When the classic line "Mom, wash my feet" is uttered, all the scenes give people a natural and unpretentious feeling. It was as if it was a normal and insignificant thing that happened at home. She washes and washes her feet. My mother's legs have been paralyzed for more than 10 years. She washes and massages my mother's feet every day and has never stopped. Facing each one's gaze, the man nodded repeatedly. This sentence made each one make a decision all of a sudden. Put aside the script, set up the camera, and adjust the lighting. Each one gathered the 2 photographers and the woman together. Sister, don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Wash your aunt's feet the same way you washed her feet before. Don't do or say anything deliberately. Seeing the woman nervously grabbing the corner of her clothes and walking around in circles, each one spoke to comfort her. After saying that, he looked at the 2 photographers and told them what they needed to pay attention to during the shooting. Excuse me, do I need to take a photo to boil water? After each one had made all the arrangements, the woman asked. Of course, you can start boiling water now. As he spoke, each one waved to the photographer who was moving the camera, and followed the woman into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the woman lifted the bucket with difficulty and poured the water into the large iron pot. Each one quickly turned his head and looked at the photographer. Fortunately, the other party had already found the right angle and started shooting. Only then did he feel relieved. Add water. The woman walked towards the stove. He squatted down skillfully, lit the fire, and added firewood. When adding firewood, a wisp of bangs fell down in front of her forehead. The woman subconsciously moved her elbow to the side. Everything is so natural. The movements are smooth and unpretentious. Did you take a picture of that scene just now? Looking at the familiar scene, each one couldn't help it anymore and asked quickly. Beside him, the photographer nodded. After getting a positive answer, each one clenched his fists tightly. The woman just now carried water, poured water, added firewood, and combed her bangs. Each one was exactly as expected. These were all the effects he wanted. A few minutes later, the woman scooped hot water from the pot and walked into the house carrying the basin. Before entering the house, each one overturned the previous camera arrangement. 2 locations were designated for the 2 photographers. Fortunately, the 2 of them were also experienced and carried out each one's orders perfectly without any hesitation. The next second, the woman squatted down, helped the old lady take off her shoes, and put her feet into the basin. The old lady looked at the woman with kindness. Perhaps it was because outsiders witnessed that his daughter-in-law had no regrets and had taken care of him meticulously for 10 years. The old lady suddenly choked up and couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the woman's cheek. The woman raised her head slightly, smiled and said the line that each one had forgotten. "Mom, I'm not tired." The whole process was exceptionally natural and smooth. At this moment, the two seemed to have forgotten the presence of the camera next to them. What it was like before is what it is like today. There is no deliberate element at all. The shooting effect is absolutely perfect. Aside, a man covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Each one's scalp was tingling. Just as each one was about to stop filming. When preparing for the next one. At the end of the corridor behind him, the little boy who was deliberately left outside by each one suddenly ran into the kitchen. Seeing this scene, each one widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at the corridor and shouted like a furious cat. "Quick, camera!" Behind him, two photographers hurried over and quickly found the right angle. 2 seconds later, the little boy was holding a full basin of water. With an innocent smile on his face, he walked over from the kitchen with big strides. As he walked, water splashed on the little boy's face from time to time. "Mom, wash your feet." Chapter 8, not very capable, but with many problems. In the afternoon, each one returned to the company. "Look, he is each one. That arrogant guy? Look, each one is here." Along the way, everyone who saw him pointed at him and whispered to each other. However, when he turned his head to look, those people immediately turned their heads and pretended to look elsewhere. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but the problem is that everyone is doing it, which makes each one a little confused. What's going on with them? Arriving at the planning department, each one pointed outside and asked. No one responded. In the entire planning department, no one responded to him except the sound of his colleagues typing on their keyboards. At this moment, each one was completely confused. In the past, no matter who entered the planning department, colleagues around them would at least say hello out of courtesy. But not today. From the moment he came in until now, no one has paid any attention to him. "Hey, what's going on today? The manager exploded again?" Each one asked, nudging his colleague next to him. However, his colleague just looked at him expressionlessly and continued to do his own thing. He didn't say a word the whole time. What kind of routine is this? With a head full of black question marks, each one knocked on the door of the manager's office. "Enter." Glancing at the hall in confusion again, each one pushed the door and walked in. "Manager, what happened to them today? Why are you all so weird?" Hearing each one's voice, Manager Lu sighed and motioned for him to close the office door. "Wang Meng came this morning." Manager Lu spoke. "What does his coming have to do with me?" Each one asked doubtfully. "Yesterday, he passed me by and handed an advertising plan to the director." Motioning each one to sit down, the manager slowly explained the whole story. Including Wang Meng's incitement to the people in the morning and the whole department's joint boycott of him. He said it without hiding anything. "You mean Wang Meng wants to grab this project?" He didn't care at all that he was boycotted by the entire department. Each one asked briefly and to the point. He took great pains to advertise, not just for the $300,000 prize. It is the system's task. If the project was snatched away by Wang Meng like this, he would rather not do this advertisement and take his creativity to other companies. He believed that no one would be stupid enough to reject such an advertisement that was sure to cause a sensation. Don't be impulsive. Seeing each one's face darken, the manager instantly guessed what he was thinking and quickly began to explain. "The project is definitely yours. You can rest assured about it. Even if Wang Meng has a relationship with the director, he can't take it away. There is no doubt that the company is still a place where rules are followed. The key is your future situation?" As he spoke, the manager subconsciously looked out the window. "Oh, situation?" Each one curled his lips and said indifferently. "They have nothing to do with me. They are incompetent. Do we have to follow their example? A bunch of wimps. Not very capable, but with a lot of flaws." Listening to each one's angry words, the manager grinned subconsciously. All the words of advice I wanted to give were aborted. By the way, manager. Looking at this situation, can I no longer count on the senior colleagues in the company for the post-production of my advertisement? It should be. Manager Lu nodded, his face full of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, if anyone dared to trip him up like this, he would have exploded long ago. But this matter is a little special. On the one hand, Wang Meng has the support of the great director. On the other hand, Yi Ichuan's qualifications are here. He has been working for 3 months and has no achievements to show for it. Even if I want to speak for him, it's totally untenable. Unless. In that case, manager, please approve another 10,000 yuan in funding. I'll go find someone outside to do it. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but there are people with 2 legs everywhere. Can I be suffocated to death by them? I want to see if their faces turn red or hot in a few days. There was no panic at all, Yi Ichuan said coldly. Seeing how confident he was, the manager didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he approved another 10,000 yuan in funding. It's the last 10,000. If you weren't in such a miserable state, I wouldn't even think about taking this 10,000. In fact, his anger was not much less than Yi Ichuan's. Did you ask the manager about the trouble in your own territory? Now I am just watching from the sidelines, waiting for Yi Ichuan's advertisement. Just as Yi Ichuan said, in a few days the news of the provincial and municipal government's approval would spread. He wanted to see how these planners under him would deal with themselves. Don't worry, manager. Reaching out to take the note, Yi Ichuan walked straight out. And his expression changed from indifferent before entering the door to gloomy as water. Leave the office. He didn't stay for a moment and left the planning department with a cold face. Behind him, everyone looked at each other. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. They wanted to use this isolation method to force Yi Ichuan to submit, but they didn't expect that the latter was more stubborn than they imagined, and his face was even more shameless than theirs. This. Looking at Yi Ichuan's leaving back, Xiao Ma was a little at a loss. Humph. What are you afraid of? He's just putting on an act. No one in the department is helping him. I don't believe he can do anything. Just wait and see. He will definitely give in to us tomorrow at the latest. No matter what the advertisement is, we have to get him to agree to put our name on it. The man with glasses who was close to Wang Meng said proudly. Chapter 9, Doubled Rewards Upgrade. Yi Ichuan was in a dilemma about leaving the company. In terms of post-production, the level of the veterans in the company is top-notch. Where can he find people more capable than these old guys? The main reason is that he is a newcomer in March and has no connections at all. Even if he had 10,000 yuan in his hand, he felt like he had money but nowhere to spend it. Ding, the God-level selection system detects that the host is facing a choice and provides the following options. Option 1, shamelessly ask colleagues for help. Reward, 10-cent commemorative coin. Option 2, find an expert to complete the post-production. Reward, 100,000 in cash and the look of a superior. It's time to choose again. This is the voice Yi Ichuan wants to hear most. Option 1, let it beg those idiots for mercy? I wouldn't do that even if you beat him to death. Not to mention the ridicule of the 1-cent commemorative coin. 100,000 cash is certainly very tempting, but what is even more tempting is the gaze of a superior. This thing sounds pretty awesome, maybe it can scare people with just a glance. Yi Ichuan held the 10,000 yuan in cash in his hand and had a plan. Look how I'm going to smash your stinky faces. It doesn't matter if the industry masters don't know it, post-production is not a cutting-edge technology anyway. Money makes the world go round. Yi Ichuan thought for a moment and took a taxi directly to Communication University. There must be experts there. Looking at the young people coming in and out, Yi Ichuan directly stopped 2 college students who looked like tech geeks and started asking. Hey, guys, do you know who has the best post-production skills in school? A man with black-framed glasses pushed up his glasses, glanced at the man with red-framed glasses next to him, and said, "We are the best." Yi Ichuan was speechless. Are young people nowadays so shameless? This random question is the most awesome one. Yi Ichuan directly pulled out a big red bill, shook it, and said, "Tell me, you two go to the restaurant and order 2 more dishes." The black-framed man looked at the red-framed man and smiled shyly. Brother, we two are really the best. Seeing that Yi Ichuan still didn't believe it, the man in the red frame said seriously, Brother, who in Communication University doesn't know that our 2 generals have won all the relevant awards in the school? Yi Ichuan looked at the 2 of them, finding it hard to believe that his luck was so good that he met 2 masters at once. He couldn't help but ask, can CCTV's public service advertisement be handled? Their eyes lit up instantly and they nodded excitedly. As long as the money is in place, even if it's a Hollywood movie, we can still do it. Yes. We will not charge you if you are not satisfied. Another person echoed, come on, I will let you witness the miracle now. The two generals Hang and Ha directly pulled Yi each one to the dormitory, turned on the computer, and asked for the original video. After watching the video briefly, the two generals were full of praise and said to Yi each one weakly, brother, this is amazing. We don't charge any fees, just a credit. What do you think? As long as you can achieve the effect I want, it's no problem to get your name on the credit. I'll give you 6,000. Yi Ichuan smiled faintly. If the two of them really have this ability, then nothing will be a problem. The two were immediately extremely excited. 6,000 yuan was not a small amount of money, so they started working without saying anything. Yi Ichuan did not leave either. He kept communicating with the two of them and finally achieved the effect he wanted in just 2 hours. Looking at the finished product of washing mother's feet in front of him, a confident smile appeared on Yi Ichuan's lips. Perfect. Even more perfect than he expected. He even had a feeling that the version of washing mother's feet he filmed was more perfect than the original. The two generals standing by were so moved that they burst into tears over the video they had edited. They never thought that one day they would be shocked and moved by such a public service advertisement. The two generals Hong and Ha wiped away their tears, looked at each other, and smiled. Brother, just tell me, are our two generals awesome? Brother, just say it, don't hesitate to use compliments. Yes, if you don't know how to praise me, I'll ask Baidu for you. Seeing the two men's expectant expressions, Yi Ichuan laughed and gave them 2 thumbs up. Two brothers, you are really awesome. Bang! Yi Ichuan simply threw out a bundle of cash and slapped it on the table. Looking at the bundle of 10,000 yuan bills, the two generals Hong and Ha were a little dumbfounded. Yi Ichuan smiled and said, this is 10,000. 6,000 is the agreed amount, and the extra 4,000 is the deposit for our next cooperation. The two generals Hong and Ha were stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy, and thanked Yi Ichuan and expressed their loyalty 100 times. After leaving his contact information, Yi Ichuan left happily. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory building, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, find an expert to complete the post-production. It is detected that the host has produced a perfect product, and the reward is doubled and upgraded. Reward, cash of 100,000 doubled to 200,000, and the look of the superior upgraded to the momentum of the superior. Superior's aura, an upgraded version of the superior's gaze. From the gaze to the movements, to the tone of voice, all carry the unstoppable aura of a superior. Make a fortune. Yi Ichuan couldn't stop smiling. He had already felt the changes in his body, and a sense of pride, confidence, and superiority suddenly appeared in his body. It was as if he was the prince who dominated a region, with an intimidating aura. Ding dong! A text message rang on his cell phone, and Yi Ichuan took out his phone to take a look. China Merchants Bank your account 1688 received 200,000 renminbi at 12:06. The money has arrived. Chapter 10 Boyfriend? Male best friend? 200,000, how should I spend it? Even though he had become a man with a system, Yi Ichuan still shamelessly let out an obscene laugh. He had never seen so much money. Go check it out. He trotted all the way to the nearest bank ATM, inserted his card and entered his password, and performed the operation as fiercely as a tiger. Then, he finally saw the balance interface 201,168.66 yuan. A genuine 200,000. Buy. 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 Yi Ichuan happily drew his card and left, running directly to the nearest shopping mall. We can't afford the latest and most expensive Apple phone. Let us have a wave of casual suits that are fitted, comfortable, low-key yet luxurious, and underwear and socks are of course indispensable. After buying a mobile phone and 2 sets of clothes and spending nearly 40,000 yuan, Yi Ichuan was a little confused. He didn't know what to buy. This amount of money is not enough to buy a car and a house, so Yi Ichuan can only comfort himself, be a low-key person. Let's go have a seafood dinner first. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, it was too late for him to go back to the company, so he might as well wait until tomorrow morning. When Yi Ichuan arrived at the most famous seafood restaurant in Qingqing City, he was stopped as soon as he got out of the taxi. Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan looked back in surprise, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman standing there gracefully. She is stunningly beautiful, with bright eyes, white teeth, and a beautiful collarbone under her white neck. Wearing a pink cheongsam, her curvy figure is subtly outlined. A pair of white crystal high heels makes the slender long legs look even straighter. 2 strands of dragon whiskers slowly fall down as the long hair flutters, adding a unique charm. Her lips were lightly painted red, and her upturned smile was filled with surprise. Surprise? Yi Ichuan was very puzzled. Why would this campus goddess from his college days be so surprised to see him? Although he is a little handsome, he comes from a mediocre family and his academic performance is average, so there is no way he can catch the goddess' eye. What's wrong, Yi Ichuan, don't you recognize me? Yi Ichuan collected his thoughts, and the aura of a superior he had just acquired quietly emerged. He smiled faintly and said gracefully, "How could I not recognize the campus goddess Jiang Tianqing? I haven't seen her for a long time. She has become much more beautiful now. You're not bad either." Jiang Tianqing smiled faintly, revealing 2 dimples and adding a hint of playfulness. Seeing that Yi Ichuan was well-spoken, had bright eyes and was well-dressed, she naturally had a high opinion of him. "Let's get together sometime." Yi Ichuan nodded, turned around and went in to eat. All men like beautiful women, but he is a married man now and has no interest in being a bootlicker. A trace of surprise flashed across Jiang Tianqing's beautiful face. Why did he just leave like that? Am I not beautiful and a goddess? Jiang Tianqing was a little angry, but in order to avoid the upcoming trouble, she bit her red lips and called out to Yi Ichuan. "Ichuan, wait a minute. Ikawa?" Hearing this rather intimate way of addressing, Yi Ichuan looked back at Jiang Tianqing in confusion. That. Jiang Tianqing was a little embarrassed, but when a Porsche Panamera appeared in her sight, her eyes instantly became firm. She walked a few steps to Yi Ichuan's side, took Yi Ichuan's arm, and said urgently, "Ichuan, do me a favor and be my boyfriend." "What? Goddess, are you mistaken?" "Oh no, please pretend to be my boyfriend. My family insists on arranging a blind date for me." Jiang Tianqing said helplessly that she didn't expect such a bloody thing to happen to her. Yi Ichuan also found the scene ridiculous. He just came out to eat, so how did he end up encountering such a classic scene? Is it true that with the system in hand, good things and bad things happen at the same time? Yi Ichuan instinctively wanted to refuse. He was not that familiar with Jiang Tianqing. He also didn't want to get into trouble for someone who wasn't his woman. But Jiang Tianqing didn't give him a chance to refuse. She waved to the rich second generation dressed in designer clothes who got out of the car and shouted, "Wang Shandy, we are here." Wang Shandy, a leader among the second generation rich in Xinjiang, felt a surge of rage when he saw the beauty in his possession intimately holding a man's arm. "Damn it, you dare to snatch the woman I like." Wang Shandy was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he always had a polite smile on his face. He walked up to the 2 of them with his head held high and greeted Jiang Tianqing with a smile. Then he extended his hand again, and said to Yi Ichuan in a very rich second-generation manner, "You are Tianqing's best friend, right? The intimacy between you 2 makes me, Tianqing's #1 suitor and future husband, jealous." Best friend? Male best friend? Is this even human language? Isn't this just scolding Yi Ichuan for not being a man? Yi Ichuan sneered and countered, "I'm sorry, I've already picked the peaches, Xinger can only be my wife." After saying that, Yi Ichuan naturally put his other hand around Jiang Tianqing's slender waist. "Just give it a gentle pinch. It feels so good." "Oh, that's disgusting." Jiang Tianqing's vagina had never been touched by a man, and she suddenly felt a strange electric shock. She spoke shyly, and her pretty face turned pink. This scene almost made Wang Shandy choke on his breath. He had many girlfriends and he knew too well what this kind of reaction from women meant. Just like Yi Ichuan said, the peaches have been picked. No matter how good Wang Shandy was at pretending, he became jealous now. Chapter 11, Rich Second Generation is Shit. In the circle of the second generation rich in Xinjiang, who doesn't know that Jiang Tianqing is Wang Shandy's designated woman? Even those who are stronger than Wang Shandy's family are unwilling to have conflicts with Wang Shandy. It's because this person is a typical old villain, and his various dirty tricks, both overt and covert, are hard to guard against and extremely disgusting. What's more, his family has a very strong backing, so no one wants to cause trouble. Wang Shandy hasn't met a troublemaker like Yi Ichuan for a long time. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and sneered, "You can keep making noises after you get the certificate. Let's go and eat, lest people say that I, Wang Shandy, neglected my goddess." This reaction was a little beyond Yi Ichuan's expectations. Aren't people saying that the second generation of rich people are all stupid and have bad tempers? This Wang Shandy in front of me is quite interesting. Anyway, he had been forced to offend him, so Yi Ichuan had nothing to be afraid of. He put his arm around her slender waist and walked into the restaurant. Ichuan, thank you. Zhang Tianqing spoke softly, and her elegant breath sprayed on Yi Ichuan's ears, making him feel numb all over. Yi Ichuan smiled indifferently. It's been a long time since we last met, and you owe me a big favor. Zhang Tianqing rolled her beautiful eyes and felt a little aggrieved. I owe you a favor, but you've also taken advantage of me a lot. He seemed quite honest before, how come he has become a bad guy now? Arriving at the private room, the three of them sat down and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Wang Shandy tried to make small talk to get close to Zhang Tianqing, and Zhang Tianqing could only respond politely. Only Yi Ichuan was fiddling with his new phone and having a lot of fun. Soon the table was filled with seafood. Wang Shandy saw Yi Ichuan's eyes light up and secretly cursed him as a bumpkin. He had long guessed that Yi Ichuan was a temporary actor, but he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how this country bumpkin would break the deadlock. So, he said enthusiastically, don't be polite, just eat. Tianqing, this lobster has just been airlifted in. It tastes very delicious. Come and try it. Hey you, eat quickly too. Yi Ichuan nodded and started eating right away. Idiot, I'm here to eat, why not eat if it's free? Yi Ichuan was so happy that he ate very quickly with his hands and mouth in perfect harmony. As for the two people who were stunned? Watch it if you want or not, I will eat it all. In just half an hour, Yi Ichuan was satisfied with his meal. He really enjoyed the meal. This seafood dinner would cost at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. He himself would not have been willing to spend that money. Seeing that Wang Shandy was about to mock him, Yi Ichuan burped with satisfaction, revealing his full white teeth, and said, Xinger, are you full? Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your hospitality. We'll leave first. Zhang Tianqing was a little confused. Before she could react, Yi Ichuan had already pulled her out of the private room. The remaining Wang Shandy came to his senses after a while and angrily overturned the table. He felt like his IQ was thrown to the ground and trampled on several times by Yi Ichuan. After a series of rustling sounds, the private room was already in a mess. Wang Shandy's eyes were red, and he took out his phone angrily and dialed, the man is out, follow him closely, and go to the warehouse first when you catch him. I want to kill him with my own hands. At this time, Yi Ichuan got into Zhang Tianqing's BMW X5. Ichuan, thank you so much. Zhang Tianqing said gratefully, with a hint of obvious worry on his face. Yi Ichuan waved his hand indifferently. He knew what Zhang Tianqing was worried about. A wealthy second generation like Wang Shandy who is rich and powerful will definitely take action against Yi Ichuan. She was afraid that Yi Ichuan would get into a lot of trouble. Wang Shandy is notoriously bad. I don't know what my family is thinking. They insist that I go on a blind date with him. You must be careful next time. This is my phone number. If you have any trouble, you must find me and I will solve it. Zhang Tianqing took out a business card, which read that he was the manager of a department of the Zhang Group. Yi Ichuan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, the rich second generation means nothing to me. Ichuan, where do you work now? Zhang Tianqing asked curiously. She didn't know where Yi Ichuan got the confidence from. Just at this moment, Yi Ichuan touched his head, shook his head, and spoke with a bright smile on his face. Stop the car. I'm here. Thanks for taking me. Seeing Yi Ichuan get out of the car, Zhang Tianqing was even more confused. What is going on? The hero saved the beauty, shouldn't he strike while the iron is hot? Why did you get off the bus directly? Especially outside the car is a riverside park, there is no residential area at all. Looking at the back figure walking into the riverside park, Zhang Tianqing bit her red lips and left unwillingly. In the riverside park, Yi Ichuan found a chair and sat down. With the system in hand, the world is mine. I thought I had made a losing deal, but I didn't expect it to trigger a system task. Yi Ichuan grinned and laughed happily. Just now in the car, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the host is detected to be facing a dangerous moment, and the following options are now provided. Choice 1, let Zhang Tianqing leave faster and get rid of the thugs who are following her. Reward, 100,000 in cash and gain the favor of goddess Zhang Tianqing. Choice 2, let Zhang Tianqing leave, get out of the car and face 10 strong thugs. Reward, 200,000 in cash and mastery of street fighting. How could Yi Ichuan not be happy? The goddess's favor means nothing. ISNT 200,000 in cash good? Being proficient in street fighting, ISNT that awesome? Chapter 12, Different Street Fighting Techniques. Ding, the host chooses to face the danger. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 200,000 in cash and mastery of street fighting. A text message rang saying that 200,000 yuan in cash had arrived. Yi Ichuan put away his phone with satisfaction, and then felt the changes in his body. Street fighting, as the name suggests, is the fighting skills used in street fights, specifically designed to deal with the ever-changing and complex situations on the streets. Yi Ichuan laughed. I wonder what level this mastery is. Can the system explain it to me? The system remains silent. Well, it seems I have to try it myself. Yi Ichuan shrugged, and out of the corner of his eye he saw 10 burly men with tattoos walking towards him quickly. Are you Yi Ichuan? The sturdy men approached, and the leader asked fiercely. Yi Ichuan slowly stood up, flexed his wrist, and punched directly at the opponent's nose. Snap! Yi Ichuan was as fast as lightning, and his powerful fist instantly broke the opponent's nose. Blood gushed out immediately. The sturdy man was confused, holding his nose, and said in a hurried voice, "You are so unruly. It seems like I didn't use much effort. It seems my physical fitness has improved." Yi Ichuan touched his strong arms and then touched the 8 abdominal muscles on his stomach. This was something he had never been able to obtain no matter how much he wished for it before, but now, he has charmed countless young ladies. Boy, you. The sturdy man in the lead wiped the blood and spoke again while enduring the pain. But what greeted him was Yi Ichuan's crotch-kicking kick. It's understandable that they would start fighting over a disagreement. But what happened if he started with a punch to the nose and then followed up with a kick in the crotch? Is there any need for this guy to follow the rules of the underworld and observe some martial ethics? After kicking out, Yi Ichuan felt something being squeezed hard. Looking at the sturdy man lying on the ground, Yi Ichuan smiled faintly, hooked his finger, and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are so many people fighting me and I am still talking nonsense. I wonder if the villain died because he talked too much." The strong man on the ground was in so much pain that he was almost dying. He shouted heartbreakingly, "Kill him!" Crash! The remaining 9 strong men immediately took out their batons and swarmed forward. They are all veterans in fighting. How can they not see that Yi Ichuan is definitely not a novice? Unfortunately, they still underestimated the art of street fighting and understood what mastery meant. Yi Ichuan's expression was indifferent, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, there are many ways to crack every attack from every person. But he always instinctively chooses the most insidious but most effective method. For example, kicking the crotch, digging the eyes, etc. In just 3 minutes, 10 strong men were lying on the ground. Every strong man has a different posture, but they all cover some important part. Yi Ichuan clapped his hands and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, it was my first time to attack you, so I was a little unrestrained. I didn't expect you guys to be so weak. I'll be more careful next time so you don't feel so much pain. Will you pay attention next time?" The 10 strong men were in great pain and wanted to curse, but the pain in their bodies made them unable to do anything. Who would have thought that a young man who seemed to be powerless was not only a martial artist, but also the one with the most ruthless hands and the most evil heart? All 10 of them were capable of fighting 3 at once, but now they were knocked down by Yi Ichuan almost at the first sight. Yi Ichuan thought to himself, although the method is quite bad, the result is very satisfactory. Am I also considered a master? He was very satisfied with the power of his mastery of street fighting techniques. With his strength, he should have no problem defeating a soldier with his bare hands. Looking at the burly men on the ground, Yi Ichuan said, "By the way, tell Wang Shandy that there are some people he can't afford to offend." After saying that, Yi Ichuan turned around and left in a cool manner. When he returned to the road, he happened to see 3 cars that were still running, which were the cars driven by the strong men. Since there was a free car, he didn't hesitate and drove directly back to the city. They had to take the 120 special car anyway. Then he parked the car in a no parking zone and left. At the same time, Wang Shandy, who got the news, angrily stopped his car on the side of the road. "Useless. You are all useless. 10 of you can't beat 1, damn useless." After Wang Shandy finished cursing, he hung up the phone. Yi Ichuan's strength did exceed his expectations, but there was no such person in the circle of rich second generations. He felt that Yi Ichuan should have just appeared. He picked up his phone again and dialed a number. Old third, check this person for me and give me all his details. Just half an hour later, each one's message was sent to Wang Shandi's mobile phone. Looking at this information that couldn't be simpler, Wang Shandi felt like he had been slapped twice in the face. All the information revealed that each one was a loser. Although he works in Shang Yun Group, he is just a rookie in the internship period. He felt extremely humiliated when he thought that he, a great young master, was tormented like this by a loser. Shang Yun Group? Damn it, if I can't kill you, I'll take your last name. He took out his cell phone again and made a call. Hello, Manager Wang, there is a person named each one in the planning department of your group, right? Chapter 13. My wife is here. Each one returned home and drank the otaku happy water happily. He hasn't drunk this stuff for a month. There's no other way. He didn't have the conditions to do so before. Now, he just moved 2 boxes. Comfortable. Each one finished 1 bottle and was about to open the second bottle when there was a knock on the door. Each one thought it was the landlord coming to collect the rent, so he slowly got up and went to open the door. Hey, big sister, isn't it a bit bad for you to ask for money like this every day? Each one said without even looking. Who are you calling sister? The woman standing outside the door suddenly turned cold and said angrily. Only then did each one realize that the person who came was not the annoying landlord, but Lin Anlin. Well, her figure is still as explosive as ever, and as impeccably perfect as ever. Sorry, I didn't know it was my wife who was here. Each one smiled awkwardly. My dear wife? Lin Anlin's expression became even colder. She glared at each one and walked straight into the door. Watch your mouth. Each one shrugged indifferently. I didn't call you wrong, at least legally, we are husband and wife. There's nothing wrong with me calling you my wife. Oh, by the way, since we haven't divorced yet, why don't you call me husband first? As the saying goes, money can make a man stand up straight and turn a man who doesn't tease women into a seasoned man. This is the case with each one now. With the public service announcement in his hand, he is not afraid that Lin Anlin will fire him anyway. Lin Anlin did not lose his temper, and his voice softened. Stop talking nonsense. How is your public service advertisement going? This advertisement is very important to Shang Yun Group, and there can't be any mistakes. It was for advertising. Each one felt a little disappointed. He thought Lin Anlin was going to do something unspeakable with him and use it as hush money to prevent him from talking nonsense in the company. It's been done, don't worry. Each one said confidently. The commercial has been filmed, but the system task has not been completed. Each one guessed that it would not be considered truly completed until the public service announcement was released. Let me see. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Anlin's eyes. She liked the script very much. It was definitely a script that would cause a national sensation. Each one raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, why are you so anxious? Submit it tomorrow at work and then take a look. Isn't it the same? No. Lin Anlin frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Then give me a reason. Each one said lightly, having already seen that Lin Anlin had something on his mind. But he believed that it was definitely not the fault of that damn Wang Mang and the director, as their level was not high enough. Lin Anlin was silent for a moment, as if thinking. Soon, she sighed softly and said, there is another very strong competing company for the provincial TV station's public service advertisement this time. Each one was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with you coming to my house to see me? There is a traitor in the company. Lin Anlin said with certainty, with a hint of coldness on his body. Feeling the tyranny and coldness of the icy beauty president, each one understood instantly. A common tactic in business warfare. Okay, I didn't expect that my wife, as the president, still has difficulties. Tell me what you want me to do. Each one smiled slightly, as if he had made up his mind about Lin Anlin. Looking at his indifferent smile and the calm and confident feeling on his body, Lin Anlin was surprised. How come each one has changed so much in just 2 or 3 days? She always felt that there was a highly intelligent and powerful person hidden in each one's body. How could she know that this was the effect of the superior's aura? Lin Anlin stretched out her fair jade hand and made a gesture of taking it. Each one shook his head and pretended to refuse. You beg me, this is my lifeblood. There was ice in Lin Anlin's eyes, and each one felt a chill in his vitals. He handed the phone to Lin Anlin helplessly and touched her white and tender flesh. Under each one's proud gaze, Lin Anlin finished washing mother's feet. Good. That's great. Yi Ichuan, we will definitely win this time. Lin Anlin stood up excitedly and hugged Yi Ichuan subconsciously. Just when he was expecting to be kissed by those fiery red lips, Lin Anlin suddenly pushed Yi Ichuan away. You bastard! Damn it! Am I a hooligan? It was you who hugged me, okay? Seeing Yi Ichuan about to speak, Lin Anlin waved her hand and said with a red face, tomorrow, you go to work as usual, but don't submit the advertisement. Come to the banquet hall on the 8th floor of Linen International Hotel to find me at 10:30 the day after tomorrow. I want to submit this PSA live. Lin Anlin's eyes lit up as she spoke, and she waved her fists, excited like a child. Yi Ichuan nodded and said, yes, my dear wife. No wonder Lin Anlin can be a domineering female CEO, she uses her little tricks to great effect. By the way, when are we going to get a divorce? After Lin Anlin recovered, Yi Ichuan asked casually. Lin Anlin was stunned for a moment, frowned, and said, we have to wait a little longer. Maybe I need your help. We'll talk about it after the PSA thing is over. Yi Ichuan shrugged his shoulders and asked mischievously, are you conquered by my handsomeness and talent and planning to become a real couple with me? If that's the case, let's take a shower and change clothes first. After all, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Yi Ichuan was talking excitedly when she saw Lin Anlin stand up and walk around her. After a bang, the door closed tightly and the beauty disappeared. Chapter 14 Kneel down and beg for forgiveness? The next day, Shangyun Group. Yi Ichuan walked into the planning department with an expressionless face and sat down in the attention of everyone. Yi Ichuan, have you finished the advertisement? The colleague sitting next to me changed his cold attitude from that day and asked enthusiastically. Yi Ichuan turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Then, he turned his head and looked at the computer screen. I ignored him at all. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. The man was frustrated, his face turned red, and he said unhappily, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Yi Ichuan still gave him a smug look. 10 minutes later, Manager Lu called Yi Ichuan, I'll come to the office. Arriving at the office, Yi Ichuan sat down. How's the post-production going? Asked Manager Lu. Yi Ichuan said expressionlessly, it's not finished yet. Not finished yet? Big brother, can I call you big brother? Did you know that the time has been moved up? The hand-in deadline is tomorrow. You're telling me now that you haven't finished yet? Manager Lu was anxious. Yi Ichuan said helplessly, no one told me that it was ahead of schedule. Manager, don't worry, it will be finished tomorrow. Manager Lu stared at him for a long while before saying, did you offend someone? I got the news that not only Wang Meng is targeting you, but also the group's vice president Wang Jinshan. Group Vice President Wang Jinshan? Where did this character come from? Yi Ichuan was speechless, I am just an ordinary person, who can I offend? Suddenly, he remembered that he had offended a rich second generation yesterday. Wang Shandy? He mumbled something subconsciously, but Manager Lu heard it clearly. What? Wang Shandy? Have you offended Master Wang? Manager Lu's face changed drastically. No wonder, Shangyun Group has cooperation with Wang Xiao's family's company, and Wang Jinshan is the person in charge. How did you offend him? Seeing Manager Lu's nervous expression, Yi Ichuan said a little embarrassedly, nothing, I just took his goddess away. Manager Lu was petrified instantly. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Yi Ichuan, manager, it's okay, I'm going out. I will hand it in tomorrow. Manager Lu slumped in his chair and waved his hands weakly. He knew that Yi Ichuan might not be able to hand in a finished product for the public service advertisement. What a shame for a perfectly good idea. Even if we rush to make it, it will be too late. Thinking of what he had said about guaranteed selection, Manager Lu became even more depressed. Manager Lu, I'm afraid your mood is going to be on a roller coaster, huh? Yi Ichuan walked out of the office, full of expectations. Just wait until tomorrow. He deliberately made his face darker and uglier, and walked out directly without returning to his workstation. He was going to the tea restaurant downstairs to have morning tea and see some beautiful girls. How could his colleagues not know what was going on when they saw his behavior? Immediately, they started chattering. Look at the way he looks, he definitely hasn't managed it. It's strange that he can do it. I heard that Wang Meng has already contacted all the powerful post-production companies in the industry. Then he's completely finished. Ha ha ha. If he doesn't get screwed for pretending to be so arrogant, who will? It's useless even if he begs us now. The deadline for submission has been brought forward, and he might be fired. You deserve it. This is what happens when you are arrogant. Listening to the tiny sounds, Yi Ichuan snorted in his heart. Just a bunch of trash. Hey, isn't this the awesome, arrogant big shot, Yi Ichuan? Have you finished your ad that's guaranteed to be selected? Suddenly, a weird voice was heard. The person who came was Wang Mang. Yi Ichuan glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Boy, stop pretending. If you offend me, you're dead. Wang Mang said viciously. As he spoke, he stretched his arms and legs, trying to demonstrate. You are too weak. Yi Ichuan replied indifferently. As a man proficient in street fighting, Wang Shandi's 10 thugs were all hospitalized. Wang Mang, who was just a pretentious guy, was really not worth his attention. Wang Mang wanted to take action, but happened to see someone walking over. It was the group's vice president Wang Jinshan. His eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. Yi Ichuan, you are going too far. You took the order but didn't work hard, and you even slacked off? This is the ad I worked so hard on overtime to make. Where's your ad? Take it out and let me see it. My colleagues immediately became alert, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. Yi Ichuan smiled faintly, then congratulations. After saying that, he walked away. Stop. What are you doing during work hours? Suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. Yi Ichuan took a look and saw that it was Wang Jinshan, the vice president of the group. Wow, everyone who is supposed to come is here, quite complete. I have approval. You can leave the company during the production of the advertisement. Yi Ichuan said lightly, as if he did not take the other party's leadership posture seriously. Please, I am a man with the aura of a real superior. What's the use of your little power? Wang Jinshan sneered. You are Yi Ichuan, right? You are really brave. You dare to offend the company's big customer, Mr. Wang Shandi. Do you really think you're awesome just because you shot a commercial? There are some people you can't afford to offend. Oh, thank you for the reminder. It turns out that Wang Shandi's blind date, a private matter like that, is also your business. Yi Ichuan sneered. Wang Jinshan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Yi Ichuan to be such a young and inexperienced person. You gone, I have to take care of the affairs of major customers. Personally, I am young Master Wang's distant cousin, so naturally I have the right to take charge. Yi Ichuan, I'm telling you, go kneel down and kowtow to young Master Wang right now and beg for his forgiveness. I can fire you for this matter alone, not to mention that you made false reports and caused the group to miss the best time to shoot the commercial. Chapter 15. Let him find a grave to lie down in. This big hat was put on so much that Yi Ichuan couldn't help but applaud. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice, providing the following options. Choice 1, leave with your tail between your legs and you will be rewarded with a commemorative coin worth 1 cent. Option 2, self-defense, reward of 100,000 yuan. Yi Ichuan was stunned. Option 2 only has the 4 words self-defense, which seems to have some deep meaning. Do you want him to? Yi Ichuan looked at Wang Mang, and sure enough, the other party was glaring at him, with undisguised jealousy and anger in his eyes. Yi Ichuan was immediately happy. Young man, you probably haven't suffered the beatings of society yet. Do you know what street fighting is, and at a proficient level? Not to mention that he had wanted to teach this kid a lesson for a long time. Even the 100,000 yuan given by the system made him extremely willing to do it. But how can we exercise self-defense? Wang Mang was now looking at him as if he had red eyes, but it would not be easy for him to take action in public. After all, in a harmonious society, everyone has a clear idea of what this means. Did you hear that? Mr. Wang asked you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Wang Mang suddenly started shouting. Yi Ichuan was happy in his heart and continued, saying nonchalantly, how about this? I have never knelt before a living person in my life. You ask him to find a grave to lie in, otherwise I don't have that feeling and can't kneel down. Before Wang Mang and Wang Jinshan could react, he stared at Wang Mang and said, if it doesn't work, I have another way. Wang Jinshan was about to get angry, and subconsciously asked, what method? You two demonstrate it to me once, and I'll learn. If one time is not enough, do it twice. Yi Ichuan pointed to the floor in front of him and took 2 steps back to leave them enough space. Well, is this place big enough? If not, I'll make room for more. Yi Ichuan. Wang Meng had never been so insulted in his life. What's more, it happened in front of all the colleagues in the planning department. Everyone was waiting to see each one make a fool of himself, but now he was the one making a fool of himself. He became a clown. Did I teach you this when you were little? Don't call me by my name when you're outside. Remember to call me Dad. Each one stretched out his little finger to pick his ear, and flicked his finger in front of Wang Meng. You just have to be arrogant enough, shameless enough, and infuriating enough. It was a perfect operation and he was very satisfied with his action. This is intolerable. Anyone would probably not be able to hold back at this point. There is no other way. In order to defend oneself, Wang Meng must take action first. Do you want to hit me? Each one continued to add fuel to the fire. He looked at the camera above his head, pointed at it and said, "There is a camera here. If you do something, I won't be polite. I will still act in self-defense." Looking at each one's smug face and smug smile, the volcano of anger in Wang Meng's chest suddenly erupted. He couldn't bear it any longer. I'm defending your mother. Wang Meng rushed towards each one with bared teeth and claws like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Turtle fist. Each one despised him in his heart. In front of the master-level street fighting skills, such random punches would be full of flaws. In front of so many people, each one couldn't be too harsh. If he broke an arm or a leg, it would be considered excessive self-defense. He raised his foot and kicked Wang Meng's thigh, and a huge force was instantly transmitted to Wang Meng. Wang Meng's upper body still maintained the momentum of charging forward, but his lower body was kicked backward by each one. Bang! The next moment, Wang Meng lost his balance and fell to the ground. The fall was so hard that even the dust on the floor was shaken up. Oh, that's scary. Didn't you want to hit me? Why did you kneel down and kowtow to me? I can't bear it, it will shorten my life. Each one took a step to the side in time to avoid being pounced upon by this standard-level vicious dog. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in surprise. This seems very different from the script I imagined. Each one spread his hands innocently and blinked at his colleagues who were watching with extremely pure eyes. Everyone saw it. He was the first to attack. I was acting in self-defense. Each one. You are simply lawless. Seeing Wang Meng being beaten by each one in front of him, Wang Jinshan was furious. Although he didn't have much friendship with Wang Meng and the director, they were now standing on a united front to deal with each one. So he quickly seized this rare opportunity. Oh? Each one raised his eyebrows, and a purer and more domineering aura of a superior emerged spontaneously. You mean, if he hits me, I have to stand there and let him hit me? Each one questioned in a cold voice. Judging from the situation, it is clear that they are going to attack Wang Jinshan, the vice president of the group, as well. Of course, this is also what each one is most looking forward to. You. Faced with each one's sudden arrogance, Wang Jinshan couldn't help but feel a little panicked. What's going on? He's just a poor boy with no power or influence. Why should I be afraid of him? Wang Jinshan silently encouraged himself in his heart, and raised his head again, which had been lowered due to each one's questioning. Then you shouldn't be so cruel, even if you have a feud before. Wang Jinshan's face turned pale. Each one nodded. You are right, I shouldn't be so cruel, I should kick him in the crotch. Silence. The huge office fell into deathly silence. Is this still the obedient, hardworking, and easy-to-bully newcomer each one? Wang Meng, who was originally lying on the ground groaning, suddenly felt a chill in a certain part of his body. He dared not scream anymore. He held his breath and his face turned red. Wang Jinshan was so angry that he was shaking. He wanted to take action but was afraid of following in Wang Meng's footsteps. He suddenly remembered what each one said about self-defense, and finally swallowed the thought back in frustration. Looking at Wang Jinshan's appearance, a trace of regret flashed through each one's heart. This old dog won T-fight with him, otherwise he could have completed a perfect doubles match. I know you were sent by that bird king. Go back and tell him that as a man, you should stand up if you have the ability. You are such a disgusting person hiding behind and cowering. You are just a waste. Each one snorted coldly, get lost. Wang Jinshan's face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out of it. Okay. He said 3 good words in a row, each one, just wait for me. After saying that, Wang Jinshan left angrily, but he felt relieved in his heart. And you, stop jumping around in front of me. There are surveillance cameras and people watching us now. I won't do anything to you, but can you guarantee that you will be under surveillance every moment? Each one leaned close to Wang Meng's ear and whispered. The tone was light, but to Wang Meng it sounded like a demon in a horror movie whispering in his ear. What bad luck! Each one stood up and clapped his hands. My good mood for the day was ruined by 2 pieces of bad shit. The superior's aura suddenly disappeared, but the people in the office still hadn't recovered. Each one chuckled. I'm really sorry for scaring everyone, but it's my duty to punish evildoers. Please call me a partner of justice. His colleagues didn't dare to look him in the eye. His words were like telling everyone that whoever provokes him will end up like the person lying on the ground next to him. Wang Meng, who was still lying on the ground, had his face as red as a pig's liver. Under each one's tall and mighty figure, he carefully moved to the side. Chapter 16? The rich woman said she would support me. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, legitimate defense. Reward, 100,000 in cash. With the sound of a text message alert on his mobile phone, each one knew that the money had arrived. Brother is a rich man now after all, so I won't get excited over such a small amount of money. Each one thought about it in his mind, but he honestly took out his cell phone and took a look at it. China Merchants Bank your account 1688 received 100,000 renminbi at 8:48. A smile appeared. We have so much money, but we don't know how to spend it. I earn 1,800 yuan a month and I still want to buy a car. Each one hummed a little tune and walked into the elevator with great interest. Wait a minute. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, Manager Lu's voice came from outside. Through the crack in the door, each one saw Manager Lu jogging over, waving his arms to signal each one not to leave. He reached out and pressed the elevator door open button, waiting for Manager Lu to approach. Having just let out a sigh of relief, he was in a good mood and joked with Manager Lu, Manager, you should pay more attention to exercise. Look at you, you're already out of breath after just a few steps. Look at me. Each one lifted up his shirt, revealing his 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. Manager Lu secretly admired and did not take each one's joke seriously. What does the manager want to see me for? Each one asked. Manager Lu took a deep breath and said, Each one, you are too impulsive. He is the vice president of our Shang Yun group. Even Director Lin has to be polite to him. You provoked him. His original intention was to tell each one not to act on impulse, and that if he apologized to Wang Jinshan now, there might be room for redemption. Deputy President is just Deputy President, what's that? In the past, each one might have compromised for the sake of work. But the times now are different. With the system in hand, you will enjoy unimaginable wealth and glory in the future. Manager, don't worry. No one can fire me unless I want to leave. Manager Lu was really nice to him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Each one waved his hand and closed the elevator door. Manager Lu stood outside the elevator, watching the number of floors on the display next to him drop continuously. No, this matter must be reported to Director Lin immediately. Each one spoke with such confidence, but didn't others know how capable he was? He is just a young man with no background, no support and no strength. Outside Anlin's office. Director Lin, I have something to talk to you about. Come in. Anlin's cold voice came from inside. This stunning beauty is like this almost all the time, as if nothing can arouse her emotional changes. Except each one. Manager Lu reported the situation to Anlin, and then asked, Director Lin, what do you think we should do about this? Although each one is a bit reckless, he is indeed talented. If he is really fired, it will cause some losses to the group. Anlin nodded expressionlessly and said, Got it, go back and do your own thing. What is going on? Manager Lu was confused. Director Lin was not like this before. He cared more about each one's affairs than me, his superior. Each one, I have tried my best. There's nothing he can do, he's just a department manager after all. On the other side, each one, who had just returned home, lay down on the bed, browsing his phone comfortably. After a while, I felt sleepy and fell asleep. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, each one packed up and went out with the USB drive. As soon as I walked out of the building, I saw a very familiar car. Each one. The car door opened and a beautiful figure came down. Jiang Tianqing? Each one was a little confused, why are you here? The beautiful Jiang smiled and said, I am waiting for you here. Why are you waiting for me? Yi Ichuan was even more confused. I have something to tell you. Get in the car. I'll treat you to coffee and we'll talk while we drink. Zhang Tianqing invited Yi Ichuan to get in the car. Yi Ichuan waved his hand and said, forget about the coffee. I'm in a hurry to go to Linen International Hotel now. If you don't mind, you can give me a ride. He said half-jokingly. Who knew? Zhang Tianqing nodded and said, sure, I'm going there too. Yi Ichuan got in the car. You went there to submit your advertisement, right? Zhang Tianqing started the conversation first. How do you know? Yi Ichuan pretended to be shocked, but he was actually thinking about it in his mind. I've checked. You didn't submit the advertisement before, but now you are in a hurry to go to Linen Hotel. You must be going to submit the advertisement. Zhang Tianqing had a proud expression on his face that was worthy of me. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but praise the beautiful profile. By the way, you must be more careful during this period. Wang Shandy will definitely not let you off. Zhang Tianqing reminded, if your company doesn't want you, you can come to me and I will support you. Yi Ichuan chuckled and said mischievously, rich woman, please give me a hug. Seeing Zhang Tianqing's face quickly turning red, Yi Ichuan hurriedly said, but don't worry, I won't be fired no matter what. Zhang Tianqing spat softly and whispered, who are you calling a rich woman? You've made me sound old. In front of Linen Hotel. Yi Ichuan got out of the car and waved goodbye to Zhang Tianqing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianqing also got out of the car. What are you doing? Yi Ichuan asked in confusion. Zhang Tianqing replied with a smile, my company also has business. If you can't make it out there anymore, come to me and I will open an independent department for you. You can be the department manager. She is indeed a rich woman, Yi Ichuan sighed silently in his heart. He walked towards the hotel, and Zhang Tianqing followed beside him. How confident are you that the ad you submitted will be approved this time? Zhang Tianqing asked curiously. Yi Ichuan smiled faintly, guaranteed to pass. Zhang Tianqing was stunned for a moment and remained silent. She had investigated and found out that because of this advertisement, Yi Ichuan almost offended the entire Shangyun group. It was precisely because of this that she wanted Yi Ichuan to come to her company. On the one hand, it was to repay Yi Ichuan for offending Wang Shandy because of her. On the other hand, she also learned from the investigation information that Yi Ichuan was indeed a very talented person, otherwise Lin Anlin would not have paid so much attention to him. The two walked into the hotel and went up to the banquet hall on the 8th floor. Yi Ichuan was about to go in when the security guard at the door suddenly stretched out his hand. Hello sir, you are not allowed to enter the private party. What? Yi Ichuan was stunned. I am an employee of Shangyun Group. The security guard shook his head and said, I know you. Your name is Yi Ichuan. Then why don't you let me in? Yi Ichuan said speechlessly. You were just fired, so you can't go in. The security guard smiled with disdain. Yi Ichuan was completely confused, and felt as if there were countless small question marks flying above his head. Chapter 17? Born to be a gigolo? Was he really fired? Yi Ichuan couldn't believe his ears, but the security guards in front of him stopped him outside without giving way. Who told you that I was fired? Yi Ichuan asked coldly. Of course it's me. A person walked out of the banquet hall. Wang Jinshan? Yi Ichuan looked at the figure. The obese Wang Jinshan walked out, but did not stand in front of Yi Ichuan. What happened yesterday was still fresh in his mind. He didn't dare to stand in front of Yi Ichuan and make sarcastic remarks to him. What should I do if this young man starts something again? After all, Wang Jinshan is a bit old and is not as tough as young man Wang Meng. Yi Ichuan looked down on Wang Jinshan. You said I was fired, so I was fired? Did Director Lin agree to it? Yi Ichuan didn't believe at all that he was fired. Not to mention the unclear relationship between him and Lin Anlin. Just for today's banquet, Lin Anlin still needs him to submit an advertisement. Only a fool would fire him. Humph, I'm the vice president of the group. If I say you're fired, then you're fired. Whose consent do I need? Wang Jinshan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, let's see how you, little bastard, can act so arrogantly this time. That's right, Yi Ichuan, if you can't find a job in the future, you can come to me. I'll plead for you and let you come back to sweep the toilets. Wang Mang also walked out of the banquet hall, looking like a smug villain. But he was limping, which was really funny. You don't want the other leg? Yi Ichuan took a step forward, his eyes sparkling, and he seemed ready to take action again. Oh my god. Wang Mang was frightened immediately and quickly hid behind several security guards. Then he realized, that's not right. There are so many people on my side. If we fight again, it will be that bastard Yi Ichuan who gets beaten. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became more and more proud, and his sarcastic remarks came one after another like a string of cannonballs. As if sensing the commotion outside, another person walked out. Ikawa. It's Manager Liu. He looked at Yi Ichuan with regret in his eyes. If Yi Ichuan had not been fired, the planning department would have prospered because of this genius, and his status in the company would have risen sharply. It's a pity that he offended the company's senior management. Except for Lin Anlin, all other senior leaders of the company had considerable prejudice against this young man. On the one hand, it was because Yi Ichuan was indeed a little arrogant before, and the bigger reason was that Wang Mang and others had been spreading bad things about him. The company has indeed fired you. The Human Resources Department has completed the process and will notify you soon. Manager Liu said with a somewhat unwilling tone, but he was just a small department manager and was powerless to do anything. Yi Ichuan smiled and nodded continuously. Okay, Wang Jinshan, Wang Mang, you did a good job. Wang Jinshan also laughed out loud. Seeing this kid being humiliated made him feel particularly relieved. You're welcome. It's what I should do. At the same time, he added, I have to thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take my relationship with young Master Wang any further. Wang Shandy, it's him again. Yi Ichuan was angry and pushed away the security guard who was blocking his way and prepared to break in. No matter what they said outside, Lin Anlin inside was still waiting for them. Yi Ichuan, what do you want to do? Stop him, security guard. Seeing Yi Ichuan coming forward aggressively, Wang Jinshan immediately became intimidated and shouted at the security guard to stop him. Several security guards at the door surrounded Yi Ichuan and prevented him from going any further. Get out! Yi Ichuan shouted coldly. He was really angry now, and the aura of a superior automatically emerged. His scorching and intimidating aura made the security guards surrounding him a little at a loss. What are you standing there for? Throw him out! Wang Jinshan shouted. Several security guards received the order and took action together. However, in Yi Ichuan's view, these security guards are nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. The nearest security guard punched him in the face. Yi Ichuan dodged by slightly turning sideways, twisting his waist and exerting force, and also punched out. The punch was full of anger, and the security guard was knocked to the ground. He held his stomach and curled up like a cooked shrimp. Everyone was shocked. Without waiting for them to react, Yi Ichuan punched again, knocking down another security guard. The remaining security guards realized that something was wrong. Isn't this guy too good at fighting? It's just like making a movie, one punch after another. Yi Ichuan sneered in his heart, mastery of street fighting skills, do you think this is a joke? The 10 strong men who had been in the underworld for many years and were sent by Wang Shandy were all easily dealt with by him. In just 10 seconds, several security guards surrounding him were knocked down by him and lay on the ground groaning. How dare you hit someone? Wang Mang saw that his greatest reliance had all fallen to the ground, and saw Yi Ichuan walking towards him with a sneer. He suddenly panicked and his calves felt weak. Don't come over here, I'm going to call the police. Wang Mang took out his cell phone and threatened, his face turning red. Wang Jinshan secretly took a few steps back and hid himself behind Wang Mang. They really didn't dare to face Yi Ichuan, the killing god. Have you had enough of the trouble? Zhang Tianqing, who had been watching from behind Yi Ichuan, came out. You said he is no longer an employee of Shang Yun, so you don't let him in, right? Her calm tone contained an irresistible majesty. Yes, he is no longer an employee of Shang Yun. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. What if they eavesdrop on business secrets? Wang Jinshan said in a firm voice. Zhang Tianqing nodded with a sneer on his face. Okay, since he is not an employee of Shang Yun now, you can stop him. Now, as the department manager of my company, it is not your turn to manage him. Get out of my way. Zhang Tianqing was really angry. She didn't expect that it was just a small favor, but it made Wang Shandy target Yi Ichuan like this. The more obstacles Yi Ichuan encounters now, the more favor she owes Yi Ichuan. Who do you think you are? He is the only one who can be the department manager of your company. Your crappy company is probably just an 18th tier bankrupt company. Although Wang Mang was timid and didn't dare to come forward to stop him, his mouth was never idle. A broken company? Zhang Tianqing laughed. If her company was also called a broken company, then Shang Yun was not even a small workshop. She took off her sunglasses and said coldly, "My name is Zhang Tianqing." Wang Mang still looked indifferent and had no idea what the name meant. Wang Jinshan was stunned for a moment. "You are Zhang Tianqing? Zhang Tianqing from the Zhang Group?" Others may not know who Zhang Tianqing is, but how could a veteran like him not know? The daughter of the president of the Zhang Group, a favored child of heaven, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the princess of Qincheng. Everyone in Qincheng knows about the Zhang Group. It accounts for a large part of Qincheng's GDP, and the taxes it pays every year are an astronomical figure. Zhang Group? At this time, Wang Mang also reacted. He didn't know Zhang Tianqing, so how could he not know the Zhang Group? Asshole, don't you even know about the Zhang Group? Wang Jinshan kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Can't you see the huge word Zhang on the tallest building in the city center? Wang Jinshan pointed out the window, and just outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, he could see a tall building not far away. Such a tall office building in the city center belongs entirely to the Zhang Group. Almost everyone passing by the city center can see the word Zhang on the roof. Wang Jinshan no longer had any intention of stopping the other party. If dealing with Yi Ichuan was to please Wang Shandy, he would do it without saying a word. But if trying to please Wang Shandy would offend the Zhang Group, it would be more trouble than gain. Pleasing Wang Shandy might not necessarily bring much benefit, but if he offended the Zhang family, it would be useless even if he left Xincheng, as he would no longer have a place to stay in the entire country. Okay, you can go now. Zhang Tianqing walked forward. Wang Mang, Wang Jinshan, and others did not dare to stop him. They stepped aside and did not even dare to look up. This princess's aura is so terrifying. Yi Ichuan also reacted and followed Zhang Tianqing inside. Am I born to be a gigolo? Yi Ichuan muttered to himself. Chapter 18? Do you dare to take action? With Zhang Tianqing's appearance, no one dared to stop Yi Ichuan. He followed Zhang Tianqing inside. Thank you this time. Yi Ichuan said somewhat embarrassedly that he had never properly thanked a girl in his life. He has always been very strong-willed and always does things by himself if he can, and never asks for help from others. But this time, if Zhang Tianqing hadn't helped him out, the noise at the door might have gotten bigger and bigger, and it would have been troublesome if he missed the banquet. What are you talking about thanking me for? If you really want to thank me, just come to me. What I said before was absolutely true. Zhang Tianqing smiled with sincerity in his eyes. How about it? Do you want to come? She raised her pretty eyebrows. Yi Ichuan's heart beat faster. You are so young, you can't live on free meals. He said seriously, looking straight ahead, ignoring Zhang Tianqing's teasing. Young people don't know the sweetness of free food, and they waste their youth on the wrong things. Zhang Tianqing sighed. In today's society, there are not many young people like you. Yi Ichuan was overwhelmed. He really didn't want to be a gigolo, but what was going on with Zhang Tianqing's pitiful look? Could it be that after having the system, my charm has increased rapidly? He muttered to himself. Zhang Tianqing wanted to say something to persuade Yi Ichuan, but he raised his hand to stop her. It's getting late. I have to hurry and send the advertisement over, otherwise it will be too late. Zhang Tianqing had no choice but to nod and said, okay, go ahead. How about we go have a cup of coffee together after this? Yi Ichuan ignored her completely and ran away as if he was running for his life. Zhang Tianqing was left standing there alone. Humph. No romance at all. She pouted and stamped her feet. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. The goddess who usually looked like an iceberg that had not melted for 1,000 years and was known for her swift and tough methods in the Zhang Group actually looked like a girl. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Ichuan trotted towards the banquet hall, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Fortunately, I managed to control myself. I almost fell into the trap of that little vixen, but then again, a goddess is a goddess, her every frown and smile is worth savoring. When he thought of this, he raised his hand and slapped himself. Yi Ichuan, how can you be so irresponsible? Now you are already a married man. Even though she is a cheap wife that appeared out of nowhere, a cheap wife is still a wife. In the banquet hall, Yi Ichuan stood outside the door and adjusted his breathing, trying to adjust himself to the best condition. After all, it is a very important matter. If I run in panting and the client sees me, it will give a bad impression. He was ready to go in. Yi Ichuan? Not far behind him, a person he had just passed shouted in confusion. Ha! Yi Ichuan turned around. He was thinking about something and didn't notice anyone. Really, you? Weren't you fired? The colleague saw Yi Ichuan turn around and became even more confused. This matter had spread throughout the company. How did you get in? Yi Ichuan's face was dark. It's none of your business. There was no way. In order to save time, he was too lazy to explain. Ichuan. Not far away, Manager Lu also trotted over, panting as he ran. Have you finished your advertisement? Just now, in front of so many hostile people at the door, it was not convenient for him to ask such a question. Yi Ichuan smiled and said, Manager, don't worry, everything will be fine. Manager Lu finally felt relieved and began to breathe heavily, supporting himself on his knees. But, to be honest, Manager, you really need to be more careful. You're out of breath after just running a few steps. Yi Ichuan patted Manager Lu on the shoulder and leaned over to whisper, Is there really something wrong with you? Manager Lu was confused. Is this the time to talk about this? However, because Yi Ichuan had hinted so many times, he began to doubt himself, Is there really something wrong with me? Yi Ichuan ignored him and walked into the banquet hall. Hey. Who is this? As soon as they entered the banquet hall, a colleague who had a good relationship with Wang Meng, or was simply Wang Meng's lackey, pointed at Yi Ichuan and shouted. Isn't this our famous master Yi Ichuan? I remember that a few days ago he was still talking nonsense and said he didn't take anyone in our company seriously. How come he has become a stray dog now? Yi Ichuan curled his lips and whispered idiot. Master Yi, what are you doing here today? Are you here to ask Director Lin to give you another chance and let you return to the company? The man ignored Yi Ichuan's scolding and said, Don't tell me, Director Lin is kind-hearted. If you cling to her and beg for mercy, maybe she can arrange a job for you to clean the toilet. Yi Ichuan ignored him and prepared to go inside. He is really in a hurry. Don't go, how did you get in? The man saw Yi Ichuan ignoring him and stopped him. Today is an important meeting of our company. You are not from our company. What do you want to do by coming in? Are you trying to eavesdrop on business secrets? Another person nearby added, maybe she got in by knowing a vixen somewhere. That's right. A group of people echoed. On the other side of the banquet hall, Anlin was already walking inside with some unfamiliar faces, but she could not hide a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Yi Ichuan also saw her and prepared to go over and hand in the advertisement. Just at this moment, the company's director came over. Yi Ichuan? Who let you in? Where's the security guard? Get him out. Behind Yi Ichuan, the security guards who had been blocking the door before had caught up. What's wrong? You are trying every means to stop me from meeting Director Lin. Do you have any conspiracy? Yi Ichuan walked up to him and looked at him. Anlin had said before that there was a traitor in the company, and now it seems that he already knows who it is. What did you say? You are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. He slandered me. On the one hand, the director did not dare to look him in the eye due to the aura of his superior. On the other hand, it seemed that Yi Ichuan had revealed the deepest secret in his heart, which made him feel a little helpless. Security, kick him out. The director took a big step back, signaling the security guard behind Yi Ichuan to take action quickly. Do you dare to take action? Yi Ichuan turned around and said to the security guards who were afraid to step forward. Be obedient. You are just trying to earn some hard-earned money. You don't have to risk your life for it. Yi Ichuan continued. The security guards looked at each other, none of them dared to move forward. They were still in pain from the blows Yi Ichuan had just given them. Chapter 19? This world is crazy. Go ahead. Get him out of here. The director was so furious when he saw the security guards who didn't dare to step forward. In fact, if these security guards were not here, he would not dare to be too arrogant in front of Yi Ichuan. He also knew that Yi Ichuan had beaten someone in public in the company before. Ask them, do you dare? Yi Ichuan stared at the director without turning his head. The director was stared at by Yi Ichuan and felt a little unsure. He couldn't help but take a step back. You guys. He yelled at the group of security guards, "You're a bunch of rubbish. Did the company keep you here just to eat and do nothing? Okay, get out of here right now." Yi Ichuan stepped forward. The director stepped back step by step, and Yi Ichuan stepped forward step by step. Suddenly, he seemed to have seen his savior and shouted, "Boss Wang, I'm here." At the same time, he waved in the direction behind Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan knew without looking back that it was Wang Jinshan who followed him. He smiled slightly and turned around. Wang Jinshan and Wang Meng stood not far away and did not dare to come forward. They originally thought that it was cruel enough to easily knock down Wang Meng and the company, but who knew that Yi Ichuan would once again refresh their cognition in front of them. There were so many security guards, and none of them were something that ordinary people could deal with. However, Yi Ichuan easily took care of them all. Wang Jinshan walked around Yi Ichuan and came to the director, and whispered to him what had just happened. When the director heard that Yi Ichuan had a good relationship with Jiang Group's Princess Jiang Tianqing, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Who is Yi Ichuan? A small worker with no background, no connections, and no experience to show off. How could such a person get on board the big ship of Jiang Tianqing and the Jiang Group behind Jiang Tianqing? Especially when he heard Jiang Tianqing say that as long as Yi Ichuan was willing to go to Jiang Group, she would set up a department just for Yi Ichuan and make him the department manager. It's crazy. This world is crazy. The director was shocked by the news and was incoherent. He had worked so hard for so long, running around to build relationships and having a certain background, before he could take the position of director of Shangyun Group. As a result, as long as Yi Ichuan was willing, he could become a department manager, and a department manager of Jiang Group. You wait. The director knew that now was not the time to go against Yi Ichuan. If they continue to target Yi Ichuan and prevent him from submitting the advertisement smoothly, they will leave a bad impression on Director Lin and even the subsequent plans will not be able to proceed. I'll wait. Yi Ichuan said calmly. They were just a few rotten fish and shrimps. In the past, Yi Ichuan might have taken a step back, but now it can be considered that he has a good temper if he doesn't kill the other party at his convenience. I just don't have time to mess around with you guys now. Don't provoke me again, otherwise, there will be consequences that I don't think you will want to see. Yi Ichuan walked towards Lin Anlin's direction. Wang Meng was gritting his teeth beside him. Although he was eager to make a move, he became timid when he thought of Yi Ichuan's terrifying fighting power just now. The director and Wang Jinshan looked at Yi Ichuan's departing back with vicious eyes, as if some conspiracy was quickly forming in their minds. In just a moment, Yi Ichuan caught up with Lin Anlin. Mr. Lin. Yi Ichuan walked to Lin Anlin and said in a low voice. Lin Anlin was shocked, and then felt great joy. She originally thought that Yi Ichuan would not come today and was full of disappointment in Yi Ichuan. But the moment Yi Ichuan appeared, all the dissatisfaction and worries disappeared. You're finally here. Lin Anlin said in a coquettish tone, which gave the impression of a young wife mocking her husband who comes home late. Yi Ichuan smiled innocently, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, saying, I was blocked by a few clowns, so I'm late. I'm glad you can come. Lin Anlin said with a smile. She certainly knew what Yi Ichuan meant by the clown blocking the road. This was one of the reasons why she was worried before. Now it seems that Yi Ichuan has been completely resolved, otherwise he would not have the chance to stand in front of her. Mr. Lin, this is what you want. Yi Ichuan took out a USB drive and handed it to Lin Anlin. Lin Anlin took the USB drive and didn't even look at it twice. Instead, he looked Yi Ichuan up and down. Only after confirming that he was indeed fine did he feel relieved. Director Lin, who is this? Beside Lin Anlin, several leaders of the provincial TV station and senior executives from other companies who accompanied them were a little curious. This handsome young man seems to have a special relationship with Lin Anlin. I forgot to introduce him to you all. This is Yi Ichuan from my company, an employee of the planning department. This public service advertisement is his work. Lin Anlin introduced. Several leaders nearby were a little confused. Just introduce it, but what's with this rather proud tone? She looked like a young wife introducing her perfect husband. Yi Ichuan felt a little embarrassed. The scrutinizing looks from these old guys made him feel very uncomfortable, but he was too embarrassed to show it. Firstly, they had no ill intentions at all and were just out of curiosity. Secondly, they were the leaders of the provincial station and their decision was related to whether his system mission could be completed successfully this time. He could only let these people look at him. Well, Mr. Lin, you guys chat first. I was in a hurry to go out this morning and haven't had breakfast yet. I'll go eat something first. Yi Ichuan was stared at for a long time and really couldn't stand the gazes of these old men. If it was a pretty girl, he could barely accept it, but the key point was that almost all of the people present were old men who were more than a head older than him. The round forehead in the middle of their heads was more typical than the Mediterranean Sea, and the reflected light was enough to blind his eyes. This is a bit unbearable. Are you hungry? Lin Anlin smiled playfully and said, wait for me here for a while. I'll get you something. You can chat with the leaders. In an instant, a strange light flashed in the eyes of all the leaders. What is the relationship between these two people? Just as Yi Ichuan was about to stop her, Lin Anlin had already left quickly. Judging from her brisk steps, she was obviously in a good mood. Hello, leader. Yi Ichuan raised his hand and gave a standard salute followed by a crisp marching step. Several leaders were all stunned. They had never seen anyone greet someone in this way. Afterwards, the leaders looked at each other, all of them were happy and laughed heartily. One of them even said directly, this young man is interesting and rare. Given their status, except for a very few young people, they are all very respectful when they see them, and dare not even breathe, which is very boring. As for the very few, they are the children of noble families who can be on equal footing with them at a very young age, and even have to ask them to please them. They are usually meticulous and equally boring. But Yi Ichuan's eccentricity actually made them interested. Chapter 20 An Unexpected Event. Not far away, the director and Wang Jinshan were looking at this side with fierce eyes. This kid is really good. He made these leaders laugh so hard within just 1 minute of meeting them. Mr. Lin left suddenly. Why did he go? The director looked in the direction where Lin Anlin left and muttered softly. Wang Jinshan shook his head and said, I don't know. However, they soon found out where Lin Anlin was going. Lin Anlin was holding a small plate with a few pastries on it. Then they saw an extremely incredible scene. The chairman of the Shangyun Group actually personally brought food to a small employee, and a newcomer at that. Seeing Lin Anlin handing the small plate to Yi Ichuan didn't hesitate and took it and started eating. The director and Wang Jinshan looked at each other and said in unison, am I dazzled? How is this possible? Wang Jinshan thought it was absolutely ridiculous. It was unheard of for a chairman to run errands for employees. On Yi Ichuan's side, Lin Anlin also noticed Wang Jinshan and the others when he went to get the pastries. He glanced over and saw them with their jaws dropped in surprise. Yi Ichuan followed Lin Anlin's gaze and saw the funny expressions of Wang Jinshan and the director. He raised his eyebrows provocatively. The time is up. A leader suddenly said, and the watch he was holding just made a crisp reminder sound. Soft and soothing music began to play, coming from everywhere. Let's go. Lin Anlin called Yi Ichuan to follow. The leadership team and other company executives headed to the main hall. Yi Ichuan also followed Lin Anlin and walked towards the main hall. After entering the main hall, the first thing you see is a huge screen, and then the public service advertisements submitted by various companies will be projected onto this screen. Lin Anlin took Yi Ichuan to sit in the front row. The rest of the people also sat in their respective seats. The real show has begun. A host in formal attire walked up to the stage. He was the host with the highest ratings and the most popularity on the provincial TV station. He reintroduced the purpose of this banquet to everyone present and then stepped down from the stage. Contributions from various companies began to appear on the screen. As time passed, the public service advertisements submitted by the other 6 companies have all been broadcast. Many senior executives in the main hall were quietly commenting on the public service announcement that had been aired with the people around them. The reviews have their merits, but none of them have reached the level of being broadcast on provincial TV stations. To put it simply, they are all okay, but not good enough. Next it is Shangyun Group's turn. Even Yi Ichuan couldn't help but sit up straight. However, what he and Lin Anlin did not expect was that the image that began to slide on the screen was not the public service advertisement created by Yi Ichuan. The host's voice also sounded, the next one to be played is the submission from Shangyun Group. The creator is Mr. Wang Meng from the planning department of Shangyun Group. Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin looked towards where Wang Meng was. Wang Meng sat next to Wang Jinshan and the director, and the three of them smiled proudly at this time. Lin Anlin understood instantly that all this was caused by them. Lin Anlin took out his cell phone and sent several messages in succession. The public service advertisement contributed by Wang Meng has been played. There was silence for a moment, followed by a wave of applause. The ad that just played is much better than the previous 6. Even each one had to admit that this advertisement was indeed good. If he did not have the help of the system, Wang Meng would probably have been the final winner. However, he also knew that with Wang Meng's level, it was impossible for him to produce such an advertisement on his own. He looked towards Wang Meng. At this time, they had completely discarded their masks and revealed smug smiles. Wang Meng even stretched out his hand and gave each one a thumbs up, then turned around and pointed downward fiercely. Even though there was a certain distance between them, each one could still see that their lip movements were constantly mocking him. The look of a villain who has succeeded is extremely disastrous. At this time, Anlin finally understood everything. He had received news before that there were people inside the company who wanted to harm the company, and it was these 3 who were the leader. Her face looked a little ugly, but with so many people around, she couldn't get angry. After all, they were all still members of Shang Yun Group. If a fight broke out on the spot, it would be Shang Yun Group that would lose face, as well as Anlin's. The host walked onto the stage, smiled and looked at the crowd below, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the public service advertisements submitted by the 7 companies have all been played. After discussion by the provincial TV station leaders, the final shortlisted company selected by the provincial TV station is?" He deliberately dragged out his voice and was about to announce the final winner when suddenly a staff member walked up to the podium and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Meng, who was waiting for the host to announce the final victory, looked at the host expectantly and kept urging him in a low voice, "Get out. Let him announce the result quickly." However, when the host opened his mouth, Wang Meng was like being struck by lightning and stood there stunned like a wooden chicken. Not only him, but also Wang Jinshan and the director were stunned. The host smiled while holding the microphone and said, "Everyone, Shang Yun Group is really full of talents and surprises. They have already given us such an excellent work, but they are still not satisfied and asked us to play another work. According to Ms. Lin, the chairman of Shang Yun Group, this is a temporary work, and it is guaranteed to be better than the one just played." There was an uproar at the scene. The public service advertisement that had just been played had already shocked them greatly, and now Shang Yun Group actually said that it had an even better one to come up with. For a moment, the anticipation for the next advertisement instantly melted the shock I had just felt. The advertisement that had originally attracted so much attention seemed to have been casually thrown aside and no one was discussing it anymore. Wang Meng was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Not only him, but also the director and Wang Jinshan were powerless. This was already their limit. "You are powerless to save the situation." Yi Ichuan laughed from afar. Wang Meng, who saw Yi Ichuan's lip shape clearly, felt an intense sense of frustration and collapsed on the chair like a puddle of mud. The image on the screen began to move. There is no pretentious background music. There are no fancy or showy lights. There is only an ordinary and even somewhat simple house. Then there was an equally ordinary woman, boiling water in a pot in front of an old-fashioned earthen stove that is now almost extinct. Chapter 21 Perfect. Just the opening scene is a king bomb. Almost everyone at the scene was excited. They are increasingly looking forward to what will happen next. The flames from the burning wood in the stove dyed the woman's cheeks red, and made the sweat on her face more clearly visible. The water in the pot is boiling. The woman picked up the bucket and scooped the hot water from the pot into the bucket, then added a little cold water and tested the water temperature. Just right. She carried the bucket with some difficulty and walked towards a room. "Mom, wash your feet." Just 3 simple words, like a heavy hammer, hit the hearts of everyone present. Even some ladies with shallow eye sockets had slightly red eyes. They seemed to recall some scenes from their past memories. Continue playing, the woman helps the old man wash his feet. A simple and harmonious picture. The old man raised his hand and rubbed the woman's face. "Thank you for your hard work." "Mom, it's not hard." The woman raised her hand, wiped the sweat off her wrist, and said with a smile. Outside the room, a small figure leaned his head and watched the scene. After the woman washed the old man's feet, she packed up the bucket, returned to her room, and gently tapped her shoulders, which were sore from a busy day. Just at this moment, staggering footsteps were heard outside the room. A small figure was holding a large basin of water, splashing some water from time to time. The little boy walked into the woman's room, put the basin in front of her, and said with a smile, "Mom, wash your feet." There was thunderous applause at the scene. This scene made many people's hair stand on end and they got goosebumps. This kind of public service advertisement that allows the audience to fully immerse themselves in the story is something that not only the provincial TV stations, but even the central TV stations may not be able to produce. Parents are the best teachers for their children. The narration's voice sounded just right, pushing the original climax to a higher level. In an instant, the whole audience stood up and applauded thunderously. Each one saw Lin Anlin covering his mouth with tears in his eyes. On Wang Meng's side, including himself, Wang Jinshan, the director, and Wang Meng, all lowered their heads. Over the years, they have been obsessed with pursuing fame and fortune, but seem to have lost a lot of things that a person should have. A strong sense of frustration rose in the hearts of the three people. This no longer made them feel powerless, but made them unable to even think of fighting against it. Next to each one, Lin Anlin looked at the young man beside her with tears in her eyes. Maybe marrying a man like this is a good thing, she thought secretly in her heart. Even each one himself didn't expect that the advertisement he submitted would have such a big response, and he didn't expect that there would be another woman who wanted to make him a gigolo. If he knew, he would definitely spread his hands helplessly, and then sigh helplessly, actually, I really don't want to be a gigolo. I also want to reach the pinnacle of life through my own hard work, but my charm is too great. It's impossible to resist it. My damn charm. The commercial ended and the host walked up to the podium but didn't start speaking. There was another wave of applause that lasted for a long time. Even the well-informed and sharp-sighted leaders of the provincial TV station did not hesitate to give their applause to this public service advertisement and to the person who produced it. I need to keep a close eye on it. If the author of this ad has any new works in the future, I need to be the first to know about it. Even if I can't get his works, I need to get the details faster and more detailed than others. I have a feeling that he will make big moves in the future. A provincial TV station leader said to his subordinates, it's like a dragon emerging from the water, encountering wind and rain, and seeing the wider sky, transforming into a true dragon that soars into the sky. He will not be willing to remain silent any longer. Each one didn't say anything and enjoyed the applause from the hundreds of people at the scene. He didn't say anything, but to Wang Meng and others, it seemed as if he had said everything. That condescending attitude was a complete disregard for them, not even contempt, because in each one's eyes, they were not even worthy of a glance, and were completely ignored. We lost. Wang Jinshan lowered his head, suddenly confused. He had planned for so long, but everything collapsed because of each one who suddenly showed up. Their lives will be difficult from now on. Having offended Lin Anlin, they will no longer be able to survive in Shangyun. Moreover, the expected effect has not been achieved, and the people behind them are probably unwilling to take them in anymore. Just as each one said, he disdains to fight with them, because once he exerts his strength, they will not even be qualified to fight with each one. This huge banquet has become a stage that belongs to him alone. Wang Meng murmured absent-mindedly. The applause gradually died down, and the host was still smiling, but now his smile was more sincere. He took the microphone and began to announce the final result. Shangyun Group is really full of surprises. I believe everyone will be very touched after watching such excellent works. Many people nodded. He smiled and said, so, I believe everyone has no objection to the final result. There was no objection, even Wang Meng agreed with the final result, although he was unwilling to see it. The final shortlisted work is Washing Mother's Feet by Mr. Yichuan from Shangyun Group. After another round of applause, Yichuan stood up, walked to the podium, and bowed deeply to everyone below. The host handed him the microphone and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, please say a few words. Yichuan smiled slightly, looked at Lin Anlin under the podium, and said, actually, there's nothing much to say. I can produce such a good work thanks to the cultivation of the company, especially the chairman, Ms. Lin. She appoints people based on their merits and did not look down on me because I was just a grassroots employee. Instead, she provided me with a lot of resources to allow me to produce such a work. If there were no company and no chairman, no matter how good my idea was, I would not be able to present it to everyone. He returned the microphone to the host, indicating that he had finished speaking. There was a wave of applause. Everyone present was deeply impressed by Shangyun Group and its chairman. Lin Anlin himself did not expect that Yichuan would say such words on the podium. However, in front of so many people, Yichuan did not take all the credit. Instead, he vigorously promoted Shangyun Group to everyone. Wasn't it all for her? Lin Anlin felt warm in his heart, looking at the young man on the stage, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. The banquet ended here and everyone left one after another. Even the 6 companies whose works were not selected did not feel resentful at all. If you are defeated by someone of similar level, you might think that the other party just got lucky and even feel unwilling to accept the defeat. I was overwhelmed by Yi Ichuan's work, which was on a completely different level. I felt nothing but admiration, and the joy and pride of being able to see such a work with my own eyes. Chapter 22 3 million received. The advertisement washing mother's feet created by Yi Ichuan will be broadcast on the provincial TV station the next day. This also means that he has completed the system's mission. Yi Ichuan was in a good mood and left humming a little tune. Lin Anlin still has some things to hand over to the provincial TV station. At this point, Wang Meng and others no longer dared to show up in front of Yi Ichuan. They did not do a good job this time and also offended Lin Anlin. From now on, they are abandoned pieces, and abandoned pieces will have no chance to appear on the chessboard again. Yi Ichuan walked out of the hotel building, looked at the bright sunshine outside, stretched comfortably, and couldn't help humming. 3 million. 3 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. He muttered to himself quietly. At this time, the system's voice also sounded at the right time. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, leading the filming of the advertising script provided by this system. Reward, 3 million in cash and Lin Anlin's appreciation. Yi Ichuan chuckled and his phone vibrated. He knew that the money had arrived. How should I spend this money? He now looked like a nouveau riche whose house was suddenly demolished. Buy a villa? No, villas are too expensive. This amount of money is not even enough to buy a balcony. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Buy a luxury car? No way. I haven't even passed the driving test yet. Besides, there is a subway station 200 meters away from home. It's much more convenient than driving and there's no need to get stuck in traffic. He listed several options for spending money, but he eventually gave them up. None of them are suitable. It was not until this time that Yi Ichuan suddenly realized that his world was still too small. Even if he had a large sum of money, he didn't know how to spend it. Forget it. It seems that this is my fate. I won't be lucky enough to enjoy these 3 million. Yi Ichuan sighed and joked. In the end, he decided to take the 3 million back to his hometown to improve the lives of his parents. It wasn't easy for them to support me in the beginning. Now that I'm rich, I can repay them well. Yi Ichuan nodded secretly. He didn't know if it was because of the public service advertisement he made just now, but he felt a little touched. Just as he was daydreaming, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who would call me at this hour? Yi Ichuan took out his cell phone and the caller was Lin Anlin. Hello, Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? Ichuan, where are you now? Lin Anlin's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. After all, this advertisement brings not only the remuneration from the provincial TV station, but also the goodwill of the provincial TV station. In the future, if there is publicity through the provincial TV station or any other things, it will have a certain priority. This can be regarded as completely relying on the provincial TV station. I'm at the hotel entrance. Yi Ichuan replied. Okay, wait for me there for a while. You've helped me so much this time, I want to repay you well. Lin Anlin said with a smile. Yi Ichuan's old face turned red. Is this reward serious? On the other end of the phone, Lin Anlin was slightly stunned, then reacted, a blush covering her beautiful cheeks. What are you thinking about? I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Anlin said angrily. Yi Ichuan smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ichuan waited boredly on the side of the road in front of the hotel. Buzz boom boom boom. The roar of engines that resounded through the sky came from the hotel's underground parking lot. Even though it was still a long distance away, the exhaust sound like the roar of a wild beast was still deafening. Yi Ichuan looked towards the exit of the underground parking lot curiously. A charming purple sports car drove out. Although Yi Ichuan doesn't have a driver's license, he knows the dreams of this kind of man very well. He recognized the model of the sports car at a glance. McLaren 720s, awesome. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but sigh. The 3 million I earned after spending so much time and effort is not enough to buy someone else's car. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. However, there was no sign of frustration in his tone. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit, because he understood that just because he couldn't afford a car now, it didn't mean he wouldn't be able to afford it in the future. He was just like Xiangyu, who saw Emperor Qin Shi Huang riding in a carriage in Xianying thousands of years ago, except that he said he can replace him. However, what he didn't expect was that this particularly eye-catching sports car actually stopped in front of him, and then the window rolled down, revealing Lin Anlin's stunning profile. "Handsome guy, are you alone?" Lin Anlin was possessed by the spirit of acting, looking straight ahead without looking away, just like the handsome male protagonist in a soap opera who arouses the heart of the heroine. But why is it the other way around when it comes to my gender? Each one felt a little toothache. Am I really only fit to be a gigolo in this life? Yes, I'm alone. Do you want to date a beautiful lady? Each one didn't play by the rules at all. If it were a soap opera, he would be too shy to look up and speak, with his face red as if he were an apple, so that the hero's handsomeness and wealth could be shown. Lin Anlin was also confused. The lines he had been thinking about for a long time in the underground parking lot were all stuck in his throat and he didn't know how to say them. Each one laughed and walked over to open the passenger door. However, he overestimated himself. He could recognize what kind of car it was, but he had never seen a real car before and didn't even know where the door handles were. Lin Anlin did not help him out, but just watched silently from the driver's seat, angrily saying in his heart, "You're a hooligan. You deserve it." Seeing that the crowd that had been attracted by the sports car were now all looking at him, even each one, who had a thick skin, couldn't stand it. He whispered, "Director Lin, I was wrong. Open the door and let me get in. With so many people watching me, I feel like I'm no different than a monkey in the zoo." Lin Anlin raised his chin proudly and reached out to open the passenger door. The particularly eye-catching butterfly door flips upwards like a dancing butterfly flapping its wings. Each one got in the car and took a deep breath. Ah, the smell of money. He sighed with a long sigh. "You like it?" Lin Anlin winked at him. "Do you want me to give it to you? Is there such a good thing?" Each one sat up straight. Although he had given up the idea of buying a nice car just now, who would not want one if it was given for free? "Just call me Auntie and I'll take you there," Lin Anlin said with a smile. Each one was suddenly shocked. "Aunt? Isn't this a bit intimate? Something is wrong. Why is she so proactive all of a sudden?" He thought of the system's prompt just now. It seemed that after completing the task this time, the reward would also include Lin Anlin's appreciation. Could it be that Lin Anlin had always had a good impression of him, and after the system's reward, she fell in love with him directly? Chapter 23, Taking You Home. Each one looked at Lin Anlin carefully. At this time, he did not call his wife jokingly as he did before. Because he knew that Lin Anlin's seemingly joking words might hide his true feelings. Sometimes, the words you say come with a lot of responsibility. "It's a pity that I can't drive, otherwise I would have called." Each one did not refuse directly, but found an excuse to fool him. Lin Anlin didn't care, or perhaps she didn't even know it herself. This was probably because in the eyes of the beholder, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Whatever each one did was right. "Fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving. I'll treat you to a meal." Lin Anlin stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the car sounded simultaneously. Each one felt that he was not in a car, but on an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Inertia pressed him firmly into the seat, and the powerful push on his back brought by the vehicle's acceleration was like a bull pushing against him from behind. "Awesome!" Each one couldn't help but yell. "There's something even more exciting!" Lin Anlin also shouted without caring about his own identity. She just pushed a button and the roof of the car made a slight sound. Then, each one saw the roof of the sports car lifted up and tucked into the rear of the car. Convertible. Each one became even more excited. A violent wind howled overhead and the sun was shining brightly outside. Each one felt that this was what a fucking life was. Each one. Because of the convertible top and the fast speed of the car, Lin Anlin had to speak loudly, otherwise he would be drowned out by the wind. "What's wrong, wife?" Each one also replied loudly. "Thank you. You're welcome. After you return to the company, you will take over Lao Lu's position as the manager of the planning department. Lao Lu has been working for so many years, so it's just right to arrange for him to be promoted." Lin Anlin said loudly, "In fact, I want to give you a better position, but the company is not just my company, and this is the limit of what I can give you. The company will give you a lot of rewards. I will try to get more for you because the results this time are so good. Our Shang Yun group will be famous throughout the province in the future." Each one smiled slightly. "No need, Director Lin, I've been fired and I'm no longer a member of the company." "Humph. Each one, don't you take me, the chairman, seriously? I said you will be a department manager in the future, and you will be a department manager in the future. Lin Anlin said coquettishly. Yi each one covered his face. Oh God, if I am destined to be a gigolo, then please give me more gigolos. Lin Anlin was sitting in the driver's seat and was amused by Yi each one's words, laughing so hard that he was shaking with laughter. The car slowed down gradually. Yi each one looked at the familiar environment outside and asked, "What is this?" "Come to my house," Lin Anlin said with a smile. That is right, this is where Lin Anlin lives, and it is only separated from the community where Yi each one lives by a wall. Last time, I got drunk at his house and then got the certificate. Now I have to go to her house, and then. Yi each one's eyes widened. Director Lin, isn't this progress a little too fast? I'm not prepared at all. Lin Anlin rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? Just eating. Don't act like a hooligan. Yi each one nodded quickly, but only he knew whether he agreed or not. The car drove into the garage of the villa, and Yi each one and Lin Anlin got out of the car. Mr. Lin, is there anyone at your home? When it really came to this point, Yi each one became a little timid. Although he is very confident in himself and knows that he will definitely achieve great things in the future, he would still be very nervous if he were to face the legendary mother-in-law now. There's no one here, but don't think about doing anything rash. Lin Anlin reminded again. Yi each one made so many promises that he almost swore to the heavens. They walked into the villa. The huge living room once again refreshed Yi each one's understanding of the word rich. Wow, half of the living room is bigger than my house, he exclaimed. Lin Anlin took Yi each one to walk around the villa and finally came to the basement. Look, my collection. Lin Anlin pushed open the sealed door and walked in with Yi each one. All you see is wine, all kinds of wine. On the wine racks are red wines packed in old wooden barrels, and on the wine cabinets are bottles of wines that are either luxurious or simple. Yi each one smacked his lips. Are these all your collections? Lin Anlin nodded. Both of them are drinkers, otherwise there wouldn't have been that clever encounter at the beginning, and they wouldn't have become husband and wife directly. But I have collected too much, and I'm afraid I can't finish it all by myself, so. She looked at Yi each one, and her meaning was obvious. When Yi each one heard this, his eyes lit up. Leave it to me, I will make sure you drink it all up. In return, I'll cook tonight and let you taste my cooking, he said, patting his chest. Lin Anlin smiled slightly and said in a particularly good mood, okay, don't let me down. After saying that, she started to walk out, and Yi each one had no choice but to follow her, reluctantly walking out of the wine cellar. Coming to the kitchen, Yi each one opened the refrigerator, which was bigger than his bed. Wow. He was shocked when he saw the fresh ingredients inside. Someone will deliver these ingredients every day and replace the old ones with fresh ones, said Lin Anlin. Yi each one nodded. What do you want to eat? Just order whatever you want. Don't worry about me not knowing how to cook. Seeing Yi each one's confident look, Lin Anlin couldn't help but sneer. Then I want to eat a full banquet. Yi each one was depressed. Auntie, let's pick some dishes that people can cook. Didn't you say we can just order whatever dishes we want? Lin Anlin laughed, and was in a good mood looking at Yi each one's embarrassed look. I was wrong. Let's order some normal dishes. Yi each one didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Lin Anlin randomly named a few dishes, all of which were relatively common dishes, and this time Yi each one could still cook what she mentioned. Start cooking. Lin Anlin was helping him on the side and even joked that he was the assistant of a top chef. The two of them prepared all the dishes and served them to the table while laughing and joking. I'm starting. Yi each one raised his glass and drank the craft beer in the quilt in one gulp. Great. He closed his eyes with satisfaction, savoring the aftertaste of the bitter and sweet experience, and then he burped loudly. Lin Anlin was not in a hurry to drink. She put a piece of fried goose liver into her mouth and chewed it gently. Delicious. To her surprise, Yi each one's cooking skills were just as great as he boasted. Yi each one laughed. Of course, with a husband like me, you'd better be careful not to gain weight in the future. Lin Anlin rolled his eyes again, raised his glass, and the two clinked glasses. Cheers. Cheers. Outside the window, the street lights on the roadside lit up one by one, the sun set below the horizon, and the bright moonlight filled the earth. It's night. Chapter 24. I'm here. Yi each one drank glass after glass of wine, accepting both red and white beer. What's more, the treasures in Lin Anlin's wine cellar were all top quality and he couldn't stop drooling. For a wine lover, this is heaven. What do you think? Would you like to consider becoming my husband? All these wines are yours. Lin Anlin said with a slightly red face and a dazed look in her eyes. Yi Ichuan suddenly thought of the words that popped up in his mind at the hotel entrance. He can take his place. Now it seems that she should be married and replaced. As long as he marries Lin Anlin, the sports car, fine wine, and auspicious clouds will all be his from now on. Isn't this what a man pursues throughout his life? Luxury cars, fine wine, fame, wealth, and a woman who loves him. Mr. Lin, you've drunk too much. Yi Ichuan still did not respond at this time. Who knew that as soon as he said this, Lin Anlin suddenly burst into tears, tears slowly sliding down her cheeks. Yi Ichuan panicked on the spot. It shouldn't be that serious. I just cherish women of your level so much that I don't dare to speak carelessly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Ichuan stood up in a panic and came to her side. Lin Anlin cried even harder, with tears in her eyes. She looked a little more delicate, unlike the domineering female CEO she used to be. Yi Ichuan sat beside her, looking at her helplessly. Yi Ichuan had never seen a girl cry in front of him in his life, so he really had no experience at all. Just when he was thinking about how to comfort her next, Lin Anlin threw himself on him and snuggled tightly in his arms. Yi Ichuan was a little dazed by this sudden hug. When he reacted, the first thing he felt was not how Lin Anlin was crying. It was the special touch in his arms, two large soft lumps of flesh rubbing up and down against him, as the body trembled from crying. Yi Ichuan was overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the abnormal emotions in his heart, and forced himself to recall the faces of famous women such as Ruhua, Fengjie, Dongshi, etc. in his mind, suppressing his inner restlessness. Lin Anlin, he said gently, holding her gently in his arms. Lin Anlin did not answer him, but continued to let her tears flow in his arms. Okay, don't cry. As if coaxing a child, Yi Ichuan coaxed the beauty in his arms with a gentle tone. It was a long time before Lin Anlin stopped crying. However, after crying for so long, her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked extremely pitiful. Yi Ichuan felt bad and was almost in danger of having a headache again. Fortunately, I have inherited the true teachings of Liu Xiaohui, so I can remain calm even when a beautiful woman sits on my lap. He boasted shamelessly in his heart. Lin Anlin threw herself into Yi Ichuan's arms and began to tell him about her experience. The Lin family is not an unknown small family. On the contrary, although it is not as famous as the Zhang family and other aristocratic families, it is also something that ordinary people can achieve. After so many years of development, several generations of the Lin family have already accumulated a considerable fortune. However, the culture of favoring boys over girls is very serious in the family, and it has not changed even in this era. Lin Anlin, as a member of the younger generation of the family, is extremely capable and intelligent. It can be said that she is the best one of her generation. It's a pity that she is a girl. Even though she was the best one, she still didn't get the attention of the family. In fact, she was suppressed by the family because she was too outstanding. The family didn't want her to bring too much pressure to other children, nor did they want to see her grow up. Because once she grows up, what if she wants to take over the family property? Those can only be passed down to male descendants. Not only did the family not help Lin Anlin, they even placed a number of people in Shangyun to hinder her. Lin Anlin was helpless. No matter how capable she was, she had no way to fight against a family that had accumulated power for nearly 100 years. What's more, this family knew her very well. She could only let these termites sent by the tribe suck Shangyun's blood. If she didn't have enough ability, if she were an ordinary person, Shangyun would have gone bankrupt long ago. Yi Ichuan listened to her quietly, but felt a little confused. What era is this and how can people still be so biased towards boys? For Shangyun to have come this far is like walking a tightrope over an abyss. If they are not careful even a little, the whole thing will collapse. It's not just the people sent by the clan, the other investors are not easy to deal with either. They join forces, and even though Lin Anlin is the nominal leader, he has no way to fight against them. She felt like she was climbing a cliff carrying a heavy burden on her back. She had to bear all the pain and hardship by herself and there was no room for error. Because once something goes wrong, you will fall badly, without even the chance or hope of getting up. After walking on thin ice for so long, the pressure is like a mountain, getting thicker and thicker. And now, it seemed that because Yi Ichuan was the only one there, the pressure in her heart, like a huge rock, fell to the ground with a bang. The emotional catharsis made her tears flow uncontrollably. Because of her special feelings for Yi Ichuan, she let go of her pretending to be strong in front of Yi Ichuan.
Yes, no matter how outstanding she is still just a girl after all.
It's been so long, you must be very tired. Yi each one gently stroked Lin Anlin's hair and hugged her tightly. Yeah. Lin Anlin nodded slightly.
Yi each one was about to speak when the system's voice rang out. Ding, the God-level selection system detects that the host is facing a choice and provides the following options.
Choice 1, don't care and let Lin Anlin face the pressure of the family alone. Reward, 10-cent commemorative coin.
Option 2, help Lin Anlin gain 100% control over Shang Yun Group. Reward, 30 million in cash, a random gift package, and a villa in Tianfu Villa District.
Hiss. Yi each one couldn't help but take a breath.
This time, the reward seems to be a bit cruel. Not to mention the 30 million in cash, the Tianfu Villa District is the best villa district in Xinjiang, or even in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers.
The cheapest villa costs 2 or 300 million.
There is also a random gift package.
Although I don't know what's in it, how can the things given by the system be bad?
Based on past experience, the system is still very reliable, which means that what can be obtained from this so-called random gift package will definitely exceed Yi each one's expectations.
Why hesitate?
Yi each one made his choice immediately.
It's not about the villa or not.
It's mainly because I don't want to see my wife suffer too much.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi each one patted Lin Anlin's back gently and whispered in her ear. I will help you.
Yi each one said with an unquestionable tone, trust me.
Chapter 25, which girl doesn't have love in her heart?
Yi each one's tone was so serious, as if he really had the ability to do what he said. However, Lin Anlin has been in this environment for so long, she knows very well how difficult it is to do so.
Not to mention the pressure from the Lin family, those investors alone are no easy task.
Perhaps if they were alone, Lin Anlin could deal with it easily, but when they join forces, even Lin Anlin could only ensure that his own boat would not be destroyed.
That's all. However, this sentence is enough. She felt warm inside. Thank you. Lin Anlin whispered.
Yi each one suddenly smiled frivolously, we are all family, why are you saying thank you?
If you really want to thank me, shouldn't you give me some sincere reward? Lin Anlin was stunned. What reward?
She remembered Yi each one's nasty laugh again, and suddenly realized, asshole. The beauty cursed angrily and punched Yi each one on the chest with her little pink fist. The force was not strong, but Yi each one was like a movie star possessed. He let out a strange cry, covered his chest and fell straight down. He saw Yi each one fall straight down after being hit by his punch, and he and the chair fell to the ground in all directions.
Lin Anlin was stunned, are you okay? She quickly squatted down and tried to pull Yi each one up.
Who knew that Yi each one suddenly jumped up and grabbed Lin Anlin into his arms?
It's late at night, it's time to exercise, especially waist exercises, which should not be neglected. Lin Anlin was startled.
The sudden close contact made her a little flustered. Even though she had just thrown herself into Yi each one's arms, that was just now. Now that she had finished speaking the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart, she had long since awakened.
What are you doing? Lin Anlin stretched out his hand and tried to push Yi each one away.
But Yi each one was originally a strong young man, and his physical fitness had been enhanced by the system before.
Not to mention Lin Anlin alone, even if there were 10 more people, they couldn't push him away. Okay. Yi each one laughed.
But he also knew his limits. After taking advantage, he ran away and let go of Lin Anlin.
Yi each one knew that now was not the time to force his way into her.
If he really did force himself on her, he would never be able to get Lin Anlin's forgiveness again. Lin Anlin retreated a long distance in shock, staring at Yi each one vigilantly. He thought it was a good thing. If it was a little later, maybe people would not have been alert and would have called the police directly.
Stop making trouble, stop making trouble. But you are my wife and you won't even let me hug you.
You are so stingy.
Yi each one muttered. Lin Anlin immediately retorted, who is your wife?
It was just the blush on her face that reflected her true thoughts. Although he said it was tough, he wasn't really resistant in his heart. He just felt it was happening too fast.
Then should I take out the marriage certificate and have a look?
The person who registered his marriage with me seems to be called Lin Anlin, and what a coincidence, he looks exactly like you.
Yi each one said with a sly smile. Rogue. Lin Anlin spat. The farce ended, and Yi each one began to concentrate on eating the delicious food on the table.
Seeing him eating with relish, Lin Anlin's appetite was also aroused. The two of them drank madly again, eating up all the dishes on the table, and leaving dozens of wine bottles on the floor.
Long after the sun had set the next day, in the master bedroom of Lin Anlin's villa.
On that big, soft and comfortable bed, two figures were entangled together. Lin Anlin's long eyelashes moved and she opened her eyes. Then she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. She was actually lying in a man's arms, and the key point was that the man was not wearing any clothes. Looking at his muscular body, his long arms were like a pillow behind his head. There were 8 abdominal muscles on his well-proportioned and toned torso that looked like marble sculptures.
Lin Anlin couldn't help swallowing.
Every girl has love in her heart, even those from wealthy families are no exception. What's more, she is not a girl from a wealthy family, but a female president. Seeing this scene that looked like a pornographic picture, Lin Anlin was stunned. But she woke up immediately. Because she saw a familiar face.
Yi Ichuan. Because Lin Anlin stood up, Yi Ichuan also woke up slowly.
When he was about to wake up, Yi Ichuan gradually woke up.
Ah!
Yi Ichuan swore that this was the sharpest and most piercing sound he had ever heard. Even when he was riding a high-speed train in the past and heard the trains whistle up close at the high-speed train station, it was not as exciting as this scream.
He woke up instantly and jumped up from the bed. What the hell? The Japanese invaded the village? Why are the air raid sirens going off?
Yi Ichuan looked around blankly, a typical example of a person whose body was awake but whose soul was still dreaming. Lin Anlin just looked at the man in front of him who was only wearing a pair of shorts and kept looking left and right in front of him. Then Yi Ichuan heard the second loudest scream he had ever heard in his life. Yi Ichuan woke up completely and saw Lin Anlin screaming with her eyes covered.
What's going on? Yi Ichuan himself was confused. Rogue.
Lin Anlin covered his eyes with one hand, picked up a pillow with the other hand and waved it in front of him. Yi Ichuan quickly jumped out of bed and put on his pants.
Why am I sleeping in your bed? Yi Ichuan was confused. But now Lin Anlin's face is as red as a ripe apple. What's going on?
After Yi Ichuan put on his clothes, he ran out of the bedroom and heard a voice coming in from outside. After Lin Anlin was sure that Yi Ichuan was no longer inside, he opened his eyes and put on all the clothes that he had casually thrown on the side of the bed.
How should I know? Lin Anlin shouted angrily.
This was different from what she had imagined. In her original expectation, this kind of thing would only happen after she married a good enough man.
Result?
However, as she gradually calmed down, she found that there was nothing abnormal about herself, which meant that nothing happened last night.
If they slept in the same bed and she woke up drooling over Yi Ichuan's body, it wouldn't count.
Of course, this kind of thing must be kept in my heart and Yi Ichuan must not be allowed to know about it, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Well, wife, take a shower first, I'll make breakfast for you. Yi Ichuan's voice came from outside the room.
Lin Anlin walked into the bathroom with her clothes for change, and suddenly felt that if it was Yi Ichuan, it would not be bad. Chapter 26 A Group of Fence-Sitters.
After Lin Anlin finished washing up and came to the restaurant, she saw the white and tender fried eggs and bacon on the table, as well as a large cup of hot milk.
Although it was simple, it was obvious that Yi Ichuan put a lot of effort into it.
Well, you eat first. I need to take a shower.
I reek of alcohol.
Yi Ichuan scratched the back of his head. Although he said this, he had no intention of moving at all.
What?
Lin Anlin saw him staring at her without blinking, and felt a little uneasy.
It's okay. My wife is just so beautiful.
She's beautiful even without makeup. She's as beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water.
How can there be such a beautiful little beauty in the world? Yi Ichuan was almost drooling.
I have to say that Lin Anlin, who had just taken a shower, did have a different charm, with half-dry hair draped behind her and a pleasant scent on her body. The little homely skirt fits the body very well, and the key points are clearly highlighted. Moreover, because the moisture on her body had not completely dried out, she was steaming like a fairy.
Roll. Yi Ichuan immediately slipped away.
After a simple breakfast, the two came out of the villa.
Lin Anlin drove his other GT sports car and took Yi Ichuan to Shanyun Group.
When I arrived at the company, it was already past 10 o'clock.
Yi Ichuan got out of the car, secretly feeling happy.
It felt so good to be late in front of the boss. And the boss is late because of me, which makes it even better.
Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin separated and took the elevator to the planning department. After the elevator door opened, Yi Ichuan walked out and headed towards the planning department. Everyone in the planning department noticed the movement outside and looked towards the door. Yi Ichuan walked in from outside. The planning department fell silent. Yi Ichuan was too lazy to care about them and walked towards the manager's office.
At this time, a colleague wearing glasses came over with a flattering smile on his face. They all knew very well that with such achievements, Yi Ichuan would be a popular figure in front of the boss in the future. Even if he did not get promoted, he would still have a lot of say in Anlin's opinion. The group of people who had mocked Yi Ichuan before all had gloomy faces and did not dare to look up at Yi Ichuan. They were afraid that if they were a little too high profile, Yi Ichuan would pick them out and crush them like an ant. Brother Yi, now that you're here, I was wrong about what happened before. I failed to recognize the great man. It's all Wang Meng's fault. He was the one who stirred up our emotions and made us go against you.
The man with glasses skillfully put the blame on Wang Meng. In fact, Wang Meng's instigation was indeed partly the reason, but if it weren't for their own jealousy of Yi Ichuan, how could they have been so sarcastic towards Yi Ichuan? Yi Ichuan didn't care.
They were just small characters. He was just venting his emotions with his mouth.
What else could he do? Do we have to ask the entire planning department to leave?
Not to mention whether Anlin would agree or not, none of the other investors would agree.
Moreover, the planning department is also a very important department of the company.
If there is no one, the company will fall into chaos, which is what Yi Ichuan does not want to see. After all, Shangyun Group is his wife's company, which is his company in the final analysis.
How could he do something that is detrimental to his own company? It's okay. As long as you admit your mistakes and correct them. Yi Ichuan waved his hand. Brother Yi, you are so broad-minded.
No wonder you could make such an advertisement that made a sensation throughout the province.
Did you know that you were reported in the provincial capital news?
The man with glasses flattered. They are all trivial matters, not worth mentioning.
Yi Ichuan said he didn't care at all.
The man with glasses continued to flatter him. That's right, for you, Brother Yi, this is definitely a trivial matter, but for us, it is a goal that we can never reach in our lifetime.
Brother Yi, you will be my idol from now on. Do you still want to print out my photos and hang them on the wall? Yi Ichuan asked back.
The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, yes, it needs to be hung on the wall and framed.
Do we have to use black and white for the photos? The man with glasses said subconsciously, yes.
No, Brother Yi, I said the wrong thing. The man with glasses realized that he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly.
It's okay. It's your business whether you regard me as an idol or not. As for the photos, forget it. I'm still young and can't afford it.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile.
Okay, go and do your own thing.
Yi Ichuan patted his shoulder with such force that he almost knocked the man with glasses to the ground. The man with glasses rubbed his shoulders, which were sore from being slapped a few times, and returned to his post with a smile on his face. On the other side, Wang Meng, who had been watching silently, also walked over.
Yo? Isn't this young Master Wang? Yi Ichuan imitated Wang Meng's tone and pretended to be shocked and said, why are you still in the company?
If it were me, I would have wanted to move to another planet after losing such a big person.
Wang Meng was stunned, and his anger suddenly flared up. However, when he thought of his current situation and Yi Ichuan's current position in the company, he suppressed his anger.
Before Wang Meng could speak, Yi Ichuan continued, oh, I almost forgot, Master Wang, you were such a big shot.
Does it matter to you whether you lose face or not? Anyway, your face is thicker than the armor on the tank.
Even armor-piercing bullets can't break it, let alone such a small matter.
Don't you agree, Master Wang? Wang Meng took a few deep breaths and once again forced himself to suppress his anger. Yi. He was about to speak.
Yi Ichuan held him down and said, Shu, during working hours, let's not chat about anything other than work. He held Wang Meng down, looked around, and said, you said that it was because he instigated you before that you didn't know the truth, right?
Right. That's him. Brother Yi, don't let him off easily. Yi Ichuan listened to the responses from many colleagues around him and looked at Wang Meng with a sneer. Wang Meng's face turned green.
He didn't expect this group of people to change their attitudes so quickly.
They were clearly mocking Yi Ichuan yesterday. Go back. Yi Ichuan pushed Wang Meng away and walked towards Manager Lu's office.
After he left and entered the manager's office, Wang Meng stood there and watched the door close. Yi Ichuan, you can be so proud now, but sooner or later I will bring disgrace upon you.
When that happens, I will make you kneel before me and lick my shoes. Wang Mang looked at the door with resentment.
As for other colleagues, they are just fence-sitters. They will follow whoever is in power.
There is no need to pay too much attention to them. In Manager Lu's office, Manager Lu was surprised to see each one coming. Chapter 27 The Dog is Coming.
Manager Lu, I miss you so much.
Each one screamed and ran over, opening his arms for a hug. Manager Lu was a little confused. What's going on? It's okay. Each one pushed Manager Lu away and sat on the chair opposite the desk. Each one, it's all thanks to you this time. Manager Lu didn't care about the hug just now.
He was so excited that he didn't even move from the chair and sat down on the desk.
You finally become famous this time. Not only you, but our entire planning department has become famous.
Manager Lu was so happy that he was incoherent. Let me tell you, our planning department's performance will surely increase in the future, and at that time, our salaries will also increase as well.
Manager Lu laughed. When it comes to one's own interests, no one is immune. Manager Lu looked at each one like a mother-in-law admiring the perfect son-in-law.
He knew very well that because of each one's contribution this time, he would have a good chance to climb up. In addition, he had always spoken for each one before, and now he had a very good relationship with each one.
If anything happened in the future, each one would definitely not stand idly by. I'm telling you, you'll be my half-brother from now on.
A close brother. Manager Lu patted each one on the shoulder and laughed. By the way, I also have a daughter.
Each one looked at Manager Lu, who was only in his 30s, and his mind was full of questions. Brother Lu, how old is your daughter?
She just turned 7 last week, so she's a little young, but I'm not saying it now. I'll let my daughter marry you in 10 years.
Each one was confused.
In 10 years or so, his and Lin Anlin's children will probably be able to fall in love at school, although if his children really do that, he will break his legs.
Forget about this, manager, let's just be brothers. We can't mess up the seniority.
Each one evaded the question. I can't call you Brother Lu and your father-in-law at the same time. Manager Lu actually thought about it very seriously for a moment, then sighed and said, that's true.
What a pity. But this time it's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I don't think anyone would be able to stop Wang Mang from gaining power in the end. But that faction and I don't get along well. When he gains power, I will definitely be the first obstacle they will clear.
Manager Lu suddenly said in a serious tone.
Each one nodded. That was true.
If Wang Mang wanted to move up, he would not be able to bypass the obstacle of Manager Lu.
But there are only so many positions in the company. We can't give Manager Lu a higher position just to support Wang Meng's promotion. If we do that, the loss will outweigh the gain. The two chatted for a while, and then Manager Lu's cell phone rang. Lu Ming from the planning department. Manager Lu answered the phone.
He listened carefully to what the person on the phone said, nodding his head continuously. Okay, got it. I'll be there right away.
What's going on? Each one asked curiously. You'll find out when you get there.
Manager Lu said with a smile, you have to go with us.
Where are you going? Each one asked. In the meeting, the management actually emphasized that you should be brought along. I guess this office will be yours from now on.
Manager Lu did not have any negative emotions.
Unlike Wang Meng's promotion, each one's promotion was Lin Anlin's idea.
He had helped each one before, and even if he didn't make any contributions this time, he had worked hard.
It is very likely that he will be promoted along with each one's promotion this time. Let's have a meeting. Each one nodded, and the two left the office. After the two of them left, discussions began to be heard in the planning department.
Wang Mang was sitting at his desk, frowning as he listened to the people around him praising each one.
These should have belonged to me.
More than 30 senior executives of the company gathered in the huge conference room. Except for some who were on business trips, all of them were present. Lin Anlin sat at the head of the conference table, looking at his many subordinates.
Thank you all for your hard work during this period.
Lin Anlin said expressionlessly. She is like this in front of outsiders, as cold as an iceberg that keeps people away. If I hadn't seen you crying like the fountain in the park, I would have been fooled by your appearance.
Each one complained silently in his heart. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the matters of the planning department with everyone. The secretary beside Lin Anlin opened the document with a projector.
Although Yi Ichuan is a new employee of the company, in view of the huge profits he has brought to the company this time, I have decided to let him replace Lu Ming as the manager of the planning department, and the former manager of the planning department, Lu Ming, will serve as the supervisor.
Lin Anlin controlled the projection and arranged a detailed interpretation.
Besides, because of Yi Ichuan's contribution this time, the company has decided to double the original 300,000 yuan reward to reward Yi Ichuan 600,000 yuan.
She looked at everyone present. Does anyone have a different opinion? Of course not.
Even if she really had some opinion about Yi Ichuan, she would not jump out at this time for the small amount of 300,000 yuan. It was obviously not a wise choice to contradict Lin Anlin for 300,000 yuan.
Even the Vice President Wang Jinshan is no exception.
Okay, then it's decided. Let's applaud and congratulate Yi Ichuan for becoming the manager of the planning department and Lu Ming for becoming the supervisor.
Lin Anlin led the applause.
There was applause in the conference room.
A personal bodyguard walks in carrying a suitcase. Everyone looked at him curiously and at the black suitcase he was carrying. Could it be? Yi Ichuan was a little excited.
The bodyguard placed the suitcase in front of Yi Ichuan without saying a word, and he opened the suitcase.
A red light, a red light.
Yi Ichuan had never seen so much cash in his life, and now it all belonged to him.
Director Lin, I have no objection to doubling the bonus, but Yi Ichuan is a newcomer after all.
He has only been in our company for 3 months, and he has already been appointed as department manager.
Isn't it a bit too fast? How will other grassroots employees view the management of us decision makers? An executive stood up and said.
Yes, Director Lin, in my opinion, doubling the reward is enough, and we can talk about promotion later.
Yi Ichuan silently looked at those who held different opinions.
Originally no one dared to speak out, but now suddenly so many people expressed opposing opinions. Obviously something special had happened. He saw Wang Jinshan sitting on Lin Anlin's right, looking at him with a sneer.
So it's you. You don't want to stand up, so you let your dogs jump out and bark, right?
Yi Ichuan looked at him with a slight smile on his face.
Chapter 28 Promotion and Salary Increase. Newcomers? If you can achieve such results when you are still rookies, I can also promote you, but has any of you done it?
Lin Anlin said in a cold tone. The powerful aura immediately caused the conference room to fall into a short period of silence.
Director Lin, in my opinion, this matter still needs long-term consideration. Don't make such a big change on impulse.
Although the department manager is a grassroots manager, he is still a manager after all.
Yi Ichuan is just a newcomer and has no experience in this area. Maybe he is just better at advertising.
The director said in a seemingly sincere tone.
Wang Jinshan also added, Yes, Director Lin, the planning department is now the most watched department in our group.
If the reputation of the planning department is damaged due to the wrong decision of some people, this is no small matter. It is a major matter related to the reputation of our entire company, Director Lin. Wang Jinshan is the deputy general manager and his say is only slightly less than Lin Anlin's. What's more, those investors did not want Lin Anlin to dominate the Shangyun Group and make Shangyun Group her one-man show, so they supported a group such as Wang Jinshan to compete with Lin Anlin. Lin Anlin looked at the people who were talking without changing his expression. After a long time, the discussions gradually died down.
I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Whether you agree or not, this matter is settled.
Yi Ichuan silently took note of the people who had expressed dissenting opinions. Although these people were not necessarily all from the investor side, some of them did think that he lacked experience for the sake of the company. But it's a good idea to write it down first. Moreover, he knew that with Lin Anlin's tough attitude now, it seemed that he was ready to compete with the investors. As for Wang Jinshan, as the top executive of Shangyun Group supported by investors except Lin Anlin, it will be impossible to take him down in a short time.
However, a 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole.
As long as their subordinates are dealt with one by one, only Wang Jinshan will be left and he will not be able to make any waves. Okay, starting today, Yi Ichuan will officially serve as the department manager. Your salary and other matters will be arranged for you later. You should prepare for the handover with Lu Ming in the near future.
The meeting is adjourned.
Lin Anlin stood up and took the lead to walk out. As for Yi Ichuan, he had already memorized all those people he didn't like. After the meeting, Yi Ichuan returned to the planning department with his briefcase and manager Lu, now Supervisor Lu. Although they have both been promoted now, there is still some time left to hand over the work, and they cannot change jobs as soon as they are promoted. Yi-Chuan and Supervisor Lu walked together, whispering, 600,000 in cash is not as heavy as I thought.
I thought it was much more, but this is it? Supervisor Lu standing by was stunned.
His annual salary was only less than 140,000 yuan, and with various bonuses and commissions, he barely reached the 200,000 yuan threshold. As a result, the guy next to me came up and said that 600,000 was nothing. Really, comparing yourself to others makes you feel nauseous.
Supervisor Lu sighed, but he was not jealous.
As he said, he was able to get promoted this time entirely thanks to Yi-Chuan, and he was too late to thank him. After returning to the planning department, Lu Ming asked all the employees in the planning department to put down their work.
Everyone stop for a moment and look over here. Supervisor Lu looked around and saw that the effect was very good. Perhaps because of Yi-Chuan's presence, those troublemakers usually looked over at him obediently and pricked up their ears to listen to him.
Everyone has seen that the man next to me, Yi-Chuan, will take over the position of manager of the planning department in the future. That is to say, in the future, he will be your immediate superior to lead you all.
I hope you can give him your support. As for some people, I hope they will not do anything tricky behind my back. Supervisor Lu said.
Now, let's applaud and congratulate Yi-Chuan for taking up the position of department manager.
Applause. Brother Yi is awesome. Brother Yi, I love you. Brother Yi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Yi-Chuan's face darkened. Giving birth to a baby is too much. Let's not talk about whether humans can give birth to a baby. We are both male. Who will give birth to the next life, you or me? A burst of laughter.
Those who had been worried that Yi-Chuan would retaliate against them after he came to power now breathed a sigh of relief.
From this point of view, Yi-Chuan is not a stingy person.
In comparison, someone else seems to be much more narrow-minded. At the edge of the crowd, Wang Meng gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked in front of Yi-Chuan. I hope you don't take what happened before to heart.
We are all colleagues, right?
Wang Meng said loudly, and then leaned close to Yi-Chuan's ear. I hope you don't be ungrateful.
Although you are a department manager now, you are just a small department manager.
Yi-Chuan grinned and said, I am indeed just a small department manager, but I still hope you don't flatter me.
Do your job well and don't let me get the chance. Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face? Yi-Chuan was really tired and really wished this idiot would waste some air.
The two passed each other, and Yi-Chuan walked into the manager's office carrying a suitcase.
With his help, Supervisor Lu quickly moved his things out of the office.
After Supervisor Lu left, Yi-Chuan lay down on the soft big chair, crossed his legs on the desk, half lying comfortably. Oh, the feeling of being a leader is different, so comfortable. Just as he was enjoying himself with his eyes closed and humming a little tune, there was a knock on the door.
Yi-Chuan quickly put his feet down from the table, straightened his collar, and said, Come in.
Anlin's secretary walked in from outside with a bunch of documents in his hand.
What is this? Yi-Chuan had a bold guess in his mind. These are the recent work arrangements of the planning department. There are 10 items in total. Director Lin hopes that Manager Yi can complete them as soon as possible. After the secretary said this, he put down the documents and left. Yi-Chuan was left alone, disheveled in the cold wind from the air conditioner. What a sin! This must be revenge.
Yi-Chuan felt that Anlin must have felt that what happened in the morning was too embarrassing, so he was so cruel to him. Just when he was about to cry but had no tears left, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the God-level selection system detects that the host is facing a choice and provides the following options.
Option 1, assign all tasks to the planning department staff.
Reward, 100,000 in cash.
Option 2, lead and complete a public service advertisement and successfully broadcast it on CCTV channels, regardless of the channel and time period. Reward, 3 million, as well as the attention and goodwill of CCTV. Chapter 29 Cans. Here it comes. Yi-Chuan was a little excited. As long as the system's voice sounded, it meant good things to him. Although it is difficult to create advertisements at the CCTV level, with the success of the film Washing Mother's Feet, he has accumulated a certain fame in this circle. The production of subsequent advertisements will be much simpler and easier, because his fame, the resources and connections he can mobilize are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is not a privilege given to him by the company, but a privilege he created for himself, which no one else can enjoy. The system didn't ask me to make all the 10 ads to CCTV level, but only one of them would be enough.
Yi Ichuan pondered the options given by the system. So, the other 9 are just additional products.
They are not important to me. Of course, not important does not mean that I don't care about them.
Yi Ichuan only needs to lead and complete one of them, and the other 9 can be assigned to others to produce. After all, the planning department is such a large department.
If Yi Ichuan has to do everything himself, the planning department might as well be disbanded and let Yi Ichuan collect everyone's salary alone.
He picked up the documents, walked out of the office, looked at the many employees who were busy, and said, "Stop for a moment." Everyone put down what they were doing, looked up at Yi Ichuan, and waited quietly for what to come.
Just now, the higher-ups have given us an arrangement. Our planning department needs to come up with 10 excellent advertising plans. The specific details are in the document. I will print them out and distribute them to everyone. Of course, I will not be idle.
I will complete one of them by myself, and the remaining 9 will require everyone to work together to complete them.
Yi Ichuan raised the document in his hand and shook it.
This is the first task I received after taking over the position of manager of the planning department, so I hope everyone can give me some face and complete it with all their heart and soul. Especially some people, please don't be passive and lazy because of your personal emotions and prejudice against me. When Yi Ichuan said this, he didn't look at anyone in particular, but glanced around.
However, everyone knew who he was talking about.
As a fellow employee of Shangyun, you are not working for me, but for yourselves. Yi Ichuan felt that he had the potential to be a leader.
Moreover, he didn't just talk big and encourage everyone to cheer him on. If you want a horse to run, you must let it eat grass.
For this mission, I will personally take out 45,000 as a reward for the 9 people who have made the greatest contributions.
Each of them will receive 5,000. I hope that everyone will give their all for the sake of this 5,000.
The office was suddenly filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves.
5,000 was equivalent to their monthly salary. Even if it was just for these 5,000 yuan, their feelings towards Yi Ichuan disappeared. Yi Ichuan was very satisfied with the current situation. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry.
Since I am your direct supervisor now, as long as you work hard, I will not treat you unfairly." He returned to the office, his heart bleeding silently.
45,000, 45,000.
Although it is not an unacceptable number for him who now has a fortune worth millions, his concept has not changed. In his heart, 45,000 still carries as much weight as before.
No, I have to ask my wife to reimburse me. I work so hard and diligently just for her. Yi Ichuan suddenly thought of Lin Anlin and was immediately happy. Letting you let go is like giving me 10 tasks.
If I don't let you pay a bit, I'd be sorry for all my hard work.
After thinking of the countermeasure, Yi Ichuan's reluctance suddenly disappeared.
He began to read the document carefully.
Well, these 10 are not particularly difficult.
After all, as someone who works in this field, Yi Ichuan has a good eye. He felt relieved after judging the difficulty of these 10 targets.
As for which one I want to shoot, let's take this one.
He took out a document from a thick stack of documents.
As the saying goes, protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. The remaining 9 ads did not meet the standards required to be featured on CCTV.
Only this one who cares about the environment and has high aspirations can make it to CCTV if he takes a good film.
But how should I shoot it?
Yi Ichuan stroked his chin and fell into thought. At this moment, help from the system arrived.
A script floated out and fell into Yi Ichuan's hands. It was a complete advertising script.
He played the commercial over in his mind several times before committing all the details to memory.
Interesting, it can be done this way. He chuckled. Let's shoot it according to this standard.
I believe that even if it doesn't become popular in the short term, it will not be a problem for it to be shown on CCTV. Moreover, as more and more people watch this ad, this magical ad will definitely become popular all over the country. The protagonist of the advertisement he is going to shoot this time is not a person or an animal, but a small can. That can that was discarded carelessly, passed through the feet of all kinds of people, and finally ended up in the trash can.
It was so magical and brainwashing that it is hard to forget once you see it. The name is Cans. Yi Ichuan was very satisfied with this advertisement.
He remained the same as always, working hard to make a living. He took out his cell phone and called the 2 college students who helped him edit the video last time.
Hey, brother, you're here to see us again? Is there new work to be done?
The voice from the other end of the phone sounded with a strong sense of anticipation.
How do you know that I will come to you if I have new work? Yi Ichuan asked curiously.
The person on the other end of the phone laughed and said, "Because we have good skills."
Isn't it normal that people look for us because of our good skills?
Yi Ichuan covered his face, still the same as before, so shameless, but he had the corresponding ability to support him behind the scenes, so it was normal for him to be a little crazy, and it was understandable.
Let me make it clear to you first. This advertisement is much more important than the last one.
The last one was only broadcast on the provincial TV station, but this time it needs to reach the standards of the central TV station.
If you can't do it, I will find someone else. CCTV?
The breathing on the other end of the phone became much heavier.
Damn, this is going to be rich. Hurry, hurry, my sword is thirsty. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started now.
If the advertisements that can be broadcast on CCTV are from their editing, then they will become famous immediately.
For young people, isn't fame the most important thing? Chapter 30, It's a waste of youth if you don't act frivolously.
A minute later, the two generals calmed down and asked,
Brother, are you kidding me? Each one said in a serious tone, as long as the advertisement is well made this time, it will definitely be broadcast on CCTV. I want to be famous.
The young man roared on the other end of the phone.
Yi Ichuan's ears were numb from the sudden roar. Don't be so excited. Where's the commercial? Start editing it now. Yi Ichuan's hand holding the phone suddenly froze. This, an advertisement? It hasn't started filming yet. What?
The two generals Hong and Ha on the other end of the phone were confused.
They asked for editing before the filming even started? Can we guarantee that it will be broadcast on CCTV before filming even starts? This is much crazier than the two of them combined.
The two generals Hong and Ha suddenly felt like they had met their match.
Okay, I'm just informing you first. This is my recognition of you and my trust in you. I hope you won't let me down. Yi Ichuan's words were loud and clear.
After all, flattery doesn't cost money.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Ichuan frowned.
Although it sounds easy, it is not easy to shoot this advertisement well. In Xinjiang, it is not easy to use a running carriage as an advertising shooting location. Although Xinjiang is not very prosperous, it is still among the best in the country. Subways are only found in urban areas, but in urban areas, any subway line is extremely busy when in operation and does not even have time to pick up passengers.
How can they be used for shooting commercials? At this time, the benefits that the previous advertising film brought to Yi Ichuan were reflected.
Because the influence of that advertisement was so great, even the leaders of the provincial TV station took the initiative to leave their contact information to Yi Ichuan. In fact, they originally wanted to poach Yi Ichuan and bring him to the provincial TV station, but Yi Ichuan said he would not leave no matter what, and even said that Shang Yun Group was his home and he would not leave his home. At that time, the leader felt as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He had seen many company leaders shout slogans and ask employees to treat the company as their home, but Yi Ichuan was the first one who really treated the company as his home and remained unmoved even when faced with the solicitation of a behemoth like the provincial TV station.
Yi Ichuan dialed the number, and after a few rings, the call was connected. Hello? There was a weathered voice on the other end of the line. Yi Ichuan greeted, Director Liu, I'm Yi Ichuan, the planner and photographer of the last Washing Mother's Feet program. Oh, it's you. Why did Xiao Ye call me? Director Liu said with a smile, have you thought it through and decided to work at our provincial station? Yi Ichuan's face stiffened for a moment. Are you still thinking about me? No, Director Liu, I have something to trouble you with. Yi Ichuan said. He didn't believe that Director Liu would refuse. Even if he really refused, Yi Ichuan was confident that he could make the other party change his mind. What help? Asked Director Liu.
I want to borrow a subway car to shoot a commercial. He said calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter. On the other end of the phone, Director Liu's brain went into a state of freeze. Wow, he dropped a bombshell as soon as he opened his mouth. I'm afraid this is difficult. Director Liu smiled bitterly, you think too highly of me, Liu.
No, Director Liu, you haven't read my plan yet. How do you know that you can't borrow it? Yi Ichuan asked back.
Given Director Liu's status, although borrowing a subway car is not an easy task, it is not impossible.
It is just a question of whether it is worth it.
He and Yi Ichuan had only met once, and although the last advertisement was indeed amazing, it was obviously impossible to expect him to put so much effort just based on that eye-catching advertisement. However, Yi Ichuan was confident that he would agree to help him after reading the plan.
Oh? Hearing Yi Ichuan's confident tone, Director Lu also became interested. So, this time the advertisement is another pair of king bombs? That must be the case, otherwise I wouldn't dare to trouble you for help. Yi Ichuan said with a chuckle. Okay, send it to me. Director Lu also smiled, full of anticipation for the plan that was about to be sent. Yi Ichuan was not worried about the other party plagiarizing his ideas. After all, he was the director of the provincial TV station. Although he was not a real director, but only a deputy director with a nominal position, he still had some pride. Director Lu would not steal other people's ideas. Yi Ichuan sent the plan over, then walked out of the office with his phone. However, before he pushed open the office door, thanks to his physical fitness enhanced by the system, he heard a small discussion outside. This Yi Ichuan really thinks he's a big shot. He wants us to work hard for just 5,000 yuan. Is he trying to get rid of beggars? That's right, I heard that he got a bonus of 300,000 yuan right after completing the last mission. Your information is outdated. The 300,000 yuan prize has been doubled to 600,000 yuan. 600,000. Many people were shocked by this number. Why can he make 600,000 yuan for just one advertisement, while we have to work very hard to only get 5,000 yuan out of the 45,000 yuan? That's right. Listening to the discussions outside, especially from a certain employee named Wang, who was complaining about Yi Ichuan's faults. Yi Ichuan's face turned black. He really didn't expect that the 45,000 yuan he took out with great pain would be so worthless in the eyes of this group of people. You have to know that when he was not yet rich, his monthly internship salary was only 1,800 yuan. If it were not for the support of his parents and his own frugality, he would not even be able to survive in Qincheng. It's true. People are greedy and never stop trying to get something. Yi Ichuan said playfully, how come the 600,000 yuan I earned with my own ability is as easy as picking up money in your eyes? Do you really think that top-notch ideas are so easy to accomplish? He shook his head. What a bunch of idiots. The office door was opened and Yi Ichuan walked out with a thick stack of documents. He had printed many copies of the previous 9 planning requirements. Hello, Brother Yi. Hello, Manager. Seeing Yi Ichuan coming out of the office, all the whispers stopped and a group of people greeted Yi Ichuan with a smile. Yi Ichuan didn't care and sent the document down with a smile. He is just a small person. If he has to care about every small person who says bad things about him behind his back, it would be so tiring. The most difficult thing to control in this world is other people's mouths. After distributing the documents, Yi Ichuan returned to his office, leaned back in his office chair, and sighed. It turns out that being a leader is so tiring. He picked up his cell phone and silently dialed a number. Chapter 31, Forgot to Bring Money? I'm tired, my heart is so tired. Yi Ichuan lay in the chair and suddenly felt that being a leader was just that simple. I didn't expect that I was so sincere in seeking benefits for my subordinates, but they actually said this about me behind my back. Although Yi Ichuan didn't care about their words, this situation still made Yi Ichuan doubt his life. Is this what it means to repay kindness with resentment? I finally got to see it today. When the call was connected, Lu Ming asked, "What's the matter?" He was tidying up his new office at this time, with the joy of promotion still filling his heart. Brother Lu, I have a favor to ask of you. Yi Ichuan said. His relationship with Lu Ming is already very good now. In addition, he helped the other party get promoted because of him, so Yi Ichuan's status in Lu Ming's position is not low. Whatever it is, just tell me. I will do my best to help if I can. Lu Ming said seriously without hesitation. Yi Ichuan did not tell Lu Ming about what had just happened. Firstly, Lu Ming, who had been in the leadership position for a long time, must have experienced this before. Secondly, Yi Ichuan felt that if he needed others to guide him through such trivial matters, wouldn't it make him appear too fragile? Brother Lu, please help me take care of the planning department recently. I will be away for a while. Yi Ichuan decided not to let himself be too tired and wanted to go out to collect materials. Of course, going out to collect materials is just an excuse, the real purpose is mainly to go out and relax. What are you going out for? Lu Ming asked casually. Go find a suitable place to shoot a commercial. Lu Ming was surprised. Is the next advertising production project arranged for you so soon? No, 10.
Yi Ichwan smiled bitterly and said, "The company really thinks highly of me, but I handed 9 of them to other members of the planning department, and I will make one myself."
Okay, then I'll help you look after it during this period. The job of a supervisor is to do work anyway.
Lu Ming agreed with a smile. As the supervisor of the planning department, he is actually the director, but the director of the planning department is Wang Meng's uncle, so the company had to arrange a completely new position for Lu Ming. Now that he has just been promoted, his prestige is far less than that of the director, so he still needs more experience for some time before he can completely consolidate this position.
Yi Ichwan hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and submitted the application on the computer.
Apply for 20,000 yuan of funding from the company, and then go out to collect materials.
Commonly known as public travel.
The application was just submitted and was quickly approved, and the finance department quickly transferred the funds to his card. Yi Ichwan sighed, "It's convenient to work in my own company." The funding application was approved so quickly. No one in the company knew about his relationship with Lin Anlin, but Lin Anlin must have informed them in advance, otherwise even if Vice President Wang Jinshan wanted to apply for funds, it would take some time to review.
After receiving the funding, Yi Ichwan submitted an application to go out and collect materials.
Although I said I wanted to go out and relax, I still had to do the important things.
The biggest problem he was facing now was the staff and venue for this advertisement. As for the script, in Yi Ichwan's opinion, there was no problem at all. This time the application was approved quickly as well. Yi Ichwan walked out of the office. "Hello, Brother Yi." "Where are you going, Brother Yi?" When the employees of the planning department saw Yi Ichwan coming out, they all greeted him. Yi Ichwan also responded with a smile.
As for what he had just heard, he was too lazy to care about it.
"Everyone just do your own thing and don't worry about me." Yi Ichwan left the planning department.
Why are you so proud of yourself? You are so proud of yourself just because you are a planning manager.
That's right, you're laughing so smugly. Be careful, the higher you climb now the harder you'll fall later.
After he left, there was another round of criticism.
After leaving Shangyun building, Yi Ichwan took a deep breath of the outside air.
Well, it still has the same strong exhaust smell as always.
Yi Ichwan complained. Shangyun building is located in the CBD area of Qincheng, which is the most prosperous place in Qincheng.
It has a large flow of people and naturally many cars. It is normal that the air quality is not so good. He walked to the side of the road and was about to hail a taxi when his cell phone rang.
Jiang Tianqing? Why is she looking for me at this time? Yi Ichwan was a little confused and answered the phone. Yi Ichwan, where are you now? Jiang Tianqing asked casually. I just left the company. Why are you calling me? Do you miss me? Yi Ichwan joked. You actually guessed it. I just missed you, otherwise why would I call you? Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianqing also joked with him openly. Now it was Yi Ichwan's turn to be stunned, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you doing now? Jiang Tianqing asked casually. I just applied for a business trip from the company. Yi Ichwan stopped a taxi with his cell phone. Business trip, where are you going? Jiang Tianqing asked. Yi Ichwan told the driver about the destination, and then replied, I haven't decided yet. This time I'm going to go out and look for a suitable place. I just wrote a new script and I'm going to find a suitable location to start filming. Jiang Tianqing was confused. He didn't even know where to go. Is this called a business trip? You mean you have time now? Yi Ichwan nodded subconsciously, and then realized how the other party knew that he nodded, so he said, yes. Okay, come to my house. I happen to be free. How about going hiking together? It'll be a relief for me. Forget about climbing the mountain. It's too tiring. Yi Ichwan thought about it and felt that there was nothing fun about climbing the mountain, so he refused. Oh, then come over first, and we'll decide where to go later. After Jiang Tianqing said this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yi Ichwan to react. Yi Ichwan said half of the word no and swallowed it back. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Yi Ichwan thought secretly in his heart, she's not going to trick me into her house and force me to have sex with her, is she? That won't work. I have maintained my chastity for more than 20 years, and I can't let anyone take it away this time. Although he thought so in his heart, Yi Ichwan suddenly became a little excited. After telling the driver about the change of destination, Yi Ichwan lay back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest.
The taxi made many twists and turns in the city and took more than an hour to arrive outside the villa area. "Handsome guy, we're here."
"I can't enter the villa area, so I can only drive here."
The driver woke up each one.
Each one casually prepared to take out change from his pocket to pay the fare. The result was empty-handed. "What? Forgot to bring money?"
He was a little confused, and then looked at the suitcase at his feet. That's right, a full 600,000 is not a small amount, so each one carries it with him for insurance purposes. Then the driver watched him open the suitcase, and the bright red light almost blinded him.
Chapter 32? Just a cool word. What the hell?
The driver was shocked for a long time. He took a brand new 100 yuan note that each one took out from the box of money, and looked at it again and again confidently to make sure it was not a counterfeit note.
"Handsome guy, what do you do? Why do you carry so much money with you?" the driver asked curiously. Just now, for a moment, he wanted to kick each one out of the car and start wandering around the world with the box of money. Although it's just a thought, this is the first time I've seen so much cash in my life. Shocking drivers for a whole year. Well, I'm just an ordinary handsome guy passing by. Each one didn't ask him for change, because Zhang Tianxing called again, probably urging him to hurry up. After getting off the car, I walked to the gate of the villa area and explained the situation to the security guard. After asking clearly, the security guard did not stop me too much and let me go after confirming my identity. Each one followed the location given by Zhang Tianxing and looked around the villa area as he walked. It's great to be rich. This big villa, this beautiful scenery, this breath of fresh air. Each one suddenly felt that it would be great to buy a villa if he had money. When he arrived outside the villa where Zhang Tianxing lived, each one saw that Zhang Tianxing had been waiting at the door of the villa. "Why are you looking for me suddenly?" Each one didn't ask clearly on the phone just now, so he asked after meeting her. "No reason, I just want you to play with me because I'm bored." Zhang Tianxing waved her hands. "Don't overthink it. Don't think that just because I let you pretend to be my boyfriend once, you can seize the opportunity to pursue me. Don't think that I like delicious food and take me everywhere to eat delicious food. Don't think that I like men with explosive boyfriend power and go to the gym secretly." Each one rolled his eyes. "Where are we going?" Each one asked. "Let's go to the suburbs." Zhang Tianxing smiled happily when she saw that each one did not refuse. At this time, inside the Shangyun building, there was a knock on Lin Anlin's office door. "Come in." Lin Anlin, who was handling things, said without raising his head. "Director Lin." Lu Ming felt particularly restrained when facing this woman who was a generation younger than him. Even though Lin Anlin behaved like a little woman in front of each one, she is essentially a very strong-willed person, otherwise she would not have established such a large Shangyun group when the Lin family did not think highly of her and even wanted to suppress her. "What do you want from me?" Seeing that it was Lu Ming who came to see her, Lin Anlin's attitude became much gentler. This may be the case of loving someone and loving his dog. "It's like this, Director Lin, didn't you ask me to keep an eye on each one? He just asked me to help him look after the planning department as he has to go out to collect materials for a while," Lu Ming said. "Well, I already know about this. Is there anything else?" Lin Anlin nodded and asked. "Nothing else." Lu Ming didn't stay here for long. Although Lin Anlin is good-looking, has a good figure, and is young and energetic, her temperament is like an iceberg that keeps people at a distance. In addition, as Lu Ming is under double pressure from her boss, he dares not even breathe in front of Lin Anlin. However, after walking out of the office, Lu Ming recalled that when he saw him just now, he rarely showed any indifference. This was not right. This is so wrong. Could it be that Mr. Lin likes someone like me? A bold idea suddenly came to Lu Ming's mind, but he rejected it in an instant. Thinking about it carefully, it must be because of each one that I can receive such treatment. Each one? Could it be? Lu Ming felt that he had another bold idea. In the villa area, Zhang Tianxing drove a huge car out of the garage. Each one watched the huge monster slowly drive out of the underground garage, like a beast out of a cage. With the roar of the exhaust, it looks like a real steel monster. Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Each one is indeed a car fan and recognized what kind of car it was at a glance. The G-Class that is all the rage on the internet is nothing compared to this car. It's great to be rich. He sighed for the second time. Get in the car. Let's go.
At this time, Zhang Tianqing was sitting in this giant beast, looking particularly petite, but with a different flavor. Just like the female soldier in the movie who is shooting with a heavy machine gun, she has a kind of wild and violent beauty. Yi Ichuan got into the car, Zhang Tianqing stepped on the accelerator, the exhaust exploded, and it sped away quickly. Along the way, Yi Ichuan was stimulated by the acceleration brought by the rapid power and kept yelling. Zhang Tianqing was driving the car, not caring that Yi Ichuan was screaming like a primitive man beside him. Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of the city. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the car slow down, Yi Ichuan came back to his senses from the excitement and asked. "Let's go for a ride." Zhang Tianqing said with a smile while driving, "Want to try it?" "Try what?" Yi Ichuan looked at the steering wheel. "You don't want me to drive, do you?" "I can't drive." "It's okay, it's very simple. Just hold the steering wheel tightly and step on the accelerator." Zhang Tianqing pulled the car over and exchanged positions with Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan sat in the driver's seat, feeling so excited that his heartbeat quickened and his breathing became rapid. "Don't be nervous, it's very simple," Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. "Try it, step on the accelerator slowly," she encouraged. Yi Ichuan controlled his toes and lightly stepped on the accelerator, and this incredibly powerful hardcore off-road vehicle rushed out in an instant. Yi Ichuan was so scared that he stepped on the brakes immediately. After the car stopped, Yi Ichuan looked at the steering wheel and suddenly burst into laughter. Paul Walker, Fujiwara Takumi, and Takahashi Ryosuke are possessed. Yi Ichuan was much more relaxed this time and stepped on the accelerator. Zhang Tianqing didn't have time to react and was thrown hard onto the seat by the huge sudden impact. She quickly reached out to hold the handle and sat down on the seat obediently. Awesome! This was a long straight road, and Yi Ichuan gradually stepped on the accelerator. The car speed was getting faster and faster, and the pointer gradually exceeded 100. "Slow down, slow down, slow down." Now it was Zhang Tianqing who shouted from the passenger seat. She had never seen a novice driver so brave as to drive so fast just for the first time. Yi Ichuan's eyes were only on the road ahead and the steering wheel in his hands. He pretended not to hear Zhang Tianqing shouting in the passenger seat. "Go, go, go." Along the way, there was the roar of this high-performance hardcore off-road vehicle and the screams of Zhang Tianqing sitting in the passenger seat. It's like riding a roller coaster, so exciting. Chapter 33. After driving for a while, Yi Ichuan had had enough of the fun, and bends gradually began to appear ahead. He had already learned how to step on the accelerator on a straight road, but he had no idea how to control the car to make precise turns. So the car suddenly slowed down and moved slowly on the road like a turtle. Zhang Tianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "Where's the momentum you had when you stepped on the accelerator just now?" She had been shouting for a long time, but Yi Ichuan didn't slow down, and her throat was a little sore. Facing Zhang Tianqing's scolding, Yi Ichuan suddenly stepped on the accelerator with a malicious look, scaring Zhang Tianqing to scream again. "Stop making trouble, stop making trouble." Yi Ichuan kept the speed stable and drove slowly on the road. Facing the curve, Yi Ichuan either turned the steering wheel too much or too little, and several times the car almost ran off the road. "That's not how you drive." Zhang Tianqing was directing from the co-pilot seat. Under her command, Yi Ichuan gradually started to behave himself. However, after driving for a while, a sharp turn still caught Yi Ichuan off guard. Half of the car body flew out of the road, but fortunately the side of the road was not low and the height difference was not much. Moreover, Yi Ichuan stepped on the brakes in time with his amazing reaction ability, stopping the car. "Put it in reverse gear," Zhang Tianqing commanded. Yi Ichuan looked at her in confusion. "Where is the obstruction?" Zhang Tianqing rolled his eyes. "You don't even know this and you're driving so fast." Yi Ichuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. With her help, the car drove smoothly back to the road and continued to move forward. After driving for a while, Zhang Tianqing asked Yi Ichuan to stop the car. "Arrive." The two got out of the car. Next to the road was an endless lake. The road was trimmed along the shore not far from the lake. "How is it?" "The scenery is great, right?" Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. This is a place she often comes to. She will come here whenever she is in a bad mood. Because it is open and there are no tall buildings blocking the way, the wind on the shore is strong and makes people feel itchy. Yi Ichuan and Zhang Tianqing walked casually on the small path built by the lake. "My family also participated in the construction here." Jiang Tianqing introduced this lake to each one. Originally, there was no such beautiful scenery here. It was because the Jiang group was planning to develop this area that they spent a lot of money to renovate it. However, due to some reasons, the development of the project has been suspended and there are no plans to continue it for the time being. Therefore, few people know about this place, and even fewer are willing to travel a long distance to come here to see the scenery. It's really good. Each one felt refreshed as he blew the wind mixed with moisture. After walking and chatting aimlessly by the lake for more than half an hour, Jiang Tianqing felt a little tired, so he and each one returned to the car and prepared to go to the next place.
It's almost time for dinner. I'm hungry. Jiang Tianqing was sitting in the passenger seat.
He seemed particularly quiet because he was tired from walking just now.
Each one felt that Jiang Tianqing seemed more real like this. Then let's go eat something? Each one said. Okay, there is a farmhouse not far ahead, and the food is delicious.
As a senior foodie, she knows better than anyone where the food is delicious, or where the delicious food is.
Okay, let's go.
Each one was driving the car and felt that driving was actually quite simple. He was thinking whether he should buy a luxury car to drive in the future. However, after walking for a while, each one saw the scene in the rearview mirror and shuddered with fear.
What the hell? Jiang Tianqing looked behind him puzzledly. Why are you panicking? I don't have a driver's license. Each one looked at the patrol cars that kept following behind him and felt that he couldn't hold the steering wheel tightly. It's okay, just drive normally, it generally won't be difficult.
Jiang Tianqing said carelessly.
Each one nodded and watched the patrol car drive past.
As expected, it did not pull over to check the driver's license as he had imagined. However, Jiang Tianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out his cell phone and sent out a few messages.
I asked someone to get you a driver's license.
It will be issued soon, so you don't have to spend time learning to drive in the future. Jiang Tianqing said with a smile.
Then I would like to thank Miss Jiang.
Each one smiled while driving. But in my heart I was sighing that in this world, people with power and money really have privileges to do anything. You don't even need to learn to drive in person to get a driver's license. The more insignificant the matter is, the more it can reveal the background and strength of a family. The car drove on the road for a while and passed a small village.
Wait here for a moment, I'll go buy 2 bottles of drinks.
Each one got out of the car and walked towards the small shop at the entrance of the village. After casually buying 2 bottles of mineral water, each one returned with the water and saw that something had happened next to the car.
Hey! Beautiful lady! Why is he riding in such a nice car? Which big boss is supporting him?
Several men gathered around the co-pilot's bed, their eyes lighting up as they looked at Jiang Tianqing inside.
What the hell?
Each one rushed over with water.
But he hadn't arrived yet.
Jiang Tianqing got out of the car, and those drunk men didn't expect that Jiang Tianqing would dare to get out of the car on his own initiative. If she stayed in the car and locked the doors, there was nothing they could do. But now that she has taken the initiative to get off the car, this is simply a godsend.
Several drunks surrounded Jiang Tianqing. Why are you getting off the car? Is it because your adulterer can't satisfy you, so you came out to look for food? The drunk's eyes wandered over Jiang Tianqing with unbridled greed. Don't worry, the big boss can't do it, but we can. Otherwise, come home with me now?
A drunk man smiled and stretched out his hand towards Jiang Tianqing.
Excuse me.
Each one said behind these drunks.
Where did you come from, little brat? Get out of here.
The drunks said in unison.
It's okay, don't worry, just leave it to me. Jiang Tianqing gave each one a look. Each one nodded.
Although he didn't know what Jiang Tianqing was going to do, if anything unexpected happened to these drunkards, he could deal with them all in a few seconds. Facing the drunk who was about to attack, Jiang Tianqing kicked him in the crotch, hitting him right in the center. Not only the drunkards present, but also each one, all felt a cool breeze blowing across their lower body.
How cruel! Each one said silently.
The drunks were all stunned for a moment. When they reacted, the one who had been there before was already rolling on the ground, holding his crotch, howling like a pig being slaughtered.
I'm dying. My second brother is seriously injured. Damn, this slut is so cruel, fuck her. A burly and strong drunk man shouted and pounced on Jiang Tianqing. Chapter 34? 301 pounds of pheasant.
Yi Ichuan was sweating in his heart, his whole body tensed, ready to take action at any time. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Tianqing was indeed quite skilled. After dodging the sturdy man's attack several times in succession, he found an opportunity and kicked him in the crotch again. There was a man on the ground, holding his crotch and wailing loudly.
Let's go together. This woman is not easy to deal with. The remaining drunks did not retreat because of their companion's fall.
With sperm in their heads and their drunkenness, they became more ferocious.
Jiang Tianqing faced the remaining 3 drunks calmly.
After quickly dodging their attack several times, he punched one of them hard in the ribs, causing him to gasp and fall to the ground. This gave him a seizure and he lay on the ground with his face flushed red.
The remaining 2 drunks finally realized that something was wrong and ran away, abandoning their accomplices.
While running, he was still shouting, "Wait, I'll go call for help, I'm going to kill you today." Yi Ichuan was so confused watching from the side that he said, "By the time you called people back, we had already run dozens of kilometers away." The 3 people lying on the ground turned green in the face when they saw Yi Ichuan and Jiang Tianqing approaching.
"Brother, sister, we are blind and don't know a great man. Please let us go."
The burly one knelt on the ground, holding his crotch.
"If you really can't help it, you can let me go."
Yi Ichuan twitched the corners of his mouth, but couldn't utter a word.
"Get out."
Instead, it was Jiang Tianqing who spat out the word aggressively.
The 3 drunks quickly left, tumbling and crawling. Yi Ichuan came up and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Tianqing smiled proudly and said, "Didn't you see that?
I fought 5 people by myself and knocked down 3 of them.
Isn't that amazing?"
Yi Ichuan raised his thumb and recalled the 2 precise kicks to the crotch, feeling chilled again.
Amazing, really amazing.
It is rare to find a woman who can remain calm in the face of danger like Jiang Tianqing, and even rarer still to find one who can face 5 grown men and knock down 3 of them. Although these 5 were all very drunk and were unsteady on their feet, they were men after all, and they were strong enough to easily injure someone with just the slightest bump.
As a result, the 5 of them didn't even touch Jiang Tianqing. "Let's go and have dinner."
Although there was a small incident, it did not affect the foodie's mood.
With delicious food in front of them, everything else needs to be put aside.
"Yes, sir."
Yi Ichuan didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore.
Jiang Tianqing is driving now, because she really can't wait to eat the delicious food. If Yi Ichuan were to drive, it would be a bit slow, and she doesn't want to wait even a minute longer. Soon, the car arrived at the destination.
"This is it." Jiang Tianqing parked the car and got out. "Lao Li's farmhouse?" Yi Ichuan looked at the slightly rustic sign. "This name is really bold and uninhibited."
Jiang Tianqing said on the side, "Don't underestimate this place.
This place is famous far and wide. Most people can't even get to eat here." After hearing this, Yi Ichuan was a little disapproving. It was just a farm stay. How awesome could it be? He followed Jiang Tianqing into the farmhouse. As soon as he entered, the contempt in Yi Ichuan's heart was immediately put away.
This is the outer courtyard of the farmhouse, where guests' cars are usually parked. But now it is full, and the cars parked there are not simple cars. Yi Ichuan took a quick look and found that none of the cars were worth less than 1 million. "I made a reservation half a month in advance and finally booked a meal for today," Jiang Tianqing said with a smile. Yi Ichuan suddenly felt that the rustic sign outside the door and the photo of an old hen on the sign that he had found on the internet had become more upscale.
"Old Li is awesome," Yi Ichuan said with emotion. Jiang Tianqing led the way in front, and Yi Ichuan followed behind. The 2 walked into the restaurant. It was not as noisy inside as Yi Ichuan had imagined. Several tables of people were crowded in a small restaurant, playing finger-guessing games and drinking. After entering the restaurant, there is a small reception hall with 2 aisles extending outward. There are several separate private rooms distributed on the sides of the aisles. The waiter in the reception hall saw that it was Jiang Tianqing and said with a smile, "Miss Jiang is here, the private room has been prepared for you, and we can serve you anytime you come." Yi Ichuan and Jiang Tianqing followed the waiter into the private room. Inside the small private room is a small table, which is probably enough to seat 6 or 7 people. The food can be served now. "I'm hungry," Jiang Tianqing said. She is a regular customer here and knows all the waiters. "Okay, wait a moment." After the waiter left, Yi Ichuan picked up the menu and said, "Be good." A free-range chicken is sold for 300 yuan per pound. By calculation, an old hen weighing 4 or 5 pounds can be sold for more than 1,000 yuan.
If he hadn't been promoted and had a raise, based on his previous salary, it would have cost a month's salary to just eat an old hen.
So expensive? Yi Ichuan couldn't believe it.
It's not expensive, only 300 yuan per pound. Zhang Tianqing didn't think there was anything wrong with free-range chicken at 300 yuan per pound, because the things he had been exposed to since he was a child were generally high-end and classy. Because of his family background, Yi Ichuan had to suffer hardships since childhood, so he developed a frugal character. Even though he has become rich now, it will not be easy for him to change. After a while, the dishes were served. Yi Ichuan smelled the fragrance and suddenly understood why Zhang Tianqing said that free-range chicken at 300 yuan per pound was not expensive.
Just smelling it can make me drool like crazy.
Yi Ichuan was also a little hungry due to the aroma, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Zhang Tianqing, who was sitting on the side, was much more dignified and ate in small bites. Yi Ichuan ate for a while, and seeing Zhang Tianqing chewing slowly and carefully, he couldn't help but said, "If you eat like this, you won't be able to finish your meal."
Zhang Tianqing was stunned and didn't understand what Yi Ichuan meant.
Yi Ichuan was also stunned. When he was a child, he went to elementary school in a very dilapidated school. When the few students were eating, they were like a group of little piglets scrambling around the boiler. If you ate slowly, all the food would be eaten by others and you would go hungry. But given Zhang Tianqing's family background, even if she became 4 or 5 levels poorer, she would still be far from that kind of life. Yi Ichuan suddenly realized that he and she seemed to be completely different kinds of people, but now they could sit together to eat and even make slightly inappropriate jokes with each other.
The world is really interesting. Yi Ichuan's sudden contemplation made Zhang Tianqing a little afraid to speak. What's wrong?
Seeing Yi Ichuan come back to his senses, Zhang Tianqing asked curiously.
It's okay. I just want to say that when eating meat, just eat it in big bites. That way it feels good. Yi Ichuan said carelessly. Chapter 35, Eating Meat. Yi Ichuan was right.
Just seeing him eating with big mouthfuls like that really whets one's appetite. However, due to the education he received since childhood, Zhang Tianqing had never eaten like this.
Zhang Tianqing tried to open his mouth wide and took a bite. Yi Ichuan covered his face and said, "Why is she still like this? She's like a young lady in a TV drama. It doesn't look real at all." Facing Yi Ichuan's ridicule, Zhang Tianqing was also a little embarrassed.
She really wanted to say that she was originally a young lady, but looking at Yi Ichuan she really couldn't say it.
Look at me, look carefully, see how I eat it. Yi Ichuan picked up a big piece of meat and put it into his mouth in an exaggerated manner. Like this. Because he had a large piece of meat in his mouth, Yi Ichuan's voice was a little unclear. Do you understand now? Zhang Tianqing looked at Yi Ichuan, who was deliberately making a fool of himself, and couldn't help laughing softly. I understand. She nodded. Yi Ichuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Okay, then you try it now." Zhang Tianqing also picked up a big piece, but felt a little embarrassed under Yi Ichuan's focused gaze. Don't stare at me, Zhang Tianqing said. Yi Ichuan chuckled, stopped staring at her, and ate his own food. Zhang Tianqing was standing aside, experiencing this unprecedented feeling. The big mouthfuls of food entering his mouth brought him a strong sense of satisfaction and joy. Just like Yi Ichuan said, it really feels good to eat in big mouthfuls like this. Moreover, without the feeling of restraint, eating is particularly relaxing. It seems that this is the real way to enjoy delicious food. Zhang Tianqing glanced at Yi Ichuan in surprise, and seeing that he was not looking at her, she stopped hesitating and began to enjoy the food seriously. She was worried that her eating manners might be too unrestrained, which would destroy the image of a lady she had established in Yi Ichuan's mind. However, what Zhang Tianqing didn't expect was that although she thought Yi Ichuan didn't look at her, he was actually glancing at her from the corner of his eyes from beginning to end, and he immediately looked away when he saw her looking over. Yi Ichuan also noticed all her changes. It's quite cute like this, Yi Ichuan thought silently in his heart. The food on the table was eaten up bit by bit thanks to the continuous efforts of the two foodies. The two of them ate for more than an hour. I'm full. Zhang Tianqing lay down on the chair with a satisfied smile on his face. I'm full too. Yi Ichuan also half leaned back in his chair, digesting his food quietly. Now both of them are in a state of being full and don't even want to move. If possible, Yi Ichuan didn't even want to blink. Where are we going later? Yi Ichuan asked. Let's go to a scenic spot. The night view there is beautiful.
Jiang Tianqing immediately became excited when he heard Yi Ichuan ask this question.
What scenic spot? Yi Ichuan asked.
A mountain from where you can overlook the entire Qincheng and see the bright lights of Qincheng. Jiang Tianqing showed a look of nostalgia. Yi Ichuan originally wanted to refuse, as climbing the mountain was too tiring, but when he saw her like this, he still felt a little reluctant.
Then what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Yi Ichuan urged, if you go too late, it will be dark by then, and it will not be safe to climb the mountain like that.
Jiang Tianqing nodded and said, yes, let's go now.
The two men stood up and walked slowly, each holding their full stomachs.
Yi Ichuan laughed and said, you are much cuter now than before. Jiang Tianqing was stunned, then pretended to be angry and said, don't laugh.
But I secretly made note of it in my heart. After leaving the farmhouse, in order to save time, Yi Ichuan did not drive this time, but Jiang Tianqing drove instead. After all, he had just learned to drive and was not yet proficient. He had no problem accelerating in a straight line, but the place he was going to was in the mountains and the roads were twisted.
He didn't want to drive into a ditch with Jiang Tianqing in tow.
Along the way, listening to those classic soothing music, Jiang Tianqing was driving the car, and Yi Ichuan was singing along with the speakers in the passenger seat. But with his tone deafness, a good song sounded creepy when he sang it. Jiang Tianqing didn't care about these things, and listened carefully to Yi Ichuan singing with his brain-piercing magic sound beside him.
When we arrived at the destination, it was already dark.
The car drove along the winding mountain road all the way up the mountain. Near the top of the mountain was a large piece of artificially excavated flatland, where a rest stop was built. In addition to the parking space, there is also a small hotel. There are a lot of cars parked here, and it seems that many people are preparing to spend the night on this mountain.
Yi Ichuan and Jiang Tianqing got out of the car together and walked towards the hotel. Are you hungry? Jiang Tianqing asked.
Yi Ichuan glanced at her and knew that she was hungry, but she was embarrassed to say that she was hungry after eating so much at noon, so he prepared to let her speak first.
Not hungry. Yi Ichuan shook his head. No, you are just hungry.
Jiang Tianqing saw that something was wrong and it was different from what he thought.
Did he have to say that he was hungry first? But after eating so much at noon, if I say I'm hungry first, wouldn't Yi Ichuan think I'm a glutton?
Although this glutton has a good figure, he is fat where he should be fat, and thin where he should be thin.
But which woman would like to be regarded as a glutton? Okay, I'm hungry. Yi Ichuan said helplessly. He thought that women are troublesome. They are too embarrassed to say it directly even if they are hungry. It's good that you're hungry. Let's go eat something. Jiang Tianqing led Yi Ichuan into the hotel.
This is not only a hotel for accommodation, but also a small restaurant. Jiang Tianqing introduced to Yi Ichuan, the food here is also delicious.
The two men walked into the hotel.
They were the only two people going up the mountain at that time, so they received the highest level of treatment. The boss and his wife came out together and greeted us personally.
What would you like to eat?
Asked the proprietress.
Yi Ichuan looked at Jiang Tianqing and motioned for her to order.
Jiang Tianqing looked at the wide variety of delicious dishes on the menu and had an urge to order them all, but in order to maintain her image, she held back.
Roasted whole lamb.
She pointed at the roasted whole lamb on the menu, the picture of which made her drool.
Okay, wait a moment, it will be here soon.
The boss said with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. The proprietress was still standing beside them. You two are obviously a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. As someone who has been through this, how could she not see the relationship between Yi Ichuan and Jiang Tianqing?
Chapter 36, Mountaintop Night View.
Yi Ichuan was stunned and said, "No, we are not what you think." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianqing exploded like a provoked lioness.
Yi Ichuan. She pointed at Yi Ichuan and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of you?"
Although he didn't understand why Jiang Tianqing got so angry with just one of his words, it was obviously more important to calm her down now.
No, that's not what I meant. Yi Ichuan explained quickly.
The proprietress watching this scene recalled her youth and a smile appeared on her face.
As for Yi Ichuan's eyes asking for help, she selectively ignored it. Then what do you mean? Jiang Tianqing continued to ask. Yi Ichuan was confused. What should he say at this time? However, before he could find a good excuse, Jiang Tianqing inexplicably lost his temper and sat quietly in the chair, waiting for the food to arrive. Yi Ichuan was confused. If that's the case, then why did you get angry just now? Women are really a kind of mysterious creatures. Yi Ichuan thought silently in his heart.
Time passed little by little, and the roasted whole lamb was served. Zhang Tianqing completely put aside what had happened just now and began to concentrate on conquering the delicious food in front of him. By the time both of them had eaten, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. And this was exactly when the night in Qincheng began. The two came to the observation deck and looked at the night view of Qincheng below the mountain. The car lights connected into a long dragon on the road, illuminating the entire Qincheng. From here, you can see all of Qincheng, but because of the distance, Qincheng is in a hazy state. In addition, Qincheng was shrouded in lights, making it even more difficult to see clearly. It is because of this that Qincheng has a unique beauty. It's like a stunning beauty wearing a layer of veil, very beautiful, yet so beautiful that it feels distant. My father brought me here when I was a child, but only that time. Everyone in the family was very busy and I didn't have to do anything every day, so I just played around. But this is only my second time here, said Zhang Tianqing. Why did it take so long for you to come here for the second time? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Besides, the taste of the roasted whole lamb is really unique. Yi Ichuan felt that compared to the scenery, the food was more tempting to her. Because there is no important person to accompany me, don't you think that if you stand here alone, looking at Qincheng in the distance, you will feel very lonely? Zhang Tianqing looked at Yi Ichuan and said. Yi Ichuan constructed this picture in his mind and nodded. Indeed, if it were a person, I would feel like I was abandoned by the world just by thinking about it in my mind. So, this is why I came here for the second time after such a long time, because there is no important person to accompany me. Zhang Tianqing said. Yi Ichuan nodded woodenly, not moved at all by Zhang Tianqing's almost explicit words. Bastard! Zhang Tianqing cursed in his heart. Yi Ichuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could I not understand? It's just that you are the princess of the high and mighty Jiang group, and I am just an ordinary citizen. Life is not a soap opera, and you can't do whatever you want. Although he believed in his heart that he would be successful one day in the future, he had not yet achieved success. Before success, everything was empty. What's more, he is already a married man, although his wife is a cheap one that appeared out of nowhere. As the night deepened, the wind on the top of the mountain was very strong. Yi Ichuan saw Zhang Tianqing shivering in the wind and suggested, "It's too late, get ready to rest." The two returned to the hotel, and Yi Ichuan said, 2 rooms. There are no longer 2 guest rooms, only 1 left. The proprietress looked at Yi Ichuan, then at Zhang Tianqing, and said. Yi Ichuan felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient at this moment. How come such ridiculous things always happen to me? How about, you sleep in the guest room and I sleep in the car? Yi Ichuan asked. Why sleep? Let's sleep in the guest room together. Zhang Tianqing said firmly. Without waiting for Yi Ichuan to refuse, she took the room card that the landlady handed to her in a timely manner and dragged Yi Ichuan to the guest room. No, this is not good. Yi Ichuan waved his hand and said, I'm still a child. If this gets out, won't my chastity that I have maintained for more than 20 years be destroyed in an instant? I don't care, why should you care? Zhang Tianqing's words blocked all the words in Yi Ichuan's heart. What you said makes a lot of sense. I have no way to refute you. Yi Ichuan silently gave Zhang Tianqing a thumbs up. Zhang Tianqing swiped his card to enter the room and turned on the light. Not bad. She nodded and said with satisfaction. It's not that nice at all, the sofa is just this small. Yi Ichuan said, looking at the not very spacious sofa. After all, it is a hotel built on the top of a mountain with limited land area, so the average area of each guest room is also limited, and naturally there is no room for a huge sofa. Sofa? What sofa? Let's sleep on the bed together. Zhang Tianqing said carelessly, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yi Ichuan was stunned when he saw Zhang Tianqing acting like a female hooligan. It would be fine if you didn't say anything. As soon as you said it, I suddenly started to worry. Zhang Tianqing laughed, wash up and go to bed. After both of them had packed up, Zhang Tianqing lay on the bed in her pajamas and patted the large empty half of the bed next to her, acting like a complete female hooligan. No, no. Yi Ichuan was scared. He walked silently to the edge of the sofa and curled up on it. Yi Ichuan. Zhang Tianqing shouted in disappointment, but Yi Ichuan had no choice but to lie down on the sofa and pretend to fall asleep, with a very realistic light snoring sound. Humph. Zhang Tianqing lay down on the bed and turned off the lights angrily.
In the darkness, Yi Ichuan opened his eyes and sighed.
The wind was getting stronger outside the window, and it looked like there would be a heavy rain soon. Gradually, bursts of thunder began to be heard in the distance, accompanied by bright lightning, and continued to approach Qincheng.
As another loud thunder exploded, Zhang Tianqing was awakened by the thunder.
Then he listened to the thunder that continued outside and watched the guest room being illuminated by the lightning.
Yi Ichuan? Are you asleep? Yi Ichuan?
Zhang Tianqing curled up in the quilt, leaving only his head looking at Yi Ichuan's position.
What's wrong?
Yi Ichuan was awakened by her, his brain still a little confused.
Well, I'm scared. Zhang Tianqing shrank into the quilt, speaking with a trembling voice. Chapter 37, Sharing the Bed.
Yi Ichuan, who had not yet fully awakened, suddenly felt as if someone had a bucket of ice water poured over his head, and he suddenly woke up.
What did you say? Yi Ichuan couldn't believe his ears. I'm scared, can you please stay closer to me? Zhang Tianqing pleaded with a trembling voice. Yi Ichuan asked curiously, are you still afraid of thunder at this age?
I've been afraid since I was a child, because I've always slept alone. My family members are busy and rarely have anyone to accompany me. Once when I was a child, I was woken up by thunder in the middle of the night. I covered myself with the quilt and didn't dare to breathe until the next day. Zhang Tianqing said softly.
Yi Ichuan felt helpless and stood up to move the sofa. No, it's still too far. I want you to sleep next to me.
Zhang Tianqing's face was slightly red, but she couldn't overcome the fear in her heart, so she had to say such shy words.
This isn't good.
Yi Ichuan sat down on the edge of the bed, and Zhang Tianqing immediately rushed over and hugged him.
Yi Ichuan sighed and said, go to sleep, I'll be here. Zhang Tianqing nodded. Not long after, Yi Ichuan, who was unable to resist the sleepiness, could not help but lie down on the bed.
Zhang Tianqing still held him. The soft touch beside him triggered Yi Ichuan's instinctive reaction. Then Yi Ichuan felt a sudden sharp pain in his waist.
Shit! Yi Ichuan jumped up. What's going on? He asked.
Zhang Tianqing took back the hand that he had just twisted and said awkwardly, who told you to do bad things? Yi Ichuan looked as if he had been wronged, but after realizing that something was indeed wrong with his body, he lowered his head and said,
Yi Ichuan was stunned.
Faced with such a situation, he really didn't know what to do.
Yi Ichuan didn't know what to do.
Fortunately, Zhang Tianqing turned his head away and reached out to pat the empty seat next to him. He had no choice but to lie back down. Nothing happened that night, and when the next day came, the sun rose as usual. Yi Ichuan woke up early, but because he was hugged tightly, he dared not move. When the sun rose and sunlight shone into the guest room, Zhang Tianqing gradually woke up.
Ah!
Zhang Tianqing screamed and pushed Yi Ichuan off the bed.
Hiss! After falling heavily, even Yi Ichuan couldn't help but gasp in pain.
Zhang Tianqing realized that he had done something wrong, looked at Yi Ichuan a little embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yi Ichuan got up from the ground.
The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, and no one took the initiative to mention what happened last night, as if nothing had happened. The most important thing is that Yi Ichuan stood on the edge of the bed, feeling even more embarrassed because of his reaction in the early morning.
Yi Ichuan!
Zhang Tianqing also noticed it, covering his eyes and shouting. Yi Ichuan quickly picked up a pillow from the sofa next to him and held it in front of him.
You put on your clothes first, I'm going to the balcony to get some fresh air.
Yi Ichuan opened the balcony door and walked outside. Because it rained heavily last night and this place is located in the mountains far away from the downtown, the air is particularly fresh and sweet.
Coupled with the slight breeze, a light coolness spread over Yi Ichuan's body, gradually calming his restless instincts. Go back directly. Zhang Tianqing's voice sounded behind him. Okay. Yi Ichuan nodded.
After what happened last night, the relationship between them seemed a little different. Zhang Tianqing was still the one driving, taking Yi Ichuan back to the urban area of Qincheng. After they separated outside the villa area, Yi Ichuan took a taxi back to where he lived. After tidying himself up a bit, he started taking the various subway lines in Qincheng, trying to find the most suitable car. Director Liu had sent him a message before, saying that he had applied for the right to borrow a subway section, but it had to be done as soon as possible. Yi Ichuan certainly knew this, so while selecting a suitable subway car, he also began looking for suitable candidates to star in this public service advertisement.
This time is different from the previous advertisement, which only required 3 actors to complete.
At least 20 or 30 people are needed, otherwise the subway section will seem too empty. As for acting, the requirements are not high because the protagonist is just an empty can. After going back and forth for a whole day, Yi Ichuan finally picked out the most suitable one. After finding the venue, Yi Ichuan did not waste any more time and chose to go directly back to the company. The next morning, Yi Ichuan, who had returned to Shan Yun, received a summons from Lin Anlin.
What's wrong? Yi Ichuan asked, sitting in the chair opposite Lin Anlin. Of course, I have something to talk to you about.
Lin Anlin's eyes were unusually gentle.
By the way, how about the advertisement?
Yi Ichuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here."
Lin Anlin nodded and stopped asking questions, obviously trusting Yi Ichuan. Tell me what it is. It's definitely not about advertising.
Lin Anlin bit her lip and finally said with a firm look in her eyes, "Or, let's not get divorced for now."
Yi Ichuan was stunned. He was overjoyed in his heart, but pretended to be a little unhappy on the surface and asked, "Why?" My aunt is back from abroad. She is the only person in the family who is really good to me. Lin Anlin said. Yi Ichuan knew who the aunt she was talking about was. He learned a lot about her from Lin Anlin's story last time. I know that, but what does this have to do with us not getting divorced? Yi Ichuan asked. My aunt said that she would arrange a blind date for me when she comes back. I don't want to go on blind dates with those rich second generations she introduced me to, let alone marry them. Lin Anlin said, so, we can't get divorced. Yi Ichuan nodded, no problem, you are the boss. Lin Anlin smiled and said, that's good. Then come with me to my house on the weekend and meet my aunt. Yi Ichuan's smile froze immediately. Is this the rhythm of meeting the parents? Lin Anlin's parents died early, so her aunt can almost be understood as her mother-in-law. Facing this legendary creature, Yi Ichuan felt inexplicably nervous. Yes, I've already told my aunt, she wants to meet you too. Yi Ichuan said that he was cheated, so, you didn't discuss it with me, but informed me, right? Lin Anlin nodded, and the blush on her face gradually spread. Chapter 38 Wang Shandi's Revenge. After listening to what Lin Anlin said, Yi Ichuan felt a little uneasy. I felt much more timid psychologically towards the aunt whom I had never met. It would be fine if the other person was an understanding person who could see the potential in Yi Ichuan. But if he was conservative and thought that Yi Ichuan, an ordinary person, was not worthy of Lin Anlin, then it would be difficult to deal with. No matter what Yi Ichuan does, he can't do anything to his aunt unless he doesn't want this wife anymore. But could he not want it? Obviously not. Where can I find such a stunningly beautiful girl? There's really no other way. Let's meet someday. I'll be ready then. Yi Ichuan spread his hands. Lin Anlin smiled immediately, so, you agree? Yi Ichuan nodded, it's just to meet our aunt, not some man-eating monster. Your aunt is the man-eating monster. Lin Anlin hit back, besides, she's my aunt, not our aunt. God have mercy on you, you don't even treat me as your husband, how can you act realistically then? Yi Ichuan shouted. Lin Anlin looked at Yi Ichuan, who was becoming more and more shameless, and was amused by him. Come on, call me husband. Yi Ichuan said with a chuckle. Get out. Lin Anlin pointed at the door. Seeing that Lin Anlin was about to get angry if he continued teasing her, Yi Ichuan quickly slipped away. Walking out of the domineering female president's office, Yi Ichuan put away the smile on his face. One wave has not yet settled when another wave comes. Yi Ichuan frowned slightly. Over there, Wang Shandi's issue has not been resolved yet. Given his personality, he would definitely not give up just like that. But since he hasn't come to cause trouble for me for such a long time, he must be hiding in the dark and preparing a big move. Then here came another aunt who I didn't know whether I could deal with her or not. If only I were Sun Wukong, I could pull out 2 hairs and turn them into 10,000 Yi Ichuans, and solve the problem in no time. Yi Ichuan sighed, what else can I do? If an enemy comes, I will fight him with my generals, and if a flood comes, I will block it with earth. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him. Yi Ichuan turned around and saw that it was Lin Anlin who had caught up with him. What's the matter, wife? Yi Ichuan immediately put on a smile and asked. You have to be careful about Wang Shandi recently. I heard that he spent a lot of money to hire an expert to deal with you. Lin Anlin looked worried. Master? Yi Ichuan said nonchalantly, how tall? Will you jump up and hit my knees?
Lin Anlin was amused by his appearance again. I know you are powerful, but it is better to be careful.
I know, my dear wife. Yi Ichuan nodded and leaned close to Lin Anlin's ear. What am I better at?
Lin Anlin's face turned red with embarrassment, and she punched Yi Ichuan's shoulder with her little pink fist and ran away.
Yi Ichuan smiled.
This wife was good in every way except that she was too easily teased. She would blush when he said a few words to her.
But this is more realistic. It's not pleasant to have a stern face all day and be treated as an iceberg. He knew Lin Anlin's experience and how much pressure she was under. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you walk alone in the future. Yi Ichuan looked at Lin Anlin's back as he trotted away, his eyes full of tenderness. As for Wang Shandy, just use whatever tricks you have. He returned to the planning department. However, what neither of them noticed was that their intimate behavior was seen by others. After working diligently at his post for a day, Yi Ichuan clocked out with a slightly tired body. The advertising matters had been almost completed, and now all that's left is to start rehearsals. He was able to complete it so quickly this time thanks to the help of the provincial TV station. Both the actors and the venue were sponsored by the provincial TV station. As for the provincial TV station, they don't ask for much, just a little mention when the commercials are broadcast. Because the provincial TV station knew very well that the script was written by Yi Ichuan, and he would also be the director later. The provincial TV station only provided some people in venues. Even if there was no provincial TV station, Yi Ichuan would just be a little troublesome. After walking out of Shangyun building, Yi Ichuan went to the roadside and prepared to take a taxi home. While he was waiting for the car, a Pullman Maybach Mercedes slowly stopped in front of him. Yi Ichuan looked at this top-level luxury executive sedan curiously. The car window slowly rolled down, and a man in a neat suit with a gold-lined collar sitting in the back seat looked at him. Mr. Yi, my young master invites you. The man in the suit said gently. Wang Shandy? Yi Ichuan felt that the only person who could be related to him and who was so rich was Wang Shandy. Yes. The man in the suit nodded. No. Yi Ichuan waved his hand. Are you kidding? He already knew that Wang Shandy was going to deal with him, but he still got into his car. Isn't this just putting himself on the chopping block and waiting for him to chop him? I'm afraid you have no choice but to go. Several deep voices sounded beside Yi Ichuan, full of energy. One could tell at a glance that the owner of the voice was definitely a strong man. What the hell? Yi Ichuan didn't even look at him and just ran away. If you act rashly against them without knowing the details, you will obviously suffer losses. Everyone present was stunned. Isn't this kid good at fighting? Why don't you play by the rules and just run away? What are you standing there for? Chase her. The man in the suit roared. Just now, Yi Ichuan ran without any hesitation, as free and easy as the wind, and it was hard to tell at all that he was running away. The thugs who had surrounded him also came to their senses after hearing the suit man's roar and started chasing after him. Yi Ichuan ran ahead to create some distance between them and turned his head to look behind him. Fuck, are you serious? He saw that those sturdy men were all muscular without any fat. Most importantly, they all carried a golf bag full of golf clubs on their backs. This golf club is no joke. Made of alloy, it can even blow open a skull with one hit. Running like this is not a solution. You can run for a while but not forever. Yi Ichuan breathed slightly, his heart becoming more lively. He turned and entered a pedestrian street. There is a lot of traffic here, so it is convenient for you to hide. Moreover, behind the pedestrian street is one of the few urban villages in the entire CBD area, where a group of hard-working workers live. Yi Ichuan, with the 5 big men behind him, turned into the village in the city. I can't see anyone. The strong men stopped outside the urban village and stared at several entrances. What should we do? A strong man asked. The boss said he is a good fighter, so we should not disperse casually. The sturdy man in the lead snorted disdainfully. Very good at fighting? How good are you? You just beat up a few ordinary people. How can you compare with people like us who make a living by fighting? That's true. I guess the boss this time is ignorant and really thinks that little bastard is a master. The leader looked at the several forked roads and waved his hand. You two will form a group. I'll form a group alone. Let's search separately. Chapter 39 Inevitable. More than 20,000 people live in this small urban village. Apart from the original residents who lived here, the rest are hard-working young people working in the CBD area. It is now the rush hour, and a large number of young people are returning to the urban villages, so that the streets are full of people. Yi Ichuan ran wildly on the road, attracting a lot of people's attention.
Behind him were two strong thugs who had already discovered him and were chasing him closely. They are chasing me so closely.
If I hadn't been circling here, I would have been caught up long ago.
Yi Ichuan turned his head and took a look when he turned into an alley. The two strong men were not far away from him.
No, we have to think of a way. If we keep running, it will be troublesome if we run into the others. Yi Ichuan's brain began to work at high speed. Now there are only two people chasing behind.
If we suddenly meet love at a corner ahead and bump into the others, we will be blocked on the spot. While searching in the alley, Yi Ichuan dodged and shrank against the wall, hiding himself using the protruding part of the wall. In just a few seconds, the sturdy man also rushed into the alley and continued to run forward.
Damn, have you turned into animals? How can you run so fast? Yi Ichuan shrank against the wall and they almost saw him shrinking back.
The two strong men didn't pay any attention to the situation around them and continued to run forward.
The moment they rushed over, Yi Ichuan's legs were like springs compressed to the extreme.
He suddenly exerted force, pounced out, and directly knocked down one of the strong men.
Die! Yi Ichuan was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey.
He exerted all his muscles and punched the sturdy man in the face. Just one punch, the sturdy man's nosebleed splashed all over Yi Ichuan like a mini fountain. His originally white t-shirt was stained with red spots. Before the other strong man could react, Yi Ichuan immediately dodged and ran out of the alley. When rushing out of the alley, Yi Ichuan, covered in blood, brought a great visual impact to this group of 9 to 5 office workers.
What the hell? Filming a movie? A new Young and Dangerous? Just now I remember there seemed to be two people chasing him.
The young man looked at Yi Ichuan who was running wildly, then looked at the helpless and furious strong man behind him, and silently picked up his phone.
What are you standing there for? Take a picture and post it on your moments. A group of people woke up as if from a dream. Wow, this is exciting, hurry up and post it on your moments. On the other side, the sturdy man pressed the button of the communicator on his ear and said breathlessly, "The third brother was knocked unconscious, I am still chasing him." Got it, I'll be there soon.
The voice of the sturdy leader came from the headset. Not long after, Yi Ichuan looked at the sturdy leader standing in front of him as motionless as a sculpture, and another sturdy man who had caught up with him from behind. Not far away, the other two who had separated had also arrived.
It is detected that the host is facing a choice.
Choice 1, keep running, reward, 100,000. Option 2, give it a try, reward, 200,000, an internal energy guidance technique. Several strong men surrounded Yi Ichuan but did not take action immediately.
They seemed to be waiting for something.
A luxury car stopped nearby and Wang Shandy got out.
Yi Ichuan, long time no see.
Wang Shandy was wearing a neat suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and a pair of small gold-rimmed glasses hung on his nose.
He had a cynical and decent demeanor. Yeah, long time no see. Yi Ichuan greeted with a smile, is this what you're going to use against me?
Of course there is more to it, but perhaps this is enough.
Wang Shandy sneered, Yi Ichuan, you can't escape today.
These strong men were all hired by him from underground boxing rings abroad at great expense. Each of them was a top master and was not at the same level as the 10 rabble before. Yi Ichuan calmly examined the 4 strong men surrounding him. Except for the leader, he was confident that he could easily deal with the other 3 in one-on-one situations. But the problem is that it is not a one-on-one situation now. There is a boss next to him who makes him instinctively feel dangerous.
But wouldn't it be embarrassing to run away now? Besides, I've only seen the internal energy guidance technique in novels. It would be a pity to give up just like that.
Seeing Yi Ichuan's fierce eyes, the burly leader waved his hand, and Wang Shandy tactfully stepped back. The burly boss does things for money and only cares about money, not people. If a fight really breaks out, Wang Shandy might be beaten up first by him because he is in the way.
Even a trapped beast will still fight, let alone a human.
Yi Ichuan grinned and looked around at the burly men surrounding him. The mastery-level street fighting skills previously provided by the system played the greatest role at this time.
If this thing wasn't there, Yi Ichuan would definitely not choose the second one.
No matter how good something is, he needs to be alive to enjoy it.
Come on. Yi Ichuan took a deep breath and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fight that was about to begin. Go!
The burly leader waved his hand, and the other three did not hesitate at all.
They did not underestimate the enemy just because Yi Ichuan was alone. Are all three of you coming together? Yi Ichuan examined the situation in front of him. It would be a lot harder to deal with one person alone, but it would be much harder to deal with three at the same time. A strong wind blew towards Yi Ichuan's face, and he narrowly avoided the punch.
If the punch had hit his face completely, he would have been killed on the spot. Yi Ichuan took advantage of the fact that the man who had punched him had not had time to retract his strength and hit the sturdy man hard in the abdomen with his knee. This blow caused the sturdy man to curl up like a cooked shrimp. Just when Yi Ichuan was about to strike while the iron was hot and continue to attack him, the other two strong men joined forces to attack him. He had no choice but to give up the idea of killing him while he was sick and instead began to deal with the attacks from the other two people. Wan Shandy watched coldly from the side, feeling a little scared. He had sent out 10 thugs before, but they were all dealt with by Yi Ichuan alone. However, at that time he had not witnessed Yi Ichuan's fighting ability in person, and could not realize how shocking the scene described by his thugs was. And now, as he witnessed this life and death fight, he thought of the time when he first met Yi Ichuan. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to him at that time, otherwise I would probably still be lying in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Wan Shandy watched Yi Ichuan remain calm despite the joint attack of the three sturdy men. It seemed that there was no way to defeat him in a short time. What a hassle! The sturdy boss who had been watching the fight silently let out a series of crackling sounds. Let me do it.
Chapter 40, Turning Defeat into Victory.
Yi Ichuan, who was fighting with three strong men, felt a chill for no reason. After quickly forcing the three men back, he saw the boss walking towards him.
Every step he takes is steady and you can tell at a glance that his waist is strong. He is definitely a strong martial artist. Yi Ichuan immediately gave his assessment. I had only taken a quick glance before and hadn't seen much useful information, but now it was different. The boss had become interested in him and his strength was revealed. You may be very strong, but this is only relative to ordinary people. The boss took a long breath and roared at Yi Ichuan. His strong and big body was extremely flexible. In almost the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of several meters and came in front of Yi Ichuan. Oh no! Yi Ichuan almost didn't have time to react, and just raised his hand to block the boss's fist. What a great strength! This was the initial confrontation between the two, and Yi Ichuan had the most intuitive understanding of the boss. Absolutely overwhelming power, not fancy at all, but extremely easy to use. Take my kick in the crotch. Yi Ichuan took advantage of the fact that the other party wanted to wrestle with him, loosened his lower body, and fell backwards. Then he raised his foot and kicked the boss in the crotch with a dirty move. Wan Shandy, who was watching the game from the side, felt a chill somewhere in his body when he saw this kick. However, as a boxing boss, what storms and waves has he not seen? This kind of dirty trick that cannot be put on the stage is very common in the underground black boxing ring. He quickly stretched out his other hand and grabbed Yi Ichuan's ankle. Once he caught Yi Ichuan's ankle, the outcome would be decided. Yi Ichuan also realized this and quickly changed his tactics, forcing the force of his crotch kick to hit the boss's knee. Due to the change in route, the sturdy boss was just a hair's breadth away from grabbing his ankle. So hard! Yi Ichuan felt that he had kicked the steel plate. It is obviously a joint where bones are connected, so it should be more fragile. Even though the kick was done with some force, the result should not be like this. While dealing with the boss's attack, Yi Ichuan was thinking about a solution. Die! With the roar of the burly leader, a huge fist smashed towards Yi Ichuan's chest with a strong wind. But at this time, he had no way to dodge. Look at my innuendo. At this point, there was no other way, and Yi Ichuan had to use his trump card. Just now when I was running, I grabbed some sand from a sand pile. A lot of it had leaked out along the way, but there was still some in my palm, which was enough. The reason why he hadn't loosened his fist just now was because of this. The flying sand flew towards the strong boss's face. The boss began to close his eyes, but it was too late. A lot of sand flew into his eyes. Yi Ichuan was also hit hard in the chest by this punch, and his entire chest cavity made a muffled sound. Fuck! The intense pain instantly consumed Yi Ichuan's brain. He was in a state of temporary freeze. But a strong sense of crisis brought him back to his senses. Tears flowed from the corners of the sturdy boss' eyes, but he still couldn't open his eyes with sand all inside.
Each one adhered to the good style of taking advantage of the situation to kill the man, and his fists seemed to be equipped with motors, hitting the sturdy man again and again. Even the best fighter would not be able to withstand so many punches raining down on him without any way to resist.
What's more, each one is also very strong. After 3 or 4 seconds, each one no longer knew how many punches he had thrown.
With the last punch, the burly boss fell to the ground with a bang.
Each one was covered in blood.
He stood beside the fallen strong man, raised his head and looked at Wang Shandy.
Fuck.
Wang Shandy was frightened by his look. It was like being stared at by a ferocious evil ghost, or like being hunted by a wolf in the dark.
Wang Shandy. Each one roared and rushed over. Stop him right there. Wang Shandy turned around and ran.
The remaining 3 strong men no longer had the intention of opposing each one when faced with his imposing manner, but since they had received his money, they had no choice but to go forward.
Get out of the way.
Each one used his might to knock over the 3 strong men who were blocking his way. Wang Shandy climbed into the car and didn't even have time to close the door before the driver stepped on the accelerator and was about to start. Each one reached out his hand from outside the car and pulled Wang Shandy out of the car.
Grandson, you are so arrogant.
Each one pressed Wang Shandy to the ground. The 3 strong men nearby had already climbed up from the ground, but seeing this situation they did not dare to move forward rashly.
What are you standing there for? Save me.
Each one raised his hand and slapped Wang Shandy. Half of his face quickly swelled up, and several teeth were loosened by the slap. Blood dyed the entire mouth red.
If you don't want him to be beaten to death by me, just stand there obediently. Each one ordered without turning his head.
Except for the burly leader, the other 3 still listened to Wang Shandy very much. Now that Wang Shandy is controlled by each one, they listen to each one very much.
Don't let me see you again.
Each one slapped Wang Shandy on the other half of his face again.
Next time, I won't let you go. There were too many people watching around.
If he really beat Wang Shandy to death in public, it would be troublesome.
Each one didn't want to do such a stupid thing. Anyway, the goal has been achieved now.
Even if Wang Shandy is released, he will definitely not dare to cause trouble for me again in the short term. As for the future, it is not certain who will cause trouble for whom. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, give it a try. Mission reward, 200,000 in cash and the internal chi guiding technique. Each one felt a cool feeling flowing through his body, but now was not the time to carefully feel this feeling.
Each one threw Wang Shandy to the ground as if he was throwing a dead dog and left quickly.
After he left, Wang Shandy lay on the ground, looking in the direction he left with resentment in his eyes.
Wait. At this moment, he looked quite miserable, yet also a little funny. The swelling on one side of the face is bigger than the other, probably because each one didn't apply equal force. After each one left, the driver immediately helped him up and got into the car, then sped towards the nearest hospital. The 3 strong men carried the boss on their backs and left. After leaving, each one took out his cell phone and made a call. Please help me, I'm in trouble. Each one said anxiously into the phone. Chapter 41 I am a celebrity too. What's wrong? Zhang Tianqing asked on the phone. I just ran into Wang Shandy. What? Zhang Tianqing's voice rose several degrees. Are you okay? Something happened. A big thing. Each one recounted what had just happened. In other words, you beat Wang Shandy into a pig's head in front of a bunch of people?
Zhang Tianqing suddenly felt that this world was absurd. Although no one knew where Wang Shandy found these thugs from, they must be extraordinary.
However, even so, they still couldn't do anything to each one. Instead, they themselves were beaten into a pig's head. Zhang Tianqing couldn't help laughing when he thought about it. So you want me to help you deal with this matter, right? Yes. Each one replied. No problem. Zhang Tianqing agreed. Each one hung up the phone.
In his current state, he didn't dare to hail a taxi, for fear that the enthusiastic driver would take him directly to the door of the Public Security Bureau.
Fortunately, this was a village in the city, and each one remembered that there was a bathroom here.
He bought a set of clothes at a clothing store on the roadside, changed his clothes, and went into the bathroom to thoroughly wash the blood off his body. By the time he got home, it was dark. When he got home, each one took off his clothes and looked at his physical condition in the mirror. The strong man's punch hit him hard in the chest, and for a moment he thought his heart had stopped beating. But now, looking carefully in the mirror, there is nothing unusual.
What's going on? Each one couldn't figure out why. Could it be the effect of the reward given by the system before?
Since there was nothing wrong, there was no need to think too much about it. After each one washed up casually again, he dragged his tired body to lie down on the bed and quickly fell asleep.
Each one didn't wake up until around 10 o'clock the next morning. Fuck. I'm late. After opening his eyes and looking at the time, each one suddenly jumped out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. The phone was full of unread messages, including those from Lin Anlin, Zhang Tianqing, and even Lu Ming.
Lin Anlin and Lu Ming were asking him why he hadn't arrived at the company so late, while Zhang Tianqing was concerned about whether anything had happened to him. After each one finished washing up, he quickly browsed through his unread messages while waiting for the bus.
Zhang Tianqing, are you okay? I heard that you seem to be seriously injured?
There are indeed a lot of people watching, but they have all been resolved. You don't have to worry about being targeted by public security management.
Lin Anlin, where are you now?
A reporter from a TV station came to the company to interview you because the advertisement you produced earlier caused a great social response.
Lu Ming, each one, why haven't you come to the company yet?
A beautiful reporter from the TV station came and said she wanted to interview you.
Each one replied to Zhang Tianqing that everything was fine.
As for Lin Anlin and Lu Ming, each one felt that it was not appropriate for him to show up in public at this time. Because he beat someone in public yesterday and was watched by so many people, although Zhang Tianqing suppressed it, if he were to commit suicide at this time and appear on some news or other programs on TV, even Zhang Tianqing would not be able to suppress it.
Not long after, each one arrived at the company.
Because he had greeted Lin Anlin and Lu Ming in advance, he was not approached by reporters. The so-called beautiful reporter was politely sent away by Lin Anlin without even seeing each one. After arriving at the company, all the voices each one heard were about his own advertisement.
Just last night, the popularity of the advertisement suddenly exploded on the internet.
A large number of netizens watched this public service advertisement, and almost all of them were deeply touched.
As the producer of this advertisement, each one's name has also begun to gain some popularity on the internet. I really didn't expect that I would become famous in this way.
Each one sat at his desk, and the computer in front of him was the portal website with the most users.
On this website, all recent posts are praising the advertisement.
However, the feeling of being famous is not bad.
Each one smiled slightly.
Although he is not a person who cares much about fame, but in this era, fame means being able to make money, and each one cannot help but care about money. He wants to buy luxury cars and luxury houses.
If he doesn't work hard to earn more money, how can he afford luxury cars worth hundreds of millions and luxury houses worth billions?
I guess it will take several days for the heat to slowly die down, but I'm not in a hurry. After all, this Cannes ad is my stepping stone to the CCTV stage. I must shoot it well and strive for perfection.
Each one casually browsed the posts and comments on the website.
He began to understand people's preferences through netizens' comments.
Both are public service advertisements.
Although I want Cannes to be broadcast on CCTV, I estimate the social response will be far less than this one.
Each one said, stroking his chin.
There is no way.
The topic of protecting the environment is far less profound than the topic of filial piety.
Filial piety has been a virtue of human beings since ancient times.
It is an instinctive quality flowing in the blood. There are many more people who can empathize with others.
However, the two are not the same subject matter, and there is no comparison between them. Each one analyzed carefully, although the popularity of Cannes is definitely not as good as this one, from a longer-term perspective, protecting the environment is more important, so CCTV will most likely adopt it, as long as I shoot it well. Each one was determined to make a good film of Cannes.
At this time, the cell phone rang. Mr. Lin, is there anything wrong? It was actually Lin Anlin calling in person. Another group of reporters has come. Do you want to meet them?
Lin Anlin said helplessly.
There is no way around it.
As a creator, many people on the internet are discussing his name, and media reporters who make a living by reporting on hot topics will naturally not miss any of them. No, they're just reporters.
It's a waste of my time to meet them.
Maybe something I said wrong would be written down by them, and I'd be scolded by the ignoring crowd, and it might even affect the company's profits.
Each one deliberately made the matter sound more serious. Well, I'll let them go back then.
Lin Anlin felt a little scared when he heard each one say that.
By the way, how are the preparations for the 10 planned targets going? Yi Ichwan reported truthfully, I handed 9 of them over to other employees in the planning department.
I picked one and planned to shoot it myself, just like last time.
Are you going to vote for the provincial TV station again? Anlin asked. No. Yi Ichwan denied. Ah. Is it possible that the advertisement you produced this time is far worse than the previous one? It can't even get into the provincial TV station? Anlin immediately became worried. Chapter 42, Going to the Provincial Station. Yi Ichwan listened to Anlin's voice coming from the phone. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to ask, how is the task assigned to you going? Anlin asked.
Yi Ichwan can choose not to be interviewed, but as the leader of Shine Yun Group, it would be unreasonable for her to refuse to be interviewed either. Since the media people cannot meet Yi Ichwan, they will become more curious about what kind of person Yi Ichwan is. But if she also refuses to be interviewed by the media, people would speculate that the reason why Yi Ichwan refused to be interviewed was because of her arrangement as the leader, which would leave a bad impression on the media.
Nowadays, the media is the organization with the greatest voice besides the country.
If her and Shang Yun Group's reputation were ruined in the media, it would be a big loss.
The questions asked by the reporter were not business secrets, so she answered truthfully.
The issue that concerns the media reporters the most is whether Yi Ichwan will produce better works in the future.
Because a person's popularity is limited.
If no new hotspot appears before the popularity disappears, no matter how popular he was before, he will gradually fade away. The question from the media seems to be asking whether there are any new works, but in fact they just want to confirm whether Yi Ichwan will become more popular.
If not, it doesn't matter if Yi Ichwan doesn't accept the interview. It's just a temporary popularity. If you don't catch it, then don't catch it. But if there are still some and they haven't caught them, it will be a huge loss for the media.
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, everything is under control. I can guarantee that, although this work may not have as much influence as the previous one, it will definitely have more depth and be able to enter a bigger stage.
Yi Ichwan said confidently. When Anlin heard what he said, she couldn't help but feel curious. A bigger stage? The provincial TV station is already a channel with huge influence, so a bigger stage, right? Anlin couldn't believe his own guess.
Yi Ichwan smiled and said, Don't be afraid, Director Lin, just say it boldly as you think.
You mean, you think this work can be broadcast on CCTV? Anlin was shocked.
For people in this industry, being on CCTV, even if it is just a broadcast during a time period with lower ratings, is already a lifelong dream that they can devote their whole life to.
But how long has Yi Ichwan been in the industry?
At most, it has been just over 3 months, less than 4 months.
He has just finished his internship.
Although he has entered the leadership level because of his previous contributions, this cannot deny the fact that he has only worked for more than 3 months. In just over 3 months, he has already made a name for himself on the provincial TV station and is even on the verge of entering the central TV station's field of vision.
It's just terrible.
Anlin got an answer that was beyond his expectations and hung up the phone in a daze. Then he covered his face and laughed in his office without caring about his image. The higher Yi Ichwan's achievements now, the higher his status in the future will be, and he will be able to bring greater help to her.
This is a good thing. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ichwan walked out of the office with the script he had prepared long ago.
Officially start shooting. With the previous achievements, no one dared to gossip about Yi Ichwan when he applied for funds from the company this time. Although there are still many people who have a bad impression of Yi Ichwan, it cannot be denied that the advertisement is indeed the most touching public service advertisement in recent years. With funds and scripts, Yi Ichwan went to the provincial TV station. At the gate of the provincial television station, Yi Ichwan was received by the director's secretary who had been waiting there for a long time.
You must be Mr. Yi Ichwan, right? The director has been waiting for you for a long time. A middle-aged woman in her 40s brought Yi Ichwan into the TV station. Director Liu, do you have time recently?
Yi Ichwan still needed to understand some situations in advance before meeting him, otherwise it would be embarrassing if he said something he shouldn't say. There has been nothing particularly important recently, said the director's secretary.
That's good. My sudden visit this time shouldn't hinder Director Liu's work, right? Yi Ichwan asked half-jokingly. Of course not. The director welcomes your arrival,
said the director's secretary. Of course, no one would refuse a young and talented person. What's more, if such a young person is used well, he can help you make further progress.
Yi Ichuan understood this truth very well.
Except for true relatives and brothers, no one else would be nice to others for no reason.
If there is a reason, it is because this person is useful to him now or one day in the future. This is the case with Master Lu now.
Maybe Master Lu really admired him, but admiration alone was not enough to make him ask Master Lu to help him so much. The two walked into Director Lu's office, and the director's secretary consciously walked out of the office and took the door with him.
How come you have time to come see me today? Director Lu said to Yi Ichuan with a warm smile. Yi Ichuan didn't care about his slightly intimate address, and said with a smile, "Isn't it normal for a junior to visit a senior in the industry?"
Director Lu laughed out loud. "Just tell me straight, there is no need to come to my temple, but you can tell me, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse."
Yi Ichuan took out the script that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. Director Lu took the script with great curiosity. "Is this the plan you sent me last time?" Yi Ichuan shook his head and said, "It's not a plan, it's a script that I have already perfected." "So fast?" Director Lu was a little surprised.
The planning was almost just an idea, and the script had already reached the most complete level. All they had to do was find the actors and the location before they could start filming.
But the last time Yi Ichuan showed him the plan was just a few days ago.
In just a few days, an idea was perfected to the point where filming could start at any time. Director Lu has never seen many people like this in all his years. Almost all good scripts have gone through a long period of polishing and being improved bit by bit before they can finally be filmed.
Some scripts may even be unsatisfactory during the filming process and need to be improved again. You're not going to try to trick an old man like me with a half-finished product, are you? Director Lu joked. Yi Ichuan waved his hands quickly and said, "How dare I? You will know if I am fooling you after you see it."
After listening to this, Director Lu became even more curious about the script in his hand.
Chapter 43, Director Lu is shocked. Director Lu slowly opened the script.
At first, he did not have high expectations for this script that was completed in just a few days, because no matter how talented a person is, there should be a limit. He had never seen anyone who could come up with a script that satisfied him in just a few days. However, as he read on, he became more and more attracted to the script. In addition to the plot development, there is also a large section of annotations. And this annotation part is the essence of this script. Not only what each performer should do and what expression they should use at what time, but even their standing positions are all written out in detail. It's like, this isn't a script at all, but a completed short film. Just by flipping through the script, Director Lu has already constructed a very realistic scene in his mind. Great! Director Lu couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "This script is well written." He reluctantly put down the script. "Is this the surprise you gave me? You are indeed young and promising. To be honest, do you have no interest in the provincial TV station at all? Your talent can only be best utilized in a TV station." Director Lu once again thought of recruiting people. Yi Ichuan smiled and waved his hands. "No, master.
I'm fine in Shangyun and don't want to go around. Is the treatment at the provincial station not good enough? I can apply for the best treatment. Just tell me what you want."
Director Lu still did not give up and continued.
Yi Ichuan still politely refused. "Director, it's not a question of treatment or not. Everyone has their own aspirations. However, I still need you to take care of me in the future. We will have more opportunities for cooperation in the future." "Okay." Director Lu saw that Yi Ichuan was indeed not interested in the provincial TV station. Although it was a pity that he did not recruit him, it would be good to be able to cooperate. "Director, the main reason for our visit this time is to discuss the shooting location. I have already found a suitable location." Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Ichuan stated the purpose of his visit. "Oh? Where?" Director Lu knew that Yi Ichuan wanted to borrow a subway car to complete the filming of the advertisement. He was a little embarrassed at that time, but now after reading the script, he felt that all problems were not problems. As long as we can shoot this commercial, let alone borrowing a carriage, even borrowing a whole subway car would be no problem. "It's online too, any car will be fine," Yi Ichuan said. "The venue has been found, but what about the performers? Have you found them? Do you want me to send a few veteran actors from the provincial station to assist you in the filming?" asked Director Lu. He had a hunch that this advertisement might have a more profound impact, and perhaps its popularity would not be as high as Yi Ichuan's previous work, but the quality of a work is not determined by its popularity, but by its influence. If the actors under him could show up in this advertisement, it would be almost equivalent to appearing on CCTV.
Each one thought for a moment and felt that since Director Liu had done him such a big favor, he couldn't just show some appreciation. He nodded and said, "That's no problem, but I hope I can choose by myself." The last time he found the most suitable person to perform in the advertisement, it was by chance. This does not mean that he can find the right person in a short time this time. So since Director Liu has the person, he does not need to waste time looking for him. However, he was worried that Director Liu's sending of people would affect the system's evaluation. After all, the task required independent leadership of the filming. Therefore, he still needs to select people himself.
Okay. Director Liu nodded.
As long as they choose people from his subordinates, it doesn't matter whether he chooses it himself or each one chooses it, it's the same, they are all his subordinates anyway.
Well, it's better to start selecting people now. Each one couldn't wait any longer.
The sooner he completed the task, the sooner he would get the reward.
This is his immediate goal.
Director Liu called his secretary in and gave him some instructions.
Each one followed him and went to the casting together. In an area of the provincial TV station, many actors are practicing the segments they are about to perform. Each one looked at these old actors who could cry at any time and laugh at any time, and nodded secretly.
They are indeed very good. Even though I know they are performing, I can still intuitively feel the emotions they express during the performance. This is the quality that a real actor should have, immersing himself in the plot and treating himself as the role he is playing, so that he can be realistic enough.
How about it? Are you satisfied with these actors? Director Liu asked with some pride.
These are all the treasures of the provincial TV station, and they have been developed bit by bit with a lot of time and effort. Any one of them, once released, will be snapped up by various crews.
Professional. Each one commented simply and directly. After each one said this comment, Director Liu's face showed even more pride. In his eyes, each one is not just a junior. There is a sequence in learning, and everyone has their own specialization.
Each one is an expert in this area, and his praise is undoubtedly of great value.
Who is that person? Why is he talking and laughing with the director? Yeah, he looks very young. Is he here for a casting?
This kind of thing was not uncommon in the past. Although they were all actors from the provincial TV station, when the provincial TV station had no tasks for them, they would be sent to other crews to participate in performances.
Because just practicing without actual practice will not make you a good actor. He looks too young, doesn't he? Could it be that this is another rich second generation who got carried away and bought a crappy script and plans to satisfy his desire to be a director?
Said a middle-aged actor in his 30s. This kind of situation happens quite often, and what the actors on the station hate and resist the most are these second-generation rich prodigal sons who know nothing except being rich. They are people who regard acting as a belief, and they are actually very disdainful of crappy scripts and crappy directors.
The key is, who among those people can get the station master to personally receive them? The station master is not someone that those rich second generations can invite. Could it be that there is really a good script? How is that possible?
Just looking at his expression, you can tell it must be a rubbish script.
I hope I am not chosen. Each one, who was talking with Director Liu, relied on his amazing hearing to hear every word of the actor's whispers.
He smiled slightly and said, "Master, I won't be polite."
We agreed that I can choose whatever I want. Director Liu nodded. You can choose whatever you want. It is their blessing to be chosen by you. Chapter 44, Casting. Each one looked at the many actors present.
Under normal circumstances, when someone came to cast, the actors should stop practicing and move closer so that the casting person could see them more clearly. After all, a person's appearance is the first step to being noticed by others. If even the appearance is not up to standard, no matter how good the acting skills are, there will be a sense of incongruity. For example, a 2-meter-tall strong man, even if he has top-notch acting skills, cannot play the role of a dwarf among a group of 1.7-meter-tall people.
Because it's too incongruous.
Everyone is 1.7 meters tall, and you are the only one who is 2 meters tall.
At first glance, you can see that you are a head taller than them. No one would regard such a person as a dwarf.
But now, because of the misunderstanding of each one, almost all the actors think that he is just an uneducated rich second generation, the type of person they despise the most. In their words, the film and television art world is corrupted by such garbage films.
Naturally, they are unwilling to participate in the performance of such a rubbish movie. This is their pride and bottom line. However, each one doesn't care about these things. Although he doesn't know what these people are thinking, it does not affect his casting at all. Anyway, whether they think they are unlearned or have real talent, it will only be revealed after they have seen the script. He selected the actors who best fit the picture according to the picture given by the system. That's all. Each one said as he looked at the actors standing in front of him with no expression on their faces. Just these few? No more? Director Liu asked anxiously. The script called for more than a dozen people, but each one only selected 6, and more than half had not yet been cast. Naturally, he wanted to fight for this opportunity for his men. Director, if it's suitable, it's suitable. If it's not suitable, it's not suitable. You can't force it. It has nothing to do with acting skills. Yi Ichuan said. Director Liu nodded and said, it was Liu who was anxious. As Yi Ichuan said this, the 6 actors standing in front of him all had their eyes lit up. Uneducated people cannot say such words. Could it be that this person who is a little too young can really bring them surprises? You know, those who can have Director Liu personally accompany them in casting, and even ask him to choose more, will later produce works that are both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Realizing that the actor's contempt for him had been somewhat suppressed, Yi Ichuan smiled slightly and said, it is confirmed that it is these 6 seniors. By the way, you can take a look at the script first. It was just written not long ago and there is only this copy. You can all take a look at it together. Yi Ichuan handed over the script. The 6 actors sat in a circle, looking at the script carefully, and from time to time, whispers of discussion could be heard. By the time they finished reading the script, about 10 minutes had passed. During this period of time, the other actors who were not selected also realized that things seemed to be different from what they expected, so they all looked over here curiously. Great, this script is great, it's really great. After reading it, a younger actor couldn't help but shout out. After all, he is still a young man and does not have such a calm and experienced demeanor. After reading the script, he was so excited that he could not even suppress his emotions. Lu Mang, watch your words and actions. Director Liu said sternly. Lu Mang? Director, is this your relative? Yi Ichuan asked curiously. My brother's grandson. Director Liu said. Yi Ichuan nodded and had an idea in mind. Since Director Liu has supported me so much, it would be a bit unreasonable not to give something back. The script just needed a young and energetic person to complete the finale of the advertisement, which was also the finishing touch. The roles have been chosen. Just wait here for notification. We will start filming in 3 days at the latest. Everyone should practice more during this period. Hopefully, we can get it right in one take when filming starts. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. He had asked the director's secretary to take the script for photocopying, and everyone would get a copy by then. And he still needs to take the original copy with him. After he and Director Liu left, the rest of the actors came over and said, Lu Mang, what kind of script makes you so happy? Lu Mang chuckled and said, we were all wrong. We all underestimated him. He didn't say it directly, but he left people with endless room for imagination. The more this happens, the more curious other actors who haven't read the script become about it. Moreover, judging from the reactions of the 6 people who were chosen, it seemed that the script brought by the young man was not a rubbish script. On the contrary, it should be a top-notch script that is rarely seen in normal times. Yes, scripts can be divided into good and bad ones. Those scripts that are completely devoid of substance are the lowest level, while the highest level are those that have depth and sufficient meaning. A good script does not necessarily require a huge investment. Even a small production can still have a significant impact. Those actors who had whispered about it before were now furious. That was a top-notch script. Many actors would not be able to participate in the filming of a top-notch script even if they spent their entire lives. After leaving the provincial TV station, each one felt relaxed. Just a trip to the provincial TV station has almost solved the 2 biggest problems at present. With the full support of Director Liu, the shooting location has basically been completed. As for the issue of actors, with the addition of 6 professionals from the provincial TV station, even if the other actors are relatively inferior, they can be compensated by the actors from the provincial TV station. It's just that each one won't let people who are not good enough to participate in the performance. This is crucial to whether he can enter the CCTV's field of vision in the future. He must go all out and conscientiously produce a perfect work. After leaving the provincial TV station, each one returned to the company.
He briefly reported the progress of the advertising shoot to Lin Anlin, and also checked the progress of the other 9 tasks of the employees in the planning department. Although his main focus is still on the work cans, as the planning manager, he still needs to understand the necessary progress. The task is completed not quickly, but not slowly either, and is within a reasonable range. Yi Ichuan no longer had anything to worry about and began to prepare for the filming. As for other actors, he has posted a call for roles on the internet, held a round of auditions, selected the most suitable ones, and then interviewed them. Once all of them pass the interviews, they can be included in the filming. Chapter 45, Almost Social Death. Lu Mang and other actors from the provincial TV station, who had received the script, had already started to rehearse together. Because the crew had not yet gathered, Yi Ichuan did not specifically arrange which roles they would play. But it doesn't matter which role he plays, because the protagonist is not any of them, but the can. This was something Lu Mang and the others had not expected. They went to such great lengths to select the actors, only to end up with them all playing supporting roles for a can. Although there have been scripts in the past where the protagonist is not a specific character, this one is particularly outrageous. If they had not read the script and were amazed by it, if someone told them that there was a script with a can as the protagonist, they would have regarded the other person as a fool. On the other side, Yi Ichuan, who had returned to the company, was sitting at his desk. He operated on the computer with the mouse. With his current popularity on the internet, hundreds of people signed up for the auditions he had just posted. This was only the first few minutes after he posted the auditions. There are still many people on the internet who don't know about this. Once this matter spreads, more people will sign up. Of course, Yi Ichuan will not lower his requirements in casting just because he already has 6 professional actors from the provincial TV station. According to preliminary estimates, there should be about 20,000 people signing up in the end, but I only need to select 7 to 8 people from them. This is the elimination rate. He chuckled and shook his head. There was no other way. He only needed these many people right now. There would be no place to use more. Yi Ichuan no longer asked about the auditions. He specifically applied to the company and selected 30 people from other departments to help him select the most suitable ones. As for the requirements, he has already told those responsible for the screening. After the final screening is completed, those people will be asked to come to Xinjiang. After passing his interview, it means that they have been officially selected by him to become participants in this public service advertisement. After Yi Ichuan had arranged all the tasks, he suddenly found that he was free again. Something's wrong. Normally I should be busy at this time, but why am I so bored now? Yi Ichuan, who was playing Minesweeper on the computer out of boredom, suddenly woke up. He looked at his mouse with a confused look on his face and clicked a mine, and the game ended. It was this thunder that woke him up. No, I have to find something to do. Yi Ichuan stroked his chin and began to think about what he should do. By the way, I haven't finished arranging the venue yet. After all, this was the first time he had started such a production, and Yi Ichuan had no experience. He called Director Lu and asked about the arrangements for the subway cars. After learning that everything was in place, he set off for the subway station. After all, this is the location where the most important advertisement in his life will be filmed, so Yi Ichuan still cares about it very much. If the previous work helped Yi Ichuan open the door to a new world, then this work will make the whole world begin to know the existence of Yi Ichuan. His expectations for this work have reached the CCTV level. After arriving at the subway station, Yi Ichuan swiped his card and walked into the carriage. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go, he just wanted to get to know the venue in advance. Some time ago, Yi Ichuan often needed to take the subway to the company, but it was not Line 2, so he was not very familiar with Line 2. It was only after a preliminary observation that I felt that Line 2 was more suitable for filming. And now, he began to really take a closer look at this number 2 line that was about to help a new star rise. He carefully observed every section and every platform. No, this car won't work. It's in the wrong position from the station to the elevator. Yi Ichuan gave up on this car in his heart. He went down to check every platform, gradually eliminating one carriage after another. He was prepared to pick a tall person from among the short ones and cooperate with post-production to complete the advertisement if all else failed. Until the last carriage, when he was about to accept his fate, a surprise came quietly. Perfect. The car door opened, and Yi Ichuan couldn't help but murmured as he looked at the scene outside, which was almost exactly the same as the one in his mind. A young couple walked past him and looked back at him as they walked. This strange man had been observing everything while he was in the carriage. Now that he had gotten off the train, he stood at the door of the carriage like a fool, staring at the elevator leading to the ground in a daze and talking to himself.
Do you think that guy is sick? The girl in the couple whispered to the boy next to her.
I think, even if he's not sick, he's probably pretty good. The boy nodded and also spoke in a low voice.
Although their voices were very low, they did not escape each one's extremely sharp senses. He took in everything they said. Each one smiled awkwardly, too excited.
He had never thought that he had unknowingly done such an abnormal thing. Fortunately, it was not rush hour and there were not many people on the subway. Otherwise, based on his strange behavior just now, someone would probably have taken a picture of him and posted it online. Then you can add something like this country bumpkin went to the city for the first time and did something strange after taking the subway.
Or shocking, a patient from a certain mental hospital escaped and did something like this in public. Each one felt annoyed and scared just thinking about it.
Fortunately, he was not photographed, otherwise he would become famous again. Walking out of the subway station with some fear, each one took out his cell phone and called Director Liu. After confirming the carriage, Director Liu also began to help him apply to the authorities. When they learned that it was for the filming of a public service advertisement and that it would have the opportunity to be broadcast on CCTV, the official attitude was very serious. What's more, with Director Liu personally endorsing it, the official side was not too strict.
After confirming the time, each one was given 1 day to complete the advertisement.
As for the specific day, each one could arrange it himself, as long as it was not an important holiday.
After receiving this good news, each one was also very happy.
The big stone in my heart can finally be put down to the ground. Up to now, all preparations before the advertising shooting have basically been completed.
As long as the rehearsal is done, the shooting can begin.
In the future, each one will also be famous on CCTV.
Each one clenched his fists, a little excited. Chapter 46 Auditions. When each one returned home, it was already late at night. In order to choose the most suitable carriage, each one spent a whole day on the subway.
However, hard work pays off.
Now I have found the carriage that perfectly meets my needs. It is worth it even if it took a whole day. After a simple wash, each one lay down on the bed. I'm tired. He patted his back to relieve the fatigue. That's not right. After I beat up Wang Shandy, I remember the reward given by the system was the internal energy guidance technique? Each one jumped up suddenly. He was so busy during this period that he had forgotten all about it. After fighting with several thugs hired by Wang Shandy, each one was clearly also seriously injured. However, because of the reward, the injuries on his body that should have required him to stay in the hospital for a few days miraculously disappeared. At that time, each one didn't realize that something was wrong, but now when he thinks back, he has thought of all the overlooked places. No, I have to try out what this so-called internal energy guidance technique is. Each one imitated the actors in ancient costume dramas and sat cross-legged on the bed.
His sitting posture was actually quite realistic. If this internal energy refers to something like the true energy in martial arts novels, then although it is quite useful, its impact is actually very limited in the modern society with extremely advanced technology. After all, even a top-notch move like the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword cannot beat a sniper rifle with an 8-fold scope. But if this internal energy refers to something like the spiritual energy in myths and legends, then it would be really powerful.
Each one carefully felt what was different in his body.
During this time, he sent a series of questions to the system.
System, can you teach me how to use this internal energy guidance technique? System, you can't just give us the goods and then forget about after-sales service. System? Brother? Dear brother? Just give me an instruction manual.
After a long time, each one, who had not discovered the specific method of using the internal energy guidance technique, gave up. He lay on the bed like a salted fish.
It's this feeling. It's like Hitano Yui, Wazawa Maria, Takizawa Rolla, and all the goddesses from my youth are standing in front of me, ready to be picked by me, and there's only a glass wall between us, but I have no way to open the wall.
Each one wanted to cry but had no tears.
How can I get justice for this?
After all, up to now, each one's achievements are inseparable from the help of the system. Without the system, let alone whether he can have the current fame and fortune, it is even a question whether he can survive. After all, after offending Wang Shandy, each one received help from the system, which enabled him to enhance his physical fitness and master street fighting skills. Otherwise, those 10 thugs would have really drowned him in the river if they said they would. Yi Ichuan silently took back his complaints and lay on the bed with his eyes wide open in a daze. After a long time, he gradually fell asleep. While he was sleeping, he didn't even realize that tiny amounts of special substances were entering his body with his breathing. 3 days later. The preliminary online auditions have come to an end, with a total of more than 31,000 applicants, 50% more than Yi Ichuan had expected. However, after the final screening, only 54 people were left. The company reimbursed the travel expenses, food, and lodging for these 54 people, allowing them to come to Qincheng to be interviewed by Yi Ichuan. Although Yi Ichuan wanted to take the lead in completing this task himself, it was not impossible for the company to provide some financial support. At this time, Yi Ichuan was sitting in a well-decorated hotel, and standing in front of him was one of the interviewees. After Yi Ichuan procedurally told the interviewer part of the assessment content, he was not very satisfied with his response.
"I'm sorry, sir, you didn't pass the interview." The assistant standing next to Yi Ichuan, who was temporarily transferred from the company, noticed that Yi Ichuan was not satisfied, so he bowed and said apologetically to the interviewer. Next one. Yi Ichuan sat in his seat in a daze, somewhat bored.
He had interviewed 17 out of 54 candidates, but in the end, not a single one satisfied him. Not to mention satisfying him, he couldn't even pass the most basic assessment.
Could it be that these are the people selected from all over the country? It's outrageous. The next interviewee walks in. Realizing that Yi Ichuan was still distracted, the assistant next to him gave Yi Ichuan a subtle push. Yi Ichuan came back to his senses and looked at the interviewer who walked in. Yi Ichuan looked at him and suddenly became interested. For some reason, Yi Ichuan just took a look at him and felt that he would definitely pass his interview. Sure enough, after Yi Ichuan told part of the test content, the other party completed it easily. The next step is the most important assessment.
The previous ones are just to select the right candidates. Yi Ichuan said seriously, "So, I hope you can take it seriously."
"Of course." The interviewer nodded excitedly. All the people who walked out before were dejected. Even the more cheerful ones could not hide their disappointed looks.
This shows that what Yi Ichuan said has not yet reached the main screening issue, as no one has passed yet.
And he was the first one to pass, how could he not be excited? "Come on, I'm ready." The interviewer took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said.
Yi Ichuan handed over a piece of paper with the final test questions written on it. The interviewee took the pen from the assistant and began to think carefully about the test questions.
In fact, anyone who can pass the audition has the ability to participate in the performance. Yi Ichuan is just adding a layer of insurance.
This level of insurance has nothing to do with acting skills, but rather with character. He prepared many test questions that seemed normal but contained mysteries.
It was these questions full of hidden secrets that eliminated all the previous interviewees. And the person in front of him, Yi Ichuan looked at him and saw him thinking seriously. Maybe this one will work. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but perk up. His audition this time was not just to prepare for this advertisement. He knew that there might be more advertisements to be filmed in the future. By then, these actors who were prepared in advance would be his foundation. Chapter 47, Pass in One Go. After a while, the interviewer finally finished answering the test questions and handed them to Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan took it and looked at it carefully. During this time, he had a blank expression on his face and quickly scanned the other party's answers. He was not just looking at the test questions, he was also secretly observing the interviewer and watching the other person's emotional changes. These are all part of the assessment. What he needs is the absolute elite, so only those who have achieved perfection in everything can meet his requirements. The interviewer's calm and confident look even gave Yi Ichuan the illusion that he had passed the assessment. This person is really something. Yi Ichuan commented in his heart.
Whether or not this emotion was acted out, it met his requirements. If not, it means that the other party is confident enough, and confidence is a good thing for him. If it was acted out, then this kind of acting that is so realistic that it is truly miraculous. You passed. Yi Ichuan nodded, and the assistant beside him immediately handed over the contract that had been prepared long ago.
Passed already?
The interviewer was a little stunned. He had already prepared for a fierce battle before coming in, because those who came in before were not ordinary people, but even they were quickly eliminated. This gave him a difficult interview feeling. But when he actually got the interview, he found that it was nothing special.
Yes, sir, you have passed. The assistant looked at him with a smile. What's your name? Yi Ichuan asked.
Li Qianqiu, the Li and Li Shimen, and Qianqiu for thousands of years.
Li Qianqiu replied. Okay, you go back first and wait for notification.
At the latest tomorrow, you will rehearse with the actors from the provincial station.
Yi Ichuan said.
As for matters such as film remuneration, they were all recorded in the contract, and Li Qianqiu had already signed the contract, which meant that he was not dissatisfied with the contract.
Of course not.
This was the funding that Yi Ichuan had specifically applied for from the company, and the pay offered was already quite high for them. What's more, the performance was in a public service advertisement, which could bring both fame and fortune. After all, even if a public service advertisement is not shot very well, no one will criticize the actors for their poor acting skills online.
But Li Qianqiu didn't understand why Yi Ichuan went to so much trouble to hold auditions online just for filming a public service advertisement, and after selecting these elites, he was still not satisfied and had to screen again? The whole morning passed and Yi Ichuan finished interviewing everyone.
What bothered him a little was that out of 54 interviewees, only 5 passed the interview, which was still 2 or 3 short of his final goal. Forget it, 2 or 3 fewer people isn't a big deal, it should be fine.
Yi Ichuan didn't want to compromise and picked out a few from those who failed. If that's the case, what's the point of this screening?
Yi Ichuan would never do anything to fill in the gaps, not to mention that doing so might cause damage to his own interests. After completing all the preparations, everyone rehearsed at the provincial TV station. Because it is just a public service announcement of only 1 minute, it is still very simple. After another 3 days of rehearsal, everything was ready and we just had to start shooting. Yi Ichuan had already borrowed the carriage he had chosen from the authorities, and at the specific station, all 11 actors were in place.
Start. Yi Ichuan waved his hand.
Several cameras placed on the carriage began to shoot accurately.
Every movement and every detail of every person were recorded without reservation.
A can discarded in a carriage was pushed around by several people, but no one was willing to pick it up and throw it into the trash can. As the car door opens, it simulates the situation of the subway arriving at the station.
The can was kicked out of the car and lay quietly in the aisle.
At this time, Lu Mang and Li Qianqiu, who were temporarily arranged by Yi Ichuan, both walked towards the can and bent down to pick up the can. As a result, they both saw each other's hands. When Lu Mang picked up the can and raised his head, the two looked at each other with clear and bright eyes.
Good, perfect. Yi Ichuan looked at the two people from afar and couldn't help but shouted excitedly.
The crew member standing next to him didn't have such good eyesight and didn't notice the look in the two people's eyes.
Passed in one take.
Yi Ichuan, who was considered by the crew to be a perfectionist, did not even ask for further filming. Instead, he thought that his requirements had been met after the first filming.
That's not right. This is just the first shoot. Logically, we haven't even gotten familiar with the environment yet. How come we passed it in one take?
Yeah, Director Yi, could it be that he made a mistake? Facing the doubts of the crew, Yi Ichuan, who was in a good mood at the moment, explained. No, it was because everyone was filming here for the first time and was not familiar with the scene, so they seemed a little timid during the filming. It was because of this emotion that they performed the awkward feeling that I wanted the most.
Feeling cramped? Someone asked in confusion.
Yes, it's the feeling of being cramped. Just imagine, in a carriage, a can makes a clattering sound and is kicked to your feet.
What would you think? Yi Ichuan said.
I would think, what should I do? How did this can get to my feet?
Should I pick it up now or ignore it?
No, there are so many people watching me, so I might as well kick it away.
Yi Ichuan asked himself and answered. He looked at the crew and smiled. It is this feeling of awkwardness that makes me feel perfect. If I do it again, I won't have this feeling.
Also, I may not have that look in my eyes again.
Yi Ichuan recalled the look in Li Qianqiu and Lu Mang's eyes when they looked at each other, and even he was shocked. Okay, everyone, stop being stunned. Pack up and go back. Don't worry.
The agreed compensation will not be reduced just because we only filmed it once.
On the contrary, because the result is so good, I decided to give each of you an extra 1,000.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile. He was indeed happy, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out so much money at once. You know, in other people's impression, Yi Ichuan is a man who values money more than his life. There are more than 30 people in the crew, so this time he took out more than 30,000 yuan.
Director Yi is awesome.
There was a cheer from the crew.
Chapter 48 video completed.
Although passing it in one try was somewhat beyond Yi Ichuan's expectations, it was also a good thing. Yi Ichuan had originally saved a large portion of the time he had estimated for shooting, and this portion of time allowed him to better complete the post-processing of the video. Taking the video materials integrated by the crew, Yi Ichuan returned to the company. And all the remuneration was paid to the actors and crew members. At the same time, he also left everyone's contact information so that he could quickly find the right people if he needed to shoot again in the future.
After returning to the company, Yi Ichuan went straight to Lin Anlin. Director Lin, the advertisement I'm responsible for has been completed. I'll need your help with the follow-up contacts. Because they were in the company and there were other people around, Yi Ichuan was very serious. So fast? Lin Anlin asked in surprise. According to Yi Ichuan's previous description, this advertisement should have been a big production, but such an advertisement was completed in just a few days. It's not finished yet, it's just a semi-finished product, but what it lacks is only some post-processing, which can be done soon.
Yi Ichuan said. Lin Anlin took the USB flash drive handed to him by Yi Ichuan, turned on the computer and started looking at it.
A not very noticeable can fell into the subway car.
Everyone on the car was busy with their own things and no one paid attention to the can that was so close. As one person walked, he accidentally kicked the can away and it landed at the feet of another person. In the small carriage, the cans were like a football jumping on the football field, constantly changing positions under everyone's feet. When Lin Anlin saw this, he seemed to understand something.
Lin Anlin has a hunch that this advertisement will be another milestone public service advertisement.
When the subway arrived at the station, the cans were kicked away by people walking by and flew out of the car. At this time, a young man walked out of the car and saw the can lying quietly on the ground. A young man who was walking in from outside and about to enter the subway also saw the cans on the ground. The two of them approached at the same time, bent down at the same time, and stretched out their hands at the same time. At the last moment, they both saw each other's hands, raised their heads and looked at each other. A gentle smile bloomed on the faces of both of them, and the can was picked up by the young man who walked out of the subway. There was silence throughout the whole process, but when the two looked at each other, their clear and transparent eyes seemed to convey thousands of words in an instant. The cans were thrown into the trash cans on the subway platforms.
The whole film is over.
The ad is only 1 minute long, and the only narration throughout is in the format of football match commentary. Apart from that, no one spoke, and no sound was made except the clattering of cans.
However, an idea was silently engraved deeply in Lin Anlin's heart. Is this what you have been producing during this period? Lin Anlin couldn't believe it.
Such a high-quality advertisement was made by Yi Ichuan in just a few days. If the people at the TV stations knew about this speed, it would probably make a lot of producers angry to death, or make the TV station management envious to death.
Yi Ichuan nodded. What else? I admire you a little bit. Lin Anlin said sincerely. Yi Ichuan chuckled and whispered, isn't it normal for a wife to admire her husband?
Lin Anlin's face turned red and she spat softly, bah, shameless. While she was watching the advertisement, Yi Ichuan was also watching carefully beside her. Although this is not the first time I have seen this advertisement, when it actually appeared in front of me, the feeling I had was no less than the previous one. It's even more touching because of the subject matter.
But, it seems like something is missing?
Yi Ichuan thought about it carefully and figured out what he was talking about that was missing. He took the USB drive, copied a copy, and sent it to the two interesting college students who had edited the video for him last time.
What's wrong, boss? The person who received Yi Ichuan's message immediately replied, do you have another job for us? Yi Ichuan replied, yes, it's still the same. I need the best effect when editing the video. Leave it to us. The other side replied. After doing this, Yi Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm safe. I can relax for a while now.
He has encountered all kinds of things during this period of time. Although he finds it quite interesting, it is tiring to do so many things.
After returning to his office, Yi Ichuan learned about the work progress of the members of his planning department. 3 of the 9 planning proposals have been selected and can be started directly. As for the other 6, they will be there soon too. It seems that although they expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Ichuan, they were still working hard, driven by the 5,000 yuan bonus. This is a good thing. Although Yi Ichuan doesn't care how they view him, it is better to have others have a good impression of him rather than a bad impression of him. After checking the work progress of other employees, the 2 generals Hong and Ha also sent over the edited video.
I have to say that although these two people talk a lot and don't seem very reliable, they are actually very reliable when it comes to doing things, with high efficiency and good results.
Yi Ichwan got the final edited video, opened it and watched it.
Perfect, this is much better than I expected. Yi Ichwan silently gave the two of them a thumbs up and transferred 10,000 yuan to them.
He is not short of money now. Since others take his affairs seriously, he cannot treat others unfairly.
Inside the university dormitory, the two generals Hang and Ha, who received the text message reminder, looked at the numbers on the text message.
Am I seeing this wrong? How many zeros are there? If I'm not mistaken, there are 5 digits before the decimal point. Fuck. $10,000. A deafening roar echoed in the dormitory.
I swear, from now on Brother Yi is my biological half-brother.
The two said in unison.
Yi Ichwan, who got the final complete version, did not delay too much. He directly contacted a small leader of the central TV station through his relationship with Director Liu. Because of Director Liu's strong recommendation and praise, the young leader subjectively had a good impression of Yi Ichwan. And this favorable impression increased countless times after he received the video file sent by Yi Ichwan.
The young leader of CCTV looked at the computer screen and the video had ended.
He reached out and wiped the tears that had welled up under his glasses because he was too excited.
Chapter 49 Login to CCTV.
The young leader wiped away tears from her eyes due to excessive excitement. After so many years, our CCTV finally has a public service advertisement that is worth showing off. Perhaps Yi Ichwan didn't even know that his advertisement, which was originally planned to be broadcast during non-prime time on a central channel with lower ratings, would cause such a big response. The advertisement passed through the hands of small leaders, layer by layer, and finally reached the hands of a station director. With a wave of his hand, he urgently summoned many other leaders together for a meeting that did not last long. The content of the meeting was very simple, which was to discuss which content should be squeezed out in order to get this advertisement registered.
Yes, the meeting did not discuss whether this advertisement was qualified to be broadcast on CCTV and where it could be broadcast on CCTV.
After the station director watched this advertisement, he knew that this was a rise in the public service advertising industry.
There was no need to think about it.
All they had to do was to arrange the best time slot to broadcast this advertisement that spread positive energy.
Yi Ichwan, who was far away in Xinjiang, had no idea that his advertisement would cause such a sensation on CCTV.
Because at this moment, he is facing the most severe challenge in his life.
Meet the person who is like a mother-in-law. As soon as it was time to get off work, Yi Ichwan received a message from Lin Anlin.
Don't rush to leave after get off work, accompany me to the mall.
Yi Ichwan looked at the message with a lot of question marks on his head. Why do you have to take me with you when you go shopping in the mall?
He was puzzled. Yi Ichwan has long known that shopping in a mall is a very tiring and troublesome thing for women. Although he has not experienced it personally, through the complaints of netizens on the internet, he has also felt how terrible it is when women go shopping in a mall.
Good. Although he was resisting in his heart, Yi Ichwan couldn't bring himself to refuse Lin Anlin.
Maybe it was the feelings I had for her, or maybe it was the suffering she had complained to me that night.
Yi Ichwan came to the underground parking lot and waited for Lin Anlin.
Soon, he saw a beautiful figure appear in his sight.
Lin Anlin, in her small suit, looks capable and heroic like a strong woman. Where are you planning to take me tonight, my wife? Yi Ichwan said with a grin as soon as they met. Lin Anlin rolled her eyes at him and said, Who is your wife? Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to the mall and give you some clothes. When you meet my aunt, you can't dress so casually like you do now.
At this time, Yi Ichwan was wearing a pure white loose short-sleeved shirt, a pair of casual cotton shorts, and a pair of unknown white flat shoes. With his good looks and good figure, he is still handsome even if he is dressed casually. But Lin Anlin's aunt is not an ordinary person after all. She has seen countless handsome men and beautiful women. If she had not been adequately prepared, she would have been eliminated in her aunt's mind at first sight. After all, he is from a big family, so his standards are very high no matter what. Especially since Lin Anlin herself is a good enough person, in the eyes of her aunt, there are very few men in the world who are worthy of Lin Anlin. Yi Ichwan got into the car casually and fastened his seatbelt.
Honey, let's go. Lin Anlin rolled his eyes again. Who is your wife?
The car started to move slowly, and after driving out of the underground parking lot, it roared and accelerated suddenly. Not long after, the two arrived at a large shopping mall. A shopping mall of this scale in the CBD area has strong strength in itself. And none of the stores that are able to open inside the shopping mall are easy to run. It can be said that people who come here to consume are either rich or noble. After Yi Ichuan got off the car, his mood had quietly changed during this period of time. But when he saw a junior high school student wearing a watch that was rumored to be worth at least $400,000 on the internet, he was stunned. Damn it, no wonder people always say that if you don't have some things when you are born, you will never have the chance to have them in this lifetime.
Yi Ichuan complains silently in his heart.
But fortunately, he is now in a stable rising period. He only needs to make good use of the system. Let alone 400,000, 4 million, or even 40 million, in his eyes in the future, it will be nothing more than that. Of course, he doesn't have such strength now. After entering the mall, there were not many people, but everyone was dressed luxuriously.
Yi Ichuan, dressed in casual clothes, looked particularly out of place in the crowd. Wife, I'm scared. I want to hold your hand.
Yi Ichuan stretched out his hand towards Lin Anlin, acting coquettishly. Lin Anlin quickly waved his hand and stepped back a few steps. Speak properly, I can't stand you like this.
Oh.
Yi Ichuan nodded, and his expression suddenly changed, just like a puppy that was wagging its tail and begging for mercy just now, but suddenly turned into a ferocious hungry wolf.
Put your hand out here. There are a lot of people here.
I'll hold your hand so you don't get lost.
Yi Ichuan said seriously.
Lin Anlin was frightened by his sudden change, and subconsciously obeyed and stretched out his hand. When she realized something was wrong and wanted to retract her hand, Yi Ichuan grabbed her wrist.
Girl, you're here and you still want to run away? He smiled in a nasty way.
Lin Anlin tried to retract her hand, but found that no matter how hard she tried, the wrist that Yi Ichuan was holding did not move at all. This man, who doesn't look strong, actually has extraordinary strength. After struggling for a few times and finding that he could not get free at all, Lin Anlin gave up. After all, this is a big shopping mall.
If she asks others for help, a professional security guard will come over in just a dozen seconds.
But if she really did that, it would not only embarrass Yi Ichuan, but also herself, and she couldn't afford to embarrass that person. Seeing that she had given up struggling, Yi Ichuan held her wrist with a clear conscience, thinking to himself, little guy, can't I cure you? Now we can hold hands in public, and one day in the future we will be able to hug and even kiss in public.
Lin Anlin gave up struggling and pulled Yi Ichuan to walk around the mall.
Even among the wealthy aristocrats, Lin Anlin's appearance and temperament are among the best, so he attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. Of course, Yi Ichuan, who was holding her wrist, was also watched by many people.
However, those who looked at Yi Ichuan felt inexplicably annoyed. Lin Anlin looks like such a cool woman, how could she be held by a man like this?
In particular, after feeling their gazes on him, Yi Ichuan would look over and make a face, like a child who has not grown up yet.
Chapter 50, okay, Auntie, I understand.
After attracting a lot of people's attention along the way, Lin Anlin took Yi Ichuan into a high-end men's clothing store. Before entering the store, Yi Ichuan could see through the glass from outside a shirt on the counter, which was priced at 6,999.
Hiss. Even though he was rich now, Yi Ichuan couldn't help but silently take a breath when he saw the price tag.
The price of 7,000 was enough for him to buy dozens of short-sleeved shirts similar to the one he was wearing online. However, he was pulled into the store by Lin Anlin, and he had no choice but to let Lin Anlin pull him. After entering the store, the shopping guide immediately came forward.
Lin Anlin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need a shopping guide.
Although living in the male-biased Lin family, Lin Anlin's life since childhood was still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. She is more familiar with such stores than the shopping guides. After she brought Yi Ichuan into the store, she casually picked out a few pieces of clothes and handed them to Yi Ichuan.
Try it.
Although the selection process was very casual, Yi Ichuan found that the sizes of these clothes were just right for him.
Yi Ichuan thought to himself, could it be that she even memorized her clothing size?
At this moment, a warm current surged from the bottom of my heart. This strong woman who looks like an iceberg actually has a little girl side, but she just doesn't show it easily. Fortunately, Yi Ichuan is the person who can allow her to show her true self without any pressure. Even Lin Anlin himself did not realize this. When being with Yi Ichuan, there was no pressure at all, and no need to pretend, as if the two had known each other for a long time. Yi Ichuan nodded and took the clothes, but the hand that was holding Lin Anlin's wrist still refused to let go. Lin Anlin said helplessly, change your clothes first, and then I will lead you later.
A liar is a puppy. Yi Ichuan said. A hint of tenderness flashed across Lin Anlin's eyes, and he said, I won't lie.
Only then did Yi Ichuan release the hand that was holding her wrist. After a while, Yi Ichuan changed his clothes, walked out of the fitting room, and stood in front of Lin Anlin.
How is it? Yi Ichuan asked.
Although he felt that the clothes were too expensive, he had to admit that there was a reason for their high price. This simple shirt looks like it was tailor-made for him, outlining his perfect figure. A young female shopping guide not far away looked at Yi Ichuan with her eyes wide open. The clothes are okay, but the person is just so-so,
Lin Anlin said with a smile. Yi Ichuan knew she was joking, but he wasn't angry. Do you like it? It looks okay. Lin Anlin gestured to Yi Ichuan to try another set. Yi Ichuan went back into the fitting room.
At this moment, the female shopping guide who had been staring at him suddenly felt a chill. She followed the line of sight and found that Lin Anlin was looking at her expressionlessly. Although his face was expressionless, he exuded a deep sense of intimidation and oppression.
Lin Anlin didn't say anything and didn't make any extra movements. Just a look expressed what he wanted to say.
The young female shopping guide knew that she had to be more restrained. Even if she looked, she couldn't stare at him so blatantly. Lin Anlin's meaning was very clear, that is, as a woman, she would not allow other women to stare at her man so directly.
Yi Ichuan walked out of the fitting room again.
A white shirt and a pair of black casual trousers, with a half-open collar revealing his strong but not bulky chest muscles.
The beauty of an Oriental man is displayed in every inch of Yi Ichuan's body.
His perfect figure has no trace of fat, and his slightly raised arms are full of strength. On his left and right cuffs, there were 2 sterling silver cufflinks, which were the only decorations on his body.
It was a very simple outfit, but it brought about a qualitative change in Yi Ichuan.
If Yi Ichuan in casual clothes just now was a harmless big dog, then Yi Ichuan now is a lion dozing in the shadows under the midday sun, lazy but full of oppression.
Not bad. Even Lin Anlin swallowed quietly. It was the first time for Yi Ichuan to try this style, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. I feel like my whole body is wrapped in tape, and it's not very convenient to move, Yi Ichuan said.
Because the owner of these clothes doesn't need to do much, there will be someone to serve him and everything. A beautiful woman in her 30s came over. If it weren't for the work clothes she was wearing, Yi Ichuan would probably have thought she was also a career woman who came to the mall to shop.
Handsome, what you're wearing suits you very well.
It shows off your figure without being too serious, said the beautiful woman.
Lin Anlin frowned slightly.
With her female intuition, she realized that the person in front of her was not ordinary.
Beauty, don't look at me like that.
If I were a few years younger, I might have been impulsive, but now you can rest assured. The beautiful woman also noticed Lin Anlin's eyes and teased with a smile.
Yi Ichuan smiled awkwardly and said, Auntie, are you also a shopping guide here? You don't look like one. Auntie? Hearing Yi Ichuan's name, the beautiful woman almost couldn't breathe.
Lin Anlin, who was standing by, covered her mouth and laughed softly. I don't know if he did it on purpose.
I'm not the shopping guide here, I'm the owner of this store.
The beautiful female boss resisted the urge to chase people away. Although she is actually 40 years old, she looks only about 30 because she takes very good care of herself. But no matter which woman she is, she doesn't like being called old, let alone someone like her who cares a lot about this aspect.
Okay, Auntie. Got it.
Yi Ichuan nodded with a silly look on his face. The beautiful woman only felt her blood pressure soaring at this moment. If a cut was made on her body at this moment, it would probably spray out as high as 2 or 3 floors.
Lin Anlin smiled secretly in his heart, thinking, why didn't I realize before that he actually has such a sharp tongue?
But the beautiful woman could do nothing about him.
After all, he was so polite and she couldn't find any excuse. Ahem, Auntie, I want all 3 sets.
Lin Anlin handed over a card and said,
wrap it up for him.
The beautiful woman rubbed her temples, which were a little angry at the moment, and instructed the employees in the store. After Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin left, they looked at each other.
Ha ha ha. You're so mean.
You know these are what women care about most, but you insist on poking at their pain points.
Lin Anlin said with a smile. It's her fault for making my wife angry. Yi Ichuan laughed. Who is your wife? Lin Anlin pretended to be angry. Chapter 51, Preparations before meeting my aunt.
After paying the money, Lin Anlin and Yi Ichuan walked out of the men's clothing store quickly, ignoring the proprietress who was looking so angry that she was about to explode.
It was a close call just now.
If my wife wasn't so beautiful and gentle, and even knew my clothing size, I would have fallen into her trap. Yi Ichuan said with a look of fear on his face. Although Lin Anlin was used to his usual frivolous behavior, she couldn't help but smile when she heard him praising herself.
Yi Ichuan was delighted.
Since he smiled, it meant that Lin Anlin didn't take what happened just now to heart.
Women are all stingy in this regard.
Fortunately, Yi Ichuan reacted quickly and stood on Lin Anlin's side in time. Otherwise, even if Lin Anlin would not do anything in the store, she would settle the score with him afterwards.
He couldn't bear to make Lin Anlin angry. Being handsome and having good temperament is really a helpless thing. I don't want to be so charming, Yi Ichuan said silently in his heart.
However, this is not a bad thing, because after what happened just now, Lin Anlin took the initiative to pull him this time, as if he was afraid that he would be deceived by some evil spirits that would jump out from somewhere. The next store we walked to was a store that specialized in selling men's shoes. Compared to the clothing store just now, the shopping guides in this store were a mix of both men and women. Not all of them were women. Despite this, when these two people, who both have top-notch temperament and image, walked into the store hand in hand, they still attracted a lot of attention, both men and women. Lin Anlin looked casual, but actually he had carefully picked out a few pairs of shoes for Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan took a look and found that she even remembered the size of her shoes. I felt touched again. There are not many women like me.
Especially when he thought of that night when Lin Anlin took off her disguise and cried about the pressure she was under. Her pitiful appearance made Yi Ichuan more determined to treat her well. Because it was not yet the time when the mall had a large flow of people, most of the shopping guides in the store were relatively free. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to look at Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin.
See?
That handsome guy seems to always put that woman first in everything he does.
You mean?
That handsome guy was? 2 young female shopping guides whispered gossipingly. With his amazing hearing, even though their voices were very low, Yi Ichuan could still hear every word they spoke clearly. Yi Ichuan, who was trying on shoes, grinned helplessly and thought to himself, I am happy to eat gigolos, unlike you guys, who can't even find a chance to eat gigolos.
Gigolos is #1 in the world.
Lin Anlin, who was standing by, saw him suddenly smile and was a little confused.
What's wrong? Are the shoes not suitable?
No, this is the right size.
No, it's very suitable. I just thought of something funny. Yi Ichuan waved his hands quickly. What's so funny? Lin Anlin asked puzzledly.
I was wondering if you knew the size of my pants.
Yi Ichuan said casually. Lin Anlin's brows suddenly frowned, showing signs of getting angry.
Yi Ichuan quickly apologized with a smile. No, I was just kidding, honey, don't be angry.
Who is your wife? Before Lin Anlin could say this, Yi Ichuan imitated her tone and said it first.
Lin Anlin opened his mouth, but what he wanted to say was said by Yi Ichuan, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Ichuan knew that he had successfully changed the subject, so he quickly stood up, took 2 steps in front of Lin Anlin, and asked, How is it?
Lin Anlin looked at it carefully and said, It's just barely okay. Is this barely acceptable? Yi Ichuan exclaimed.
This pair of shoes cost more than 20,000 yuan, which was higher than his monthly salary after he got a promotion and a raise.
He really couldn't even dare to think about it before. Long live freeloaders. Yi Ichuan added silently in his heart. There's nothing I can do. After all, it's not custom made. But the material is okay. It should be no problem for me to meet my aunt. Lin Anlin said.
Although she had not been given much care by her family since she was a child, she was a young lady of the huge Lin family after all. The things she came into contact with on a daily basis were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Such a pair of shoes did seem a bit ordinary to her.
Pack them up.
Lin Anlin waved his hand, and the shopping guide at the side immediately stepped forward and carefully packed the shoes for Yi Ichuan. In addition to this pair, there are 2 other pairs of shoes, a total of 3 pairs of shoes costing more than 50,000 yuan. If Yi Ichuan had to pay for it himself, he would probably be heartbroken. After buying clothes and shoes, Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin strolled around the mall and left after a while. On the way, Lin Anlin drove the car and said, My aunt will probably be back this weekend.
You should pack well and I will pick you up then. Yi Ichuan nodded. Although the weekend was still 1 day away, the pressure brought to him by that mother-in-law-like figure was no joke. Even though Yi Ichuan is now considered one of the more outstanding young people, he still cannot withstand the terror of his mother-in-law. Although Lin Anlin's aunt is not a real mother-in-law, Lin Anlin's parents died when she was young, and her aunt is the only one in the entire Lin family who treats her well.
This aunt is probably more difficult to deal with than a real mother-in-law.
Yi Ichuan was silently thinking about how to respond when he met his aunt. After returning home, Yi Ichuan washed up early and fell asleep.
The next day, I went to work as usual and supervised the work progress of the employees in the planning department. By the way, some guidance can be given to those who entered the industry several years earlier than Yi Ichuan, which can be enlightening.
Gradually, Yi Ichuan began to gain a certain prestige in the planning department.
Although they still had some complaints about Yi Ichuan behind his back, the abilities Yi Ichuan demonstrated were indeed far beyond theirs, and their perception of Yi Ichuan began to gradually change. As for CCTV, since they still had to make adjustments, inserting Yi Ichuan's advertisement was not something they could do just because they wanted to. The preparations required a long time. So Yi Ichuan had nothing else to do for the time being and was suddenly free. A day passed quickly. Yi Ichuan hailed a taxi and returned home.
I'm going to meet my mother-in-law tomorrow. I'm so nervous.
Yi Ichuan sighed as he lay on his bed at home.
He walked to the mirror and looked at his messy hair. It's time to tidy it up.
I didn't have this awareness before, and I didn't have the money. Now, just because Anlin doesn't care whether his hair is combed neatly doesn't mean that his aunt doesn't care either. Chapter 52, a $12,000 haircut. Yi Ichuan walked out of the house, spent a huge amount of money to take a taxi again, and went to the barber shop that he often heard his colleagues talk about. It is said to be the best barber shop in the whole Xinjiang, and a simple haircut starts at 300 or 400 yuan. Under normal circumstances, Yi Ichuan would not even be interested in visiting this kind of store, but now, in special times, he has to treat it specially. The taxi stopped not far from the barber shop. After Yi Ichuan paid the fare, he got off the car. Hiss. Although he often heard the name of this barber shop, this was the first time that Yi Ichuan came here. Looking at the barber shop covering several hundred square meters in front of him, Yi Ichuan wondered if he had come to the wrong place. If the name of the shop wasn't clearly written on the sign outside, and if he couldn't see through the glass that there were many people getting their hair cut inside, Yi Ichuan really wouldn't have believed that this was a barber shop.
Be good, Yi Ichuan said subconsciously. Not only did this barber shop shock Yi Ichuan enough, but the luxury cars parked in front of the barber shop also shocked Yi Ichuan enough. It turns out that all the rich people in Xinjiang come here to get their hair cut. Yi Ichuan looked at the door and found one of the cars familiar. It was the car of a big boss that he often saw in local newspapers. Yi Ichuan walked into the barber shop.
Hello, sir.
As soon as he entered the door, Yi Ichuan was treated with high standards. Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? Asked the clerk. Yi Ichuan was stunned. Appointment?
This was the first time he knew that he had to make an appointment to get a haircut.
It is like this, sir.
The hairdressers in our store are not in the store every day. Only after you make an appointment in advance will they come to the store to serve you on that day.
Yi Ichuan understood.
In other words, unless there was an appointment, there were basically no hairdressers cutting hair in this shop. A good hairstyle requires a long time, so after completing their tasks, the hairstylists who have appointments in the store are exhausted and basically unwilling to continue doing hair for the next person. However, Yi Ichuan was anxious because he was going to meet his aunt tomorrow. If he still had this messy hair, he might not even be able to get in the door. Yi Ichuan gritted his teeth and said, "Help me contact the best hairdresser."
Money is not a problem.
Yi Ichuan firmly believed that the issue of whether or not to make an appointment was simply because the money had not been paid in full. If the money is in place, even if the hairdresser is on the other side of the earth, he or she will probably fly back overnight. The waiter looked at Yi Ichuan with a conflicted expression. Yi Ichuan made up his mind and took out a savings card from his pocket. The rewards for his tasks during this period, as well as the company's rewards, were all included in it.
He just didn't believe it. How much money could he make from a haircut?
Seeing that Yi Ichuan was not going to leave unless a hairdresser was called for him, the waiter ran over to call the store manager.
"Hello, sir, I am the on-duty manager of this store. How can I help you?"
The manager said in a very friendly manner. Seeing his warm smile, Yi Ichuan felt embarrassed to speak too bluntly.
"Help me find a good hairstylist. I have something important to do tomorrow." Yi Ichuan said, "Money is not a problem."
The store manager nodded and said, "The most popular hairstylist in the store is traveling abroad now. The other hairstylists are also very skilled.
Can I help you find another hairstylist?"
After hearing this, Yi Ichuan thought about it for a while and nodded.
"Okay, sir, we need to pay first before we start serving you."
Since you don't have an appointment, we have to temporarily assign a hairdresser who is on break to serve you, so we need to charge an extra fee. The manager said with a smile.
No problem. Yi Chuan said generously.
Okay, sir, including the additional fees, the total charge is 12,800. Apart from that, there will be no further charges.
Yi Chuan was stunned. Something was wrong. This was different from the information he knew. Isn't it said that a haircut only costs a few hundred yuan? Why did it cost more than 10,000 yuan when it came to him?
In fact, the minimum cost for a haircut here is only a few hundred yuan, and the haircut will be done by ordinary employees in the store. If you want a professional hairstylist to do it, the price will increase dozens of times. What's more, Yi Chuan's hairstylist was temporarily transferred from vacation, so he has to pay extra.
Yi Chuan watched helplessly as more than 10,000 yuan was deducted from his card.
Although it didn't seem like a big deal on the surface, he felt a pang of pain in his heart.
More than 10,000. More than half a month's salary for him. If meeting his aunt was not an extremely important matter, Yi Chuan would not be willing to pay the money.
Even though he has millions in his hands now. When the hairdresser came in a hurry, Yi Chuan was already sitting in front of the mirror with a look of despair, waiting quietly. The hairstylist communicated with Yi Chuan, and after confirming the general direction, he designed several hairstyles for Yi Chuan.
Yi Chuan chose the most suitable one and started the construction. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, Yi Chuan's hairstyle was finally completed. Looking in the mirror, it was as if he had become a different person. Even Yi Chuan felt that the money was well spent. Tiny details enhanced Yi Chuan's temperament a lot.
If before, when he and Lin Anlin walked on the street, people would think he was a gigolo, but now, he and Lin Anlin look like a perfect match made in heaven.
After completing his hairstyle, Yi Chuan left the barbershop.
Just as he walked out of the barbershop, a voice called out to him.
Manager Yi? Yi Chuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was his employee. It's really you. The man came over with a smile. What are you doing here, manager?
Yi Chuan thought to himself, I just walked out of the barbershop, and my hairstyle has changed so much. What do you think I am here for?
Could it be that you are here to eat? Manager, your hairstyle is so handsome. How much did it cost you? The man asked curiously. This sentence touched Yi Chuan's sore spot again.
When he thought about the fact that this hairstyle cost him more than 10,000 yuan, his blood pressure began to soar.
It didn't cost much, it was very cheap.
Look, it was the guy with pigtails who cut my hair for me, and it only cost 300 yuan.
Yi Chuan looked over through the glass. The hairdresser inside saw Yi Chuan's gaze and smiled and nodded in response. So cheap? Then I'll make one too.
The man exclaimed.
Like Yi Chuan, he had never been to this place before. Yi Chuan smiled and watched him walk in and start communicating with the hairdresser. Chapter 53, Meeting Aunt.
When the sun gradually rose, Yi Chuan finished washing up early and dressed carefully. Even the hairstyle that had just been done last night was slightly adjusted according to the instructions of the previous hairstylist, so that the hair that had been ravaged all night could be restored to its best condition.
Yi Chuan packed up and went out.
Outside, Lin Anlin was waiting there early.
Let's go. After getting in the car, Yi Chuan said expressionlessly.
Lin Anlin sat in the driver's seat, looking at Yi Chuan, who seemed to have become a different person overnight. It has to be said that Yi Chuan now does have a strong killing power on women. The casual clothes he wore made him look dignified and majestic, and his hair was combed back, but it was not the slicked back style commonly seen in the workplace, but a slicked back style with a hint of ingenuity. If Lin Anlin wasn't already very familiar with Yi Chuan, she felt that she would be fascinated by him at first sight. Of course, maybe she already was one, but she just didn't want to admit it in her heart.
Lin Anlin drove and took Yi Chuan to his aunt's house.
It didn't take long for the two to reach their destination.
Outside the villa facing the river, Yi Chuan took a few deep breaths. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Lin Anlin asked with concern. A little bit. Yi Chuan admitted frankly.
It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous meeting someone like my mother-in-law.
Don't be afraid. My aunt is actually a very nice person.
She just wants me to live a better life, so she has higher requirements for my future husband.
Lin Anlin said. Although this requirement is actually a bit outrageous. It doesn't matter. No matter how high the requirement is, I can definitely achieve it.
Yi Chuan stretched out his hand, gently held her wrist, and said softly.
Lin Anlin nodded. Let's go. The two walked into the villa.
The door was open, as if it had been ready to welcome them.
After entering the door, each one was stunned by the light of the extremely luxurious crystal chandelier in the hall. Rich people are different. They turn on the lights even in broad daylight.
He complained silently in his heart. Each one had only seen this kind of magnificent decoration in TV dramas before, and now, when such decoration really appeared before his eyes, he suddenly felt that it was actually just like this.
This is a kind of confidence in his future. He is confident that one day in the future he will be able to surpass this level.
That's why I don't care much about these things. Lin Anlin was happy to see that each one was only dazed for a moment and then came back to his senses immediately.
This shows that the show of power that the ant had carefully prepared did not have any actual impact on each one.
The ant knew each one's identity and also knew that he was just a poor boy, so she wanted to use this method to silently persuade each one to quit.
But she miscalculated. Lin Anlin took each one and continued to walk inside. On the second floor, each one finally saw the person who brought him so much pressure.
A woman in her early 30s.
She has a good figure. Although not very slim, she has a plump beauty.
Moreover, my aunt has a very peculiar temperament, like a warm charcoal fire in winter, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze.
Of course, the premise is that my aunt has no hostility.
Now, although he could not feel any hostility from his aunt, each one was not a fool and knew that his aunt did not have a good impression of him.
This is normal.
If he were in her shoes, he would probably not be very nice to the pig if he saw the cabbages he grew up being taken away by the pig.
You are each one, right?
My aunt came over and greeted with a smile. I often hear Lon mention you.
Each one nodded and said, hello, sister.
The Yi family's survival rule is to be timid when it comes to beautiful and dangerous women, and be shameless when necessary. Although according to actual age, the aunt is more than a generation older than each one, it does not affect each one at all and he does not hesitate at all to call her sister. As soon as the word sister was called out, not only the aunt but also Lin Anlin was stunned.
I treat you as a friend, and you actually want to be my father?
The corners of my aunt's mouth curled up slightly, and although she concealed it well, it still couldn't escape each one's eyes.
The effect is very good.
It turns out that women are very easy to please.
Each one thought silently in his heart. Haven't you eaten yet? Asked my aunt.
Lin Anlin nodded quickly. I haven't eaten yet, so I thought about coming to my aunt's place for a meal. My aunt smiled and said, it just so happens that I have invited a chef I know from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Kyoto.
I will let you taste his cooking skills today.
Each one sighed inwardly. As expected, he was an outsider and people didn't even mention their own terms when talking to him. By the way, Lon, you are not young anymore, it's time to get married. The aunt said to Lin Anlin, I just happen to know two nice young people, let's have dinner with them later.
This really hurt each one's heart. It was impossible for his aunt not to know the relationship between each one and Lin Anlin, but even so, she still said such words in front of him. Isn't this just not taking him seriously? Although he didn't say anything to each one, this approach of almost ignoring him was more hurtful than thousands of words. Damn it. Each one clenched his fist secretly. As a man, this is almost the greatest insult. But he had no choice.
Because he doesn't have the ability now, and he doesn't have the ability to be taken seriously by his aunt. In this situation, no matter how much you say, it is useless.
Each one made up his mind.
Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore the ant's contempt, reward, a commemorative coin, worth 1 point. Option 2, through your own efforts, make your aunt look at you with new eyes and recognize you.
Reward, 10 million and your aunt's favor and help. Each one was stunned.
At this time, the system's voice sounded, and brought him the target reward of 10 million. Now, for each one, whether for Lin Anlin or for the 10 million reward, he must work hard to make his aunt look at him with admiration.
Just wait, this day will come. Each one said silently in his heart. The aunt didn't care at all whether each one had any inner drama or not. She took Lin Anlin's hand and walked towards the kitchen, chatting casually. Each one followed silently from behind without making any extra sound.
In the kitchen, a chef is busy cooking various precious ingredients, turning them into appetizing delicacies.
They'll be here soon. My aunt looked outside.
She was talking about the two young men.
Chapter 54, Embarrassed Aunt.
My aunt was waiting for the arrival of the two young men she had just mentioned.
Although each one was very dissatisfied with her behavior, after all,
the other party's identity was there. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could not express it directly. She sat back at the dining table and looked at Yi Ichuan.
If I remember correctly, you should be a department manager under Lanlan, right?
She said slowly.
Yi Ichuan nodded.
It seemed that his aunt knew him well before meeting him.
How much is your monthly salary? My aunt asked casually, like an elder asking a younger person. 20,000. Yi Ichuan said. The aunt looked at Lin Anlin and said, so, the salary you gave him is not low. Yi Ichuan frowned.
It seemed that he was talking to Lin Anlin, but the target was actually him. Because his salary was paid by Lin Anlin, and it was given to him by the Shang Yun Group under Lin Anlin.
No matter how high his salary is, he will always be just an employee under Lin Anlin. And what qualifications does an employee have to marry the princess who is so high and mighty? My aunt's meaning was obvious. No matter how important Yi Ichuan was in Lin Anlin's mind, he was just a small employee. Killing someone and destroying their heart. Although she didn't directly tell Yi Ichuan about this matter, this is what my aunt wanted to express. Thanks to President Lin's kindness, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get such a high salary. Yi Ichuan said, neither lightly nor seriously. That's good to know. However, since you're paid such a high salary, you have to use it worthy of the salary. The aunt glanced at him and said, although the vase looks good, it will break if there is no one to protect it. Yi Ichuan nodded and said seriously, my aunt taught me that I will work hard and will not let Director Lin down. Lin Anlin, who was standing by, wanted to laugh when she saw how serious he was, but her aunt was right beside her, so she had to hold it back. She has been in contact with Yi Ichuan for some time and knows that although Yi Ichuan looks extremely serious, he has actually been thinking of some clever ideas in his mind. Yeah. Seeing that Yi Ichuan's attitude was extremely correct, the aunt didn't want to continue and nodded slightly. Aunt. At this time, Lin Anlin finally found an opportunity to speak. What's wrong, Lanlan? Aunt looked at Lin Anlin and a smile naturally appeared on her face. She is very caring towards her niece. Although Lin Anlin has no father or mother, her aunt has cared for her like her parents since she was a child. If it weren't for his aunt, Lin Anlin would not have had the opportunity to display his talents, and Shang Yun Group would not have come into being. The work that Ichuan led some time ago was completed by him alone, from planning to script to filming. This work is the public service advertisement that has been very popular on the internet recently. Lin Anlin said while holding back a laugh. Wash your mother's feet? After hearing this, my aunt thought about it carefully and realized that she seemed to see that public service advertisement frequently through various channels during this period. She had been wondering what kind of master would create such a public service advertisement. Now she knew that the young man she had just taught a lesson was the master she thought he was. My aunt's face turned slightly red, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Also, Auntie, please pay more attention to the central channel in the next period of time. You may see a public service advertisement in some time period. Lin Anlin continued. Is it also his work? My aunt's tone inadvertently rose a little. Yi Ichuan, who was standing aside, was watching his nose and his heart. At this time, he wanted to minimize the sense of his presence as much as possible. Because of him, his aunt was embarrassed in front of her most beloved younger generation. If his aunt noticed it, he would be in trouble. Lin Anlin nodded. My aunt just felt that her blood pressure was rising a little. Aunt, although Yi Ichuan is young, he has a close relationship with Director Liu of the provincial TV station. His upcoming work was completed with a lot of help from Director Liu. Lin Anlin said. Although Director Liu didn't actually help much, bringing him into the picture made Yi Ichuan, who had no background in the eyes of his aunt, become difficult to figure out. Director Liu? The Liu Shiming who has been the director of the provincial TV station for more than 20 years and has close connections even in the central TV station? My aunt felt that the world suddenly became a little unreal. She once wanted to ask the senior executives of the provincial TV station for help with something. Most of the senior executives gave her a lot of help for the Lin family's sake. However, Liu Shiming, the director of the provincial TV station, did not buy into the Lin family's offer at all. It is conceivable that it is unbelievable that such a person who even the Lin family does not care about has a good relationship with the young man in front of her who she calls a vase. My aunt was still sorting out the information she had obtained in just a few dozen seconds. How could it be? She asked in her heart, I have clearly collected his information. He should be just an ordinary young man. If Lanlan didn't value him, he wouldn't even be able to get the position of department manager.
How could she know that because Yi Ichuan had offended most of the employees of Shang Yun Group before, many people didn't like him?
When someone asked them, they naturally wouldn't say anything good about him. What's more, she thought that the information about Yi Ichuan collected from factions other than Lin Anlin would be more authentic.
But the faction in Shang Yun Group, apart from Lin Anlin, is the one headed by major shareholders and Wang Jinshan and others.
Until now, they still dislike Yi Ichuan and will not tell anyone about his glorious deeds.
Therefore, my aunt was misled by her own calculations.
Ding dong.
Just when my aunt was feeling embarrassed, the doorbell suddenly rang. She stood up and said, "Lan Lan, the two young men I just told you about are here.
Come with me to meet them."
Lin Anlin was about to say no, but when she saw Yi Ichuan beside her give her a look, she had to stand up silently and follow. Yi Ichuan watched Lin Anlin and his aunt walk out of the kitchen, with a slight ripple in his eyes.
It's still because I'm not strong enough.
If I had a fortune of tens of billions and was praised as a young and promising person, I'm afraid those two young people wouldn't even be qualified to enter this door. He blinked. "I still have to rely on you, system." Footsteps were heard outside the kitchen, and two young men with good looks followed my aunt and Lin Anlin.
Chapter 55. Actually, we got the marriage certificate. Yi Ichuan looked in the direction of the footsteps. Two good-looking young men walked in. Come on, introduce yourself.
The aunt ignored Yi Ichuan on the side and said to Lin Anlin and the two young men, "This is Lei Group's regional manager in Qincheng, Lu Yang."
The aunt looked at one of the young men and said to Lin Anlin, "Lei Group? Lu Yang?" Lin Anlin seemed to have thought of something. Lu Yang, the only son of the chairman of Lei Group? Even Yi Ichuan couldn't help but become interested.
Although he did not know the young man in front of him, he was sure that everyone knew about the Lei Group. As one of the largest development groups in the province, Lei Group is behind almost 1/5 of the real estate development in the province.
Even the old residential area where Yi Ichuan lives now was an early work of the Lei Group. Yi Ichuan couldn't even imagine how much power the boss of such a large group could control. And this one is from the Zhao family in Kyoto. He just returned from studying abroad and came to Qincheng for training. The aunt looked over and introduced another young man. Kyoto? Zhao family? Yi Ichuan had never even heard of this family.
However, Lin Anlin on the side and the young man named Lu who was introduced earlier both showed a hint of surprise.
Through this tiny detail, Yi Ichuan speculated that the Zhao family should be a big family that even the Lei Group cannot compare to.
However, he really had too little experience and had no idea what kind of family this supposedly powerful family was. Zhao Wenyuan also smiled and said, "Aunt Lin, please don't flatter me.
What experience is this? I just came here to make a living." Although he spoke very modestly, the arrogance in his bones showed no sign of humility at all.
Sitting on the side, Lu Yan looked at this man who he thought was his future competitor. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Zhao Wenyuan was indeed not inferior to him.
"May I know who this brother is?"
Seeing that his aunt had no intention of introducing Yi Ichuan, Zhao Wenyuan took the initiative to ask. At this critical moment, he couldn't help but pay attention to a young and good-looking peer. Just as the aunt was about to speak, Yi Ichuan stretched out his hand to Zhao Wenyuan and said, "Yi Ichuan, Lanlin's husband." After he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. Zhao Wenyuan stretched out half of his hand, which froze in mid-air.
"What did you say?" The first one to react was my aunt.
She had never received such information from Lin Anlin. Of course, no one could have imagined that a gifted girl like Lin Anlin would get married to Yi Ichuan in such a ridiculous way.
Auntie, I forgot to tell you before. I'm so sorry." Yi Ichuan apologized sincerely. The aunt looked at Lin Anlin and saw that she did not refute.
Her blood pressure started to rise again, and she was showing signs of high blood pressure. Not only my aunt, but also the two young men who had just come and looked at each other with unhappy expressions.
The Lin family also has a considerable influence in the province.
Although Lin Anlin was not cultivated in the family, she is a direct descendant of a high status after all, and she is also as beautiful as a fairy. Marrying such a woman, on the one hand, can strengthen the relationship between the family and the Lin family and increase the overall strength of the family. On the other hand, it is also a blessing to marry such a beautiful woman. So when the two of them knew about Lin Anlin's existence, they tried their best to please Lin Anlin's aunt. They all knew that in the Lin family, Lin Anlin only had deep feelings for this aunt. After so much hard work, their aunt finally recognized them and allowed them to meet Lin Anlin.
But now, someone actually stood up and said that he was Lin Anlin's husband? Absurd!
Lu Yang said with a fake smile, "My dear brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want." Yi Ichuan glanced at him and said, "How about I go home and show you the marriage certificate now?" Not only Lu Yang, but also his aunt, the three of them looked at Yi Ichuan with unfriendly eyes. Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan thought that if they lost Lin Anlin, all their efforts in the past period of time would be in vain.
The aunt simply looked down on Yi Ichuan.
In her opinion, only people from wealthy families like Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan could bring happiness to Lin Anlin.
"Lan Lan, is what he said true?" asked my aunt in a trembling voice.
Lin Anlin nodded and said, "Aunt, we just got our marriage certificate some time ago."
"Impossible.
This guy has only been working in Qincheng for 3 months.
How could you get the marriage certificate in such a short time?" my aunt said, suppressing her anger.
Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan looked at each other and roughly understood. "I'm afraid this so-called marriage certificate is fake.
Even if it is real, there is actually no relationship between the two people. This person is probably just a tool used for resistance,"
Zhao Wenyuan said silently in his heart. Lin Anlin was probably simply dissatisfied with the fact that her marriage was arranged by others, which was why this happened.
Lu Yang also guessed in his heart, "If that's the case, it means I still have a chance."
Both of them came to this conclusion in their hearts.
"Don't be angry, auntie." Zhao Wenyuan held her back. "Lan Lan and Yi Ichuan were probably just joking with you. That's too much. Not only are you greedy for my wife, but you even call my wife Lan Lan in front of me, as if I don't exist?" Yi Ichuan reminded. "Brother, what you said is not right. If I'm not mistaken, the so-called marriage certificate between you two may be real, but the relationship between you two is probably fake, right?" Lu Yang said, looking into Yi Ichuan's eyes. Sure enough, when he said this, Yi Ichuan's eyes changed slightly. Although it was just a very subtle change, Lu Yang was not an ordinary person after all, and he could see it at a glance. After hearing what he said, my aunt calmed down, thought about it carefully, and had some guesses in her mind. "Lan Lan, tell your aunt the truth. What is the relationship between you two?" Aunt said, looking straight into Lin Anlin's eyes.
Lin Anlin's eyes dodged. "We really have already obtained the marriage certificate."
"It is just as I expected." These words appeared in the minds of the three people on the opposite side. Each one found it somewhat amusing to see the expressions of the three people changing again and again in less than a minute. "My two brothers, it's normal that you like my excellent wife, but since you've already married me, it's not good to think about other people's wives, right?" Yi-Ichuan said, "Of course, if you really have any ideas, remember that I'm still here." Chapter 56. Then I will be your dad reluctantly. Ha ha. Zhao Wenyuan laughed disdainfully. "Who do you think you are?" He grew up under the care of the Zhao family and has high vision. The Zhao family has considerable power even in the capital. In a place like Qincheng, just a word from them can make Qincheng tremble. Growing up in such an environment and having seen a wider world abroad, let alone Yi-Ichuan, even Lu Yang who was sitting next to him was just a local tycoon with a little money in his eyes. As proud as he is, if he hadn't fallen in love with Lin Anlin at first sight, he would not bother to fight with others, because in his experience, everything he wanted would be delivered to him obediently. And now, Yi-Ichuan was actually competing with him for the person he was very interested in, which he could not tolerate at all. Not only Zhao Wenyuan, but also Lu Yang next to him had a look of disdain on his face. He is the son of the Lei group. The future of the entire Lei group belongs to him. The amount of taxes he pays every year is an amount that most people dare not even think about. In the eyes of these two people, Yi-Ichuan, a person they had never even heard of, was just an ant on the roadside. It would be easy for them to crush him. "Actually, if you don't mind, I can reluctantly be considered your father." Yi-Ichuan sat on the chair and said with a serious expression, but his tone was a little reluctant, as if it was really reluctant. "You." Zhao Wenyuan was furious. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since he was a child? In his cognition, he is the only one who humiliates others and no one can humiliate him. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. If he wanted to marry Lin Anlin, he had to fight with Zhao Wenyuan, so now he felt relieved when he saw Zhao Wenyuan being defeated. "What are you laughing at? If you don't mind, you can be brothers with him." Yi-Ichuan looked over. Lu Yang's smile suddenly froze on his face. Letting him and Zhao Wenyuan be brothers, doesn't that mean that both of them become Yi-Ichuan's sons? "Brother, don't say anything careless," Lu Yang said with a gloomy face. Compared to Zhao Wenyuan, Lu Yang has a more violent temper.
Zhao Wenyuan is a child of aristocratic family.
He has been spoiled since childhood and has few opportunities to get angry.
But he is different. As the son of a businessman, he has seen how cruel the business world is, which is like a battlefield. That is why he is a ruthless person. Even Wang Shandy, who had originally wanted to deal with Yi Ichuan but was beaten into the hospital by Yi Ichuan, was just a small character in front of him.
I know that your marriage is just a fake one.
If you go and get a divorce certificate now, I won't pursue the previous matters. Zhao Wenyuan said on the side. The only reason he could endure until now was because Lin Anlin was still by his side. He didn't want to show his ungentlemanly side in front of Lin Anlin.
I've already told you, Lan Lan is my wife, why don't you believe it? Yi Ichuan held his forehead and said helplessly. Humph, just you? Are you worthy of Lin Anlin?
Lu Yang stared at Yi Ichuan and sneered. Similarly, if Lin Anlin had not been around, he would have made Yi Ichuan pay a heavy price for what he had just said.
Yi Ichuan waved to Lin Anlin.
Lin Anlin glanced at his aunt, whose eyes were so ferocious that it seemed as if she wanted to eat Yi Ichuan alive.
She moved closer to Yi Ichuan.
Before anyone could react to what he was about to do, Yi Ichuan pulled Lin Anlin into his arms and kissed that slightly red cheek. Lin Anlin did not expect this to happen, and for a moment she was almost unable to breathe from his sudden kiss.
Lan Lan. How dare you, you bastard.
Asshole. The three were furious. They could never have imagined that these two people, who were obviously in a fake marriage, would do such a thing, and looking at Lin Anlin's reaction, he did not resist. What this meant was self-evident. Yi Ichuan felt the soft touch on his lips and savored it carefully before letting Lin Anlin go.
Lin Anlin's face was flushed.
She sat next to Yi Ichuan with her head slightly lowered.
Seeing Lin Anlin behaving like a young wife,
Yi Ichuan suspected that he heard the heartbreaking sounds of Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yang.
The aunt looked at Lin Anlin, then at Yi Ichuan. How is this possible?
She slumped on the sofa as if she had been drained of energy in an instant, repeating this sentence over and over again. Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yan looked at each other and realized that there was no point in staying here any longer.
Just wait. The two of them left.
As Lu Yang walked out, he turned around and looked at Yi Ichuan and warned him viciously.
I'm at your service any time. Yi Ichuan once again pulled Lin Anlin into his arms, declaring his ownership. The two left the villa. Yi Ichuan was somewhat surprised to see this farce end in this way.
I originally thought that I would just meet my aunt, have a meal, and then be looked down upon by her. Who knew it would cause such a big commotion? But all this is nothing to Yi Ichuan. Anyone who wants to deal with him, or take away something he values, needs to ask for his consent. Lan Lan, tell me, none of this is true. After Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yang left, the aunt gradually came to her senses and looked at Lin Anlin with a pleading look in her eyes.
She watched Lin Anlin grow up.
To her, although she was not her biological daughter, she was no different from her own daughter.
And now, Lin Anlin actually chose an ordinary person with no power or influence. So what even if he has some talent?
What this world lacks the least is talented people. No matter how talented they are, in the end they are just working for others. The real power still lies in the hands of those who possess abundant resources. The reason why she asked Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yang to come was, on the one hand, to make Yi Ichuan give up the unrealistic idea in his mind, and on the other hand, she really wanted to find an excellent person as a partner for Lin Anlin. But now, not only did Yi Ichuan fail to give up his idea, but he also humiliated the two people she carefully selected. This time, not only Yi Ichuan offended the two of them, but my aunt herself, as the instigator of all this, was probably also hated by the two of them. Being hated by two such people is no small matter. One is the Zhao family, which is well known in Beijing, and the other is the Lei Group, the province's top enterprise. Not everyone is qualified to mess with these two giant young masters. Chapter 57, The Rebellious Son Hits People. Outside the villa, Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan, who had just left the villa, looked towards that place with resentment in their eyes.
Brother Zhao, I'm afraid you won't easily let go of the humiliation you suffered today, right?
There was a chill in Lu Yang's voice. Everyone who is familiar with him knows that the young master of the Lu family is already furious in this state. Of course I won't let him go so easily. Zhao Wenyuan sneered, a small and unruly person dares to insult me and my Zhao family.
Even if he dies, it's too easy for him. So, Brother Zhao, we both have the same plan. Lu Yang grinned.
The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with chilling coldness.
In the villa. My aunt took rapid breaths and slowly calmed herself down. Lan, I raised you up, and this is how you repay me? For this piece of trash, you are willing to contradict your aunt and even offend the two young masters of the Zhao and Lu families? Do you know the consequences of doing this? The aunt said angrily. Aunt, I know it hasn't been easy for you these years, but... There's no buts or buts. Go get me a divorce certificate immediately, and then stay away from Lan. The aunt interrupted Lin Anlin halfway through his words. Yi Ichuan was stunned. Here it comes. This kind of bloody thing is happening to him again. Logically speaking, shouldn't you say I'll give you 2 million so that you can leave my daughter? Yi Ichuan complained in his heart. Even though he complained, Yi Ichuan's expression was still sincere. Aunt, I know you look down on me now, isn't it because I have no money? If I were rich now and had the same strength as Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yang, you wouldn't say such things, and things like today wouldn't happen. I'm glad you know it. If that's the case, why don't you get out of here? My aunt snorted coldly. But, Auntie, have you ever thought about where the rich second generation's money comes from? Yi Ichuan asked. This inexplicable question not only made my aunt stunned, even Lin Anlin beside her looked confused. Nonsense, of course it came from his elders. My aunt said impatiently, if you want to use a few sweet words to make me accept you, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Yi Ichuan shook his head slightly and said, Aunt, have you ever thought that the money of the second generation rich comes from the first generation rich, and where does the money of the first generation rich come from? I don't have much background, and I don't have any power or influence, and I don't have much savings. But what if I say that making money is a very simple thing for me? Simple? The aunt laughed. In her opinion, Yi Ichuan was just a young boy. If it weren't for Lin Anlin, he wouldn't even be qualified for his current position as a department manager with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Okay, since you think making money is easy, then show me how much you can earn in a year. 100 million. Said my aunt with disdain. Young people who are just starting out are always like this, they think society is too simple and believe that as long as they work hard, they can easily make a lot of money. Over the years, she has seen countless young people like this finally defeated by life and forced to work diligently for a salary of a few thousand yuan. Naturally, their former lofty words and deeds had long been thrown out of their minds. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, admit to your aunt that you can't make 100 million in a year, no reward. Option 2, set a small goal first, earn 100 million within a year, reward, 100 million. In Yi Ichuan's mind, the system's voice sounded. What the hell? Yi Ichuan, who was arguing with his aunt, was startled by the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. From the perspective of the aunt, after she said these words, Yi Ichuan fell into silence. Ha, it seems that you still have some self-awareness and know that you can't earn 100 million. In that case, then you. My aunt laughed disdainfully. If Yi Ichuan stood up at this time and said that he could earn 100 million, even if he couldn't impress her, it would at least show his responsibility. But now, after hearing the 100 million, Yi Ichuan simply stopped talking. This behavior made her despise him even more. Who said I can't make 100 million? Yi Ichuan came back to his senses, a confident smile on his face. Not to mention the need to gain his aunt's approval, the reward for this task alone was enough to make him work hard for it. That's a reward of 100 million. In other words, as long as he completes the task this time, he can get 100 million for free. Not only that, as long as you complete this task, you will definitely be recognized by your aunt, and the tasks previously assigned by the system also have a reward of 10 million. As long as I make 100 million in the next year, I will get a full 210 million in the end. This is a number that ordinary people dare not even think about. People often talk about winning the lottery, but at most they only dare to think that they may win 5 million. Okay, then I want to see how you can earn 100 million in a year. The aunt was also amused by anger. She didn't expect that Yi Ichuan would actually dare to agree to it. It's just 100 million, but it's just a small goal. Yi Ichuan said and waved goodbye. His aunt's face had already turned a little dark, and he was worried that if he stayed any longer, his aunt would be so angry that she would have to go to the hospital. Yi Ichuan hurriedly left the villa, and after he left, his aunt's expression gradually improved. Outside the villa, Yi Ichuan, who had just left, looked at the two people in front of him and the smile on his face slowly faded. Oh, what a coincidence! Or is my good son waiting for your father to go together? Zhao Wenyuan and Lu Yan looked at each other and laughed. Just keep on talking nonsense, or you'll cry. Yi Ichuan also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. What? What are you going to do to your father?
Zhao Wenyuan took off his troublesome formal suit, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over with a sneer. Lu Yang did the same and slowly approached Yi Ichuan.
Oh? You two rebellious sons, are you going to beat me up? Aren't you afraid that if it gets out, people will laugh at you? Yi Ichuan was not panicked at all.
Facing the two men who were coming at him aggressively, he examined them carefully. Whether it was Zhao Wenyuan or Lu Yang, their steps were very steady when they approached him, and it was obvious that they were both martial artists.
It's interesting. Yi Ichuan stretched his muscles, but if I don't teach you a lesson today, who do you really think you are? Chapter 58, Action.
Zhao Wenyuan is from the Zhao family. Although there is no need for someone of his status to practice martial arts, he cannot help but be very interested in this aspect. Since childhood, I have been exposed to various resources and have learned a lot of real skills from famous teachers.
Lu Yang is also a Sanda master. He once participated in foreign competitions anonymously and achieved good results. If these two were placed among ordinary people, they could easily fight against 10 people. Wait. Yi Ichuan suddenly raised his hand and said, What? Are you scared? But isn't it a little late to give in now?
Lu Yang said sarcastically.
No, my wife is here.
Yi Ichuan turned around and saw Lin Anlin trotting out of the villa.
Ichuan, I'm really sorry about what happened today, and thank you. Lin Anlin stood beside Yi Ichuan and said in a low voice. What's the big deal? You're my wife, of course I can't ignore you.
Yi Ichuan smiled and recalled the wonderful touch just now.
He couldn't help but hugged Lin Anlin and kissed her. Lin Anlin wanted to push Yi Ichuan away, but the power gap between the two was too great, so Lin Anlin had to give up. Of course, the main reason was that she had a special feeling for Yi Ichuan since she didn't know when. In front of Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan, Yi Ichuan kissed Lin Anlin again. When Yi Ichuan let go, Lin Anlin ran into the villa with a red face. She just came over to see Yi Ichuan off, who knew Yi Ichuan was such a hooligan. However, in the eyes of Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan, it was not the case. He first ran out of the villa in a hurry and said a few words to Yi Ichuan in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Then Yi Ichuan said that it was his duty as a husband. The most important thing is that they actually kissed in front of them again, and after the kiss, Lin Anlin ran away shyly like a young wife. This is the person they wanted so much. They wished they could tear Yi Ichuan into pieces and replace him. We can start now. Yi Ichuan said with a smacking mouth, feeling a little unsatisfied. You die.
Zhao Wenyuan took a step forward and kneed Yi Ichuan in the throat with a sound of breaking wind.
This kick was undoubtedly aimed at killing Yi Ichuan. It does have something. Even Yi Ichuan couldn't help but admire it.
Although in his opinion, this knee strike was still very immature and he completely gave up on the defense of his lower body, as long as he focused slightly on the lower body, he could make Zhao Wenyuan lose his balance. Yi Ichuan raised his hand and placed his arm on Zhao Wenyuan's raised thigh, and with his other hand he slapped Zhao Wenyuan on the waist. Just a light slap made Zhao Wenyuan lose his balance and fall to the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry. Daddy hit me too hard. I hope my dear son is not hurt? Yi Ichuan said sarcastically. You.
Zhao Wenyuan glared with anger, as if he wanted to devour Yi Ichuan alive with his eyes.
Brother Zhao, can you do it?
Behind him, Lu Yang also took off his shirt, revealing a body of nearly perfect muscular body. As he moved, his muscle fibers twisted and stretched, creating an extremely spectacular scene.
Not bad, you have the style of your father.
Yi Ichuan nodded slightly, and then he took off his casual shirt. Just like a figure walking out of an oil painting handed down from generation to generation, if Lu Yang's figure is close to perfection, then Yi Ichuan's figure is perfection itself.
Lu Yang couldn't believe that Yi Ichuan, who looked ordinary in his clothes just now, had a better figure than him after taking off his clothes.
The most important thing is that the body without a trace of fat conveyed a message to them.
I'm not someone you can mess with either. He just has a good body, but he may not be able to fight.
Lu Yang hardened his heart, his eyes filled with anger and jealousy. How he wished that the person who had just hugged and kissed Lin Anlin was himself, and not this annoying guy in front of him.
Lu Yang walked slowly and steadily towards Yi Ichuan.
Unlike Zhao Wenyuan, with the lessons learned from the previous incident and having seen Yi Ichuan's physical fitness, he did not dare to be too arrogant and underestimate the enemy. He approached slowly, always keeping his weight firmly in his hands. And when he got close enough, he threw a punch without any warning.
It was like a whip, making a whistling sound. When the punch was about to hit Yi Ichuan's chest, Yi Ichuan dodged the blow by leaning sideways, and then punched Lu Yang's armpit with his own fist, which instantly made Lu Yang's entire arm numb and weak.
But Yi Ichuan obviously didn't intend to let it go, and punched Lu Yang in the chest again. There was only a muffled explosion, and Zhao Wenyuan, who was lying on the ground beside him, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. If this punch hits his chest, he would probably be unable to stand up.
Lu Yang was well trained as expected.
He took a deep breath and waved his other arm to fight back. However, his movements had become slow and he could no longer keep up with Yi Ichuan's pace.
Yi Ichuan raised his leg and hit Lu Yang's lower abdomen with his knee, knocking him flying. Do you understand now?
No matter how powerful you think you are, never provoke your father. Yi Ichuan clapped his hands and said casually.
However, in the eyes of Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan, this kind of leisurely and dedicated behavior is the most unbearable contempt. You are just relying on your good luck. If I hadn't fallen just now, do you think you can be my opponent?
Zhao Wenyuan got up from the ground and sneered. Lu Yang shook his still numb arms and came closer.
I just underestimated you. If it happens again, how many seconds do you think you can hold out in my hands?
Yi Ichuan shook his head and said, a father should know when to stop when teaching his son a lesson.
If he goes too far and makes his son stupid, wouldn't that be a loss? A father shouldn't do such a thing.
Seeing him say such humiliating words in a serious manner, Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan could not help themselves. The two of them moved quickly together.
That's too much.
It's fine if you guys just want to hit me, but now you're actually teaming up with each other.
If I don't teach you a lesson today, you're going to be in trouble in the future? Yi Ichuan also sneered. Since you want to fight so much, I will play with you and let you know what advanced street fighting is. Chapter 59, Winning 2 Million in Anger. Yi Ichuan looked at the two people in front of him with some disdain.
Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan have both been favored children since childhood.
When have they ever received such contempt?
At that moment, the two men's faces were gloomy, and they looked like they wanted to rush up and fight him to the death.
Yi Ichuan adhered to the principle of despising the opponent strategically and paying attention to the opponent tactically.
Although his eyes were full of disdain, his hands did not stop moving at all. He squatted slightly, lowered his center of gravity and prepared to deal with the joint efforts of the two. One of them has been learning martial arts under the guidance of various martial arts masters since childhood, and the other has won good results in a prestigious free fighting competition abroad. If these two were placed among ordinary people, they would be considered masters. It's a pity that what they are facing are not ordinary people at all. Long before them, Yi Ichuan had competed with foreign fighting masters. What Wang Shandy invited before was not just some fancy tricks. Not only did Yi Ichuan not fall into a disadvantage when fighting with them, but he defeated them all. This ability cannot be surpassed by Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan working together. As Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan came forward, Yi Ichuan got ready and waited quietly for them to make their move. In just a moment, Lu Yang's fist swung towards Yi Ichuan's chest and face like a pendulum. Yi Ichuan dodged the punch, but Zhao Wenyuan, who was waiting for an opportunity, also attacked. He was unable to dodge and was attacked by Zhao Wenyuan, who stabbed him in the ribs with a tricky knife.
This blow was not light, especially the area below the ribs was a very vulnerable spot. Yi Ichuan gasped in pain and retreated several meters away. Don't try to be brave if you don't have the ability. Zhao Wenyuan succeeded in his attack and vented his anger. He is in a good mood now.
No, I was just careless for a moment. Yi Ichuan rubbed his ribs, tears coming out of his eyes due to the pain. Besides, I think it's a bit boring to fight like this. Why don't we do something more interesting?
Facing Yi Ichuan's suggestion, Lu Yang subconsciously asked, what do you mean by playing something interesting?
Yi Ichuan chuckled and said, I'm not afraid of you asking, I'm just afraid that you won't ask.
How about this, you two team up against me?
If you win, I will turn around and take Lin Anlin to get a divorce.
But if I win, how about each of you give me 1 million?
He had just boasted in front of his aunt that he would make 100 million within a year, so now he would not give up any opportunity that could bring him income. As for where this income comes from, it doesn't matter.
Yi Ichuan laughed provocatively. What? You don't dare? You two young masters, can't you even afford to lose 1 million?
Or do you think there is no need to compete because you can't win?
Faced with Yi Ichuan's verbal attacks, even an honest person with no temper would not be able to resist the urge to beat him to death, not to mention Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan, who were already very angry with Yi Ichuan.
What's more, the two of them are not the kind of people who can tolerate provocation from others, and young success is usually accompanied by youthful vigor.
Okay, that's what you said. Zhao Wenyuan agreed. That's fine with me too. Lu Yan also nodded.
Yi Ichuan smiled with a look of triumph. He was not hit because he was not prepared for Zhao Wenyuan's sneak attack, but he did it on purpose for this moment. The two thought that with their cooperation, they could deal such a heavy blow to Yi Ichuan just after fighting, and as long as they continued, Yi Ichuan would definitely lose. Yi Ichuan lowered his center of gravity again, but this time, he was serious. Whether it is for Lin Anlin or for the 1 million yuan, he must win. Lu Yang roared again and rushed forward with steady and powerful steps. He put his fist at his waist and then twisted his body like a fully drawn bow, pouring all his strength into this punch. He believed that as long as this punch hit the target, he could break not only human bones but even steel bars. And Zhao Wenyuan followed behind him. As long as Lu Yang's punch hit him, he would immediately follow up, instantly making each one understand what it meant to beat a drowning dog. However, this punch, which the two men had been eagerly expecting, hit Yi Ichuan in the face. Yi Ichuan simply raised his hand, and in a flash, he blocked the punch that was heading towards his handsome face.
How is it possible?
This thought suddenly occurred to Lu Yang's mind. This punch of his was the result of the coordination of all his strength, coupled with the forward momentum. It can be said that it was not much different from being hit by a car.
But, this punch that used all his strength was actually blocked by Yi Ichuan with just a simple raise of his hand?
It's like a car is hitting you, and a pedestrian on the road just reaches out and pushes it to stop the car. Without waiting for Lu Yang to react, Yi Ichuan shook his wrist, then turned it over, and only a crisp clicking sound was heard. Lu Yang's wrist was broken. All this happened in a fraction of a second. Zhao Wenyuan just reacted at this time, but his forward momentum was not so easy to stop. He had no time to stop his body. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Yi Ichuan, Zhao Wenyuan kicked the ground at the critical moment and kicked Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan's response was also very simple.
Zhao Wenyuan was lifted into the air by his forward momentum. Yi Ichuan also raised his foot and did a standard side kick, directly kicking Zhao Wenyuan in the chest. The side kick itself is a very powerful move, and now, it's not just Yi Ichuan's strength, but also the recoil caused by Zhao Wenyuan's sudden stop when he was rushing forward. This kick was exactly like a small car moving at a fast speed hitting his chest. Zhao Wenyuan was kicked more than 10 meters away by him.
Yi Ichuan himself was also forced back several steps by the recoil before he could steady himself. It seems like I used too much force. Yi Ichuan looked at the two people lying on the ground groaning with a troubled look on his face. One had his wrist broken by him, and the other was kicked more than 10 meters away by him, lying on the ground curled up like a cooked shrimp ball.
Is it possible?
I haven't paid yet.
Yi Ichuan said. He looked at the two of them and said, "Forget it, be a good person for once."
Yi Ichuan took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the emergency number. After confirming that the paramedics would arrive soon, Yi Ichuan hurriedly left the scene.
Of course, if these two people didn't still owe him 1 million, he wouldn't have made this call.
Chapter 60, Prime Time. After leaving the villa area, Yi Ichuan found something to eat. When he first arrived at my aunt's house, although my aunt described the food as being so impressive, he left before he even started eating. Now that I think about it, it's quite a loss. After eating, Yi Ichuan returned to his home and had a good rest for the day. During the process, Lu Yan and Zhao Wenyuan transferred their money as promised. Obviously, both of them have their own pride and disdain to do such a thing of breaking their promise. This of course made Yi Ichuan very happy. He could earn 2 million just by beating up two people. If such good things happened every day, wouldn't he be able to become rich quickly? However, it's good to just think about this kind of thing. Lu Yang and Zhao Wenyuan didn't want to be embarrassed, so they didn't tell anyone else about it, but the same may not be true for others. Having received another 2 million, Yi Ichuan happily lay down on the bed and gradually fell asleep with a smile on his face. The cell phone rang continuously, waking Yi Ichuan from his sleep. Who is so annoying so early in the morning? Yi Ichuan reached for his phone and looked at it. What the hell? It's so late? The time displayed on the mobile phone was already 10 o'clock, far beyond his normal working hours. Moreover, the call came from the company's CEO himself. Yi Ichuan was a little hesitant listening to this life-threatening phone call. Should he answer it or not? Forget it, just give it a go. I'm going to die anyway. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and answered the phone.
An angry voice sounded on the phone. One.
Why haven't you come to the company yet?
Well, I overslept, wife.
One said with a smile. Now, immediately, come to the company. After saying this, before One could reply, the phone was hung up. One also heard that something was wrong. If it wasn't a big deal, Anlin wouldn't have urged him so anxiously. Moreover, she didn't even object when he called her his wife. He quickly got up and washed up. He didn't even have time to choose his clothes. He just put on some clothes and went out. After taking a taxi to the company, One went straight to the chairman's office. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me?
Inside the office, there was not only One, but also several other company executives, including Wang Jinshan and others. Director Lin, One has been late for some time.
In my opinion, people who are late every day will have a bad influence on other colleagues.
He should be severely punished so that other employees will not follow his behavior. Wang Jinshan habitually started to criticize One as soon as he saw him. One glanced at him and said in a voice that was not lowered at all, "Shabby."
You.
Wang Jinshan pointed at One and was about to continue speaking when Anlin slapped the table.
Enough, did I ask you to come here to quarrel?
Because of the presence of outsiders, Anlin once again turned into that cold ice goddess.
I just received a notice that One's advertisement has passed CCTV's review and will be broadcast during prime time tonight.
Anlin said with a smile on his face, this is not only One's achievement, but also the achievement of our Shangyun group.
One alone has brought great influence to our Shangyun group. Just based on this, I promoted him to be the manager of the planning department. Is there any problem? No.
Director Lin really has a keen eye for talent.
The executives present were not fools.
They all knew how much profit One had brought to the company this time, which was far beyond what the previous public service advertisement could achieve. Although the public service advertisement did receive a lot of attention on the internet, that was only for One himself and did not have much impact on the company. But this time, the one paying attention to them was CCTV, which was the only big boss in the industry. What's more, One submitted articles to CCTV in the name of the company at that time. Because One knew that his advertisement would definitely be selected, instead of making himself famous and then being targeted by a group of reporters, it would be better to submit the advertisement in the name of the company and make the company famous. In this way, I don't have to worry about being watched, and I can also bring profits to the company, killing two birds with one stone.
After all, the company belongs to Anlin, which means his wife. So, tonight, if you have nothing to do, I hope everyone can stay and watch One's advertisement together.
Anlin said, triple overtime pay plus travel allowance and tea and cakes.
Given such conditions, I guess no one would just leave after get off work. Anyway, it's just watching an advertisement, it's not that tiring. What's more, there is triple overtime pay and travel allowance. Just the hour or so that stays is equivalent to a day's salary. There is also tea and pastries to eat and drink, which is enough to make many people excited.
After the notice was issued, there were indeed not many people who were unwilling, but most people felt a little contemptuous in their hearts.
It's just an advertisement, is it worth treating like this? That's right.
I don't know which idiot channel it will be broadcast on, and it's also during prime time. I guess there won't be many people watching during prime time on idiot channels. I guess if people in our company watched a bunch of ads together, it would bring a month's worth of viewership to that fake channel. Most people stayed, and at the same time mocked One for not abandoning his traditional projects. After all, One had challenged the entire Shangyun group alone, and Wang Meng and others had distorted the facts. At that time, almost no one in the entire Shangyun group had a good impression of One.
But One doesn't need it.
Privately, many people were discussing the matter of tonight's advertisement, but they were all pessimistic about One and even mocked him.
This is not just One's previous actions, there are people behind the scenes fanning the flames. As for who it was, One knew it very well.
Time passes by minute, and the working day gradually comes to an end. In Shangyun building, everyone was looking at the screen on the computer.
They were waiting for One's advertisement to appear.
However, the screens on most people's computers are all from relatively unknown channels. There is even a channel that was dug out from somewhere unknown, and even the advertisements are still the same as those from 10 years ago.
I think One's advertisement should be broadcast on this channel.
The person who dug out this half-dead channel said to the people around him.
The people around him agreed, I think so too.
However, Yi Ichuan, the protagonist, did not show any expression at all and was extremely calm.
Advertisements and programs are played bit by bit over time. Time gradually arrived at the real golden hour. Chapter 61 CCTV 1. This time I want to see how he ends.
Director Lin created such a big scene. It would be embarrassing if the result is not so good.
Wang Jinshan sat in front of his computer desktop.
On his desk, there was a video on his cell phone, which showed Wang Meng and the director. Although it is nominally overtime now, everyone is very relaxed, drinking tea, eating snacks, chatting casually, and then leaving get off work after the golden hours are over.
They can even get overtime pay that is higher than a day's salary. Why not do it? To be honest, we have to thank each one this time.
Although the commercial he shot is probably mediocre, he has made an indelible contribution to allowing us to enjoy such treatment.
In one department of the company, an employee took a sip of coffee and said. Everyone around him burst into laughter.
I just hope that after this time, Yi Ichuan won't be too ashamed to hold his head up. In the chairman's office, Anlin was also looking at his computer screen nervously, on which were the interfaces of several reduced channels. She only received a notice from CCTV saying that the show would be broadcast during prime time, but she didn't know which channel it would be broadcast on, so she could only tune into a few channels that she thought were most likely to watch it together.
Among them, the most watched one is CCTV 5.
Obviously, even Anlin, who had deep confidence in Yi Ichuan, did not have high expectations for Yi Ichuan.
After all, that's CCTV.
It's already a great achievement for ordinary people to have their advertisements selected by CCTV. It's even more amazing to have them broadcast during prime time.
Do you still want a good channel? Time passes slowly.
In the planning department, everyone's computer is equipped with various CCTV channels. Even Yi Ichuan himself didn't know which channel the show would be broadcast on, so he had to watch it with the staff from the planning department. In my opinion, he was dismissed by any random channel.
I guess there must be something fishy about his selection by CCTV this time. Wang Meng whispered to his colleagues in the planning department. What do you mean?
The colleague asked in confusion.
Do you remember his advertisement last time? Wang Meng said.
Remember, it was broadcast on the provincial TV station. Yes, it was because he had connections with the provincial TV station that CCTV was able to select his advertisement. Wang Meng continued, but CCTV is CCTV after all, not the provincial TV station. His connections are of little use there. CCTV was lucky enough to let him broadcast it, so it's definitely not a good channel.
Yi Ichuan, who was sitting far away, heard every word Wang Meng said.
He rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly.
Yi Ichuan didn't care about so many things. Anyway, he would see where his advertisement would be broadcast later. No matter how much he said now, it would not be as good as the effect when it was broadcast later. The golden hour is gradually coming into its own. The advertising time on one channel after another ended, and the time for broadcasting the main programs began.
Everyone's heart was lifted at this moment.
We will find out which channel Yi Ichuan's advertisement will be broadcast on soon. The CCTV 10 advertisement has also finished broadcasting.
In the chairman's office, Anlin stared at the screen with a nervous look on his face. When Yi Ichuan was at his aunt's house, he said that he wanted to make 100 million yuan within this year. The better the channel his advertisement was broadcast on, the greater the profit he could get.
The official programs of each channel began to be broadcast. Damn it, this is CCTV 7, why is there no advertisement for Yi Ichuan?
Wang Meng sat in his seat, not hiding his mocking voice at all. Could it be that he is dominating the entire channel in some channel that none of us know about?
A group of people laughed along with him.
Although Yi Ichuan is their immediate superior, he has not been in the position long enough, and he was just a small intern before. So most people have no respect or fear for him.
Listening to the many laughs around him, Yi Ichuan didn't care. It's CCTV 5. Wang Meng laughed. In the chairman's office, Anlin looked at the best channel he had broadcast and found that there was no advertisement of Yi Ichuan on it.
She was startled, and then filled with joy.
Anlin knew very well that Yi Ichuan's advertisement would definitely not be broadcast quietly in some unknown corner.
But now, even the best CCTV 5 that she broadcast had no one watching it.
Didn't that mean that she had to move further forward?
In the planning department, although Wang Meng continued to make sarcastic remarks, his laughter became smaller and smaller, and no one laughed with him. Because they all knew very well that they had found all the channels of CCTV, but from the end to the beginning, none of them broadcast each one's advertisements.
That means that each one's advertisement is on a relatively high-level channel. And now, it has reached CCTV 4. Damn, could it be CCTV 3?
Wang Mang looked around and saw that there was not even CCTV 4, his face looked a little grim. At this time, a tense atmosphere spread among the crowd. Gradually, no one continued to talk, no one drank coffee, and even forgot to swallow the pastries in their mouths.
CCTV 3 also started its official programming. Fuck! Wang Mang couldn't believe it. CCTV 2? CCTV 2 broadcasts the official program. Fuck! How is that possible? CCTV 1. A deafening sound spread out from the planning department.
Not only the planning department, but everyone in the entire Shangyun group made voices containing various emotions at this time.
Central set. Each one's advertisement was aired at the last minute.
As the plot ended, everyone could see a mark at the end of the advertisement that was exactly the same as the Shangyun Group's logo. In other words, this public service advertisement, which was broadcast before the official program of CCTV 1 started, was created by each one. During this time period, the last time before the official program starts, this is when the most playbacks occur. On this channel, CCTV 1, this is the channel that has created the most historical records to date. Each one's advertisement was actually broadcast on CCTV 1. It's okay, a little better than I expected. Each one also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Beside him, several other employees were all stunned when they heard his extremely pretentious but irrefutable words. This means that he already knew that his advertising would perform well. But all of them actually mocked him in front of him. For a moment, a different emotion spread in the planning department. Chapter 62, Public Service Advertising Genius? In Shangyun Group, the same picture is displayed on all turned-on computers. As the camera froze on the last frame, the young man picked up the can that had been rolling on the ground for a long time and had been trampled on by many people. A crisp thud was heard as the can was thrown into the trash can. The deep shock that appeared when the two young men looked at each other was silent but deafening. It seemed that a strong voice sounded in the minds of those who watched the advertisement. As this public service advertisement was broadcast, a thought was implanted in the minds of everyone who saw it. Is this really the public service advertisement he produced? In the planning department, several experienced old employees gathered together and watched the CCTV 1 advertisement end and enter the official program. They were shocked. Even though the advertisement had finished playing, the psychological impact did not dissipate for a long time. As experienced old employees, they are experts, so they know better than most people how many noteworthy details there are in such a seemingly casual advertisement. It looked like just a can thrown on the ground in the subway, kicked around, and finally thrown into the trash can. But no one spoke throughout the whole film, and except for the two young men looking at each other at the end, no other people's faces showed. Despite this, it was more deeply rooted in people's hearts than thousands of words. The contempt that originally existed in the hearts of those old employees had been conquered by this advertisement. If we say that each one's previous award-winning public service advertisement on the provincial TV station was not well received by anyone, it was because he caused public outrage at the time. Then this work is like a ruthless slap in the face, which hurts their faces. I'm ashamed of myself. An old employee took a deep breath, temporarily suppressed the strange emotions in his heart, rubbed his face, and said, I'm impressed too. If it were me, I would never be able to think of such a good idea even if I were given a lifetime. Another old employee expressed the same feeling and nodded solemnly. During the previous period, each one pretended to obey them in the face of their sarcasm and ridicule without saying a word. He was even willing to use his own personal property as a reward to encourage them to create. But they did that to each one just because of a ridiculous rumor. If there are still people who say that he is not qualified to be the manager of the planning department, I will be the first to disagree. Another old employee said indignantly, and at the same time, looked at Wang Mang with some unfriendly eyes. All the previous rumors came directly or indirectly from Wang Mang's mouth. Before they had in-depth contact with each one, they all believed Wang Mang's lies. At this time, Wang Mang had not yet realized that his status in the eyes of many of his colleagues had plummeted. Originally, relying on his relationship with the director, although he did not hold a high position in the company, his status was not low. But after today, it's hard to say. However, each one, the protagonist, was not interested in the advertisement at all. Ding, congratulations to the protagonist for completing the task, leading a public service advertisement and successfully broadcasting it on CCTV. Task reward, 3 million, as well as the attention in favor of CCTV.
This is exactly what I want.
Yi Ichuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. After working so hard for so many days, he finally felt relieved when he heard the voice of the system. Although he had known for a long time that this public service advertisement would be broadcast on CCTV, he couldn't help but worry about unexpected situations before everything was finalized. Now it seems that those worries were completely unnecessary. Now, not only have I successfully completed the task and received the system reward money, but I have also gained the favor of CCTV. If I encounter such a thing in the future, it will be much easier to find CCTV to cooperate with me. Although I was a little surprised that it was finally broadcast on CCTV1, the result is good, not bad.
Yi Ichuan is satisfied.
As for the change in attitude of other employees in the planning department towards him, Yi Ichuan actually didn't care that much. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, apart from the fact that he was the department manager of the planning department, he would not have much interaction with them. If Shan Yun wasn't Lin Anlin's company and Lin Anlin wasn't his wife, he wouldn't bother paying attention to this group of people. Mission accomplished, I'll go home and have a good sleep after get off work. Yi Ichuan stretched lazily and walked out of the planning department leisurely amid many admiring gazes. In the chairman's office, Lin Anlin sat at his desk, not coming back to his senses for a long time. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Being able to have a public service advertisement broadcast on CCTV, and during prime time, is such an achievement. How many people can get it? The most important thing is that Yi Ichuan has only been in the industry for more than 3 months.
Ichuan, I think I now believe that you can make 100 million within a year.
Lin Anlin said to himself. In today's era, traffic and popularity are king. Anything, whether it is a person or a scenic spot, or even just an interesting saying circulating on the internet, as long as more people pay attention to it, you can make huge profits from it.
And this kind of benefit is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
You know, many large companies are willing to spend tens of millions of units to promote their products in order to sell better. And now, Lin Anlin believes that Yi Ichuan will be the most popular and shining star on the internet in the future. The influence of the previous work had not yet fully spread, but someone had already come to interview Yi Ichuan.
Now if those people knew that another phenomenal public service advertisement was also filmed by Yi Ichuan alone, wouldn't those reporters dig deep to find Yi Ichuan for an interview? This is true fame at a young age. Lin Anlin sighed, what title will people give me in the future? Public service advertising genius or something else?
Downstairs of Shan Yun Group, Yi Ichuan walked out of the building and prepared to hail a taxi on the roadside to go home. Just at this moment, 2 people saw him coming out of the building and hurried to him.
Hello, we are reporters from Phoenix Media of Jiangnan Province. I would like to ask, are you an employee of Shan Yun Group? The girl among the 2 asked while holding the microphone.
Behind this girl, there is a burly man with a heavy-looking camera on his shoulder.
No wonder he has so much muscle. Chapter 63 An Unforgettable Interview. Yi Ichuan stared at the microphone in shock, thinking, someone has come here so soon after smelling the smell? His advertisement had just been broadcast on the central CCTV.
Before that, even he himself didn't know which channel the advertisement would appear on. Yes, as an employee of Shan Yun Group, I have to say that Shan Yun Group is simply the most perfect company in the country. The working environment in the company is comfortable, the work intensity is not high, but the salary is very high. Moreover, the employees get along well with each other, and there is no vicious competition at all.
By the way, is it being broadcast live now? Yi Ichuan suddenly had an idea and spoke. The reporter holding the microphone was confused. I just asked you if you were an employee of this company. Why did you start praising this company right away?
We are broadcasting live, and the scene is transferred to a subordinate channel of the provincial TV station.
The female reporter was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously. That's good.
Yi Ichuan nodded with satisfaction. Since it was a live broadcast, he had to praise Shan Yun to death.
After all, Shan Yun is his wife's company.
As a man who loves his wife, it is good for him to do something for her.
Shan Yun Group.
Yi Ichuan opened his mouth and prepared to continue speaking. The female reporter quickly took the microphone back, interrupting Yi Ichuan's plan to talk for an hour.
Then may I ask, do you know Mr. Yi Ichuan, an employee of Shan Yun Group? Asked the female reporter. Yi Ichuan, I know you. I'm very familiar with you.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile.
The female reporter smiled in surprise.
She had been waiting at the door of the building since 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a full 4 hours now. She even had time to eat dinner just to find out at least a little information about Ji Ichwan. Previously, reporters from Phoenix Media came to Shanyun and wanted to interview Yi Ichwan. They originally thought that as a large media company under the provincial TV station, the people from Shanyun Group would give them some face. Who would have known that not only did Ji Ichwan refuse to be interviewed, but even the big boss of Shanyun Group did not take this opportunity to promote his company.
It was simply outrageous.
But fortunately, after waiting for 4 hours, I was finally able to get some useful information, so these 4 hours of hard work were worth it.
Excuse me, sir, what kind of person is Yi Ichwan in your heart? Asked the female reporter. Let me put it this way. If you want to choose the most handsome person in the world, it would be difficult to choose before Yi Ichwan appeared because people have different aesthetic tastes. But it's different with Yi Ichwan because everyone thinks he is handsome, including me, even though I'm a man. Yi Ichwan said seriously. The female reporter in front of him was also shocked. Yi Ichwan's overly serious look made her doubt whether he was serious. Could it be that Yi Ichwan's previous refusal to be interviewed was actually different from what we thought? It was simply because he was too handsome and we were afraid that something uncontrollable would happen after he was in the report, so he refused?
Such an absurd thought popped up in the female reporter's mind.
Excuse me, is there any more? The female reporter continued to ask.
No, he has nothing good except that he is handsome.
Yi Ichwan stopped a taxi and said to the female reporter before getting in the car. Wait a minute.
The female reporter wanted to stop him, but Yi Ichwan had already got in the car and urged the driver to leave quickly.
Watching the taxi gradually go away, the female reporter was stunned. But the station says that Yi Ichwan's talent is among the best among the younger generation. Why would he say that Yi Ichwan has no good qualities except for being handsome? Could it be that his handsomeness has overshadowed all other halos? The female reporter couldn't help but fall into the psychological trap set by Yi Ichwan for her.
Yi Ichwan, who was sitting in a taxi and driving away, held his stomach and laughed so hard that his waist hurt.
I am so happy. How can she believe this? Is it because my acting is too good?
The driver looked at him strangely. At the entrance of Shangyun building, the female reporter saw another employee silently watching them from a distance.
Hello, this is an interview. Are you an employee of Shangyun Group? The female reporter asked. Yes. Excuse me, do you know Yi Ichwan? The female reporter continued to ask. I know. The person you just interviewed was Yi Ichwan. What? The female reporter screamed.
Although she had received special training to stay calm in any situation, the current situation was such that even a professional journalist like her could not help herself. So, the person who was bragging in front of the camera just now, especially praising Yi Ichwan for his handsome looks, was actually Yi Ichwan himself. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The most important thing is, he also specifically asked whether they were broadcasting live. I guess he had already thought of his excuse at that time. The live broadcast just now has been broadcast through a subsidiary channel of the provincial TV station.
There is no way to recover it even if we want to do so now. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
The employee also realized that something was wrong with the two people, so he quickly said goodbye and left. The burly man carrying the camera silently turned off the camera.
Brother, how do you think we will be laughed at by other people in the station when we go back this time? The female reporter said helplessly. I don't know.
The sturdy man holding the camera shook his head, his voice a little rough and honest. Anyway, I didn't show my face, and no one knows I exist, so I'm not embarrassed.
The female reporter almost wanted to cry.
Although this live broadcast was on a small channel with relatively few viewers, it was the rush hour after get off work, so even a small channel would have many people watching.
This interesting interview was quickly recorded by several people and sent to their friends or uploaded to the internet. Even Yi Ichwan himself could not have imagined how sensational an impact this simple interview would have on the internet. At this time, Yi Ichwan had already taken a taxi back to his home. As soon as I got home, my cell phone rang. Yi Ichwan took a look and saw that it was Director Liu calling. Senior Liu, why are you calling me at this time? Yi Ichwan asked. Ha ha. Director Liu smiled and said, I came to congratulate you. I just found out that your advertisement was actually broadcast on CCTV. As your recommender, I was also praised by the big brother at CCTV. This time, CCTV and our provincial station are preparing to jointly give you a reward. I won't tell you the specifics for now. Director Lu said with a kind smile. Chapter 64, Changes in the Planning Department. Director Lu's words made Yi Ichuan's heart waver. If only the provincial station or Director Lu personally wanted to give Yi Ichuan a reward, they might not be able to come up with something that would satisfy Yi Ichuan. But if CCTV was included, it would be different. As the only big brother in the industry, CCTV is so mysterious and solemn about what it wants to come out, so it must be good. Then I'll wait and see. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. The next morning, Yi Ichuan woke up early, without even having time to wash up. He took out his mobile phone and started browsing various portal websites. He knew that with yesterday's live interview, his fame would definitely reach a new peak, and how high this peak would be was something even he could not imagine. If it wasn't for the purpose of making 100 million within this year, Yi Ichuan wouldn't want to use this method to enhance his fame. Although CCTV's influence is profound enough, it is too formal after all. Even if CCTV has a high opinion of him, there is no way to make everyone know him. In fact, it is because CCTV is too formal that many young people who like interesting stories find it difficult to know about its existence. But the internet is different. With the previous live broadcast, Yi Ichuan believes that he will soon become popular on the internet and more people will know about his existence. Yi Ichuan swiped the screen of his mobile phone and saw some posts about himself on major portals. All of these posts have one thing in common without exception, that is, they all originated from that live broadcast. It is true. Yi Ichuan smiled. As he expected, before CCTV started promoting him, he had already become popular on the internet through yesterday's live broadcast. Moreover, the live broadcast was last night, and only about 10 hours have passed since then. Such a short time is not enough for this matter to spread. As time goes by, it will inevitably attract more and more attention. Everything is going according to my plan. Yi Ichuan turned off his phone contentedly, got up, and washed. Not long after, Yi Ichuan arrived at the company. Outside of Shine Yun Group, a large group of reporters were waiting at the door with documents in their hands. Hiss. Even though Yi Ichuan had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help feeling a little nervous when he saw so many reporters waiting for him. No, if I go out like this, I will probably be interviewed by countless big men for a whole day. Yi Ichuan took out the mask he had prepared long ago from his pocket and put it on his face. With the mask on, even people who are very familiar with him need to get closer and look carefully to recognize him. Not to mention these reporters who have never even met him. He walked over as if nothing had happened. As expected, although a few reporters saw him, they did not pay much attention to him. After Yi Ichuan walked into the Shang Yun Group building. Outside the Shang Yun Group building, a reporter scratched his head after realizing what was happening and said to his colleague who was carrying a camera, "Don't you think that person just now was weird? Why was he wearing a mask for no reason?" The cameraman nodded and said, "It's a bit strange. He's not a celebrity, but his appearance does look familiar." "Wait, what did you say?" the reporter asked in a hurried tone. "He's not a celebrity." The cameraman was stunned, then suddenly realized, Yi Ichuan. Yes, for most people, when going out, unless it is necessary, who would be willing to wear a stuffy mask on their face? Except for one type of people, that is public figures, who have to use masks or sunglasses to conceal their identities in order to avoid being discovered by paparazzi. Fuck. We just watched him walk in right in front of us, the reporter said with tears in his eyes. The two people's voices were not small, and all the reporters around heard them. For a moment, everyone had an expression that looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. Yi Ichuan took off his mask and walked into the building, looking cheerful. With his extraordinary hearing, he heard everything the people outside said and found it quite interesting. After entering the building, Yi Ichuan went straight to his office. As soon as I sat down, Anlin called. "Ichuan, is there anything going on tonight?" Anlin asked. "It's okay, what's wrong?" Facing his wife, Yi Ichuan put away his playful intention and asked in a gentle tone. "Then let's go out for dinner tonight. I've made a reservation at a restaurant." "Of course. My wife is treating us, so there's no reason for me not to go," Yi Ichuan said with a smile. "You're so talkative." Anlin cursed with a smile and hung up the phone. Yi Ichuan was in a good mood. Looking at the many employees outside the office, he suddenly thought of something. I wonder how their planning is going. Yi Ichuan walked out of the office and asked everyone to look over. How is everyone's task going? Yi Ichuan asked with a smile.
The expressions of several old employees were not very good, and they looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Except for those old employees, other employees submitted their plans.
Yi Ichuan looked at the plans they submitted with a smile.
The more he looked, the stiffer the smile on his face became, and finally it disappeared.
Is this the plan you have come up with after working together for such a long time? Yi Ichuan put away the plan and put it aside.
This is even more disgusting than your last submission.
His good mood in the morning disappeared in an instant. Why are your plans getting worse and worse? Tell me why.
At this moment, Wang Meng stood up with a smile. Manager Yi. He shouted loudly, "It is normal to change a plan if it is not suitable.
As for what will happen after the change, no one can predict it.
We all think these plans are very good.
Or, just because you became a department manager, you really think of yourself as an important person?" Wang Meng looked at Yi Ichuan with an extremely unfriendly look. I understand.
Yi Ichuan nodded and looked around. Except for those old employees who looked embarrassed but did not have the courage to speak, he took note of everyone else. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "What a bunch of dogs you are that you can't tame."
If that's the case, then there's no need to keep you here any longer.
Yi Ichuan knew very well what was going on, but he just couldn't understand why these people were so short-sighted. They must have thought that he didn't have the strength to compete with Wang Meng's faction.
Chapter 65 Mission: Build Your Own Team. Yi Ichuan casually placed the plan on the desk of an employee next to him.
It seems that it is necessary to set up a department that belongs entirely to me. There is no need for such a group of disobedient people to stay here any longer.
Yi Ichuan turned around and returned to his office, saying secretly in his heart. However, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. You need to find good subordinates, otherwise you will be left alone.
Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, leave the planning department employees alone, reward, a commemorative coin, worth 1 cent. Option 2, establish a new planning department, reward, 2 million, and physical fitness improvement. Yi Ichuan sighed, now even the system won't help you, so just take care of yourself. He looked back and saw that except for a few old employees who had regretful expressions on their faces, everyone else had smug smiles on their faces as if their plan had succeeded, especially Wang Meng.
It seems that Wang Meng gave them a lot of benefits to convince them to go against me. Yi Ichuan thought, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there is such a planning department. After establishing my own planning department, it will be much easier to do anything in the future.
Yi Ichuan returned to his office and leisurely began to complete his not-so-light work.
Time flows slowly and it's time to get off work. Yi Ichuan did not wear a mask this time, because the same trick certainly could not be used a second time.
He went directly to the underground parking lot of Shangyun building and waited for her next to Lin Anlin's car. If he had been waiting outside as usual, he would have been surrounded by reporters. It would probably be difficult for him to even walk around, let alone have dinner with Lin Anlin.
He didn't want his good thing to be ruined by those reporters. Soon, Lin Anlin appeared in Yi Ichuan's sight. Wife. Yi Ichuan opened his arms.
Lin Anlin rolled his eyes at him and walked away from him.
Yi Ichuan smiled awkwardly and didn't care.
If Lin Anlin had really hugged him just now, he would have suspected that this Lin Anlin was someone else pretending to be him.
Wife, your makeup is a little smudged. Yi Ichuan reminded.
After a day, the light makeup on Lin Anlin's face became a little blurred. Although it did not affect her beauty, after all, the place they were going to was a very good high-end restaurant. It would still be a bit embarrassing if they were seen by acquaintances.
Lin Anlin was stunned, picked up his phone and looked at it. Yes, a little bit. Can you drive? Yes. Yi Ichuan thought about it. He had just learned to drive under the instruction of Zheng Tianqing not long ago.
Then you drive, I'll put on some makeup to avoid wasting time.
Lin Anlin sat in the passenger seat. Yi Ichuan didn't say much.
He just sat in the driver's seat and started the car. The car drove out of the underground parking lot smoothly, and Yi Ichuan saw that there were still a large number of reporters gathered at the entrance of the company building.
You really have perseverance. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but admire him.
He had seen some of them when he came here in the morning, which meant that they had been waiting here for the entire day. Now you know the disadvantages of being famous. Lin Anlin had also watched the video of the live broadcast last night, and knew how famous Yi Ichuan was on the internet, so he joked.
I know, but there's nothing I can do.
If I don't do this, I won't have the chance to make 100 million in a year.
Yi Ichwan sighed, how can I have the nerve to propose to my aunt if I don't make enough money?
Lin Anlin paused as she was putting on makeup in front of the vanity mirror in the car.
If it doesn't work, then we can elope. Yi Ichwan shuddered and almost stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the green belt in the middle of the road.
No, in order to prevent my wife and I from suffering the pain of eloping, I have to make 100 million within this year.
Yi Ichwan said firmly. Lin Anlin laughed and said, you're such a chatterbox. Yi Ichwan chuckled. By the way, when did you learn to drive? Lin Anlin asked. I just started learning. What kind of car do you like? Lin Anlin asked.
Yi Ichwan thought for a moment and said, square and tough off-road vehicles like the G-Class and Hummer have a tough guy temperament and are very suitable for this tough guy.
Lin Anlin nodded silently. She had already put on her makeup.
She operated her mobile phone for a while and arrived at her destination.
That's it? Yi Ichwan asked. Yes, it's here. The two got out of the car and walked into the restaurant.
What a great place. Look, all the people coming and going are handsome men and beautiful women.
Yi Ichwan exclaimed.
Lin Anlin raised her chin proudly and said with a smile, of course, I have carefully selected this for a long time.
Led by their attendants, the two sat near the periphery. There are fewer people here and no one will disturb them.
The dishes came up one by one, and Yi Ichwan was not vague. He ate whatever was served.
The meal lasted for more than an hour. In the end, Lin Anlin couldn't eat anymore.
She looked at Yi Ichwan eating alone with tenderness in her eyes. After eating and drinking, Lin Anlin drove Yi Ichwan and took him home.
Why don't you stay for a while? Yi Ichwan asked with a smile downstairs of his house.
If you don't go, who knows if you will do something bad?
Lin Anlin also said jokingly. You are wrongly accusing me. If I wanted to do something bad, I would have done it long ago. Yi Ichwan spoke righteously to establish his noble image. I'm not going either. Lin Anlin stepped on the accelerator and drove away. After returning home, Yi Ichwan habitually opened his mobile phone and took a look at the portal website. What the hell?
After a whole day of fermentation, yesterday's interview video has been completely circulated on the internet, and countless people have seen Yi Ichwan through this video. Almost everyone who has watched this video will have a thought in their mind. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? In front of a live interview, he boasted that he was the most handsome man, although he was indeed quite handsome. Some less rational girls even left comments under the post saying they wanted to give birth to his children. Yi Ichwan silently blocked those girls.
What if Lin Anlin saw them and got jealous?
It's time for me to start making a name for myself in this world.
Yi Ichwan put down his phone and walked to the window.
But the floor was too low, and outside the window was the high-end residential complex next door, blocking all his vision.
You don't even give me a chance to show off?
Yi Ichwan felt helpless. He originally wanted to imitate the people on TV, look at the hustle and bustle of the city outside the window and talk about his ambitions.
Forget it, go to sleep. Chapter 66, Gold Medal Creator. The next morning, Yi Ichwan got up early again.
After taking a look at his mobile phone, he started to wash up. There are no major problems with the data on the portal website, and its influence is increasing normally. After washing up, Yi Ichwan received a message from Lin Anlin.
Ichwan, don't rush to work after you come to the company, go to the underground parking lot first.
Yi Ichwan was a little confused by this piece of news.
Why go to the underground parking lot?
He scratched his head.
Whatever, my wife asked me to go, so I'll go.
After arriving at the company, Yi Ichwan walked into the underground parking lot and saw a brand new G-Class that had not yet been registered near the elevator.
Whose car is this? Is there such a rich person in the company? Yi Ichwan looked at the big car and examined it curiously. Ichwan, here. Lin Anlin walked over from not far away. Why did my wife come to me so early? Yi Ichwan asked. Lin Anlin did not answer him, but looked at the G-Class on the side and asked, is this the kind of car you like?
Yi Ichwan nodded and said, yes, but this is more advanced than what I want. One is the AMG version, and the other is the regular version. The price difference between the two is doubled, and the experience they bring is also doubled.
Yi Ichwan was suddenly stunned, this.
He pointed at the big man's toy in front of him and was so excited that he was speechless.
Lin Anlin nodded and said, yes, this is for you. Wow.
Yi Ichuan hugged Lin Anlin and kissed her hard.
Thank you, my wife.
After the kiss, before Lin Anlin could react, Yi Ichuan ran to the side of the G-Class and reached out to touch the ink-black body of the car, which reflected the lights in the parking lot. After looking around the car for a long time, Yi Ichuan walked to Lin Anlin's side and said, "No, this is too expensive.
I can't take it."
Lin Anlin raised an especially beautiful eyebrow and said, "That won't work.
We've even processed the driving license for you.
If you want to return it now, it will be considered a second-hand car, and you'll lose a lot of money in vain." Yi Ichuan watched Lin Anlin take out a driving license from her bag, stunned and speechless.
What are you standing there for? You have a new car, but you don't take me for a ride. Lin Anlin opened the passenger door and got in. This car is so high.
Yi Ichuan woke up as if from a dream, and quickly got into the car, looking at the girl sitting in the passenger seat. The soft light shone through the car window onto her cheek, and her snow-white skin was as tender as a baby's.
I love you. Yi Ichuan said to himself in a very low voice. I heard it. Lin Anlin, who was sitting aside, said seriously. What? What did you hear? Yi Ichuan immediately put on a robe look and refused to admit it. I love you. Lin Anlin said with a red face. Yi Ichuan stepped heavily on the accelerator, and the big toy roared, echoing in the underground parking lot. For the first time in so many years, Yi Ichuan has someone he really wants to protect, and he will not let the world hurt her at any cost. For her, Yi Ichuan is willing to give up everything he has. And now, that person was sitting in her passenger seat, looking at him quietly. Perhaps this is what it means when the years are quiet and good. Yi Ichuan was driving this brand new car, speeding on the road. There were no extra thoughts, only one thing in my mind, which was to move forward. Whether it is driving forward or making progress. I will marry you, no matter what, even if it is difficult. Yi Ichuan swore in his heart. After driving around outside, we returned to the underground parking lot. The two men got out of the car, and they hadn't recovered from their previous state yet, and were too embarrassed to look at each other. After returning to his office, Yi Ichuan drank a large glass of water to calm himself down. The phone rang and Yi Ichuan answered the call. Director Liu, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Is there some good news? Yi Ichuan asked with a smile. Director Liu's voice came out, it's good news, very good news. When Yi Ichuan heard this, he immediately became excited. Is the reward from CCTV coming? Yes, let me tell you about the reward this time. First, the least important thing. The cash reward is 600,000. Although it is not a lot in the advertising industry, it is not a small amount either. The least important thing is the 600,000 yuan in cash. Yi Ichuan's breathing couldn't help but become a little rapid. He thought that with CCTV's generosity, the rewards would be very generous, but he didn't expect it to be this generous. Although 600,000 is not a lot for him, there are still subsequent rewards that have not been mentioned. What else? Yi Ichuan couldn't help but urge, Master Liu, stop teasing me. Tell me quickly. Director Liu laughed and said, young man, don't get excited. I will continue. In addition to the 600,000 yuan cash reward, you will also receive CCTV's certification as a creator. This will make it much easier for you to publish your works in the future. Here it comes, this is the highlight. Although Yi Ichuan is currently shooting public service advertisements, the review in this regard will be relatively relaxed, but he himself cannot guarantee whether he will shoot other types of videos in the future. Without this certification, the various procedures alone will take a long time to complete. With this certification, his creative path will be smoother in the future. Finally, here is the Outstanding Producer Medal jointly awarded to you by our provincial TV station and CCTV. It will be mailed to your company soon. Director Liu said with a smile, this time, Ichuan, you have become famous. Yi Ichuan smiled and said, I have to thank Director Liu for his support. Don't praise an old man like me. I don't have such great abilities. All of this is brought to you by your own ability. Director Liu said with a smile, remember to find me if you have similar cooperation in the future. The actors I cooperated with you this time were all spotted by CCTV, and they want to poach them from me. In fact, this is a good thing. CCTV has better resources and a larger market. As an actor, being valued by CCTV is an honor worth being proud of for a lifetime. Director Liu is not the kind of person who would disregard the future of others for his own selfish interests.
This can be seen from the fact that he was willing to use his connections to send Yi each one's work to CCTV. He did a big favor.
Okay, don't worry, senior. Yi each one agreed and hung up the phone.
It's time for me to start building my own team.
I can also let go of the good seedlings from the provincial TV station.
Although CCTV is the big brother, it can't deny us little brothers a living.
Chapter 67, Is this how all rich people play?
The rewards from the provincial TV station and CCTV were jointly issued, and Yi each one was a little surprised at how generous they were. Fortunately, he was now a man who had seen the world, so he did not show it too much. Now, in addition to the rewards from CCTV, another very important thing is to complete the establishment of my own team. The system's tasks have been issued, and he will try his best to complete them as soon as possible, even if it's just for the reward after completing the task.
Why not just start now? Yi each one did not delay.
He already had some suitable candidates in mind for forming his own team.
For example, the 2 college students who edited his videos twice.
Although his personality is a bit weird, it is normal and logical for capable people to have weird personalities.
Yi each one took out his cell phone and called the 2 of them. We're in class, brother. Let's talk later if you have anything to say.
The person on the other end lowered his voice.
This is indeed a good time to go to class. Yi each one hung up the phone and sent them a message instead. What do you think of my career in commercials? Yi each one asked.
Let me put it this way, in the 20 years I've lived, you're the first person I admire. The other party quickly replied with a message.
Then tell me, will my future be bright? Yi each one continued to ask. Need I say more? Brother, your story has gone viral on the internet, okay? Even through the screen, Yi each one could see the other party's envy from this short line of text. Which young person doesn't want to become famous? What's more, Yi each one's fame is not just $1,000, it's hundreds of millions. If there is an opportunity in front of you now and you are asked to follow me, are you willing? Yi each one asked his main question this time.
The other party did not reply immediately. There was silence for a moment. Yi each one did not urge him, because this was no small matter. He knew he needed to give the other party some time to think.
Brother, are you serious? Absolutely true. Yi each one uttered these 4 words solemnly. Okay, from now on we too will follow you.
Yi each one raised the corner of his mouth, done.
By the way, do you have any friends who are more knowledgeable in this field?
What Yi each one was talking about was naturally about the production of the video. He could handle the script and directing, but when it came to professional shooting issues such as scenery, lighting, camera movement, etc., he would need to find more professional people to help. He is not so arrogant as to think that he can handle a large crew by himself. Besides, if you have to do everything by yourself, it would be too tiring.
What a coincidence. We have 2 seniors who are really good at photography. Even I am ashamed of my talent. Yi each one was delighted, as he knew the personalities of these 2 people. They were both capable and very young, which led to a kind of pride in their bones. As for such a proud person, Yi each one would do everything he could to win over talents that are better than them. Okay, then please help me contact them so I can meet them and get to know them better. No problem, but you will be our boss from now on, so regarding salary, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yi each one replied. Such talents cannot be attracted by just a little money. Yi each one would be willing to pay such people a higher salary to work for him. Okay, boss. I will help you contact our future colleagues now. The other party's attitude changed immediately, and he put himself into the identity of an employee in an instant. Putting down his phone, Yi each one breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, if he had similar tasks, it would be much easier to complete them. The editing is already in place and the photography has been found. As long as there are no major problems in the subsequent contacts, it should be easy to pull off. Yi each one himself is the screenwriter and director, and now all he needs to form a qualified crew is professional actors. As for the actors, Yi each one also had a candidate in mind. The 2 young men who had photographed the cans before were very good, and they basically became important characters in the works he shot in the future. Not long after, Yi each one received the news. Boss, I've already contacted them. They are both shopping in the CBD area right now. I've already contacted them. Just go to the place I told you. They'll be waiting for you there. Yi each one smiled slightly. The efficiency of these 2 people was as high as ever. He hurriedly left Shangyun building and went to the underground parking lot.
He drove the beast he had just acquired, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the parking lot towards the CBD. In just a moment, Yi Ichuan passed through the chaotic urban village. The particularly eye-catching G-Class and its powerful exhaust sound like the roar of a beast attracted the attention of a large number of people.
What a cool car! It must have cost at least $1 million. That's a G-Class, it should cost at least $2 million. You two are both country bumpkins. This is called AMG G63. Many people on the roadside were looking at the car and talking about it. Yi Ichuan ignored the people outside who were pointing at his car and talking, and focused on driving. However, when a figure suddenly jumped out from the side of the road, Yi Ichuan slammed on the brakes, and the wheels made a harsh scraping sound as they braked on the ground. Veins on Yi Ichuan's arms bulged, and he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel, causing the car to lose control. It would be a disaster if this truck lost control and hit the side of the road. The figure that forced Yi Ichuan to stop did not stop at all and continued running as if he was escaping for his life. Yi Ichuan stared at the direction the man left, a little surprised. Why are you running so fast? You didn't even look at the car? Afterwards, two beautiful figures appeared in Yi Ichuan's sight. Catch the thief. The sound reached Yi Ichuan's ears. He understood immediately. The reason why that person ran so fast just now was probably because of the two people behind him. That man robbed the two girls. Yi Ichuan got out of the car immediately and ran towards the thief without even closing the door. With his current physical condition, it took him only 10 seconds to catch up with the thief who had already run far away, and pulled him from behind by grabbing his clothes. Brother, why are you running so fast? Don't you look at the road? I almost hit you just now. I'm really sorry. Let me apologize to you. Yi Ichuan said sincerely. The thieves were all confused. Is this how all rich people play? It's clearly my fault, but he still has to apologize to me? Let go, I'm fine, no need to apologize. Oh, I don't feel comfortable with this. I have to apologize today. Yi Ichuan still said sincerely. Chapter 68. What a coincidence. Let go. Get out of my way. Seeing the two girls catching up with him, Mao Ze became anxious and stretched out his hand to push away Yi Ichuan's hand that was grabbing his clothes. However, he overlooked one thing. The fact that Yi Ichuan was able to catch up with him so quickly when he was leading by such a large margin, and was even able to hold him back when both of them were running fast, was enough to prove how terrifying his physical fitness was. The thief slapped Yi Ichuan's arm so hard that his hand was shaken so hard that it hurt. He even suspected that he had not hit an arm but a steel pipe. Fuck. The little thief didn't have time to think and took out a folding knife from his trouser pocket. Get lost, don't force me to chop you. Wow. Yi Ichuan's body trembled and he pretended to be frightened, but he did not relax his grip on the little thief's hand at all. Seeing the two girls approaching while shouting "Catch the thief," the little thief could no longer bear it. He threw the folding knife away and the blade, flashing with a cold light, stabbed directly at Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan's face turned cold. You asked for this. If it wasn't him who intervened today, but someone else, he would have been stabbed with a bloody hole by this knife. If it hits a vital point, it is very likely that a life will be lost. Yi Ichuan put away the playful intention in his heart and grabbed the wrist of the little thief's knife-holding hand. The thief only felt that at that moment, what was holding his wrist was not a hand, but a big pair of pliers. The enormous force gave him the illusion that his wrist was broken directly, with both bones and flesh being crushed. Ah! It was a shrill scream that made anyone who heard it sad and cry. The folding knife fell to the ground and the little thief collapsed to the ground, rolling around in pain while holding his wrist. It's broken, it's broken. He could never have imagined that the person who ran up to him to apologize would break his wrist with his backhand. It's not broken. Don't shout so loudly. It's embarrassing. If someone sees it, they will think I did something to you. Yi Ichuan said as he kicked the little thief lying on the ground with his toes. At this time, the two girls also caught up. Give the thing back to the owner, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't really break your wrist later. Yi Ichuan said calmly. But even such a calm tone sounded like a death threat to the little thief. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. The little thief handed over a handbag. This is your stuff, I'll give it back to you. Yi Ichuan signaled to the two girls with his eyes, and they quickly took out their handbags and thanked Yi Ichuan. It's just a small matter. You're welcome. Yi Ichuan waved his hand.
He looked at the little thief still lying on the ground and said with a smile, "Brother, you should actually thank me. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have committed robbery and malicious injury. I can't even imagine how many years you would have been sentenced to. But don't think that I can let you go just because I said this. You still have to do what you have to do. The punishment will just be lighter." Yi-H-1 took out his cell phone and called the police directly. While waiting for law enforcement officers to arrive, Yi-H-1 started talking to the two girls. "Why would a good girl come to such a dangerous place?" Yi-H-1 asked. "Although it is called a village in the city, its conditions are even worse than those in some poor and remote places. Otherwise, robberies on the streets would not happen. Especially these two little girls look so quiet and gentle, and at first glance they look like the type that are easy to bully." "We're in a hurry to keep an appointment," one of them said. Although the two looked quiet, they spoke directly and clearly without saying a single unnecessary word. "Two more cold goddesses," Yi-H-1 complained in his heart. "Wait, what did you say? Keep an appointment?" He suddenly thought of the senior schoolmate that the college student had mentioned before. "Yes, he is a screenwriter introduced to us by our junior classmate," said another girl. "Is there such a coincidence?" Yi-H-1 was stunned and couldn't help but say, "Coincidence? What do you mean?" The two girls looked at Yi-H-1. "Are you the screenwriter?" Yi-H-1 smiled cheerfully and nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be me." The two girls looked at each other and said, "It seems to be him." Before coming, they also obtained some information about Yi-H-1 from their junior classmates. This included Yi-H-1's physical features, but there was no photo, so the two did not recognize him at first sight. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It really caught me off guard." Yi-H-1 laughed. The two girls also smiled. "I have to thank you for today, otherwise it would be troublesome if I lost my phone." "What's wrong?" Yi-H-1 keenly realized that there might be something important in the phone. "Xiao Xiao," another girl shouted quickly. The girl called Xiao Xiao immediately reacted and said, "Nothing." Yi-H-1 nodded, and law enforcement officers arrived just in time. After explaining the cause and effect of the incident, Yi-H-1 took the two girls away. When he returned to his car, Yi-H-1 was stunned. Because the car doors were not closed, no one dared to get in, but there were a lot of people standing aside taking pictures. What is even more outrageous is that there is actually someone live streaming it. "Brothers, today I, your big brother, am pleased to receive a G-class. This is what strength is. Follow me, big brother, and I will protect you." Before he finished speaking, Yi-H-1 patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, can you move aside? You're blocking me from getting on the bus." The scene immediately became quiet and silent. The person who was broadcasting live silently turned off his phone. "If you follow Big Brother, will you go hungry 9 times out of 3 days?" Yi-H-1 sat in the car and couldn't help complaining, "If you have the time to brag, you might as well find a class to attend." The two beauties who followed him into the back seat covered their mouths and laughed. Outside the car, several young men stared with their eyes wide open. "Damn, it's good to be rich. Look at him driving a G-class with two goddesses sitting in the back seat. And look at you, driving a 7th-hand QQ and bragging every day that you drive a Q7. You're talking nonsense like that. When have I ever driven my Q7 out for a barbecue and a drink without you?" Even the two cool and quiet goddesses in the back row were amused by the funny conversation between these two guys. "Let's go eat first and talk about our cooperation," Yi-H-1 said while driving. "Can." Yi-H-1 drove towards the CBD and didn't say much along the way. On the one hand, it's because they are not familiar with each other, and on the other hand, it's because the two goddesses behind, although good-looking, are really quiet. Yi-H-1 no longer had the motivation to continue the conversation. Chapter 69, Big Good Things and Small Good Things. When they arrived at their destination, Yi-H-1 randomly found a restaurant that looked good, parked the car in the parking lot, and took the two of them inside. As he walked into the restaurant, Yi-H-1 noticed that many people were looking at him. "It shouldn't be me," Yi-H-1 said silently in his heart. "I'm not so charming that so many men can't control themselves." Obviously, because of the pair of sisters behind him, he became the focus of the whole audience as soon as he entered the door. The two look 70% similar, with only some minor differences in details. For example, the girl called Xiao Xiao is a younger sister, and she has 2 dimples on her cheeks when she smiles. But her sister Lu Shang didn't. The sisters are named Lu Xiao and Lu Shang. "What would you like to eat?"
Yi Ichuan asked as he handed over the menu.
No, you've helped us so much today, so we'll treat you to a meal.
You order.
Lu Sheng pushed the menu back.
Yi Ichuan did not refuse and ordered a few dishes without hesitation.
While waiting for the food to be served, Yi Ichuan started chatting with the two of them. I heard that your photography skills are very good. I just want to form my own team recently, so I want to recruit more capable people to my team.
Yi Ichuan said straight to the point, so, if it's convenient, can you let me see some of your works? Lu Sheng nodded and said, okay.
As she spoke, she operated her mobile phone and then handed it to Yi Ichuan.
A video is playing on the phone. It's a promotional ad for a boxing gym. Although Yi Ichuan thought the content of the video was average, or even a bit bad. However, due to the superb camera movements and the placement of the camera that transforms ordinary things into something magical, this ordinary video looks a little more exciting. Yi Ichuan nodded with satisfaction and asked, anything else?
Lu Sheng said, yes. She showed Yi Ichuan a few more videos, which made Yi Ichuan completely believe that the abilities of these two people were indeed as good as the two college students said. Your skills are very good. In fact, the content of these videos seems quite poor to me. But after you filmed them, they have a sublimated effect.
If they are used in better videos, wouldn't it be the icing on the cake?
Yi Ichuan said with a smile. We don't participate in filming just to produce better works, but to help those who really need help. Lu Xiao rarely said a long sentence.
Yi Ichuan thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure out the meaning, so he asked, what does it mean?
The owner of that boxing gym's wife died young, his daughter has leukemia, and his gym's revenue is declining year by year. If there is no further development, it will be difficult to support his daughter's medical expenses.
Lu Sheng said, that's why we are willing to shoot that promotional advertisement for him, not for fame or profit.
Yi Ichuan raised his hands and clapped his hands. So, I'm afraid I'm the most suitable partner for you. Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao were both confused and asked, why do you say that?
Yi Ichuan was amused and said, don't you know what kind of videos I shoot to become famous now?
The two shook their heads.
Yi Ichuan did not answer directly. He took out his two works on his mobile phone and handed the phone over.
Washing my mother's feet was his first work, and it was also the work that directly established his current status. The short video was played quickly, but Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao were still shocked for a long time.
Is this public service advertisement your work? They asked in unison. Yi Ichuan nodded calmly and said, yes. And, if nothing unexpected happens, I will make more public service announcements in the future. Do you think this can be considered helping those who really need help?
Of course it does. Compared to the public service advertisements, our previous efforts are nothing. Lu Sheng smiled self-deprecatingly. They had been busy for several days but had only helped one family.
But Yi Ichuan's public service advertisement helps the entire society.
In comparison, their efforts seem so insignificant.
You can't say that.
Yi Ichuan said seriously, there is no such thing as big or small when it comes to helping others.
Although I shot 2 public service advertisements, did they help the owner of the boxing gym?
No, the ones who really helped him are still you.
To do good is to do good.
There is no such thing as a big good or a small good.
After hearing Yi Ichuan's words, the self-mockery on Lu Sheng's face immediately disappeared. You are right.
A feeling of regret for meeting each other too late surged in the hearts of Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao.
So, are you willing to join my team and make greater contributions to this world with me? Yi Ichuan looked into the eyes of the two people seriously.
Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao looked at each other and said without any hesitation, okay.
Okay, let's just say this. Yi Ichuan was a little helpless.
The meal was quickly finished and the three of them walked out of the restaurant. At this moment, something strange happened. A sturdy man seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Yi Ichuan and his group coming out, he quickly stopped them. When Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao saw the nameplate on the burly man's chest, their faces suddenly turned ugly.
What's wrong? Yi Ichuan asked.
Brother, this is none of your business and I hope you won't get involved. The burly man stretched out his hand and tried to push Yi Ichuan away.
However, he realized something was wrong the next moment.
Although he did not use too much strength, Yi Ichuan, who looked tall and thin, did not move at all.
What's wrong? He asked again.
Lu Sheng and Lu Xiao looked at the sturdy man in front of them and said, this matter has nothing to do with you.
You can go first. That won't work. You have already agreed to join my team. You are my employees. Employees' business is my business.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile, "Tell me, what's wrong?"
I will help you. Brother, you want to help them? I advise you to give up this idea. You can't afford to offend the people behind me.
The strong man smiled contemptuously. As he finished his words, a group of strong men gathered in twos and threes not far away.
Without exception, they all had the same nameplate on their chests. Now, I'll give you one more chance, get out of the way.
The burly man threatened.
What if I don't? Yi Ichuan grinned and asked back.
Then don't blame us for our rough punches and kicks. The sturdy man grinned and punched Yi Ichuan directly in the face. Behind him, Lu Shang and Lu Xiao had already imagined the scene of Yi Ichuan being sent flying by this punch. For a moment, hideous laughter and screams rang out together.
The same words for you.
A situation that no one expected occurred.
Chapter 70, 1 verses 20. Amid the sturdy man's sinister grin, the punch was getting closer and closer to Yi Ichuan's face.
At the moment when it was about to hit him, Yi Ichuan turned his head slightly. The sturdy man's fist whizzed past his cheek, brushing against his swaying hair.
What?
The sturdy man's brain seemed to have frozen for a moment, and his whole body fell into a brief stiffness. Yi Ichuan seized this fleeting opportunity, raised his knee and pushed forward, directly knocking the burly man in front of him, who was much bigger than him, flying out.
The whole audience was in an uproar.
The group of younger brothers who had gathered around were all stunned when they saw their leader being subdued in a flash.
What are you looking at? Come on. The sturdy man lying on the ground roared, enduring the severe pain in his lower abdomen.
A group of younger brothers woke up as if from a dream, and after coming to their senses, they rushed towards Yi Ichuan.
Boy, you do have some skills, but you are alone. Let me see what you can do this time.
The sturdy man covered his stomach and slowly stood up.
Yi Ichuan was also a little surprised.
This knee strike from him was not something that most people could withstand, but this strong man not only endured the knee strike, but was also able to endure the pain and get up.
This has never been seen before. It looks like we're in trouble this time. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but frown slightly. These people are obviously not good people.
I am afraid that they have fought with others many times. It is precisely because of this that they have such powerful fighting power. Although Yi Ichuan is proficient in street fighting skills, this time he is facing a group of street veterans, and it may be difficult to deal with them this time. At a quick glance, there were about 20 young men in that group. All of them were strong and sturdy, and they could take a beating, but they also had considerable strength. If they punched him, even Yi Ichuan would feel bad.
We can't be held back by them. We have to resolve the situation quickly and wear down their morale.
Yi Ichuan thought for a while and came up with the best solution at the moment. Although there had been a glorious record of 1 against 10 before, there was still a difference of 1 between 10 and 20 after all, and the overall quality of this group of people was much higher than the 10 thugs that Wang Shandy had found before.
If I'm not mistaken, these people probably make a living from this.
As many of his younger brothers rushed over, Yi Ichuan secretly gestured to the Lu Shang and her sister behind his back, signaling them to step back first. If a fight really breaks out and she is pinned down, just 1 or 2 people freeing up would be enough to cause considerable trouble for Lu Shang and the others. After seeing Yi Ichuan's gesture, Lu Shang hesitated for a moment, thinking that even if he stayed here he could not help Yi Ichuan, and might even drag him down, so he immediately pulled his sister back.
Ha! Yi Ichuan took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to the best in an instant. Come on, let me see where my limit is.
He did not retreat, but instead went upstream to meet the 20 people rushing towards him. It was like a general fighting alone on the battlefield, whipping his whip and charging towards thousands of troops.
The onlookers showed shocked expressions.
No one expected that under such circumstances, Yi Ichuan not only did not retreat a step, but rushed forward instead.
Is he crazy? There are at least 20 people over there. Does he really think he's filming a movie? Superheroes? 1 on 20. This is so exciting. I have to record this.
The voices of the people around fell silent at this moment, and all Yi Ichuan could see were the 20 people running towards him with ferocious faces.
Not far away, the burly leader stood up straight and said, "Is this guy just stupid or is he really confident? I brought 20 people with me."
The next moment, the two sides clashed with each other. Yi Ichuan raised his hand and pushed forward fiercely, slapping the chest of the younger brother who was rushing in the front, directly sending him flying.
The huge impact force threw him back fiercely.
Seeing that he had defeated another person in a single encounter, the burly leader not far away took a deep breath and said, "It's bad.
This is a tricky idea.
He originally thought that he had been subdued by Yi Ichuan the moment he came into contact with him, but he underestimated his enemy, so Yi Ichuan took advantage of him.
But now it seems that Yi Ichuan's strength is probably much higher than he imagined. Come at me all at once, stop looking, come at me all at once.
The burly leader roared at the side, and he did not hesitate either, forcing himself to rush forward with his body still emitting waves of pain.
Yi Ichuan's eyes turned cold.
This time he had met a tough opponent. Not only did the other side not underestimate him just because they had the advantage in numbers, but they gave it their all and even he himself went into battle.
Who on earth did they offend? Yi Ichuan roared silently in his mind.
Who could have thought that two quiet girls like that would get involved with a gang that even he found difficult to deal with?
Another punch hit a younger brother on the cheek, sending him spinning and flying.
But it was precisely with this punch that Yi Ichuan exposed his weakness, and was ambushed by someone and hit hard on the chest. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a serious injury. His entire chest seemed to be shattered, making a muffled sound, followed by numbness all over his body. The swelling feeling from his chest that spread throughout his body also slowed down his movements for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, the sturdy man hurried forward, swung his fist and hit Yi Ichuan in the face.
Get out!
At the critical moment, Yi Ichuan felt his whole body suddenly become warm, and all the previous discomfort disappeared. Not only that, it seemed as if infinite power was injected into his body, and he instantly felt full of energy as if he had been injected with hormones. The fist that was about to hit Yi Ichuan's face was caught by his hand and stopped less than 2 centimeters away from his face. The sturdy man never expected that even when he was using all his strength to attack, his punch was actually controlled by someone. Moreover, looking at Yi Ichuan's appearance, he seemed to still have some strength left.
How is that possible?
The sturdy man said with a grim look.
Seeing his face full of disbelief, Yi Ichuan grinned and said, "What's impossible? If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being blind and provoking the wrong person."
Yi Ichuan pushed, and the force passed through the sturdy man's fist and spread throughout his body, causing him to lose his balance. Immediately afterwards, Yi Ichuan kicked him in the chest, and a slight crisp sound was heard in the strong man's chest. The strong man who had been hanging out on the streets for years understood that this kick probably broke his ribs.
Chapter 71 Jin Shun Group.
A scream came out of the sturdy man's mouth, and he flew backwards like a huge kite with a broken string.
Now, get out of here. I'll give you this chance.
Yi Ichuan stood where he was, looking at the group of people surrounding him and smiled slightly.
Go!
The strong man lying on the ground said strugglingly. At that moment just now, he understood that the man in front of him could really defeat all 20 of them by himself. A group of younger brothers scattered, and several of them carried the strong man and left quickly.
Yi Ichuan looked around and saw many people watching.
It was the time when the mall was busiest, and he happened to be blocked at an intersection with the heaviest flow of people. This is trouble.
Yi Ichuan sighed helplessly.
In the past, there were fewer witnesses and the incidents were relatively easy to control.
But this time is different. We have no idea how many people saw what happened, let alone how many people recorded the video.
This time, cleaning was almost impossible. Yi Ichuan ran quickly towards the direction where Lu Shang and Lu Xiao had left, and sent them a message at the same time.
Soon, the three of them reunited. Are you okay?
Lu Xiao saw Yi Ichuan standing in front of her and looked him up and down carefully. But after looking at it carefully, there was not even a single scratch on it, and there was not even much dust on its clothes.
They didn't do anything to you, did they? Lu Xing asked. It's okay, I forced them back. Yi Ichuan said nonchalantly, as if he had just done something insignificant.
However, the expressions in Lu Shang and Lu Xiao's eyes changed.
Do you know who they are?
Lu Shang said with a trembling voice.
I don't know. What's wrong?
They are from the Jin Shun group.
The reason they are chasing us is because we previously photographed some secrets of their group.
Lu Shang rarely spoke a long sentence. Also, the person who stole our bag before was actually also from the Jin Shun group.
Yi Ichuan was stunned. Jin Shun group?
This group is very famous in Qinsheng, but it's not a good reputation. It's a gathering place for thugs disguised as a group.
Their usual style is extremely arrogant and domineering.
It can be said that if you offend this group in Qinsheng, there will basically be no good ending.
And Lu Shang actually filmed their secrets. Needless to say, these secrets must be shameful ones.
No wonder Jin Shun group cared so much about it, even sending so many people to chase and intercept Lu Shang and Lu Xiao in public.
If he hadn't been here today, I'm afraid these two people would have ended up in a miserable state. Yes. Lu Sheng said in a low voice, I'm afraid the cooperation we discussed before will be cancelled. I didn't expect that they would care so much about what I photographed. These have nothing to do with you, and I don't want to involve you. No, that won't work. Since we have agreed to cooperate, then as your boss, I have the obligation to help my employees solve their problems. As for this Jin Shun group, leave it to me. Yi Ichuan immediately interrupted Lu Sheng. Are you kidding? These two talented people are simply his perfect assistants. If he gave up on them because of a small setback, it would be a huge loss for Yi Ichuan. Will you help us solve it? Lu Xiao shouted excitedly. Jin Shun Group is their current concern. If the problem cannot be solved, even if they cooperate, they will be affected more or less. Yi Ichuan smiled and said, Don't worry. Lu Sheng thought about it carefully and nodded. Judging from the strength Yi Ichuan has shown now, he probably has the confidence to say such words. Otherwise, no matter how much Yi Ichuan said, she would not agree. After the interview, Yi Ichuan sent the two back and returned to his home. After arriving home, he first sent a message to Lin Anlin to ask for information about Jin Shun Group. Although he had heard of the Jin Shun Group, he didn't know much. In comparison, people like Lin Anlin who had a certain status knew more. Soon, Yi Ichuan received a reply from Lin Anlin, and learned the detailed information of Jin Shun Group from the message she sent. The big boss of Jin Shun Group was a street thug in his early years. He became more and more powerful with his daring style. Later, he made it to the shore with his extraordinary strength and established the current Jin Shun Group. Jin Shun Group's usual external business is a security company that specializes in dispatching security guards. But behind the scenes, those so-called security guards were actually the younger brothers who used to follow the big boss of Jin Shun Group. The so-called security business is actually nothing more than lending one's own brothers to others to do some shady things. Moreover, Yi Ichuan also learned that the 10 thugs that Wang Shandy had previously found were hired from the Jin Shun Group. It seems that I have a deep connection with this Jin Shun Group. In the darkness, Yi Ichuan looked at the information about the Jin Shun Group on his mobile phone screen and sneered. In this case, for the safety of my employees, I have to get rid of you as soon as possible. He put down his phone, washed up, and lay down to sleep. As usual, Yi Ichuan drove his G-Class to work early in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the company, Yi Ichuan was called to the office by Lin Anlin. Director Lin, you need me so early in the morning? There was no one else in the office, so Yi Ichuan sat casually on the sofa opposite the desk and said with a smile, Did you miss me? Lin Anlin rolled his eyes at him and said, I miss you so much. I asked you to come here because I have a task for you. Mission? What mission is more important than thinking about me? Yi Ichuan teased again and quickly adjusted his expression before Lin Anlin spoke. He asked seriously, May I ask what the task is? I promise to complete it perfectly. Lin Anlin handed him a document. This time the advertisement is not from the provincial TV station or any other official media. It was a friend of mine who asked me to help with it. Lin Anlin said. Yi Ichuan took the document and started reading it. The reward for this order is 1 million. If you can complete it, I will give you 500,000. Lin Anlin said. Although it seems to be only 500,000, just half, but this number is already very high. After all, Shang Yun Group now has a large number of other executives watching, especially those investors, all of whom are eyeing Lin Anlin's position. So even if Lin Anlin is the chairman of the company, he can't go too far. No problem, I guarantee to complete the task, but 500,000 is not enough for me. Yi Ichuan suddenly grinned. Then what else do you want? Lin Anlin asked seriously without noticing Yi Ichuan's expression. Chapter 72 Promotional Video. Kiss me like last time. Yi Ichuan said, pointing at his cheek. You. Lin Anlin's pretty face suddenly turned red. Yi Ichuan came forward impatiently and said hastily, Quick, give me a kiss while there's no one around. No. Lin Anlin turned his face away without even looking at Yi Ichuan. Alas. Yi Ichuan sighed, God has mercy on me. I, Yi Ichuan, am loyal and hardworking. I have gone through fire and water for Director Lin's company, but in the end, even this small request of mine cannot be met. It is really tragic. Seeing Yi Ichuan starting to act up again, Lin Anlin was helpless. Moreover, Yi Ichuan seemed like he would not leave unless you kiss me. Just for a moment. Lin Anlin's heart softened.
As she turned her head, a face quickly enlarged in her eyes. Then there was a hot touch on her lips. After the kiss, each one quickly picked up the documents and left Lin Anlin's office as if he was running for his life. Lin Anlin was left alone in the office, staring at the direction where each one left with wide eyes. This bastard, didn't he say he wanted to kiss me on the cheek? After leaving Lin Anlin's office, each one returned to his own office and carefully looked through the document that he had just glanced through. Advertising video? He thought about it carefully. Moreover, it's an off-road vehicle advertising video. It's a bit difficult to shoot. No wonder the other party is willing to pay 1 million for it. Each one quickly constructed several preliminary plans in his mind, but he still needed to meet the other party to know the specific details. Regarding the cooperation with Zhang Group, I don't know if Zhang Tiancheng is here. After taking his things, each one went directly to the agreed place to meet the other party. After arriving at the agreed coffee shop, each one only waited for a moment before the other party arrived. Mr. Yi? A well-mannered man sat opposite each one. A pair of half-frame glasses gave him an elegant scholarly air. As soon as they met, each one felt that the person in front of him was a rare honest man. It is estimated that only a large group like the Zhang Group is qualified to train honest young people. If it were any other small group with average strength, and if the successor was an honest person, he would have been eaten up long ago without leaving any bones. Yes, it's me. Each one stretched out his hand. The other party also stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tan Shiyun, he said with a smile. Each one nodded, the nephew of the wife of the big boss of Zhang Group. Tan Shiyun nodded and said, actually, I don't really like being mentioned as Zhang's group. It makes me feel like I can't do anything well if I leave Zhang's group. Sorry. Each one waved his hand quickly and said, Mr. Tan is looking for me just to shoot a promotional video? Tan Shiyun nodded and said, yes, because I am the regional general manager of this car company in Jiangnan province. For the sake of performance, I still need to promote my own cars. Each one nodded, if you have any ideas, you can communicate with me directly. I will try my best to shoot according to your requirements. Tan Shiyun smiled and said, I have heard of Mr. Ye's reputation for a long time. It is my honor to work with you now. Because this time we are promoting an off-road vehicle, the whole film should be explosive, exciting and shocking enough. Is there anything else? Each one asked after listening carefully. Tan Shiyun thought for a moment and said, no, I believe in Mr. Ye's ability. If there are too many conditions, it will restrict your creation. Each one smiled and said, thank you for your understanding. This is how it is in this line of work. If you encounter a client who is difficult to talk to, a plan will be revised several times or even dozens of times but still cannot be passed. But since Tan Shiyun said so, I think she has enough confidence in him. Now that the general direction has been determined, let's confirm other matters of cooperation, such as remuneration. Tan Shiyun took out a contract and said. Each one nodded. At this moment, a clear voice came into each one's ears. Cousin, why are you here? Zhang Tianqing suddenly appeared next to Tan Shiyun and asked. Each one looked at Zhang Tianqing, who secretly gestured to him. He thought about it and understood what Zhang Tianqing's gesture meant. Each one pretended not to know Zhang Tianqing and asked curiously, who is this? Tan Shiyun smiled helplessly and said, my cousin, the daughter of the big boss of the Zhang Group you just mentioned. Each one pretended to understand something and greeted him with a smile, hello. Zhang Tianqing also smiled slightly, hello. Then let's continue what we were doing just now. As for the remuneration I offer is 1 million, said Tan Shiyun. 1 million? Zhang Tianqing shouted in surprise, cousin, what are you going to shoot? The fee alone is 1 million? Shoot a promotional video, said Tan Shiyun. That doesn't have to be 1 million. Zhang Tianqing said with some surprise, what kind of promotional video costs 1 million? It's different. This time we're releasing a main model of our future, so of course we have to promote it well. Besides, this is each one, the one who filmed the 2 public service advertisements that were broadcast on the provincial TV station and CCTV one. Tan Shiyun had no idea that each one in front of him and his cousin had actually known each other for a long time. He even enthusiastically introduced each one to Zhang Tianqing. He is each one. Zhang Tianqing looked surprised. If he is the one who took the photo, isn't 1 million a little too little? Tan Shiyun was a little confused and asked, why do you say that?
Cousin, don't you know how popular he is online recently? Several large domestic companies have extended olive branches to him.
The salary is higher than that of the top executives of our company.
Do you think 1 million is too much in his eyes? Tan Shiyun thought about it and said, not really. It may even be less. Yes, then do you think 1 million is enough for him to shoot a promotional video for you?
Zhang Tianqing asked again. Also, you have to know that once he completes your promotional video, he will have influence and the promotional effect will be much better than you expected. This alone is something that ordinary stars can't do, but celebrities charge high endorsement fees.
What do you think? After Zhang Tianqing's reminder, Tan Shiyun also realized these things that he had not thought of before. It seems to be true. So what do you think is the best way to do it? Asked Tan Shiyun. Chapter 73, Zhang Tianqing, the man who cheated his cousin.
Tan Shiyun, who had no idea that she had been dragged into a trap by her trusted cousin, was still thinking seriously about what Zhang Tianqing said. He even felt that what his cousin said made some sense. With Yi Ichuan's current popularity, even if he doesn't need to shoot a promotional video, just standing in front of the camera and introducing their car to the camera will bring them terrifying traffic. Not to mention the promotional video that Yi Ichuan put so much effort into shooting. I think the price you gave, cousin, is a bit low. Zhang Tianqing leaned close to Tan Shiyun's ear and whispered, besides, you entrusted Shangyun Group, not Yi Ichuan personally, so part of the money you gave will go into the pocket of Shangyun Group. Although Zhang Tianqing's voice was low, it was loud enough for Yi Ichuan to hear. Yi Ichuan sat there, looking as if he had heard nothing, and smiled at the two of them. Then tell me, what should I do? Tan Shiyan asked in a low voice, thinking to herself, as expected of the Zhang Group's daughter, she looks at problems much more deeply than most people. Even he himself didn't think of this, but Zhang Tianqing had just learned about this and was able to think of these details that he had overlooked. I think you should pay him an extra reward in your personal name, Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. Out of Tan Shiyun's sight, Zhang Tianqing winked at Yi Ichuan and smiled slightly. Yi Ichuan was also somewhat helpless, thinking, who is your cousin anyway? How can you treat your own family like this? But then I thought that she was trying to gain benefits for myself, so I didn't say much. Don't waste the free money you earn. Tan Shiyan nodded seriously with an expression that said, I think what you said makes sense, and said, okay, then I'll do as you say. He looked at Yi Ichuan and said, Mr. Yi, since your influence will bring extra income to our company, I have temporarily decided to pay you an additional amount of remuneration in my personal name, just as your endorsement fee. Tan Shiyun stretched out her hand and raised 3 fingers. 300,000. This is an additional fee. Yi Ichuan smiled slightly and said, you are too polite. How can I be so embarrassed to say this? No, this is what you deserve, Mr. Yi. Tan Shiyun also smiled. I'm just completing the company's task. How can I have the nerve to charge extra fees? Yi Ichuan pretended to refuse. Zhang Tianqing watched from the side and said with a smile, cousin, since Mr. Yi doesn't need this extra fee, forget it. Don't. Yi Ichuan was so excited that he almost stood up on the spot. It's just a joke. Who would complain that they earn too much money? He is in desperate need of money now. The pressure of earning 100 million within that year alone is as huge as a mountain. Even if there is a system to help him, he cannot guarantee that he can complete it, so he will not miss any opportunity to make money. That's a happy decision. Tan Shiyun stood up and stretched out her hand to Yi Ichuan. After the two shook hands with smiles, Yi Ichuan signed the contract and left. After he left, Tan Shiyun and Zhang Tianqing still stayed in the cafe. Cousin, is this person really reliable? Why do I feel that he exudes an unreliable aura after just a short period of contact with him? Tan Shiyun said with a somewhat sad tone. Yi Ichuan's nonchalant behavior made him very worried. Don't worry, he just looks a little unreliable, but when it comes to serious matters, he is more reliable than anyone else. Zhang Tianqing smiled and comforted, otherwise, do you think such an unreliable person can be nominated and praised by CCTV? That's true. Tan Shiyan thought about it and felt that now that the contract had been signed, there was no turning back. Moreover, even if the promotional video shot by Yi Ichuan was not so ideal, he still had his fame, so he would not lose money no matter what. Yi Ichuan got into the car and casually placed the documents on the passenger seat. How should I shoot it? He thought seriously. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, random shooting, no need to be attentive, reward, 100,000. Option 2, shoot carefully to maximize the effect of the advertisement, reward 500,000, and obtain the qualification to register a personal studio.
The system voice sounded. Why do I need you to give me the qualification to register a personal studio? Isn't it possible to have this thing without spending any money? Although it takes a lot of money to run a studio, isn't it just a matter of a few words to set up a studio?
Yi Ichuan silently complained in his heart, but he still knew what to choose.
It seems like we can't just deal with it casually.
Even if it's just for the reward of 500,000, he must maximize the publicity effect of this promotional video. What's more, Tan Shiyun also promised him an additional compensation of 300,000 yuan, so he had to be worthy of the extra money.
Let's get to work. Finish it sooner and get the money sooner.
Yi Ichuan started the car and drove towards Shangyun Group. The main purpose of the promotional video is to promote an off-road vehicle that is about to be launched by the car company behind Tan Shiyun. In this case, the filming must be carried out in the suburbs, and a real car must be obtained from the car company for the filming.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be a bit weird that the protagonist that needs to be promoted doesn't even appear in the whole film? There are a lot of things to do.
It seems that I will often encounter such big productions in the future,
Yi Ichuan said with a teasing smile.
Although the public service advertisements previously shot have received great responses and have had a profound influence, they are actually low-cost productions.
For example, his first work didn't cost him much money after it was completed. But this time it's different.
If you want to shoot a commercial promotional video with good effects, you will inevitably have to spend a lot of money on a large-scale production. Fortunately, we have the support of Shangyun Group and the funding in this regard. Just as he was driving, his cell phone rang. Yi Ichuan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Tianqing.
Where is it? Yi Ichuan pulled over and replied, we just left the coffee shop not far away. What happened? It's rare that I have time today.
Zhang Tianqing sent a message, go play with me.
Where are we going? Yi Ichuan asked. Tendu.
Zhang Tianqing's reply consisted of only 2 simple words.
But after seeing these 2 words, even a person like Yi Ichuan who doesn't care about face turned red, no way? Is it such a big deal? Chapter 74 Tiandu. Tiandu, although Yi Ichuan has never been to this place, his name is well known.
As a club, it is outrageous that it can be opened in the CBD area. It has been open for so many years and has not been closed yet.
Brother, are you serious? Yi Ichuan made a direct call and asked miserably. Of course I'm serious. You're so busy at work and must be under a lot of pressure. Wouldn't it be nice to get a massage to relax? No, what are you thinking about? You jerk. Zhang Tianqing spat. Yi Ichuan's hand holding the phone froze. Am I overthinking? He asked himself. Any normal man would not think positively after hearing the name Tiandu. Why don't we go to another place? I've never been to that kind of place. Yi Ichuan said awkwardly.
Nowadays, for a man who has been single for more than 20 years and is still a virgin, it is not a glorious thing to tell others about it, as he will be laughed at.
Sure enough, Zhang Tianqing's suppressed laughter came from the phone. Yi Ichuan's expression suddenly became as awkward as it could be.
However, on the other end of the phone, Zhang Tianqing nodded with great satisfaction. Although she continued to laugh, whether it was a mocking laugh or a satisfied laugh, only she herself knew.
Okay then. I'll go back and pick you up.
Yi Ichuan hung up the phone, his hands trembling a little.
Fuck.
After making sure that no one could hear him, Yi Ichuan yelled in the car.
Stimulate. He turned the car around and headed back. In just a few minutes, Yi Ichuan saw Zhang Tianqing waiting for him on the side of the road.
However, when the G-Class drove next to Zhang Tianqing, she didn't even look at the car for a second. It was as if this extremely eye-catching luxury car did not exist at all in her eyes.
Until Yi Ichuan honked the horn and lowered the car window. Zhang Tianqing looked over following the sound and saw Yi Ichuan sitting in the car. Huh? When did you buy this car? She asked in surprise.
Although this car is nothing in her eyes, for Yi Ichuan, it would take a long time to be able to afford it.
Yi Ichuan smiled and said, it's a reward from the company. To be precise, it was a reward from Lin Anlin. Zhang Tianqing opened the car door and got in. Set off. Wait a minute, let me confirm, the destination is Tiandu, right? Yi Ichuan asked.
He was afraid that he had heard it wrong and would be embarrassed in front of Zhang Tianqing.
Yes, it's Tiandu. Let's go get a massage and relax.
Zhang Tianqing smiled slyly, his big eyes blinking.
Yi H1 felt creepy watching this. I even suspect that you are attracted by my beauty and want to sell me. Yi H1 joked. Who would have thought that after he said this, Zhang Tianqing actually thought about it seriously, looked at Yi H1 who was driving, and said, with your looks and figure, you can indeed be sold for a good price. After hearing this, Yi H1 almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Don't scare me. Haha, I'm just kidding. Let's go, let's go. Look how scared you are. Zhang Tianqing laughed.
Yi H1 drove the car and soon arrived at the destination.
Tiandu. Even during the day, this place is still very lively.
At the entrance, there was an endless stream of luxury cars coming and going. Even the G-Class driven by Yi H1 looked much more ordinary. However, even though there were many luxury cars passing by, after Yi H1's car drove into Tiandu's private parking lot, someone ran over and diligently helped him open the car door.
Welcome Mr. Tiandu, I'll help you park the car, just enjoy it.
There are more than a dozen staff members at the entrance of the parking lot. As long as a car enters Tiandu parking lot, they will all run over to help open the door and help park.
The purpose is to allow customers to enjoy the most distinguished treatment from the moment they enter Tiandu.
This was the first time Yi H1 encountered such a situation.
He looked at Zhang Tianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked for help with his eyes. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Aren't you happy that someone is parking your car for you? Zhang Tianqing laughed at his embarrassed look. The two got out of the car and walked towards the gate of Tiandu. Is it too late to regret now? Yi H1 looked at the 2 rows of gorgeously dressed receptionists at the door and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Zhang Tianqing was laughing non-stop. It was the first time she saw someone so nervous coming to a club.
Don't go back on your word. You agreed to come with me.
Zhang Tianqing said firmly, his tone firm and not giving Yi H1 any chance to refuse.
Yi H1 walked into the door with a nervous mood. The 2 rows of greeters smiled sweetly, bowed and said, "Welcome to Tiandu."
At this moment, Tiandu seemed just like its name, like a fairyland that only existed in the sky.
After entering the lobby, the salesperson came over and asked, "Excuse me, sir, how can I help you?"
Before Yi H1 could answer, Zhang Tianqing on the side rushed to say, "Massage, arrange the best package for him." When the salesperson heard this, the smile on his face became much more sincere.
The best massage package is 13,888. You have to pay first and then we will provide the service. This level of package is the best package in Tiandu.
Just for this, the salesperson can get a commission of more than 1,000 yuan.
No wonder her smile is as warm as a blooming flower.
Normally there are not many orders like this, and it takes a long time to communicate with the customer before they choose this package. As a result, after Yi H1 and Zhang Tianqing entered the room, they didn't say a word and directly ordered the best set meal.
Since these 2 customers are so generous, the salesperson can't hide anything. Someone was sent to arrange the best suite for Yi H1 and to send him the best service staff.
In the suite, Yi H1 looked at the 6 women in front of him who were so beautiful that they could bring disaster to the country and the people, and he felt more stressed. These 6 girls can catch people's attention wherever they are placed. Just relying on their looks, they can live a life without worries about food and clothing.
Sir, please choose one. If you are not satisfied, I will change a batch for you now. Yi H1's head was as big as a bucket.
The 6 women in front of him were not only good-looking, but also exuded an extremely charming aura all over their bodies. They were like ripe peaches, full of temptation, making people unable to resist wanting to taste them.
No, anyone will do. Yi H1 just wanted to get rid of them quickly, and said while covering his eyes. That won't do. Sir, you have to choose one. We can't make the decision for you. Chapter 75, Yi H1.
Yi H1 only felt that under the gaze of these people, his whole body was burning. Not only his face was red, but even his neck was completely red. The 6 charming women in front of him were looking at him with faint smiles, which made him feel even more embarrassed.
What the hell is going on? It's her. Yi H1 pointed casually, and the person who was chosen immediately walked to Yi H1 with a smile. The other women followed the salesperson out with a look of disappointment. Brother, come, lie down, I will give you a massage.
The waiter's voice seemed to have a special magic, sounding in Yi H1's ears, soft and delicate. It's like a warm spring breeze, making people feel itchy inside. Yi Ichuan lay stiffly on the bed, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. At the same time, I kept chanting various spells that I had read from novels and TV dramas in my mind.
Form is emptiness and emptiness is form.
Ba, good, good. All those who are about to fight will line up and march forward.
Even the incantation to drive away evil spirits was recited. Brother, don't be nervous, relax, I will give you a massage.
The waiter leaned over, threw himself on Yi Ichuan, and whispered in his ear.
Yi Ichuan felt a wave of warmth pressing on his body, especially her front.
His already very stiff body became even stiffer. It was no exaggeration to say that he was as straight as a steel bar. The waiter knelt on Yi Ichuan's body, his soft hands wandering around his waist, massaging gently.
Don't do this, big brother. I really can't hold it back anymore. Do you think I'm just kidding you because I've been single for more than 20 years and I'm full of anger? You're playing with fire, you know? If I explode, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Yi Ichuan roared silently in his heart.
But on the surface, his face was still flushed and he couldn't say a word.
The strength is pretty good, brother.
The waiter's voice had a special charm.
No, I have a wife, I can't let my wife down, I'm a gentleman.
Yi Ichuan suppressed his psychological and physical discomfort. In ancient times, Lu Xiaohui sat on the lap of a woman without being tempted, and now Yi Ichuan is pure and innocent.
Who the hell can stand this? Yi Ichuan's blood boiled, and he felt an impulsive desire throughout his body.
Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, follow your instincts and obey the nature of living things.
Reward, 500,000. Option 2, refuse with stern words and follow your inner principles. Reward, 500,000.
As soon as the system's voice fell, a strange thought arose in Yi Ichuan's mind.
Why are the rewards for the two choices the same this time? Something is wrong, very wrong. He thought silently in his heart.
Because of the temporary distraction, the blood that had rushed to his head slowly faded away, and he gradually calmed down. The service staff also noticed that Yi Ichuan's body was gradually relaxing, and just when they thought that Yi Ichuan had given up and was about to do something,
Yi Ichuan suddenly jumped up, threw the waiter aside, stood up and walked out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Zhang Tianqing outside, eavesdropping with his ear pressed against the door.
The door opened and the two looked at each other.
Zhang Tianqing smiled awkwardly and said, "You are quite serious." Yi Ichuan's face turned black.
Fortunately, he didn't do anything just now, otherwise it would be very embarrassing.
What are you doing here? Yi Ichuan's body was still burning hot and he was panting while speaking. Nothing. I just happened to pass by and wanted to see how you were doing in the battle. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Zhang Tianqing was at a loss and his voice became out of tune. Obviously, it would be very embarrassing for Yi Ichuan to find out that she was eavesdropping. You must be kidding. You won't find another person like me in the whole world. Yi Ichuan said disdainfully, "Is this mortal woman worthy of me?" Yes, you are the best.
Zhang Tianqing praised reluctantly, and then saw the service staff who was thrown on the bed by Yi Ichuan in the suite. At this time, she opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief.
I'm curious about how you could hold it in, is it impossible?
Zhang Tianqing said in a low voice. The waitress in the suite had a pretty appearance, like a girl next door, with a pure white veil. But what she wore was extremely hot and bold. Combined with the two, Zhang Tianqing felt that if she were a man, it would be a question whether she could restrain herself.
What did you say? Yi Ichuan suddenly got angry. He was already feeling unhappy because he was cheated by Zhang Tianqing, and now she was actually saying that he was not good enough? You can't be incapable, right? Zhang Tianqing asked again in a suicidal manner. Yi Ichuan smiled evilly, the corners of his mouth raised. Whether it works or not, we won't know until we try it.
He pulled Zhang Tianqing into the suite. The waiter who had already stood up from the bed tactfully walked out of the suite and closed the door.
What are you going to do?
Zhang Tianqing panicked and shouted loudly.
Bully you. Yi Ichuan replied simply. Zhang Tianqing immediately understood what he meant by his answer, let go. Yi Ichuan still refused to give in and knocked Zhang Tianqing to the ground. Let go.
Zhang Tianqing said with a hint of coldness in his voice.
Yi Ichuan knew that she was serious this time and quickly let go.
Zhang Tianqing stood up and walked out of the suite without saying a word. Yi Ichuan hurriedly caught up and kept apologizing to Zhang Tianqing.
I'm sorry. He
kept repeating these 3 words. After several minutes, Jiang Tianqing suddenly couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but she immediately stopped it.
Are you a repeater? She asked. Yi Ichuan nodded seriously. Are you a repeater? Why are you learning to speak like me? Jiang Tianqing asked again. Why are you imitating me? Yi Ichuan said. Okay, I'm not angry anymore, stop imitating my words.
Jiang Tianqing said helplessly, let's go, I'll take you to get a massage.
Come again? Yi Ichuan was scared.
Just because he could hold it back just now, it didn't mean he could hold it back now.
Jiang Tianqing rolled his eyes at him and said, this is a serious massage, what are you thinking about?
Without waiting for Yi Ichuan to refute, Jiang Tianqing spat and said, bah.
Hooligan. Yi Ichuan muttered softly, I don't know who was eavesdropping at the door just now. Jiang Tianqing's face turned red instantly. What did you say?
Oh, massage, let's go now, it will definitely make your whole body feel comfortable. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding, the reward has been sent, reward, 500,000 yuan.
Yi Ichuan was delighted, it's done. Chapter 76 Short Video?
After a thorough massage to relax his muscles and joints, Yi Ichuan felt that every bone in his body was soft.
It's getting late. I'm going back first. After Yi Ichuan put on his clothes, he said to Jiang Tianqing beside him. Wait, I have a favor to ask you for.
Jiang Tianqing stopped Yi Ichuan, who was about to leave. Yi Ichuan looked back and saw Jiang Tianqing, who was lying on the soft big bed and having her shoulders massaged, raised her head with a dazed look in her eyes and her hair disheveled.
He quickly looked away. What's going on?
Jiang Tianqing signaled the waiter who was massaging her to stop. Come to my company later, I'll tell you in detail on the way.
Your company? Yi Ichuan asked puzzledly.
But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that as the daughter of the Jiang group, it was normal for Jiang Tianqing to have her own company. Besides, she had already said that if Yi Ichuan couldn't make it in Shangyun, he could come to her company at any time. She would arrange a department specifically for Yi Ichuan and let him be the department manager.
After the two left Tiandu, Yi Ichuan drove his car and asked, Can you tell me now? You are so mysterious. What do you want me to do for you?
Jiang Tianqing sorted out his thoughts and said, my company is planning to enter the short video industry in the near future. You should also know how popular the short video industry has been in recent years.
If we can do it well, it will be a very profitable business. Yi Ichuan nodded, that's true, but why are you looking for me if you want to enter the short video industry?
He is just a commercial shooter and has no plans to switch to short video careers.
Because you are professional enough, I want you to help me find a way out in this regard. Jiang Tianqing looked at Yi Ichuan with big eyes full of trust. Don't look at me like that. I won't fall for it. Yi Ichuan said without even looking at him.
Well, I was planning to tell you that as long as you agree to help me open up this path, even if you invest in technology, I will give you 30% of the subsequent income. Jiang Tianqing sighed regretfully, it's a pity that you don't have this idea, so forget it.
Wait.
Yi Ichuan seemed to have heard something extraordinary, and his tone became 3 points higher.
How much is the share? 30%, although it's a lot, but it's like free money, and some people are unwilling to take it. It's really a pity. Jiang Tianqing sighed again. How much do you plan to invest in the early stages? Yi Ichuan asked.
The costs of short videos are generally not high, so I plan to take out 5 million to test the waters first, said Jiang Tianqing.
Yi Ichuan took a deep breath.
Although 5 million may not seem like a lot, in the entire short video industry, production costs rarely exceed 6 figures, and many videos are even shot at almost zero cost. If $5 million were suddenly poured into this field, even an idiot could thrive in this industry. Not to mention, with a business genius like Jiang Tianqing in charge, the 5 million is like releasing a great white shark among a group of docile little seals. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, refuse to help Jiang Tianqing enter the short video industry, reward, 1 million. Option 2, agree to help Jiang Tianqing enter the short video industry, reward, 10 short video scripts. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Ichuan's mind.
1 million? Yi Ichuan was stunned.
This reward was not a small amount.
He almost chose the first one right away.
After carefully looking at the second option, he hesitated again.
The second option is not a cash reward, but 10 short video scripts.
Logically speaking, this is definitely not as secure as getting the cash directly in hand. After all, a script is just a script. If it is not managed well, let alone 1 million, I am afraid you won't even make 100,000.
However, Yi Ichuan still hesitated.
Because he knew that the script given by the system was definitely not some common rubbish script, but was definitely a top-notch script that would become popular all over the internet once it was filmed. What's more, in terms of operations, there is Jiang Tianqing, a business genius. When it comes to operations, 10 Yi Ichuans can't catch up with one Jiang Tianqing. In this way, with the right time, right place, and right people, these 10 scripts can exert the greatest influence, and the profits they can bring are probably not comparable to 1 million.
Actually, I don't care about the money. You asked me for help. If I don't help, it would be bad. Yi Ichuan laughed. It's not about 5 million or 5 million. I just want to help you. Really? Jiang Tianqing asked back. Yi Ichuan nodded.
It is true that he is short of money, but at least he has a year as a buffer. During this year, these 10 scripts were filmed and their influence reached its peak. The subsequent income would be far more than 1 million. In less than a year, each one would be able to earn far more than 1 million from the share of the profits. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. Well, go directly to my company and get familiar with it first. Each one nodded and said, I suspect you have actually been ready for a long time, just waiting for me to agree to you. Jiang Tianqing smiled slightly, looked out the window, and said, I didn't do that.
Don't accuse me wrongly. How could it be possible? After knowing each one's talent in this area, Jiang Tianqing had already thought of asking each one for help first. And this idea could no longer be suppressed after each one's work was broadcast on CCTV.
Yi Ichuan drove Jiang Tianqing and soon arrived at her company.
Cloud Media? Yi Ichuan looked at the company's name. Is this your company? This was the first time he had seen Jiang Tianqing's company.
Before this, he only knew that Jiang Tianqing was the daughter of the Jiang Group, and he didn't know that she also had her own media company.
Yes, that's awesome, right? Jiang Tianqing led the way and took each one inside.
After entering the lobby, the receptionist saw Jiang Tianqing and stood up from a distance and bowed respectfully, saying, Hello, Mr. Jiang.
Jiang Tianqing nodded slightly as a response.
Each one looked at her back, and it was not until this moment that he suddenly realized that this girl who had always been so spontaneous and unpretentious in front of him was actually a person standing on the mountain of power.
Even Lin Anlin is not as good as her.
After all, behind Jiang Tianqing is the huge Jiang Group.
Chapter 77 Cloud Media. Jiang Tianqing took each one into the video operations department of Cloud Media. At this time, many employees inside were busy. Each one took a casual look and found that the overall quality of the employees here far exceeded that of Shan Yun. This is not a problem with Lin Anlin's ability, but is caused by the difference in structure between Shang Yun and Yunwan. Although Lin Anlin is nominally the chairman of Shang Yun Group, there are investors and the Lin family watching closely, and their position may be threatened at any time. Not only that, there are multiple factions in Shan Yun.
Although it seems that there are only two factions, Lin Anlin and the investors are not particularly harmonious with each other, and they are not that united with each other.
But it's different in the cloud. The power and authority in the cloud are completely controlled by Jiang Tianqing alone.
The entire cloud was built entirely by her alone, without any investors at all. If we have to say there is one, there is only one, and that is the Jiang Group. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Tianqing has the final say in the cloud. She does not need to obey anyone else's instructions in operating the cloud and can do whatever she wants. Therefore, in such an environment, it is impossible for unhealthy practices like Shang Yun to exist in the cloud. As long as someone disobeys, Jiang Tianqing can just fire him directly, unlike Lin Anlin, who is restricted by investors no matter what he does. This is the new department I set up specifically to conquer the short video industry. Originally, the department manager of this department has been selected and was chosen for you, but you ended up staying in Shang Yun.
There is no other way. This position can only remain vacant and will be reserved for you at any time.
Jiang Tianqing said with a smile.
Not bad. Yi Ichuan gave a fair evaluation.
The professionalism of this department is indeed not comparable to Lin Anlin's Shang Yun Group. But if he were given another chance to choose, he would still stay in Shang Yun.
Because that's his wife's company. Everyone stop for a moment, I want to tell you something. Jiang Tianqing stopped the busy employees. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang?
A young man wearing glasses stood up and asked. Although this department does not have a formal department manager, managers are still needed. The position of department manager is reserved for each one, and only one person can be selected as a temporary department manager.
The one who is speaking now is the temporary department manager of the video operation department. Let me introduce someone to you.
Zhang Tianqing said with a smile, it's the person next to me. In the future, he will lead us in how to shoot short videos.
Him? Can he do it? The temporary department manager glanced at each one and said with some disdain.
He has been in this industry for quite some time, but even so, Zhang Tianqing did not have such a high opinion of him. Instead, it was that young man who looked too young. How could such a person, who you could tell at a glance had little experience, deserve such a high opinion from Zhang Tianqing?
Li Wan. He can do it just because I say he can do it. Zhang Tianqing looked at the temporary department manager wearing glasses and said, Boss Zhang, this business is no joke. We have spent a lot of time to figure out the future direction of short videos.
The temporary department manager named Li Wan said, if he gets the results of our hard work of organizing and speculating for so many days and then claims that it is his work, we will not agree. Li Wan still has a lot of prestige in this department, so even if Zhang Tianqing is around, the other employees still follow suit.
Oh? Each one curled his lips and said, you mean, if I want to achieve something in this field, I must rely on the speculations you have compiled during this period of time? Li Wan nodded slightly and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, of course, otherwise why do you think we have been making such great efforts to speculate this during this period of time?
It is to determine the popular trend of short videos.
Only by keeping up with the trend can we stay stable and not fall behind. I see. So, not falling behind is your ideal? Or, have you been working so hard for so many days just to not fall behind? Each one raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Is this all you are capable of? If this is really the limit of your ability, then forget it. You can let me lead the team, but I can't lead a bunch of stupid teammates. Although Zhang Tianqing didn't say anything and just watched coldly, he was actually very happy in his heart. She liked the sarcastic look on each one's face when he got serious.
His words were heart-wrenching but reasonable.
If he wasn't directed at her, it would be really nice to listen to him. Moreover, the video operation department has indeed been a little dishonest recently.
After knowing that Zhang Tianqing plans to vigorously enter the short video industry, this group of people has shown a tendency to be unbridled, and her style of each of them has begun to make her dislike them so much.
Zhang Tianqing asked each one to come this time.
On the one hand, he wanted to let him get to know the video operation department. On the other hand, he also wanted to use him to suppress the restlessness in the video operation department. Now it seems that everything is developing perfectly in the expected direction just as she expected.
As expected, the video operation department mocked each one, and each one was the one who could not stand this the most, so he mocked back.
Next, it is time for both sides to show their strength.
So your level is very high? Li Wan smiled. How high? Is it really this high?
He put his hand on his waist. Each one picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the desk of an employee next to him and started writing.
Li Wan looked puzzled.
Not only him, but everyone else didn't know what each one suddenly started writing. Zhang Tianqing, who was standing next to each one, saw everything each one wrote without missing a single detail.
An expression of surprise gradually appeared on her face.
When the others saw Zhang Tianqing's expression, they were all extremely curious, but they had no way of seeing what each one was writing. You didn't suddenly realize that you don't have much ability, but you're too embarrassed to say it out loud, so you plan to just write a letter of surrender? Although Li Wan was not sure what each one's behavior meant, he was merciless in his words and continued to mock him.
Okay. Each one put away his pen, turned on the projector in the office, and projected the contents on the paper. Everyone in the office could see what he had just written. A script? He just wrote a script in less than a minute? Wait a minute, this script doesn't seem to be mainstream right now, but I feel like it will be a big hit once it's made. Discussions broke out in the office. Chapter 78, Only Genius Can Conquer the Elite. Each one listened to the discussions of the members of the video operations department with a smile on his face. Li Wan, the temporary department manager who had repeatedly mocked each one before, also had a gloomy expression on his face. Although he had not read the script written by each one on the spot, he was very familiar with these members of the video operations department. As a major future development direction of the cloud, the members of the video operations department are all high-end talents that Zhang Tianqing has spent a lot of effort to recruit from various places.
These talented people who usually look down on others but are proud in their hearts actually had such a big reaction after reading the script written by Yi each one on the spot.
This is enough to show how amazing the script he just wrote is. I just don't believe it. How good can a script written on the spur of the moment be?
Liwen put on his glasses in disbelief and looked at the text on the projection, reading it carefully word by word. The more he looked, the more surprised Liwen was. This script is not a question of whether it is good or not, but a feeling that is difficult to describe. It is completely contrary to the current trend of short videos, and has nothing to do with the types of videos that their video operations department spent so much time speculating about the future. And so many of them spent so much time to confirm that this type of short video will definitely be the most popular in the future. However, even though it was completely inconsistent with their speculation, Liwen still had a feeling that once this video is shot, it will definitely receive millions of likes. He could even imagine what expressions those people who watched this short video in their free time would have after watching this short video.
Did you really write this just now? Liwen still didn't give up, and looked at Yi Ichuan and asked.
Yi Ichuan spread his hands and said nothing.
How is that possible? This is totally different from what we predicted. The future should be an era where entertainment is supreme, and there will be no room for this kind of video.
What everyone likes to watch should be all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, not old-fashioned moralizing videos like yours.
Liwen seemed to have all his strength drained out in an instant.
He slumped in his chair, screaming at the top of his lungs. Yi Ichuan straightened his expression and spoke slowly. Every word he said was like a bolt of lightning, striking the hearts of all the so-called elites present. The future will indeed be an era where entertainment is paramount, because our country is peaceful and prosperous, and everyone can watch those entertainment-type short videos on the internet without worries.
But this does not mean that an excellent positive energy short video will not be recognized. Yi Ichuan said righteously. This is the truth he learned from the 2 public service advertisements that went viral before.
Entertainment is important, but the backbone of the nation has never been bent or lost.
You're right, I underestimated you.
Liwen, slumped in the chair, looked like a defeated general, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and responded weakly.
Yi Ichuan's script slapped him in the face in an almost cruel way.
He, as well as all the elites in the entire video operations department, no longer looked at Yi Ichuan with disdain and contempt, but respect instead. Anyone who can say such words and write such a script must not be an ordinary person. All right, we're all colleagues from now on, so don't make things difficult for each other. Zhang Tianqing came out to smooth things over. Maybe my introduction just now wasn't perfect enough, let me introduce it to you again. The person standing next to me is Yi Ichuan, the screenwriter and director of the provincial TV station's public service advertisement Washing Mother's Feet and CCTV's public service advertisement Cans, and he is also the youngest outstanding producer mentioned by CCTV recently.
Zhang Tianqing's words spread throughout this huge office. Because the office was quiet enough, every employee in the video operations department could clearly hear what she said. Silence.
After she finished speaking, the office fell into deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately suppressed.
He is Yi Ichuan? Is it really Yi Ichuan who was nominated and praised by CCTV, and even the bigwigs of CCTV praised him highly? The living Yi Ichuan. My idol. My male god. A slightly excited female employee almost fainted on the spot.
Yi Ichuan had never expected that he had such a great influence in this office, and his face looked a little embarrassed. He looked at Zhang Tianqing for help. Zhang Tianqing smiled awkwardly. He had not expected such a scene to occur.
However, although this was unexpected, it was also reasonable.
After all, those present were the elites among the elites, and they all knew very well what Yi Ichuan's achievement, which didn't sound very impressive, actually meant. Only the elites can understand the thoughts of geniuses, and only geniuses are worthy of the respect and support of the elites. Zhang Tianqing had spent several months and lots of energy but had not been able to fully train the video operations department. If it had not been for sufficient benefits, she would not have been able to establish the video operations department at all.
In less than half an hour, the department was conquered by Yi Ichuan. By the way, when did I become their colleague? Yi Ichuan leaned close to Zhang Tianqing's ear and asked in a low voice. Zhang Tianqing was stunned and said, "Didn't we agree on this before?"
If you help me enter the short video industry, I will consider it as a technology investment and enjoy 30% of the revenue share.
From that time on, you will be a shareholder of this department. Aren't you considered a colleague? Yi Ichuan thought about it and it seemed to be true. Will this not affect my work at Shangyun?
Jiang Tianqing rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, you already have 30% of the share of this department, and you are still thinking about Shang Yun? What benefits did Shang Yun give you? I'll pay twice as much. The chairman of Shang Yun is my wife. If you pay twice as much, I will have to produce another you and make you my wife." Yi Ichuan complained silently in his heart. But even though he complained, he couldn't say it openly. Yi Ichuan replied solemnly, "It's different. My initial success was inseparable from Shang Yun's support. No amount of money can shake it. But if I remember correctly, when the provincial TV station was selecting the shortlisted public service advertisements, you were fired from your company and someone blocked you from entering?" Jiang Tianqing reminded. This. Yi Ichuan smiled awkwardly, "Really? Is this true? Why don't I remember it?" Jiang Tianqing didn't even look at him and ignored his funny behavior. "You're the only one who talks too much." Chapter 79, Changes in the Planning Department. After impressing the entire video operations department in Yunwan, Yi Ichuan returned to Shangyun. After returning to their familiar office, the employees of the planning department submitted the 9 plans. Yi Ichuan thought that since he had scolded them last time, the proposal submitted this time should be much better. He opened the folder with anticipation. After all, it was the first time for him to seriously look at the proposals submitted by his employees, so he couldn't help feeling a little excited. However, as he read word by word, his speed became faster and faster, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn and ugly. "What are these things?" Yi Ichuan threw the folder away, and the scattered printed papers slowly fell in the office like snowflakes, dyeing the entire office white. The employee who submitted the document didn't care about Yi Ichuan's anger at all and stood aside without any shame. "Is this what you have been working on for so long?" Yi Ichuan asked, suppressing his anger. There is no harm without comparison. If he had never been to the cloud before and had not witnessed the excellence of those elites in the video operations department of the cloud, he might not have been so angry. But after seeing the results of those elites with his own eyes, he really couldn't stand the plans submitted by the planning department. Although the cloud-based video operations department was easily conquered by his script, it does not mean that their speculation on future trends was wrong. On the contrary, in Yi Ichuan's opinion, Yunwan's plan for the future was extremely correct, but he just met someone who did not play by the rules. "Manager Yi." The employee who submitted the proposal said nonchalantly, "We are just at this level. We can't compare with someone like you who has appeared on both the provincial TV station and CCTV. Don't treat us with the same high standards as you do in your heart." "High demands?" Yi Ichuan was so angry that he laughed. If this is considered a high requirement, then what is the cloud? Is it a task that cannot be completed at all? If it weren't for Lin Anlin, he wouldn't even give these rubbish plans a second look. "Let everyone stop and have a meeting." Yi Ichuan waved his hand to let the man go out. He walked out of the office without looking back. The printed papers scattered on the ground were picked up by the wind and fluttered around randomly, which seemed extremely ironic. It seems that there is no need to be so tolerant of them. Yi Ichuan closed his eyes, with an indescribable coldness in his words. Everyone reluctantly stopped what they were doing and waited for Yi Ichuan. "I have read the proposals everyone submitted just now." Yi Ichuan calmed himself and said. "How is it?" Someone asked immediately. "Good question." Yi Ichuan applauded. Most people in the office smiled smugly. It seemed that even if they submitted a rubbish proposal, Yi Ichuan, the department manager, still compromised in the face of the majority. "It seems that my method is still effective. As long as I make most people in the planning department go against him, he will have to surrender even if he has great ability." Wang Meng smiled proudly while sitting in his seat. As long as this continues for a long time, the company will sooner or later directly fire him because of the poor performance of the planning department. Once Yi Ichuan is fired, Wang Meng, who has a strong background in the company, will naturally be the best candidate for the next planning department manager. It has to be said that his little plan was indeed murderous and heartbreaking. After the applause, Yi Ichuan's face gradually calmed down, and the office gradually became quiet. Some people with more sensitive minds have already realized that something seems to be wrong. "Your proposal is very good in my opinion. It can win international awards on the international stage. My works are not even worthy of yours. It is really too good." Yi Ichuan said sarcastically, "I have to learn from you." "What do you mean?" someone asked. "Good question.
Yi Ichuan pointed behind him, and the other employees in the planning department noticed that the plans they submitted were all lying on the floor of Yi Ichuan's office. You are a bunch of rubbish, so it's understandable that you wrote a rubbish plan. Yi Ichuan sneered, I really don't know what you guys are doing every day with the company's salary. If you are not relevant, get out of here as soon as possible. Manager Yi, you have such great authority. You've only been in office for a few days, and you want us all to get out? If you were the department manager for a few more days, wouldn't you dare to yell in front of Director Lin?
Wang Mang crossed his legs and said with disdain, especially emphasizing the word manager. In Shangyun, although the department manager manages the entire department, there are also supervisors, directors, general managers, investors, and a host of other higher-level leaders above him. In comparison, department manager is just a minimal management position.
Several employees sitting next to Wang Meng laughed uncontrollably. Wang Meng, it seems that you have recovered well. I thought you would have to stay in the intensive care unit for half a year after those blows. Yi Ichuan said with a smile, it seems that I was too gentle. You. Wang Meng stood up suddenly. At that time, he was knocked down by Yi Ichuan in front of so many people. It was an indelible pain in his heart. Now he said it out loud in front of everyone, which was like exposing his scars. I overestimated you when I said you were trash. Yi Ichuan picked up a piece of printed paper from the ground. I asked you to make an advertising plan to encourage learning. What did you make? A promotional advertisement for after-school tutoring classes? Come on, let me see who made this plan. Stand up. Yi Ichuan shouted. Several employees stood up. Tell me, how much did you charge for the advertisement? Huh? How did the school promotion program become an after-school tutoring program? If you have the ability, come on. Several employees said nonchalantly. I come? Why should I come? You take Shangyun's salary, is this how you repay Shangyun?
Wang Meng smiled slightly and said, Manager Yi, you get the highest salary, so of course you have to work harder.
I'll ask you to give me more guidance. Otherwise, is this how you repay Shangyun with such a high salary? Shut the fuck up. Yi Ichuan yelled, and Wang Meng shuddered immediately. Now, I give you two choices. Either you come up with a qualified plan or you go to the finance department to settle your wages and get out. Yi Ichuan looked around, choose for yourself. Chapter 80 Director Lin, please judge for me. You're going too far. Wang Meng stood up. Everyone heard it, right?
He's just a department manager, and he told us to pack up and get out.
Do you have the qualifications? I'm going to ask Director Lin to judge today. Why do you want us to pack up and leave? Wang Meng turned and left. By the way, you should come too. I want to see whether Director Lin favors you as a department manager or me as a small employee. Yi Ichuan was stunned. What did you say? I'm going to ask Director Lin to judge the matter. Yi Ichuan's expression was a little strange. Should he ask Lin Anlin to judge the matter? You are taking a narrow path, young man. Don't you know that Director Lin is my wife? What? You don't dare to go to Director Lin to seek justice? Weren't you shouting quite arrogantly just now?
Wang Meng sneered, I thought the planning department manager who was so arrogant was such a powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be just a weakling. Let's go. I just hope that after meeting Mr. Lin and letting him judge the situation, you won't regret it. Yi Ichuan ignored him and walked out. Wang Meng followed behind, staring at Yi Ichuan's back with resentment. Boy, you are too young to fight me. Wang Meng thought viciously in his heart, my background in this company is not just what you think. I want to see if you can still be so arrogant after meeting Director Lin later. Soon, the two arrived outside Lin Anlin's office. Yi Ichuan knocked on the open office door. Lin Anlin, who was sitting at the desk reading a report, looked up and saw Yi Ichuan. A smile just appeared on his face when he saw Wang Meng standing next to Yi Ichuan with a resentful look on his face. What's wrong? Lin Anlin immediately put away his expression and spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Wang Meng frowned slightly. He was not stupid. He saw Lin Anlin's expression clearly for a moment. But how could Lin Anlin, who was like an iceberg that had not melted for billions of years, smile at others? Is she smiling at me? Is Director Lin testing me? Everything I'm going through is just a test from Director Lin? Wang Meng's mind became active. In fact, Director Lin has always been optimistic about me, so she smiled subconsciously after seeing me, but she was afraid of being discovered, so she immediately stopped smiling. As for Yi Ichuan beside him, Wang Meng did not associate Lin Anlin's smile with him at all. One is the chairman of a big company, and the other is a poor worker.
No one would put the two together. What's the matter? Lin Anlin asked in a cold tone. Director Lin. Upon hearing Lin Anlin's question, Wang Meng immediately stepped forward. Yi Ichuan, the department manager, is too arrogant. He actually wants to fire everyone in the planning department. Although Yi Ichuan had this idea, he never expressed it or said such words. But Wang Meng didn't care. As long as he could force Yi Ichuan away, any method would work. What's going on? Is what he said true? Lin Anlin looked at Yi Ichuan and asked. Yi Ichuan nodded without saying a word of rebuttal and said, yes. Wang Meng was dumbfounded. He never expected that Yi Ichuan would actually admit what he had exaggerated. What exactly happened? Lin Anlin did not rush to draw conclusions and continued to ask. Yi Ichuan smiled slightly and said, because I think they don't deserve Shang Yun's salary. What did you say? We don't deserve it? You mean you can get Shang Yun's salary but we can't? Wang Meng immediately became excited. Boss Lin, you heard me, I'm telling the truth. He's just a department manager, but he wants to fire all the employees in our department. This has chilled the hearts of all the employees in our planning department. Boss Lin, people like this must be severely punished. Ha ha. Yi Ichuan laughed disdainfully, you are unworthy of the position. You are the ones who just sit there doing nothing. What kind of rubbish is the proposal you submitted? Do you really have no idea? After hearing this, Lin Anlin roughly understood what had happened. Okay, stop arguing. Let Yi Ichuan take full responsibility for this matter. After all, he is the manager of your planning department. You must follow his arrangements. Lin Anlin said casually, let's all go back. Wang Meng was stunned. What? Leave this matter entirely to me, do you hear me? Yi Ichuan repeated. Wang Meng suddenly felt like a clown. Yi Ichuan's eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. How could this happen? Obviously, I am the one that Director Lin values. Wang Meng was puzzled. Yes, these are all tests from Director Lin. If Yi Ichuan could hear his inner thoughts, he would probably burst out laughing. Do you still want to judge now? Yi Ichuan asked, if not, go back quickly. The two returned to the planning department. Although Wang Meng didn't understand why Director Lin made such arrangements and his face looked a little unhappy, he became excited again when he thought that Director Lin valued him and intended to cultivate him. What's going on, Brother Meng? Seeing Wang Meng and Yi Ichuan coming back together, several employees who had been waiting for a while immediately asked. Wang Meng shook his head with a grim face. Suddenly, the office became quiet. How is it possible? Even Director Lin agrees with his approach? We didn't even get a chance for Wang Meng to come forward and fight for us? It looks like things are changing in the planning department. Several old employees in the planning department sighed. They were not involved in this matter, but they had no choice. Under pressure from Wang Meng, they did not dare to openly support Yi Ichuan. Now, can you make a choice? Either change it until I'm satisfied, or pack up your things and get out as soon as possible. This company doesn't want useless people. Yi Ichuan said angrily. After all, it is his wife's company, and in other words, it is his own company. When Yi Ichuan thought that his company would have to spend such a huge amount of money to support such a group of useless people, he felt his heart bleeding. A group of people immediately lowered their heads and sat back in their seats dejectedly. And you, behave yourself. Yi Ichuan took one last look at Wang Meng and said in a low voice as he walked past him. Wang Meng's mouth was twisted with anger. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you ask me to behave myself? But he couldn't say it after all. He was beaten by Yi Ichuan last time, and the bruises have not completely disappeared yet. At such a close distance, he was afraid that Yi Ichuan would hit him a few more times. Maybe he would really have to stay in the intensive care unit for half a year, as Yi Ichuan said. Chapter 81, Last Place Elimination. Because of Yi Ichuan's strong pressure, the planning department, which had been complaining constantly, also calmed down. Seeing that everyone returned to their posts and started working obediently, Yi Ichuan also returned to his office. Just as he entered the office, someone walked in. Brother Lu, why are you here? Yi Ichuan was a little surprised.
Although Lu Ming has been promoted to the supervisor of the planning department, he is facing more pressure and is busier, so Yi Ichuan has not seen Lu Ming for a long time.
Ha, I've been here a long time ago, but I've been standing outside the department and haven't come in.
Lu Ming said with a smile.
Yi Ichuan looked at the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes.
Lu Ming, who was only in his 30s, already had layers of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. When he was the manager of the planning department, he was still so full of vigor and vitality, and it was not at all like he was approaching middle age. This shows how much pressure Lu Ming was under during this period.
I heard what you said just now. Well done. Lu Ming said. When he originally took up Yi Ichuan's current position, the planning department was actually already a mess.
Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have recommended Yi Ichuan, a new employee, to take over after the provincial station's request came down. However, at that time, he did not have the ability to confront the backers behind Wang Mang, so he could only turn a blind eye and watch Wang Mang do whatever he wanted in the planning department.
It's just that. Lu Ming changed the subject and said, if you do this, it will easily cause an uprising in the entire planning department.
If the entire planning department doesn't cooperate with your work in the future, it won't be good for you.
Yi Ichuan smiled slightly and said, even if this incident hadn't happened, they wouldn't have cooperated with my work.
As for whether I would become a commander without troops, Brother Lu, you don't have to worry.
I naturally have my own way of dealing with it. Besides, isn't washing Mother's feet just an example?
Lu Ming thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Although Yi Ichuan was nominally the department manager of the planning department and their direct superior, in fact, most of the employees in the planning department had long been headed by Wang Mang. Otherwise, rumors about Yi Ichuan would not have spread so widely in the company, causing most employees of the entire Shangyun group and many senior leaders to be dissatisfied with Yi Ichuan, whom they had never met.
I am very relieved about you. Since you said so, I won't say much. Work hard. You are still young and talented. The future belongs to young people like you.
Lu Ming patted Yi Ichuan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Yi Ichuan looked at his back as he turned and left, thinking that he was such a high-spirited man in the past, but now his shoulders were crushed by the pressure. He was only in his 30s, but his back was already slightly hunched.
Don't worry, Brother Lu. With me here, Shangyun will undergo earth-shaking changes sooner or later.
I will ensure that everyone who truly wants to make Shangyun better has a position to display their talents, so that all of you can achieve great things. Shangyun has been plagued by problems for a long time. Although it still looks peaceful now, one day in the future, if these hidden dangers are not eliminated, they will explode one after another like a volcanic eruption. If that day really comes, Shangyun will not last long and will completely disappear. Yi Ichuan doesn't want to see such a situation happen, so he will try his best to fix the various loopholes in Shangyun as much as possible. The only way to do this is to do as Yun Dian did, eliminate all objections, and completely control Shangyun in Lin Anlin's hands. What he has to face are all the investors of Shangyun Group and their lackeys. The most important thing is that the Lin family stands behind the investors and supports them.
After Lu Ming left, Yi Ichuan made a document and sent it to everyone in the planning department. Then he came to the front of everyone again and asked, have you all read the document I just sent?
Except for a few old employees who were inclined towards Yi Ichuan but did not dare to show it under the pressure from Wang Mang, no one else saw it.
Only after Yi Ichuan's reminder did they reluctantly open the file.
Yi Ichuan was not in a hurry and waited quietly for them to finish reading the document.
You're crazy. As expected, Wang Mang was the first to stand up and speak. The last in first out system, how could you come up with that?
There are a total of 41 people in our entire planning department, and each group has 4 or 5 people.
You are going to eliminate the entire group at once.
Wang Mang stood up and yelled at Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan nodded and said, are you dissatisfied? The company pays you so that you can contribute to the company, but not only do you not contribute, but you also fill in the numbers and use this kind of thing to fool the company? Yi Ichuan knew that even the investors would not say anything about his behavior.
After all, they also have investments in the company, and if the company's profits go up, they will also profit. As for the Lin family standing behind the investors, they would not pay too much attention to Shangyun just for a few employees. Listen carefully, everyone. I will eliminate at least 3 groups this time. Yi Ichuan ignored the angry Wang Mang and said, I believe you all know how difficult it is to find a job in Xincheng. If you are eliminated, even if Director Lin comes to plead for you in person, I will not give her face.
If you don't want to lose your current job, you should all make a good plan for me.
A group of people were silent.
Just now, Wang Meng insisted that Yi each one go to Director Lin to seek justice. After coming back, Wang Meng's face has been bad.
The people in the planning department already knew that perhaps this time, Director Lin was indeed on Yi Ichuan's side. So after they heard what Yi Ichuan said, they did not dare to refute, and each of them began to plan their plans seriously.
Yi Ichuan then smiled slightly. Finally the department looked as it should.
After returning to the office, he began to think about Tan Shiyun's previous commission. For this commission, the company's share is 500,000 yuan, and Tan Shiyun personally gets 300,000 yuan. In other words, without adding the system's rewards, this one promotional advertisement can directly bring each one an income of 800,000. As the saying goes, you get paid to do things for others. For the sake of the 800,000 yuan, each one has to think carefully about how to shoot this commercial. In his mind, the scenes depicted in the script began to gradually take shape, and each one, relying on his extraordinary imagination, began to present the script in his mind.
Chapter 82, A Blood-Boiling Script. In a swamp, a behemoth rushed in at a reckless pace. This swamp, which was originally capable of swallowing up all intruders, became ineffective in front of the behemoth. This behemoth with wide tires drove through the swamp as if it were flat ground, with no signs of collapse at all. Then, the scene changed, and the endless yellow sand was the only thing in sight besides the sky. In the empty desert, there are always fierce winds howling all year round, carrying countless sand and dust, swirling high in the sky. And right in front of this catastrophic sandstorm, a tiny car was driving at high speed, with a cloud of dust rising behind it. The sandstorm was like a ferocious prehistoric beast, hideous and terrifying, as if it was chasing its prey, following closely behind the off-road vehicle. The car was not at all panicked, no matter there were high sand dunes ahead or a sudden huge downhill slope. The car was still moving fast and steadily, heading towards an unknown end. Behind the car, a sandstorm obscured the sky, and beneath the yellow sand was pitch black. This off-road vehicle was driving at the intersection of light and darkness, but it was never dragged into the bottomless abyss by the darkness. Each one's blood seemed to be boiling just by relying on his imagination. If this were actually filmed, it would probably be even more amazing. Each one murmured to himself. Then there was a towering iceberg. The off-road vehicle drove through the snow that had been piled up for hundreds and thousands of years, plowing a deep groove. In the back, the snow collapsed, and the sky was full of silver white. The off-road vehicle rushed down from the top of the mountain like a giant axe splitting the mountain. The accumulated snow was split into two under the wheels of the off-road vehicle. The earth-shaking scene was all caused by this car. Each one couldn't help but clench his fists. This scene is exciting enough just by imagining it. No, I must shoot this advertisement, even if I have to pay for it. Each one slammed the table and stood up excitedly. This advertisement aroused his long-lost passion, like a strong drug injected into his veins. Even the blood started to boil. However, the questions that followed also made each one sober up a little. Although there is no requirement for actors and a car is enough, where can I find so many dangerous situations? Each one covered his face. Reality is always cruel. After his passion gradually subsided, each one realized that this advertisement was much more difficult than those he had shot before. For each one, this is also an unprecedented challenge. Let's try. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? Each one shouted, both making up his mind and encouraging himself. You know, the places this advertisement is going to are all dangerous. If it is not handled properly, it may end up with the car being destroyed and people being killed. Now each one also understood why Tan Shiyun was willing to pay such a high salary to hire him to shoot this promotional advertisement. This is basically risking your life. However, no matter for the money or to live up to his newly ignited passion, he had to go. This was like a hurdle on his way forward. Once he stepped over it, the road ahead would be smooth. Each one spent about 10 minutes copying the script, and took it to ask Lin Anlin for funding. After all, this is a big production, so Lin Anlin's consent is needed before the funds can be approved. In order to make it easier, each one simply went directly to find Lin Anlin. After arriving at Lin Anlin's office, each one walked in. Why are you here again? Lin Anlin looked up and saw each one sitting opposite him and asked. You're not welcome? Each one immediately pursed his lips in grievance and wailed, then I'm leaving. Oh my God, there are women in this world who don't want to see their husbands. Why am I so miserable? Lin Anlin quickly stretched out his hand and gestured to his lips, signaling each one not to continue. Tell me, what's the matter? Lin Anlin asked.
Yi Ichuan did not answer, but handed over the document that had just been printed and still smelled of ink.
What is this?
Lin Anlin took the document and started reading it.
A script for an off-road vehicle advertisement?
After looking at it for a while, she understood what was in her hand.
It's just that, didn't Yi Ichuan just accept this order not long ago?
How could he have finished the script so quickly?
Moreover, Lin Anlin read the script carefully and found that it was very well written.
If Lin Anlin didn't know that Yi Ichuan had just learned about this commission, he would have suspected whether Yi Ichuan had been preparing this script for a long time.
Did you really just make this?
Although she trusted Yi Ichuan very much, she couldn't help but ask at such a terrifying speed.
Of course, your husband is a genius.
Yi Ichuan crossed his arms and smiled proudly.
You're the only one who keeps talking.
Lin Anlin curled his lips.
So wife, in order to complete this big order, do you have to approve more funding for me?
Yi Ichuan rubbed his fingers and said, with a face full of a profiteer's air.
Of course you can, but I have a condition. Lin Anlin put the script aside and said. Upon hearing this, Yi Ichuan immediately sat up straight and asked with his back straight, what are the conditions?
Even if it means climbing mountains of swords and descending into seas of fire, even if it means picking the stars and the moon, I, Yi, will do it without hesitation.
Lin Anlin was amused by his serious nonsense.
That's not necessary. It's just that I've been a little tired recently, so I want to finish shooting this commercial with you.
Lin Anlin said with a smile. Yi Ichuan was stunned, is that all you ask? Lin Anlin nodded and said, yes, that's the request. I thought it was a big deal.
When my wife is tired, I should take her out to relax.
Isn't that what I should do? Yi Ichuan said, is this considered a request? Okay, as long as you agree to it. Lin Anlin also said with a smile.
During this period, people from the provincial TV station, CCTV, and all kinds of people were all hanging around Shangyun, making her unable to calm down. She was indeed a little tired. Now is a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to go out and relax. As for the company's affairs, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not. On the one hand, with investors watching, there would be basically no problems. On the other hand, even if she was there, many things would be restricted by investors behind the scenes, and it would be difficult for her to do anything.
Chapter 83, Departure. After returning to his office, Yi Ichuan began searching the internet for a suitable place to shoot this promotional advertisement.
As for other matters, Lin Anlin is taking care of them. The communication with Tan Shiyun, the arrangement of the photographer, etc. were all handed over to the more professional Lin Anlin. After searching for more than an hour, Yi Ichuan also sorted out several scenes that were most suitable for shooting. Coincidentally, there was a suitable swamp that could be used for filming in the province, not far from Qinsheng.
Jiangnan province is located in the south, which is humid and rainy.
Although it is difficult for swamps to form, they are definitely not completely absent.
After determining the first stop, Yi Ichuan arranged the itinerary and sent it to Lin Anlin.
The next day, Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin arrived at the forest store early in the morning. They were greeted by Tan Shiyun, who had been waiting there.
To be honest, I didn't expect to be able to produce a script so soon. Tan Shiyun said with emotion, Mr. Yi is indeed a big shot in this industry.
With your help, the company's publicity goals can be exceeded this time.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile, not hiding his pride at all.
He is still just a young man.
If a young and promising person is not proud but has a gloomy face all day long, that is not called calm.
In Yi Ichuan's opinion, that is a disease.
As the saying goes, spring breeze makes one gallop, and one can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Even the top scholar in ancient times said that pride is not a bad habit. This time, the company has arranged for you 2 off-road vehicles that will be launched soon.
Come on, I'll take you to see the vehicles. There are also 2 drivers specially assigned by the company. They are both veterans in the off-road vehicle industry and have rich experience.
Tan Shiyun said with a smile, by the way, in order to prevent unexpected situations, the company has also assigned you a professional mechanic.
Mechanic? Yi Ichuan was a little puzzled. Isn't your car just about to be launched? Do you have a mechanic who is familiar with it? Tan Shiyun smiled and said, of course.
The assembly and development of our car were all done with the help of that repairman. He can be said to be the person who is most familiar with this car. Even the designer of this car is not as familiar with it as he is.
Is that so? Yi Ichuan nodded.
As expected, every industry has its own top talents. He cannot completely ignore the heroes of the world.
Come on, I'll take you to get the car.
Tan Shiyun raised the car keys in his hand and said with a smile. Soon, the three of them arrived at where the vehicles were parked.
This was the first time that Yi Ichuan saw in person the protagonist of the promotional advertisement. Is this the road hunter? Yi Ichuan asked with some surprise. Tan Xian looked a little proud and said, yes, this is the Pathfinder that our company is about to launch.
This off-road vehicle named Everest is 2 meters tall, and its wide tires reach Yi Ichuan's waist. The whole car does not have so many twists and turns, but only tough and straight lines, revealing a tough aura everywhere. No wonder it's called Road Shaker, this image really deserves the name.
Yi Ichuan praised.
Tan Shiyun, who was standing by, also smiled when he heard this. He also participated in the design and development of this car, which is like his child.
How could he not be happy when he heard someone praising his child?
Next to the car, there were 3 people standing. One of them was wearing a dark blue worksuit with a few drops of light oil on it, which was obviously the residue after washing.
The man in the blue work clothes is the mechanic I just told you about. He is also one of the designers of this car, Zhou Xiangtai.
Seeing Yi Ichuan looking at the mechanic curiously, Tan Shiyun introduced him.
Hello, Master Zhou.
Yi Ichuan stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhou Xiangtai.
You are Director Yi who is responsible for shooting the promotional video, right?
Zhou Xiangtai asked with a smile.
Yi Ichuan nodded, yes, it's me.
Zhou Xiangtai patted his shoulder and said, okay, thank you for your help. He is also a person who has put a lot of effort into the birth of this car and cares about this car more than others. So after knowing that Yi Ichuan is the person responsible for promoting this car, he is very friendly to Yi Ichuan. The other 2 are the drivers who will accompany you in the filming this time.
They are Lao Zhang and Lao Wang. They are both experts in off-road driving.
With them driving, we can get through safely no matter how harsh the environment is.
Tan Shiyun introduced the other 2. Hello, hello. Yi Ichuan also greeted warmly.
After the introduction, Lao Zhang and Lao Wang drove directly to Shangyun with Lin Anlin and Yi Ichuan. They had to pack all their equipment and photographers before heading out into the swamp. Soon, after completing all the preparations, the group started to set off for their first destination. The swamp where we filmed this time is a local nature reserve, so if we want to go in and shoot the promotional ad, we need to communicate with the local managers first. Sitting in the car, Lin Anlin said, but after all, it's just a promotional advertisement, not something that harms the natural scenery, so the application should be completed quickly.
That's good. It won't be too late to apply after we get there. We can also use that time to get familiar with the environment. Yi Ichuan said.
Yes, when you are not familiar with the environment, the swamp is one of the most dangerous off-road restricted areas.
Lao Zhang, who was driving, interrupted.
Zhou Xiangtai, who was sitting by the rear window, also spoke up, that's true, but as long as there are no serious operating errors, this car will definitely not put us in danger. He is one of the designers and manufacturers of this car and is very familiar with its performance.
Brother Zhou also goes off-road? Yi Ichuan asked curiously.
Of course, in order to test the limits of this car, I have driven it off-road in various places many times, Zhou Xiangtai said with a smile. Old Zhang, who was driving, smiled slightly and did not comment. In his opinion, off-roading is not such a simple thing. Although he has to admit that this car is indeed well made, he doesn't care about Zhou Xiangtai's off-roading skills.
He has been playing off-road for 8 years to achieve his current success. How good can a car maker be at off-roading? That's amazing. So, Brother Zhou, you are very clear about the limits of this car? Yi Ichuan exclaimed. Zhou Xiangtai nodded and said, of course. We're almost there.
As the group was chatting and laughing, Lao Zhang, who was driving, suddenly said. Yi Ichuan nodded, okay, let's find a place to eat first.
I'm a little hungry.
Lao Zhang drove the group to a special restaurant. Everyone got out of the car and started preparing for lunch.
Chapter 84, Entering the Forbidden Zone. The group sat down. Although the restaurant was not big, the food was really good. Yi Ichuan could smell the fragrance coming from the kitchen from a long distance away.
While waiting for the food, Yi Ichuan started chatting with Zhou Xiangtai, who was sitting next to him.
Brother Zhou, what is the extreme climbing angle of the Everest?
As an off-road vehicle, the ability to climb hills is naturally the more important one. After all, off-road driving means being able to keep moving forward under various extreme road conditions. When Zhou Shangtai heard Yi Ichuan asking about the situation of the road herder, he immediately became interested and his expression became much more energetic.
I'll be excited if you say that.
Zhou Shangtai seemed to be possessed by the announcer for a moment. I haven't tested the extreme tilt angle of the Everest, but when I was testing it, I climbed a slope with an angle of more than 70 degrees at most once.
Zhou Shangtai said with some pride. Lao Zhang and Lao Wang on the side both showed incredible looks, although it was only for a brief moment, they then retracted their looks. But the perceptive Yi Ichuan still noticed this detail.
Lao Zhang and Lao Wang are both experts in off-road driving, but despite this, they have never tried a 70-degree slope. To put it bluntly, a slope of that degree looks no different from being upright on the ground.
Yi Ichuan understood.
It seemed that Zhou Shangtai was not only good at making cars, but his own off-road skills were also strong enough to at least be on par with Lao Zhang and Lao Wang, and might even be better than them.
Old Zhou, don't joke with me. I have also tested the Road Hunter.
Old Zhang said.
Zhou Shangtai glanced at him and said with a smile, why would I joke? Lao Zhang stopped talking.
Lao Wang at the side seemed to be thinking about something. Although we are not from your company, we have been invited to test Everest many times, and we have never tried a slope with a 70-degree inclination. If what you said is true, Everest has better performance than many expensive imported off-road vehicles. After hearing this, Zhou Shangtai smiled even more.
Of course. This is the most perfect system that I have put in years of hard work and debugged bit by bit.
In comparison, even cars produced by many old foreign car companies are not as good as Everest. Yi Ichuan sat beside them and listened carefully to their discussion. It is not difficult to see from their words that once the Everest is launched on the market, it will definitely be a disruptive existence in the off-road vehicle world. When imported cars are still maintaining their imported status, constantly increasing their prices and lowering their own configurations, you even have to pay a price to buy them. The emergence of Everest undoubtedly brings hope to those who want to go off-road but are short of money. In particular, this hope is so bright that while it beats a number of imported cars, its price is much lower than that of imported cars. Yi Ichuan became more determined to shoot a good promotional advertisement for this car. If I said that it was because I was excited by the script and wanted to spread this passion. Now, his purpose is no longer limited to this. He wants to help local brands stand up and make those high-end imported cars feel the pressure brought by domestic products.
Xiao Yi, I heard that you started out by shooting public service advertisements?
Zhou Shangtai suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Ichuan and asked. He is much older than Yi Ichuan, so it is reasonable for him to call Yi Ichuan Xiao Yi.
Yes. Yi Ichuan nodded. I heard that the public service advertisement you shot was broadcast on CCTV? Zhou Shangtai asked again.
Right. Oh, that's terrible.
Zhou Shangtai exclaimed. He was born into a military family.
His grandfather had been to the battlefield and participated in the war that determined the fate of the country. Later, when his father was old enough, he joined the army. Even he himself is a retired military man. He created the Everest with the driving skills he learned in the army and the extraordinary talent he showed in this area since he was a child. And his love for this country is unimaginable to others. So when he heard Yi Ichuan personally acknowledge his achievements, Zhou Shangtai felt a deep admiration in his heart. It's great to have young people like you. I hope there will be more and more young people like you, making our motherland stronger and stronger. Zhou Shangtai said with emotion. In order to always protect our motherland, I will naturally do my best within my ability.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile.
Zhou Shangtai gave a thumbs up. When the food came, the group had already been tempted by the aroma of the food, and they all began to eat seriously.
After lunch and some minor adjustments, Yi Ichuan led the large group on their journey. It wasn't long before they reached their destination.
The outer area of the swamp is a jungle that is no different from the surrounding areas.
It's just that the ground is relatively more humid. Due to special geological reasons, every time the moon is full, the tide will flood here. After the tide recedes, a large amount of seawater will remain, completely soaking the soil here. Yi Ichuan introduced, over time, a swamp has formed here.
Zhou Shangtai looked at the swamp from afar. Although the Pathfinder had never been tested in the swamp, he had full confidence in the Pathfinder that he had participated in designing and producing. Even in a swamp, it can be passed through perfectly.
Let's start now? Or? Yi Ichuan asked.
Lao Zhang and Lao Wang stood together, looking at the swamp, and said, to be on the safe side, let's test the risk level of this swamp first.
After all, there are so many of us. Yi H1 looked at Zhou Xiangtai, brother Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Xiangtai nodded and said, I agree. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. We should try to be fully prepared. It's not that he doesn't have confidence in the Pathfinder, but he is concerned about the safety of others. After all, accidents can happen even when you are lying down at home, let alone going into danger in person. Lao Wang drove a Land Rover alone and rushed into the swamp area. The huge, wide tires left a deep mark on the swamp surface, but the vehicle itself did not show any tendency to lose control or sink deeper into the swamp. Yes, Pathfinder can conquer this swamp. Zhou Xiangtai said with a smile. I think it's okay too. Old Zhang Yi, who was standing nearby, gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. In that case, let's start shooting right away. The group packed up their equipment and entered the deserted restricted area in 2 Everest vehicles. Chapter 85 Danger. 2 Everests entered the swamp. Yi Ichuan and Lin Anlin sat in the back seat, while Lao Zhang and Zhou Xiangtai were driving in the front seat. In the other car sat 2 photographers brought from the company and Lao Wang, who was driving. The distance between the 2 cars was not far. Yi Ichuan could clearly see 2 photographers in Lao Wang's car holding cameras and shooting at this side. Everything is fine at the moment. Lao Wang's voice came from the intercom installed in the front row. In order to facilitate communication, they used walkie-talkies. Because in this place, although there is a mobile phone signal, it is very weak and cannot meet the needs of real-time communication. This was something that veterans like Lao Wang had already thought of, so although Yi Ichuan was not prepared, they were already prepared. Everything is fine on my side, Lao Zhang said into the intercom. With the large support surface provided by the wide tires of the Everest, even this swamp that has been soaked in water all year round has no effect on them. Okay, we're starting filming here. Please pay attention and try to perform some operations that are difficult enough to maximize the effect of the program. Lao Wang's voice came from the intercom. Lao Zhang nodded, got it. As a veteran off-road driver, although he rarely has the opportunity to encounter harsh environments such as swamps, his rich experience gives him enough confidence in his operations. Lao Zhang began to slowly press down the accelerator pedal with his toes, slowly increasing the speed. Yi Ichuan sat in the back seat, watching the speed on the dashboard slowly rise from 20 to 60. Although there is a saying in the off-road circle that sand is fast and water is slow, a swamp is neither sand nor water. Lin Anlin, who was sitting next to Yi Ichuan, was a little nervous, and her little hand quietly pinched the hem of Yi Ichuan's clothes. Don't be afraid, relax a little. Yi Ichuan noticed that Lin Anlin was acting strange, and patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. Lin Anlin nodded, but his expression was still nervous and he didn't even want to say anything. Keep going, everything is fine. Lao Zhang said into the intercom. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the pointer is approaching 80. At this time, even Yi Ichuan himself couldn't help but hold the handrail beside him. Get ready, we are about to start and complete the first action. Lao Zhang's tone straightened up, no longer sounding lazy as before. Obviously, even he felt a lot of pressure about the action that was about to begin. At this moment, Lao Zhan was like a general holding the reins tightly in his hands, and Roadshaker was the warhorse that accompanied him to the battlefield. The vehicle suddenly roared, and the Everest braked slightly, and its originally roaring speed dropped sharply. At this moment, he suddenly twisted the steering wheel. Thanks to the excellent differential lock system, the vehicle did not lose control during such an emergency deceleration. At the same time, the huge body completed the first action on this soft swamp. Drift. Although it is not a true drift, it is to turn the originally straight car body around and turn the vertical car body sideways. The wide wheels rolled up the soft mud below, raising a black mud curtain in front. After emergency deceleration, the vehicle quickly regained power and continued to move forward. At the rear, 2 wide furrows plowed by the wheels were left. Perfect. Lao Wang's tone was very excited on the intercom, as if the person who had just completed this difficult move was not Lao Zhang, but him. Pay attention, the action just now has been perfectly recorded, and you can prepare to start the next action at any time. Lao Wang continued. Got it. Lao Zhang replied. The Everest continues to accelerate. The speed once again increased to nearly 80. Behind the Everest driven by Lao Zhang, Lao Wang was following closely in another Everest. The 2 photographers were also concentrating on capturing the scene that would shock the world.
As the speed increased again, Lao Zhang used great strength to hold the steering wheel, and veins bulged on the back of his hands.
Start!
Lao Zhang shouted, both as a reminder and to encourage himself.
The vehicle swung violently and moved sideways 3 or 4 meters in almost an instant.
In the next instant, the Everest swung its body again, preparing to return to its original route. At this moment, Lao Zhang's face suddenly changed. The next moment, it was as if all the support from under the car was suddenly pulled away. The huge body of the Everest dropped dozens of centimeters at this moment, and the wheels that had originally pressed the swamp down sank into the swamp this time.
What happened? Lao Zhang, your car is out of control. It's starting to sink. Lao Wan's anxious voice came from the intercom. This shows that there must be something wrong with this swamp.
For safety reasons, Lao Wang did not enter this area without permission.
I fucking know it, I'm trying to make amends. Lao Zhang also became anxious and yelled. He shifted the vehicle into reverse gear and stepped hard on the accelerator. The road herder let out a deafening roar, like a prehistoric monster. But Lao Zhang's remedial measures did not work at all. On the contrary, due to the extremely fast rotation of the wheels, the mud was flying all over the sky, instantly dyeing the Everest black. At the same time, the rotation of the wheels stirred up the mud below, and the wheels that were originally deeply stuck in the swamp sank nearly 10 centimeters again. At this time, even though each one was sitting in the car, which was probably quite a distance from the ground, he could still see the swamp mud almost at hand outside the window. Damn, move!
Lao Zhang transferred all the power of the vehicle to the rear wheels, temporarily turning this four-wheel drive vehicle into a rear-wheel drive vehicle. The rear wheels were spinning wildly, and even through the thick glass, the sound of the stirring mud could be heard by each one like thunder.
Oh no! Although each one had never been involved in off-road racing, the knowledge he had learned from textbooks was still there. He knew very well that the mud, which originally had a certain tension and was able to support the passage of this huge and heavy off-road vehicle, had been stirred into a mess by the wheels, and the previous tension disappeared at this moment. Without the support of mud tension, even wide tires can only provide a drop in the bucket. You go over, let me do it.
Zhou Xiangtai, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, unbuckled his seatbelt and said to Lao Zhang, who was sitting in the driver's seat.
What?
Old Zhang was already panicked at this time, staring at Zhou Xiangtai blankly.
Get over here quickly! Zhou Xiangtai roared, finally bringing Lao Zhang back to his senses. Chapter 86, Breaking Through Danger. The vehicle's differential lock system is at its best at this time. As one of the designers and manufacturers of Everest, Zhou Xiangtai's understanding of Everest is far beyond what others can compare to. Under his control, the steering wheel turned sharply, and only one of the four wheels received the strong power from the engine. At this moment, Pathfinder seemed to have welcomed back his real master. The roaring engine is like the roar of a wild beast. The right rear wheel, which had gained power, began to spin violently, and under the steering wheel that was turned all the way to the left were two wheels turning left. The power output of the Everest, which was moving in the opposite direction, finally started to move slowly at this moment. The car moved slowly to the left. Because it was already stuck very deep in the water, the vehicle was moving very slowly at this moment. Zhou Xiangtai was concentrating on operating the steering wheel, carefully feeling the feedback from the Everest, and would make subtle adjustments based on the feedback from the Everest at any time. Finally, after 3 or 4 minutes, the Everest, which had been moving slowly for so long, regained its support at this moment. Zhou Xiangtai seized the opportunity at this moment, stepped on the accelerator, released the differential lock, and the Everest returned to four-wheel drive mode. The support provided by the four wheels pulled the Everest out of the deep swamp. Zhou Xiangtai continued to drive, and Lao Wang followed closely behind. After a while, the two cars returned to a safe area. Call. The two Everests slowly stopped in a safe area. Each one opened the car door and got out. After his feet stepped on the solid ground, he breathed a long sigh of relief. The ground that he usually stepped on gave him an unprecedented sense of spaciousness at this moment. He never imagined that simply stepping on solid ground could give him such a feeling. Perhaps this is the meaning of off-road driving. Only when you have been in danger will you love your ordinary life more? Yi Ichuan said with emotion. Zhou Xiangtai, who walked out from the driver's seat, heard Yi Ichuan sigh and smiled. Zhou Xiangtai, who had a look of having survived a disaster, agreed with Yi Ichuan's words, being educated is different. You are right. This is the meaning of off-roading. It's just like those extreme sports that people make fun of on the internet. Athletes who are passionate about extreme sports do not lack love for life or cherish the present life.
On the contrary, they love life more than ordinary people. It's just that they also understand the true meaning of life better than most people. A life as calm as a stagnant pool of water will sooner or later make people feel bored. Only after experiencing the limit of facing death and the feeling of surviving a disaster will they cherish the present peace even more. Brother Joe's skills are really awesome.
Yi each one couldn't help but curse in Chinese at this time.
The situation just now was really too thrilling. He hadn't had any intuitive feeling when he was in the car before, but now after getting out of the car, he saw the mud marks that covered half of the car body. This means that the car body, which was originally 2 meters high, had already sunk more than 1 meter into the swamp just now. If it weren't for Zhou Xiangtai's really strong skills, they might have been completely trapped in the swamp by now. Because the car door was partially submerged in the mud, and the thick mud could not be pushed by human power, so there was no way to open the door under the circumstances at that time. This meant that at that time, if any unexpected situation occurred, they would really not be able to get out.
It's not just my credit, it's mainly because of his contribution.
Zhou Xiangtai pointed at the Pathfinder and said with a smile.
Yes, the car is awesome too. Yi Ichuan praised sincerely.
He has more or less some knowledge about various types of vehicles, even off-road vehicles are no exception. So he knew very well that in the situation just now, if it were any other off-road vehicle, a large part of it would not be able to get out, even if the world's best off-road vehicle player were to drive it. Yi Ichuan, who escaped death, carried the pale-faced Lin Anlin out of the car.
Are you scared? Yi Ichuan took the recliner that Zhou Xiangtai took out of the trunk, put it on the ground, and put Lin Anlin on it.
Fortunately, I prepared a few lounge chairs before setting off. I originally planned to use them to enjoy the scenery, but I ended up using them here first.
Lin Anlin nodded woodenly, still unable to speak.
Although she had never been favored by the Lin family since she was a child, she had never been exposed to such exciting things. The fear of facing death at close range is really not something that ordinary people can accept. Yi Ichuan moved Lin Anlin and the recliner together and placed them under the shade of a big tree. The place happened to be relatively open, with a gentle breeze blowing. Under the breeze, Lin Anlin's condition gradually began to recover. After settling Lin Anlin, Yi Ichuan walked to Zhou Xiangtai with great interest and said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, please teach me how to drive."
Don't you know how to drive?
Zhou Xiangtai, who was used to thinking in a straightforward way, asked blankly. No, I mean you teach me how to ride cross-country.
Yi Ichuan said directly. Zhou Xiangtai nodded and said, okay, no problem.
Yi Ichuan sat in the driver's seat and Zhou Xiangtai sat in the co-pilot's seat. The car started and gradually moved forward.
Under Yi Ichuan's control, the Pathfinder gradually approached a tree root lying on the ground.
The parts exposed above the ground alone have tree roots that are nearly half a meter high, and the entire thing may be more than 1 meter or even 2 meters high. Tree roots at this level are very strong, and there is no need to worry about a heavy car driving over them and crushing the roots.
Yi Ichuan drove the Everest gradually approaching the tree roots.
Under his control, Yi Ichuan could already feel the contact between the wheels and the tree roots. As the Everest continued to move forward, the front half of the car slowly rose up, the wheels passed over the tree roots, and then the front of the car slowly landed on the ground. A few seconds later, the rear wheel also touched the tree roots.
Under Zhou Xiangtai's instruction, Yi Ichuan stepped hard on the accelerator. The road herder roared and quickly crossed the tree root, which was half a meter high. Awesome!
After stepping over the tree roots, Yi Ichuan slowly uttered this word.
Go on, try to go from the side.
Zhou Xiangtai didn't expect Yi Ichuan to be so insightful, and he became interested. One of them was driving, and the other was in the passenger seat teaching how to drive. They used a tree root that broke through the ground more than half a meter and started off-road driving.
And Yi Ichuan's skills also made rapid progress under the guidance of this great master. Chapter 87 Swamp, Conquer. After nearly 2 hours of practice, Yi Ichuan's driving skills improved dramatically.
Lin Anlin had recovered long ago, and he watched Yi Ichuan driving the Everest up and down, feeling a little itchy in his heart.
After Yi Ichuan got tired of playing and stopped, Lin Anlin walked forward. I want to try it too.
Lin Anlin said eagerly. Yi Ichuan looked at Lin Anlin, who was full of expectation, and nodded, okay, be careful. The place where they are now is relatively flat, and as long as they don't do anything outrageous like driving the car into the sky, there will basically be no accidents. After Lin Anlin got in the car, Yi Ichuan watched silently from the side. Be steady. Even though he knew that they were in a very safe place, Yi Ichuan still reminded again with some concern.
Okay, I'm not a child. Why should I worry so much? Lin Anlin seemed to have transformed into a professional driver at this moment.
The only thing on her mind was the Everest that she was driving. As for Yi Ichuan's words, she just went in one ear and out the other. Yi Ichuan sighed slightly. You are so grown up, but you still love to play.
I can't help it. After all, she is your wife. Yi Ichuan, you have to pamper her no matter what.
Of course he didn't say out loud what he was thinking, otherwise if others heard it, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The chairman of Shangyun Group, a young and powerful woman who was a big shot in the business world, is actually the wife of a young man with no background or backing.
The huge Everest is actually not bulky.
Although it looks like a big guy, with the support of powerful power system and flexible four-wheel drive system, it is much more agile than most family cars. Although Lin Anlin had never driven such a powerful off-road vehicle that was designed entirely for off-road driving, with an expert like Zhou Shangtai sitting in the passenger seat, there was no problem and he was able to move forward safely. Under Zhou Shangtai's guidance, Lin Anlin gradually mastered the Roadrunner. As time went by, the photographer in charge of the filming made a preliminary edit of the video. After deleting most of the meaningless footage of normal driving, only about 10 minutes of video might be used.
These 10 minutes included the time when Zhou Shangtai drove the Everest out of a deep swamp. This fragment had never appeared in Yi Ichuan's mind before, and the effect was much better than he expected. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. If he had not been in such a dangerous situation at that time, there would not have been the visually stunning escape scene later. As the sun gradually set, Yi Ichuan and his companions found a suitable place to live nearby. Because the afternoon was so thrilling, although I didn't feel very tired at the time. Even Lin Anlin was very interested in learning cross-country racing at that time. But now that they had really rested, the group felt deeply tired. Therefore, after a simple dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Time passes by little by little. Yi Ichuan sat on the edge of the bed with his legs hanging naturally. The floor-to-ceiling windows were not curtained but left open, allowing the bright moonlight outside to illuminate the room with a silver glow. He just sat casually on the edge of the bed, breathing calmly. His eyes were also closed gently, without any unnecessary force. In this state of complete relaxation, Yi Ichuan once again visualized the mysterious method in his mind. It is the internal energy guiding technique that the system rewards after completing the system task. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still could not feel the chi described in the internal chi guidance technique. This was the nth time he had tried it, but he had never felt the so-called chi. On the contrary, I have become more and more proficient in meditation, and I can easily enter a state of concentration without having to calm down too much. With such concentration, even some so-called masters would have to admit defeat. It's so annoying.
It feels like there's a safe in front of me that contains the most precious treasures in the world. I even have the key to open the safe in my hand, but I don't know how to use it. After a long time, Yi Ichuan opened his eyes helplessly. The incredible world described in the internal chi guiding technique is a treasure more important to Yi Ichuan than any wealth, and the internal chi guiding technique itself is the key that guides him to open the treasure.
However, he had tried many times and still could not master the internal energy guidance technique rewarded by the system.
Forget it, take your time, don't rush.
If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. You will always succeed. Yi Ichuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the night scene outside painted by the moonlight.
He saw a figure walking slowly in the garden of this small farm inn.
Lin Anlin? Yi Ichuan looked carefully. Isn't this his wife? Why are you running outside so late at night? He left the room and followed her out into the yard. Lan, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Can't you sleep without me by your side? Yi Ichuan joked.
There are no outsiders around now, so Yi Ichuan naturally doesn't need to call Lin Anlin Mr. Lin.
You wish. Lin Anlin said softly. Yi Ichuan came closer and asked curiously, why aren't you sleeping so late? I couldn't sleep, so I came out to get some cool breeze and think about things. Lin Anlin explained. Thinking about something? What are you thinking about? Yi Ichuan asked. Lin Anlin glanced at Yi Ichuan and said, it's not convenient to talk to you about these things. Yi Ichuan nodded and said, if it's inconvenient to say, then don't say it.
You just need to know that no matter what the situation is, I will stand behind you and support you unwaveringly. Lin Anlin's eyes flickered, and a look of emotion quietly emerged on her face, which she then concealed. Only Yi Ichuan himself had a sly smile on his face. I will do my best to support you.
Thank you.
Lin Anlin said softly. Just as they were doing this, several very unpleasant buzzing sounds sounded around the two of them. Obviously, although the layout of this small farm hotel is good, it is located in the suburbs where there are relatively few people, and there are many mosquitoes and other things. If we were in the room, with special incense and various insecticidal equipment, we would certainly not be bothered by mosquitoes. But now we are outside, and this small garden is planted with large areas of low shrubs, which is simply a villa area for mosquitoes.
Lan, do you want to see love?
Yi Ichuan asked with a smile, his eyes fixed on a few mosquitoes flying around.
Chapter 88, Old Joe, the spoiler. Love? Lin Anlin asked, somewhat confused. Want to see it? Yi Ichuan did not answer. I do.
After thinking about it for a while, although he didn't understand what kind of medicine Yi Ichuan was selling in his gourd, Lin Anlin still nodded.
That's fine, watch out. Yi Ichuan raised the corner of his mouth. Physical fitness that far exceeds that of ordinary people is not just reflected in strength.
Along with this growth is the overall physical fitness, including vision, hearing, touch, smell, etc.
Naturally, this also includes reaction abilities that surpass those of ordinary people.
Therefore, the mosquito that Lin Anlin could only barely see seemed to be located and locked in Yi Ichuan's eyes. He stretched out his hand seemingly casually, and with a light pinch of his fingers, a mosquito was pinched in his hand. Because of the precise control of strength, when the mosquito was pinched by him, it was still alive, and it was buzzing and struggling at his fingertips. Yi Ichuan placed the mosquito on the stone table beside him.
Lin Anlin's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. How did you do it?
In her opinion, although these mosquitoes did not fly very fast, they were small in size.
Moreover, it was nighttime, and although there was moonlight, the brightness was not very high.
These annoying mosquitoes will disappear from your sight in the next second if you are not careful, even if you are staring at them closely in the last second. However, Yi Ichuan actually started to perform catching mosquitoes in front of her.
As Yi Ichuan waved his arms, mosquitoes were caught one by one.
After secretly exerting force, he was able to maintain the original shape of the mosquitoes and send them to reincarnation. There were more and more mosquitoes on the table, and they were gradually forming a heart-shaped outline. Lin Anlin never expected that the love that Yi Ichuan talked about would appear in front of her in this form. However, she had to admit that with Yi Ichuan's capture, the number of mosquitoes around her had become fewer and fewer, and the dense swarms of mosquitoes flying around her were now few and far between. And she no longer needs to wave her arms to drive away mosquitoes. Yi Ichuan found that his love would require several mosquitoes to complete, but he had already caught all the mosquitoes around him.
Ichuan, I suddenly thought of a story. Lin Anlin said. What story? Yi Ichuan stopped what he was doing when he heard Lin Anlin's words.
At the same time, he secretly laughed and scolded himself in his heart. Yi Ichuan, you don't catch mosquitoes just for the sake of catching them.
How come you are addicted to it?
If Lin Anlin hadn't spoken, Yi Ichuan would have planned to run to the side and catch a few more to fill in the broken heart.
Do you know the Frog Prince? Lin Anlin asked. Yi Ichuan nodded and said, Of course I know.
I have heard this story since I was a child.
There are various versions of it.
However, the ending of the story is nothing more than the princess kissed the frog, and the frog turned into a handsome prince. In the end, the princess and the frog prince lived a shameless and happy life.
Lin Anlin blushed immediately after hearing the last four words that Yi Ichuan deliberately emphasized. I feel like you are like a frog now. Lin Anlin said with a smile. Why would it be a frog?
I'm so handsome, strong and muscular, I must be a prince at least. Yi Ichuan protested against Lin Anlin calling him a frog.
Because your skill in catching mosquitoes is so amazing, it's more effective than insecticide. Lin Anlin said.
Okay, it's a frog, but in the story the princess kissed the frog in the end.
Yi Ichuan looked at Lin Anlin.
The moment he made this move, Lin Anlin's pretty face quickly came over.
In an instant, countless years flashed through Yi Ichuan's mind. What the hell? The princess is going to kiss the frog, and I'm going to be a prince. No, it's not possible. It's a different era now. A prince is not as popular as Mr. Wang. I have to at least become Mr. Yi. Countless chaotic and unreasonable thoughts appeared in Yi Ichuan's mind.
At this time, he seemed to have lost control of his body. He stood straight and quietly allowed Lin Anlin to approach him. Getting closer and closer, the distance between them was less than 20 centimeters.
At this moment, a loud and powerful voice sounded. Hey! Xiao Yi, Mr. Lin, you are still awake so late?
Why are you two standing so close to each other? Zhou Shangtai walked out from the side.
Lin Anlin's movement towards Yi Ichuan suddenly stopped.
Her face was like a ripe red apple, and she turned around and ran away shyly. Yi Ichuan stayed where he was, staring blankly in the direction Lin Anlin left. Old Zhou! He roared in a low voice. Zhou Shangtai, who walked out from the side, had no idea how much damage his appearance just now had brought to Yi Ichuan.
What's wrong?
Zhou Shangtai saw Yi Ichuan shouting so hard and thought something had happened, so he ran over and asked. Looking at the innocent Zhou Shangtai, Yi Ichuan could only shake his head helplessly. It's okay.
It's okay. I just saw Director Lin standing in front of you. What were you two doing? Lao Zhou asked curiously.
Yi Ichuan was shocked. Okay, old Zhou, I didn't expect that you look honest, but in fact you were such a person. This one sentence made Yi Ichuan at a loss for words.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Old Zhou continued to ask without any realization.
Yes, I feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Ichuan said word by word with gritted teeth.
Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?
Zhou Xiangtai immediately asked with concern.
It's okay, I just have a little stomachache. Yi Ichuan said, holding his head. Zhou Xiangtai looked at his hand on his forehead and asked, Isn't this the head?
Oh, I pressed the wrong place. Yi Ichuan moved his arm down and pressed it in front of his heart. He felt that if he continued like this, no matter how good his physical condition was, he would have a myocardial infarction because of Lao Zhou's anger.
Isn't this a heart?
Old Zhou's eyes were sincere but also contained some other emotions. Yi Ichuan suddenly had the illusion that he was a fool being watched by others.
Obviously, in addition to sincerity, another emotion in Lao Zhou's eyes might be pity.
Maybe at this time Zhou Xiangtai was still thinking in his heart, such a good young man, how could he be a fool?
He. Yi Ichuan laughed awkwardly. Why aren't you sleeping so late at night?
If Zhou Xiangtai hadn't come out in the middle of the night, he would have really kissed Lin Anlin just now. The most important thing is that this time it was Lin Anlin who took the initiative.
Chapter 89, Zhou Shangtai's story. After Yi Ichuan asked the question, Zhou Shangtai rarely gave a direct answer. Although Yi Ichuan had only just met Zhou Shangtai, he already had a preliminary understanding of him. Lao Zhou is a straightforward person no matter what he does or says. This is the first time he needs to stop. What's wrong? You don't want to tell me a story in the middle of the night, do you? Yi Ichuan teased with a smile. Zhou Shangtai smiled innocently and said, Yes. Yi Ichuan's smile froze. Who wants to hear your story this late at night? I'm in a hurry to find my wife to warm her bed. You don't have a wife, but I do.
There was a storm in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore Zhou Shangtai and leave directly, reward, 100,000. Option 2, listen carefully to Zhou Shangtai's story, reward, 50,000, and Zhou Shangtai's favor.
Drink something? Yi Ichuan said suddenly.
After hearing the system's voice, he had already made a decision in his mind. There is only a difference of 50,000 between 50,000 and 100,000, but the latter option also includes Zhou Shangtai's favor. Based on his understanding of the system, in this situation, choosing the latter option is generally the most profitable.
Okay.
Zhou Shangtai himself was also a person who liked to drink. When he heard Yi Ichuan say this, he immediately agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, you have stories and I have wine, we are good friends.
Let's go. Yi Ichuan took Zhou Shangtai to the restaurant. This small farm inn is really something. It's not very big, but the restaurant is open 24 hours a day. You can walk into the restaurant at any time and order a few dishes and a few drinks. Yi Ichuan then understood why the price of this small hotel was so high.
The two of them carried several boxes of wine and ordered some delicious dishes to go with the wine. Yi Ichuan and Zhou Shangtai sat at a small table, facing each other.
Actually, I suffer from severe insomnia. Zhou Shangtai's first sentence overturned Yi Ichuan's perception of him. In Yi Ichuan's opinion, wouldn't a straightforward man like Lao Zhou usually fall asleep as soon as he touches the pillow? I don't think about anything unnecessary at all. When I go to sleep, I just go to sleep. But Lao Zhou said he suffered from severe insomnia. Why? Yi Ichuan realized that there must be something going on.
Old Zhou drank half a bottle of wine in one gulp, burped, and then spoke slowly with satisfaction. I have been involved in the construction of the Pathfinder since the very beginning of its concept. Whether it's the concept car or the design drawings, or even the finished car today, or the actual car that will be put on the market and sold soon, all of them are the product of my hard work, but I'm still a little uncertain.
Zhou Xiangtai took another big sip. Is Pathfinder good? Very good. He is like my child. No parent in the world would say that their child is not good. But the pressure in my heart is still like a mountain, pressing on my heart. It is too heavy. It is so heavy that I can't breathe for a long time every night when I lie in bed. Yi Ichuan nodded.
When he had just graduated, he came to Qincheng alone. In this place of decadence and extravagance, he lay awake every night.
There is both high hope for the future and intense pressure. I went through the same thing back then. Yi Ichuan didn't let Zhou Xiangtai talk alone.
At that time, I had just graduated from school. I thought I would be able to make a name for myself, become famous, and be successful, but the reality was too cruel.
Yi Ichuan also took a big sip. What Qincheng lacks the least is all kinds of high-quality talents.
If someone like me were placed in Qincheng, which is full of high-achieving students, to put it bluntly, no one would notice me.
Zhou Xiangtai listened carefully. To be honest, it feels like a dream that I have achieved what I have today. I can't believe it myself. Yi Ichuan said slowly. It really is like a dream.
He had finally found the Shang Yun Group at that time. After successfully joining the company, during the 3-month internship, there were so many things to do every day that he wanted to commit suicide. It was his diligence that made Lu Ming, the department manager at the time, notice this in turn.
The conscientious intern was more hardworking than all the regular employees.
Later, he was able to succeed thanks to the help of the system and the recognition of those big guys. If it weren't for Director Lu, even if he had great talent, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such success in such a short period of time that would be praised by the bigwigs of CCTV.
So I understand your pressure, but don't be afraid, everything will pass. Yi Ichuan comforted. In my opinion, Everest is the top car in the industry.
Even when it was first launched, everyone kept a wait-and-see attitude and sales might be average, but there will always be people who try it, and those who try it are the cornerstone for Everest to reach the top in the future.
They are like living advertisements. After being impressed by Everest, they will promote it and recommend it to people around them. Only from that time on, the sales of Everest will start to soar. Yi Ichuan was right.
No matter what it was, there would inevitably be countless difficulties and obstacles in the early stages of development. But as long as you are strong enough and can overcome these difficulties, a bright future will be ahead of you.
Zhou Xiangtai nodded, picked up his glass and clinked it with Yi Ichuan. Go one.
The two men raised their heads and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp.
I was different back then. Zhou Xiangtai began.
After all, he was nearly 10 years older than Yi Ichuan, and his experiences were not much similar to Yi Ichuan's. At that time, I graduated from Jiangnan University of Technology, said Zhou Xiangtai. When Yi Ichuan heard this, his eyes lit up. Jiangnan University of Technology is the top university in Jiangnan province, and even ranks among the top 10 in the country. I didn't expect that Zhou Xiangtai, who looks unprepossessing, is actually an excellent student. I spent 3 years in the military, and after I was discharged, I plunged into this industry. Zhou Xiangtai's tone sounded a little lonely.
It was not easy to do business at that time. The car market was almost entirely imported.
It was extremely difficult to make some achievements in China.
Not only are there technical blockades by foreign manufacturers, but there are also various restrictions by local manufacturers. It's like a cage of crabs.
If I want to climb out, I will be held back by all the other crabs, preventing me from climbing up.
Chapter 90 The Second Mission? Yi Ichuan nodded, expressing his agreement with this point.
Just like in the workplace, once a person has achieved certain results, most of his colleagues will still be polite to him on the surface, but secretly, they really don't want him to have such results and would like to pull him down. At that time, to be honest, even my grandfather, who loved this country so much, didn't think I would be a good candidate for building a car, said Zhou Xiangtai. His grandfather was an old soldier who survived the battlefield and is now nearly 100 years old. This is the kind of person who doesn't even think highly of his own grandson building cars. This shows how bad local brands were at the beginning.
It's too difficult.
Zhou Xiangtai sighed, with a gleam in his eyes. He raised his head, trying not to let the tears well up in his eyes fall out. At that time, I was not working for this car company, but for another one. Zhou Xiangtai revealed a look of nostalgia. At that time, I took the lead in designing a small car that was very suitable for family use. After the concept car was released above the station, the entire domestic market was shocked. That car was my first work, and it was the product of countless efforts of mine. After it became a hit at the auto show, I didn't expect that what I would receive was not praise from local manufacturers, but their despicable tactics. Zhou Xiangtai pulled up his sleeves. Below the sleeve, on the arm, there was a long scar running from top to bottom, almost covering the entire upper arm. The hideous scars seemed to be telling something silently. The launch of that car not only brought pressure to imported cars, but also to local brands. In order to gain the limited market share already suppressed by imported cars, they sent people to kidnap me when I was off work and wanted me to hand over the design drawings. Zhou Xiangtai's tone was a little excited when he said this. Each one seemed to see the same moment back then, when Zhou Xiangtai was still intercepted on a road that was not unpopulated. My hand was injured at that time. Zhou Xiangtai's tone was a little lonely. To be honest, I have been a little confused since then. I have tried so hard to help local brands stand up. Is there really hope? Or is it really necessary? This is a question that has been bothering me. Let me be frank. Even now, I still haven't figured it out. Zhou Xiangtai said seriously. Don't think about things that you can't figure out. Yichuan poured a full glass of wine for Lao Zhou. Let's go. The two clinked their glasses and drank another large glass of wine. The 2 boxes of wine that were originally carried over were drunk up in a short while. From this we can see that during such a short period of time, the two people's mood was actually not calm. I'll go get the wine. Lao Zhou stood up and said. Looking at his back, Yichuan suddenly had an idea in his mind. Script. He thought of it. He had been thinking about where he had heard the story that Lao Zhou told. And now, he knew that among the 10 scripts given by the system, one of them was actually made based on Lao Zhou's template. Could it be that the protagonist of that script is Lao Zhou? Yichuan couldn't believe it, but after careful consideration, it seemed that only Lao Zhou was the most suitable for such a role. Those clear eyes, even though he is already over 30 years old, are still free of any extra impurities. Lao Zhou's idea is very simple. He just wants to build better cars and help local car brands stand up. Let local automobile brands be qualified to stand in front of those old and well-established manufacturers that have been developing for decades or even hundreds of years and raise their heads proudly. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, let it be, reward, 500,000. Option 2, recruit Zhou Xiangtai and make him the protagonist of the script in your hand. Reward, 500,000 in Zhou Xiangtai's trust. The second task? In less than an hour, Yichuan had already received the second task regarding Zhou Xiangtai. This has never happened before. Could it be that the system is reminding me not to let go of such a good talent? Yichuan was secretly surprised. No matter what, we must win over Lao Zhou. Yichuan made up his mind. When Lao Zhou came back, he was carrying 2 boxes of wine. Come on, keep drinking. Yichuan called. Let's just forget about what happened just now. We all have to look forward. Old Zhou, you have to believe in yourself and believe in the road shaker. Yichuan said with a smile. Of course I believe in the road hunter. It seemed that because he had said what he had been holding in his heart for so long, Lao Zhou's mood suddenly became much brighter. Keep drinking. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Yichuan said with a smile. What's the matter? Zhou Xiangtai asked after taking a bite of chicken feet and taking a big sip of wine. Yichuan smiled slightly and said, Old Zhou, do you usually watch short videos? Zhou Xiangtai nodded and said, Look, I sometimes watch it when I have nothing to do. There are all kinds of videos about cars on it. Yichuan was ashamed. It turned out that this big data was very accurate. For those who like to watch beauties, the short videos recommended are all about beauties of various styles. Lao Zhou, who likes cars, has all kinds of cars in his short videos. Old Zhou, have you ever thought about shooting short videos yourself? Yichuan asked tentatively. Zhou Xiangtai shook his head and said, I'm not interested. I just want to build the car now. When Yichuan heard this, he knew that just a few words would not be enough to impress this idiot. He took out his mobile phone and opened the short video app. Did you see it? Yichuan randomly clicked on the homepage of a famous internet celebrity. This is the influence of big influencers. On the homepage of that internet celebrity, there are many introductions about a product. It is precisely because of the cooperation between this internet celebrity and this product that the sales volume of this product has reached the total of nearly 10 years in less than a month. Have you ever thought that if you also have so many fans, as long as you stand up and say that the Everest is a good car, your fans will definitely buy it? What's more, the Everest itself is good, and it's not considered as cheating, you are just recommending a good enough car. Yi Ichuan coaxed. Zhou Xiangtai frowned and fell into thought. Obviously, what Yi Ichuan said made a lot of sense. Even though Lao Zhou had no interest in this area, he became interested at this time.
Chapter 91, Recruitment completed.
Yi Ichuan's words seemed to have some special magic, with a special temptation that aroused the interest of Zhou Xiangtai, who was originally not interested in this aspect.
Can you tell me more specifically what you think?
Zhou Xiangtai frowned and thought carefully for a moment. After all, he didn't know enough about this aspect, so he still didn't think of the key points, so he asked Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan was delighted.
Zhou Xiangtai's willingness to speak meant that the matter was already halfway to success. I'm afraid Zhou Xiangtai has no interest in this at all, which would be really difficult.
It's actually very simple.
Yi Ichuan organized his thoughts and began to tell the story.
Think about it, if you really become an internet celebrity with a certain degree of fame, let's not talk about the big internet celebrities with millions of fans, even if you are just a small internet celebrity with only 200,000 or 300,000 fans, wouldn't you also have a strong influence? Zhou Xiangtai nodded and said, yes.
Yi Ichuan continued with a smile, and you also know that only people who are interested in you will follow you and become your fans.
If I help you become a car blogger, do you think that the fans who follow you are likely to be interested in cars, or even people working in the automotive industry?
Zhou Xiangtai nodded in agreement again. Although he was not very interested in this area and did not know much about it, he still knew the most basic information.
That's right.
Since the people who follow you are basically car enthusiasts, there must be people from the car manufacturing industry among them.
As long as you, the internet celebrity who is liked and followed by them, speak up, won't it have a certain influence? Yi Ichuan is like the shepherd in the scriptures, using his own truth to tame the lambs. As long as your influence is strong enough, it will inevitably bring about certain changes to the automotive industry.
No matter how big or small the change is, at least it is a positive and progressive change, and that is enough. If he simply relied on himself to work hard and only thought about making a career to influence such a large market as automobile, maybe he could do it, but it was too difficult.
Even Zhou Xiangtai did not have much confidence in himself, otherwise he would not have suffered from insomnia all night long. What you said does make sense. Zhou Xiangtai nodded. That's right. Besides, don't you still believe in me?
With me here, I dare not say that you can become the #1 car blogger, but it must be much more than the 200,000 or 300,000 fans I mentioned just now. Yi Ichuan slapped his thigh and said excitedly.
It's done.
Zhou Xiangtai's words basically meant that this technical man with real skills had completely agreed with what he said.
Okay, then I'll believe you.
Zhou Xiangtai stretched out his hand, and the wine glass in his hand collided with Yi Ichuan's glass with a clang.
Okay, cheers for a better tomorrow and to fulfill your ambitions. The two men laughed heartily and drank up the wine in their glasses.
Ding, the host has completed the task, listen to Zhou Xiangtai's story. Ding, the reward has been issued. Reward, 50,000, and Zhou Xiangtai's favor. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the task, recruit Zhou Xiangtai, and make him the protagonist of his own script. Ding, the reward has been issued. Reward, 500,000, and Zhou Xiangtai's trust. As the system's voices rang out in Yi Ichuan's mind one after another, Yi Ichuan was so excited that tears were about to come out. The mission was accomplished, the reward was received, and he also found a protagonist that was extremely suitable for his 10 scripts. In comparison, the rewards brought by the Pathfinder mission seem insignificant.
Because what Zhou Xiangtai can bring to Yi Ichuan cannot be measured by money.
The two expressed what they had suppressed in their hearts for a long time, and both gained a future goal.
In an instant, the original depressed mood was swept away.
Zhou Xiangtai, who originally had very few facial expressions, began to smile more often. The two of them went from drinking to relieve depression in the beginning to drinking to celebrate now. After 3 rounds of drinks, all the appetizers on the table had been eaten up, and there were 6 boxes full of empty wine bottles under the table.
It's delicious.
After finishing the wine in his glass once again, Yi Ichuan let out a long sigh and laughed heartily.
Zhou Xiangtai also laughed. I feel great too. I guess I won't suffer from insomnia anymore.
The two looked at each other and laughed again.
It's getting late, brother Zhou. Go back and have a rest first. We'll continue shooting the promotional commercial for Evergrande tomorrow, Yi Ichuan said while burping.
The two men staggered to their feet and walked out drunkenly.
After saying goodbye, Yi Ichuan walked towards his residence. After entering the small building, he counted the doors of the rooms. The first door, the second door, the third door? Yi Ichuan was confused as he looked at the overlapping doors in front of him.
Originally, there should be only 3 rooms on this floor, but in Yi Ichuan's eyes, there were 6 doors in front of him, overlapping each other and unable to be recognized at all.
Is anyone there?
Yi Ichuan, who was already a little drunk, picked a door at random, walked over and knocked a few times.
He forgot that if this was his room, there should be no one in it.
After he knocked on the door a few times, it actually opened.
Yi Ichuan didn't think there was anything wrong.
In his opinion now, knocking on the door and then the door opening was a very normal and reasonable thing. Without thinking too much, he walked straight in, found the bed, and fell on it. It was already past 2 in the morning. Feeling sleepy and drunk, Yi Ichuan fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep in just a few breaths. Beside him, a figure was also lying on the bed in a daze, continuing to sleep. No words were spoken that night. In the huge room, there was only the faint breathing sound of 2 sleeping people, and time passed slowly. Outside the house, a ray of sunlight gradually emanated from the end of the horizon, and then the fiery red sun rose from the end of the horizon. Driven by the biological clock, the figure lying next to Yi Ichuan hummed a few times in a daze and turned over in bed with sleepy eyes. A terrified cry piercing the sky broke the silence of the early morning. After Lin Anlin turned over, he felt as if he had crushed something, and the remaining sleepiness instantly disappeared. She looked carefully and saw a familiar figure lying next to her.
Chapter 92, Gongna Snow Mountain.
Lin Anlin looked at Yi Ichuan, who was sleeping peacefully beside him, and his muscular body wearing only a pair of shorts, and slapped Yi Ichuan on the back.
How did you get in? Lin Anlin asked in horror.
Yi Ichuan groaned in pain and slowly woke up.
What the hell? Yi Ichuan was really surprised when he saw Lin Anlin with an angry face beside him. Why are you here?
Yi Ichuan grabbed the cup and curled himself up in the quilt. However, his action directly resulted in the thin blanket originally covering Lin Anlin being lifted up, revealing the body of Lin Anlin, who was only wearing a thin pajamas. Lin Anlin screamed, snatched the cup back and wrapped it around herself.
You ask me? I still have something to ask you. How did you get in? Lin Anlin had no memory of that night at all.
Perhaps he was in a deep sleep at the time and his brain was not so active, so after he opened the door for Yi Ichuan in a daze, he did not realize that there was anything wrong, just like Yi Ichuan.
Isn't this my room?
Yi Ichuan grabbed the pants thrown at the foot of the bed and put them on with his back to Lin Anlin.
This is not my room. While putting on his pants, Yi Ichuan also saw the surrounding layout clearly.
It was not his previous room at all.
How did I get in last night?
He racked his brains but couldn't find any memory of what happened last night.
How should I know? Lin Anlin also realized that Yi Ichuan might not be acting like a hooligan on purpose.
Even after a night, the strong smell of alcohol on Yi Ichuan still lingered for a long time. Although the misunderstanding has been resolved now, Lin Anlin felt very hot after all. He had slept in the same bed with the person next to him for a whole night. It can be imagined that Lin Anlin's whole body must have turned red at this time.
Still looking.
Yi Ichuan stared at the shy Lin Anlin in front of him with his eyes wide open.
My wife is so beautiful.
Yi Ichuan murmured subconsciously.
Lin Anlin grabbed the pillow and threw it at Yi Ichuan. Roll. Yi Ichuan woke up as if from a dream.
He quickly picked up his shirt and slipped away as if he was escaping. Lin Anlin bit her lip as she watched Yi Ichuan, who was only wearing pants and running out in a hurry.
This bastard only knows how to take advantage. Yi Ichuan quickly left the room and closed the door behind him.
However, Yi Ichuan, who had just walked out of the room, was stunned when he saw the figure in front of him.
You.
The girl in charge of photography who came from the company stared blankly at Yi Ichuan, who was disheveled and had messy hair, walking out of Lin Anlin's room. At this moment, Yi Ichuan just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Well, I was talking about the script with director Lin. Do you understand what I mean by talking about the script? It's not what you think. Yi Ichuan explained hurriedly.
The photographer girl said oh in a long tone. As soon as Yi Ichuan saw her like this, he knew that she definitely didn't believe his lies.
Nonsense, unless you are a retard, no one will believe Yi Ichuan's words.
It was early in the morning, and his clothes were disheveled, his hair was messy, and he looked so flustered.
Is this a serious discussion about a script? Unless the script itself is wrong. Ahem, hurry up and get ready. It's already late. Go have breakfast so you can get going.
Knowing that the photographer girl would not believe his words, each one had to change the subject. The photographer smiled with an ambiguous meaning and gave each one a thumbs up. Okay, Manager Yi. Seeing the photographer leave, each one breathed a sigh of relief. I hope it's reliable. He shouted at the girl's back, just pretend you didn't see anything. The photographer girl didn't answer, but raised her hand and made an okay gesture. After sending the photographer away, each one breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that everything was alright. It should be fine. If this kind of thing is told to others, it will bring trouble to oneself.
No one would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Each one muttered.
The photographer was the only one who saw this incident.
If the matter was exposed, it could only be her.
I think as long as you are not a fool, you can weigh the pros and cons and know what not to say. After the little farce was over, each one and the others had a simple breakfast, packed up their things and headed to the next place. Because the desert Gobi and snow-capped mountains are all in the northwest, they set off directly to the northwest.
Should we go to the snow-capped mountains first or to the desert first? Lao Zhang asked while holding the steering wheel.
Now there are 4 driving experts among their group, so they are not afraid of driving long distances because they can take turns driving.
Let's go to the snow mountains first.
The weather there will be good for the next half-month, which is suitable for filming. After this period of time, we will have to wait for more than a month for such good weather.
Each one checked the information and confirmed the destination of this trip.
Okay, it's on the way anyway, and the snow-capped mountains are relatively close.
We can use it as a transfer. Even if we take turns driving, we can't drive directly to the desert. It's too far. Lao Zhang nodded.
We stopped and walked along the way without being too anxious, and gradually approached the plateau area in the west at a normal speed. There, the country has the highest average altitude and the most magnificent mountains. The snow-capped mountains that we are going to photograph on this trip are in that mountain range. After driving for a whole week, the group finally got very close to their destination. Snow mountains. Each one was driving the car, and the co-pilot was Lao Zhang, who took turns driving with him.
On this straight road, each one stared blankly at the towering mountains that rose into the clouds.
This was the first time he saw the snow-capped mountains with his own eyes, which he had only seen in various media. Like a sword, piercing straight into the sky. Starting from halfway up the mountain, the white snow line covers the area upwards. Like a holy fairyland, it exudes a mysterious and noble atmosphere everywhere.
This is the place we are about to visit. Each one said.
This mountain is the supreme sacred mountain in the local people's beliefs, so he did not use the word conquer. This is his respect for the beliefs of this nation and his awe for this holy mountain. Snow mountains have always been a forbidden area for humans that is extremely difficult to conquer. He just stood there quietly, witnessing the passing of centuries and the rise and fall of dynasties. Like a guardian who has existed since time immemorial, he enjoys the loneliness in this world alone.
Gongna Snow Mountain, here I come. Blood was surging in each one's body.
He recalled the scene that was circulating in his mind that day, and cut off the thick snow that had existed for thousands of years like splitting a mountain.
Chapter 93, Dream.
Gongna Snow Mountain is not the highest snow mountain in China, but its fame is definitely among the top. Not to mention his majesty, the sight of thousands of people worshipping him during those rare times when his true appearance is revealed is enough to prove a lot. In the belief of local people, being able to see the true appearance of Mount Gongna means good luck. Because he is shrouded in clouds almost all year round, he rarely reveals himself completely like he does today.
The reason why each one chose this place as the filming location was to take advantage of the fame of the Gongna Snow Mountain.
I think it would be an exciting thing if the Gunnar Snow Mountain, which is rarely seen by people, appeared in the promotional advertisements. After driving for more than an hour, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The probability of the Gongna Snow Mountain showing its full appearance is not high, so we have to hurry. Otherwise, if we miss today, we don't know when we will have to wait to see the true appearance of the Gongna Snow Mountain again.
Each one parked the car.
Some final adjustments are needed before heading to Gunnar Snow Mountain. They only had about 2 days, and because of an unexpected event, they needed to complete the filming as soon as possible.
After getting out of the car, even each one felt a chill penetrating into his bones.
Because of the high altitude, the temperature in the plateau area is much lower than that in the south of the Yangtze River. Besides, it was already nearly dusk, and without the sunlight, it was extremely cold. Even a person with an extraordinary physique like Yi Ichuan could not withstand such an extremely harsh environment.
Everyone put on the thick clothes you prepared. The nights here are very cold.
Yi Ichuan took out a cotton padded jacket that he had prepared long ago from the trunk, put it on, and also took one for Lin Anlin. Put it on quickly, be careful not to catch a cold,
Yi Ichuan urged.
The first feeling Lin Anlin had after getting off the car was not the cold, but difficulty breathing.
Indeed, with Yi Ichuan's physique, he can still breathe freely even in the oxygen-deficient environment of the plateau, but it is different for others.
Especially the relatively weak Lin Anlin.
Yi Ichuan looked at Lin Anlin, who seemed a little dazed due to lack of oxygen.
He stretched out his fingers to scratch her pretty little nose and smiled. He took out a small oxygen cylinder that he had prepared long ago from the trunk, opened it and handed it to Lin Anlin. After Lin Anlin took the oxygen cylinder and took several deep breaths, he felt the uncomfortable feeling gradually dissipate.
The plateau, so this is what it's like. Lin Anlin said with emotion, I've never been to the plateau.
I only know it's beautiful here, but I forgot that the air is thin. After Lin Anlin recovered, he put on his cotton jacket.
Looking at Yi Ichuan who looked the same, he couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion, why are you okay?
Although Lin Anlin is a relatively weak type, even strong men like Lao Zhang and Lao Wang, who run around outside all year round and are as strong as donkeys, still don't look very good. Only Yi Ichuan acted as if nothing had happened. After getting off the car, he jumped up and down, grabbing his cotton jacket and oxygen cylinder. If you didn't know him, you would have thought he grew up on the plateau and had long been accustomed to the environment.
But Lin Anlin knew that this was Yi Ichuan's first time to the plateau.
Before coming here, he was a real Jiangnan person.
Maybe it's because my physical fitness is better, Yi Ichuan said with a smile. He looked at Lao Zhang, who had difficulty putting on his cotton jacket, and said with a smile, Lao Zhang, are you okay? Can you drive normally tomorrow? Lao Zhang put on his cotton padded jacket with great difficulty and said, what are you talking about? I'm a tough guy, what can a mere plateau do to me?
Although Lao Zhang spoke so proudly, his breathing, which was as loud as a blower, betrayed him. Among the group, apart from Yi Ichuan, Zhou Xiangtai was the only one who was relatively normal. The plateau did not have much impact on him. Everyone picked up their belongings and entered the BB where they had booked a room long ago.
After all, it is a plateau area.
Although the Gongna Snow Mountain is a well-known tourist destination in China, the Gongna Snow Mountain appears very rarely. Therefore, although it is famous enough, not many people actually come to travel. It is for this reason that the foot of the Gongna Snow Mountain has not formed an environment where tourism is the main industry. There are no hotels, only homestays converted by locals from their own homes.
The homestay that Yi Ichuan and his friends had booked was the best one here.
Since all expenses were reimbursed by Shang Yun Group and Tan Shiyun, Yi Ichuan spent money without any scrimping, and would use the best available. After entering the BB, all the fatigue brought by the long journey burst out after I took a rest. At this time, even a freak like Yi Ichuan, who was always full of energy, couldn't help feeling a little tired. Before 9 o'clock, everyone had already laid down on the bed and fell asleep.
Even Yi Ichuan is no exception.
Under the sky, gusts of strong wind seemed to be about to shatter the mountains.
Above the endless white snow is a restricted area where humans cannot enter.
A figure walked step by step on the tall mountains that had been frozen for countless years.
Conquer.
The man kept repeating monotonous words, even though the cold wind around him was like a cold knife cutting into his body.
One deep footprint after another was left behind him, witnessing this brave man's challenge to this forbidden zone for humans.
On the top of the mountain, the snow was trembling, as if the world was ending, and waves of snow were falling from that extremely high altitude. The man looked at the white snow falling rapidly from high above, covering the sky like a landslide.
Roar!
He roared like a wild beast, and instead of retreating, he advanced in the face of this disaster that could destroy all life. He rushed into the snow wave. On the bed, Yi Ichuan woke up with a start.
Dream?
But this dream was too real. He could remember even the smallest details clearly, as if he had really experienced it. I have a feeling that this shoot won't go smoothly.
Yi Ichuan felt a little depressed.
I don't know if it's psychological or some other reason. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Anlin's voice came from outside the house, Yi Ichuan, get up and have breakfast. Yi Ichuan jumped up from the bed in an instant, forgetting everything he had seen in his dream.
Come on.
He quickly put on his clothes and opened the door.
My wife came to wake me up for breakfast?
Yi Ichuan said with a sly smile.
Chapter 94 Avalanche. Is everything ready? Yi Ichuan repeated again as they were about to set off. I'm ready.
Zhou Shangtai patted the backpack in front of him and said.
Okay. Yi Ichuan nodded. Let's go.
After putting all the stuff in the car, the group drove 2 Everest vehicles towards the holy mountain.
The scenery here is really nice.
Lao Shang, who was driving, was a rough man, but even so, he was still shocked by the beautiful scenery along the way.
Yi Ichuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, frowned slightly. Lao Zhang's words actually woke him up.
As the saying goes, the speaker is unintentional but the listener is intentional.
After Yi Ichuan heard Lao Zhang's casual sigh, a perfect idea appeared in his mind.
He picked up the intercom and said, "Attention, cameraman, we can start filming now.
We will mainly focus on the scenery and various wonders along the way.
I want to record this trip completely and make it into a documentary." Lin Anlin in the back row heard Yi Ichuan's words, thought for a moment, and said, "Your idea is not bad. The Gunnar Snow Mountain is rarely seen by people, and if they record everything they see and hear along the way, it will be a sensational video once released."
In particular, this video is related to Yi Ichuan.
With this relationship with Yi Ichuan, as long as there are no major accidents, it is estimated that it will be circulated wildly on major portals.
This is Yi Ichuan's idea.
As long as he can complete the filming, he can edit the best part and post it on his personal account. He had previously obtained the qualification to register an account from the system, although he has not registered yet. But this thing is still very useful, Yi Ichuan just doesn't have time to do it recently. After completing the shooting of this video, he will start to operate his personal account. While his popularity has not faded during this period, as long as he establishes an account and releases a sufficiently good work, he will be able to gain a foothold in this flourishing online world.
Got it. Filming has started.
The voice of Lao Wang, who was driving behind, came from the intercom.
Why is Xiao Ye taking this picture? Zhou Shangtai still had some confusion.
Of course, it is to share such beautiful scenery with the world.
Isn't this also promoting our country? Yi Ichuan replied with a smile. That makes some sense.
Zhou Shangtai suddenly realized.
Sure enough, Yi Ichuan couldn't help laughing.
In front of this man who loves his motherland so much, no matter what the matter is, as long as it is beneficial to the country, he will be supported by this man.
When do we start shooting the promotional video? Lao Wang's voice came from the intercom.
In comparison, he was more concerned about this. After all, he had taken Tan Shiyun's money, and he and Tan Shiyun were good friends. He was more concerned about Tan Shiyun's affairs.
Don't be anxious, Lao Wang. We haven't reached the most magnificent section yet.
Even if we start shooting now, the excellence of the Everest cannot be shown.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile.
In fact, in his heart, the dream he had in the morning has always been like a big stone pressing on his heart, making him a little afraid. After all, in the face of such a disaster, let alone an off-road vehicle like the Everest, even a light tank would not dare to say that it could survive it. It was precisely this concern that prevented Yi Ichuan from starting filming. Because starting to shoot means starting to enter dangerous situations. Without dangerous situations, just climbing up the mountain in such a plain way can also reflect the excellence of the road hurry, but it is still not enough to achieve the effect of standing out from the crowd. As for the dangerous situation in his dream, he didn't dare to go into that kind of dangerous situation.
Thinking of this, Yi Ichuan's mood suddenly became depressed.
Outside the window, large flakes of snow were thrown into the air by the wheels of the Everest. But at this moment, Yi Ichuan was in no mood to look at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He was immersed in his own world. Lin Anlin leaned against the bed in the back seat, staring at the white snow outside the window. She has been living in Jiangnan province all her life and has seen snow very few times. Even on those few occasions, it was just a few snowflakes floating in the sky and then stopped. There was no magnificent sight like the one now. This white snow seems to be the only color between heaven and earth, bridging the distance between heaven and earth. Lin Anlin had an illusion at this moment that she was not going up the mountain, but up the sky. For no reason, Lin Anlin smiled.
This smile is different from any previous ones.
All the previous smiles had reasons. Maybe you saw or heard something funny, or maybe you are happy because a difficult problem has been solved. Or maybe it's because that person has always been by my side without hesitation, and I'm touched by it. Neither, she was just laughing for no reason. My mood was cleansed at this moment. This mountain seemed to say a lot of things in Lin Anlin's ears. She looked at each one in the front row, who was currently thinking about something with his head down and frowning. It seemed as if time had lost its influence at this moment.
Each one looks quite good when he's serious. Lin Anlin had this thought in his mind. This is probably what it means to live a peaceful and quiet life. Forget all the worries, leaving only the ones you love, and indulge in this beautiful scenery forever. Lin Anlin said silently in his heart. On the mountains, the only thing that remains unchanged is the white snow. Each one, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly raised his head. Grass. I don't know why. There's an avalanche.
On the top of the mountain, a huge snowball slid down, causing a chain reaction in which more and more snow slid down under the impact of the snowball. It only took 4 or 5 seconds for the snowball to appear in the field of vision at the beginning and become a whole line of snow covering the mountain. And the influence of the snow line is still expanding. Behind the increasingly wide snow line is unstoppable snow. At this time, the holy snow mountain changed and turned into an angry god, throwing its most deadly weapon at the offender.
Turn around. Quick! Each one shouted hurriedly. Old Zhang had been prepared when each one realized something was wrong.
Now, after hearing each one's instructions, he quickly turned the steering wheel and sped down the same route he came from. Through the rearview mirror, each one could see that the speed of the avalanche was getting faster and faster. It was originally at least 10 or 20 kilometers away, but now it was at least 3 kilometers away.
Chapter 95 Extreme Escape. There was an avalanche. Gunnar Snow Mountain, this holy mountain, picked up its butcher knife and swung it at the intruder.
Not only Lao Zhang, but also Lao Wang, who was following behind, also retreated immediately and drove directly towards the foot of the mountain. They had just entered the snow line and the altitude had only increased by 1 kilometer at most. But even such a straight line height of 1,000 meters, placed on an inclined hillside, is more than twice the distance.
At their current speed, the chances of escaping the avalanche are perhaps slim.
Avalanches rarely occur in the history of Gunnar Snow Mountain. Firstly, the slope of the Gongna Snow Mountain itself is relatively gentle.
Secondly, although the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, it often snows.
But truly extreme weather conditions rarely occur.
Damn it! Each one roared loudly. The scenes in the dream appeared in reality. And it seems that these two Everests, and the people on them, are the ones who keep repeating the word conquer in the dream. Why would an avalanche happen out of nowhere? Each one really couldn't figure it out.
The avalanche in the dream was caused by the strong wind. But now on the Gongna Snow Mountain, let alone strong winds, even a slight breeze can be ignored.
The weather is extremely good, but how could an avalanche occur in such weather? Maybe the snow on the top of the mountain has melted?
Lin Anlin guessed. I checked the weather of Gongna Snow Mountain yesterday and saw that the temperature in the past 50 years is the highest in Gongna Snow Mountain these days.
Large areas of snow will gradually melt under the sun. Each one's pupils suddenly contracted. He was only concerned about the weather in the Gunnar Snow Mountain, and he only knew that the weather in the Gunnar Snow Mountain was rare and good these days. But I ignored this matter. Could it be that the dream I had last night was actually reminding me? Telling me not to enter the Gongna Snow Mountain, otherwise it will be dangerous? This absurd thought arose in each one's mind. But how is this possible? It's just a dream, how can it remind me of what will happen in the future? Lao Zhang, how long will it take us to get out of the snow line? Each one asked. At the current speed, 30 seconds will be enough as long as there are no accidents. Lao Zhang didn't dare to let go of the accelerator. At this time, even on this snowy mountain, his speed was brought to nearly 100. Okay, keep maintaining this speed. Each one calmed down at this time. Because he knew that in this situation, panicking would be useless. Only by calming down would he have a chance to think of a solution. Estimate how long it will take for the avalanche to catch up with us, each one asked. 20 seconds at most. Lao Zhang's voice trembled a little. The maximum speed of the Pathfinder is far more than 100, but in such an environment, it is almost impossible to reach 100. If his life wasn't at stake, Lao Zhang wouldn't dare do this. After all, at this speed, in such an environment, the slightest mistake would cause the entire vehicle to lose control. Under the protection of thick snow, loss of control may not lead to major accidents. But the key point is that what followed was the largest avalanche in the Gunnar Snow Mountain in nearly 100 years. As long as the vehicle loses control and falls into the snow, it will instantly be covered by the snow from behind. By that time, there will be really no way to turn the situation around. Keep maintaining this speed.
No, increase the speed to the maximum while ensuring the stability of the vehicle.
Yi Ichuan roared. Come on, Gunnar. Let's see who conquers who today.
The snow line was chasing the vehicle not far behind, and the distance was gradually narrowing. The two Everest vehicles were getting closer and closer to the snow line below.
As long as you are out of the snow line, you are safe. The huge impact force brought by the avalanche will be largely reduced by the land not covered with snow. At that time, the avalanche will lose its ability to threaten them. Damn, I've never been so excited in my life. Perhaps influenced by Yi Ichuan, Lao Zhang also yelled at this time.
All the shackles have been removed, and now in Lao Zhang's eyes, there is only the car and the road ahead.
You can't stop. If you stop, you will die. Go! The huge sound brought by the avalanche was gradually approaching and reached Yi Ichuan's ears.
He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the wave of white snow was very close to them.
And they were very close to the snow line.
If they were given another 10 seconds, they would be able to break through the snow line and enter a safe area. At this time, the speed of the Pathfinder increased again, reaching a level close to 140. At this speed, even if the avalanche was fast, it would have no chance of catching up with them.
Song.
With two almost continuous sounds of breaking wind, the Pathfinder rushed across the snow line and entered the ground below the snow line.
It's safe. Yi Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief.
The speed of the car slowly decreased, and it stopped completely after driving a few hundred meters. Yi Ichuan opened the car door, got out and looked towards the Gongna snow mountain.
Sorry, you didn't conquer me this time. Yi Ichuan smiled slightly.
Above the snow line, a roaring, earth-shattering doomsday scene broke through the snow line and raged across the earth. After gradually approaching for several hundred meters, it finally exhausted its forward momentum and stopped not far in front of Yi Ichuan.
I think our mission is accomplished. Yi Ichuan said with a smile.
If nothing unexpected happens, there is no off-road vehicle that can escape from such a desperate situation under such an avalanche, which is even more shocking. Fortunately, when we were going up the mountain, Lao Wang was driving with the photographer girl behind him, so when we were going down the mountain, the photographers who were originally following behind were now in the front.
Their cameras had already recorded the entire scene of the Pathfinder's extreme escape from the avalanche. This is the most shocking off-road.
Able to protect oneself from the great power of nature.
Damn, it feels so good to escape death. Lao Zhang also opened the car door and walked to Yi Ichuan's side.
At this moment, his legs were weak and he walked unsteadily as if he was going to fall at any time.
He stood beside Yi Ichuan and silently lit a cigarette.
All the wild experiences I'd had in my life were never as exciting as the few short minutes today.
Lao Zhang exhaled a long puff of smoke and spoke incoherently. Take a rest and we'll go up the mountain later. What? Old Zhang's legs softened and he sat on the ground. Come again? Just kidding. Yi Ichuan quickly helped Lao Zhang up. I don't want to be chased by an avalanche again. Chapter 96, once again. Old Zhang, who was frightened by Yi Ichuan's words, gradually calmed down after Yi Ichuan's comfort. However, in Yi Ichuan's heart, a fire had already burned. Lao Zhang could calm it down, but he could not.
You guys stay here, and the photographer will start filming. Before Yi Ichuan could finish his words, he had already sat on the Everest.
What do you want to do?
Old Zhang stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Ichuan who restarted the road hunter, a guess that he couldn't believe arose in his mind.
Conquer. Those were the words he didn't say when he first saw the Gunnar Snow Mountain.
And now, after an avalanche of events, he finally spoke the words.
Since Gunnar doesn't welcome me, I'll just go in on my own. Whether you welcome me or not, I'm going. What does an avalanche matter?
Just as Yi Ichuan was about to step on the accelerator, the passenger door was opened.
I'll go with you.
Lin Anlin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said firmly, with an irrefutable tone. Yi Ichuan wanted to say something, but looking at her eyes, all the words sank in his heart and he didn't say them out loud.
Okay. He just nodded and stepped on the accelerator.
The white waves that broke through the snow line were cut by the black trekker, stirring up snowflakes all over the sky.
Is he trying to kill himself? Lao Zhang looked at the direction where the road herder left, his voice trembling.
In the face of such great natural forces, it is not easy to keep your life. But he actually wanted to challenge the snow mountain that almost killed him after an avalanche. He even said something as outrageous as conquer.
Damn it! An angry roar came from behind Lao Zhang.
Old Zhang once again heard the roar of the Everest when it started. They were like cavalry charging towards a battlefield where they were sure to die, moving forward fearlessly with a determination to die.
Old Zhou, what are you doing?
Old Wang exclaimed. He wanted to hold Zhou Shangtai back, but Zhou Shangtai, who had retired from the army, was not someone Old Wang could hold back even after so many years.
Another Everest rushed out from beside Lao Zhang. The corners of Lao Zhang's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. What's wrong with all these people? Are they crazy?
At this moment, he suddenly felt that the world was so absurd.
Why are one or two of them so desperate?
He could understand Yi Ichuan, after all, he was a young man. Once he got carried away, nothing could be said to him, and he was the kind of person that couldn't be pulled back even by 9 oxen.
But why do Lin Anlin and Zhou Xiangtai also want to go on the adventure together?
One is the chairman of Shangyun Group, who is in charge of the entire Shangyun Group. It can be said that he has reached the pinnacle of life that most people desire.
One is that he has great ambitions and wants to revitalize domestic car companies. For this purpose, he has been working hard, no matter how hard or tiring it is. But why would two people like this follow each one to go on an adventure?
After the avalanche, the snow on the mountain was in a very unstable state. The huge impact energy brought by the avalanche shook the snow structure that had been accumulated for countless years. At this time, any movement may cause a second or even a third avalanche. If we had entered the Gunnar Snow Mountain before, there would have been a certain possibility of danger. So if we climb the Gongna Snow Mountain again now, needless to say, there will be unexpected situations. Not to mention the 2 Everests that made a mighty noise when running, even a random shout would cause the snow to collapse.
Yi Ichuan was driving the Everest with a clear goal.
In his eyes there was only the road ahead and the top of the Gongna Snow Mountain.
If you don't reach the top, you haven't conquered it.
He was not here to take risks, he was here to conquer this suddenly furious snow mountain. Just like the scene in his previous dream, the unknown figure was roaring forward in the huge avalanche wave, against the snow waves that were enough to destroy everything. That momentum, that picture, like the bewitching demon in mythology, kept echoing in his ears. He knew that if he retreated at this moment, he would never be able to get out of it for the rest of his life, and he would definitely live under the shadow in the future. Even if I find another opportunity to climb to the top of Mount Gongna in the future, this shadow cannot be dispelled.
Go! Yi Ichuan, holding the steering wheel tightly in his hands, seemed to have returned to his childhood in an instant.
He forgot all the things that adults need to consider. He had only one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to move forward by any means necessary.
All obstacles will be cut off by him.
Below the snow line, the 2 photographers, who had never turned off their cameras, pointed them at the 2 cars that were gradually becoming smaller in their sight. Looking from a distance, the 2 cars were heading upwards. Like a knife, it completely cuts, tears apart, and destroys this piece of white from bottom to top.
Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Zhou Shangtai roared in the Land Cruiser following Yi Ichuan.
His face was ferocious, but he had an unstoppable momentum. The 2 tiny and insignificant road hunters in front of the Gunnar Snow Mountain, yet their arrogance overwhelmed this snow mountain that had existed for tens of millions of years.
Boom!
At the top of the mountain, a thunderous sound echoed, piercing the sky and shaking away the clouds.
Damn, it collapsed.
Standing below the snow line, Lao Zhang stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. It was even more massive than the avalanche that had chased them before and nearly killed them all. This time, it was not just an avalanche on a hillside, but the entire mountain was shaking. All the snow began to move. At this moment, the soft, white snow has the power to crush any intruders. This is the force of nature.
Is there anyone who can really overcome the power of nature and conquer the Gunnar Snow Mountain? Under the snow-white waves, Yi Ichuan's face was calm, but his eyes were full of crazy determination. Lin Anlin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a pale face, but she did not say anything about going back. She just sat quietly in the passenger seat, accompanying the person next to her, no matter what the road ahead was like. Gunna!
Listen carefully, my name is Yi Ichuan.
With the accelerator pressed to the bottom, Everest rushed into the endless whiteness.
The snow streaked across the surface of the roadrunner like countless pebbles, leaving deep marks on its surface. Below the snow line, Lao Zhang and Lao Wang watched the 2 Everest vehicles that almost disappeared from their sight being swallowed up by the avalanche.
It's over. It's completely over. How could anyone survive such an avalanche? Chapter 97: The Real Conquest.
The camera faithfully records the captured images. Although at this time, the two photographers in charge of operating the camera had been so shocked that they stopped operating, and even their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Time passed little by little, and the sky and the ground were covered with snow stirred up by the avalanche. Even though they were now below the snow line, they could still feel the strong wind.
A huge typhoon that is rarely seen in coastal areas.
Apart from the sound of the wind, the only sound around was the violent crash of the falling snow. Time seemed to stand still, yet also seemed to speed up.
Two small black dots appeared in the picture captured by the camera.
The first person to notice something was wrong was the photographer girl who had previously seen each one walking out of Anlin's room. She looked at the two small black dots in the camera's screen, and an unbelievable thought arose in her mind. As she operated the camera, the focal length was lengthened, and the two black spots could gradually be captured.
"They're fine," she screamed. Lao Zhang and Lao Wang trembled suddenly. "What did you say?" "They're fine."
They gathered around the camera, watching the images recorded on it, their jaws almost dropping to the ground in surprise.
"How is that possible?"
Lao Wang reached into his pocket and took out 2 cigarettes, and they each lit one. After taking a deep breath of the thick smoke, Lao Zhang slowly exhaled the cloud of white smoke.
"Can you believe it?" he asked.
Lao Wang on the side also took another deep puff of the cigarette, and after he exhaled, he stayed for a long time.
"I suspect I saw it wrong, really," Lao Wang said. "However, the human eye can make mistakes, but a camera will never make mistakes."
In that picture, the two Everests were pulled into the picture. At this time, the 2 Everest vehicles that faced the avalanche and survived started up silently.
Are they going to go up further?"
Lao Zhang's hand shook and he almost dropped the cigarette in his hand.
"What?"
Lao Wang was so excited that he almost swallowed the cigarette. After coughing heavily, Lao Wang smoothed out his breathing. He looked at the images recorded by the camera, in which 2 black road scramblers had begun to move towards a higher place.
"Crazy, all crazy," Lao Wang said in a trembling voice.
The two looked at each other and saw shock and awe in each other's eyes. Regardless of the outcome, being able to challenge such a dangerous situation at this time is not something that most people dare to do.
Each one's courage impressed veterans in the off-road world such as Lao Zhang and Lao Wang. But this alone is not enough. Each one wants more than just to convince these 2 people.
What he wanted was to conquer this raging snow-capped mountain. It is like a prehistoric beast, venting its anger at will and causing the snow-capped mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Zhou Shangtai had been using the word audacity for half his life, but it was not until this moment that he truly understood the chilling meaning of this word. That's a word that was tailor-made to describe him.
It is obvious who he is. After I go back this time, no matter what happens, I will fully support you,
Zhou Shangtai thought silently in his heart. For a person who is willing to risk his own life to accomplish such an astonishing feat, his goal is definitely not as simple as the world thinks.
Perhaps, each one's future is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. We survived?
Anlin's voice contained a hint of doubt.
Just now, during that period of several minutes.
The whole world is shrouded in white. But that kind of white was not a holy white, but like the god of death in white clothes, whispering in her ears. During the several-minute avalanche, the sharp scraping sounds of the roadrunner were endless. If they opened the door and took a look at this time, they would see that the surface of the Everest had been destroyed by the snow, with scratches everywhere, and even the steel body had a deep layer of it scraped off. Yichuan drove the Everest steadily, heading towards the top of the mountain with a clear goal.
Conquer! 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 The scenes in the dream appeared in reality at this moment. He was just like the person who appeared in the dream, repeating the same word over and over again. For a long time, the road hunter moved forward silently in the eyes of Lao Zhang and others below the snow line. After a long time, the pathfinder broke through the last obstacle and reached the top of the snow mountain. On the top of the Gunner Snow Mountain, 2 Everest vehicles were parked there. This is a small flat area. It was so flat as if there had once been a giant sword that covered the sky and the sun, flattening a section of the snow mountain. I did it. Yichuan got out of the car and walked to the edge of the flat area. Below is the Gunner Snow Mountain, which is in a shambles after 2 consecutive avalanches. Further away is the endless green plain. The snow line was also pulled down by nearly 1,000 meters due to these 2 avalanches. Conquer! On the top of the mountain, Yichuan roared loudly. All the anger accumulated in my heart was released at this moment. He felt as if he had been purified, and all his negative emotions were taken away by the avalanche of snow. Yi Ichuan is now in a state of extreme calmness. Like a great monk, without desires or requests, without joy or sorrow. After a long time, Yi Ichuan withdrew his gaze. Go back. The three of them returned to the Pathfinder one after another and started their return journey. When the two Everests stopped in front of Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, and others, Lao Zhang pinched himself hard. Am I dreaming? Why doesn't it hurt? Fuck you, you're pinching me. Lao Wang let out a wail. Sorry. Lao Zhang took back his hand. I was too nervous and didn't pay attention. Yi Ichuan got out of the car and asked with a smile, did you take all the pictures of what happened just now? Fortunately, there was no such ridiculous incident where the camera was turned on but the lens cover was not open. The two photographers in charge of operating the cameras were shocked, but they still nodded and said, we captured it all. That's good. If I don't get a photo of myself looking so handsome, I'll be at a huge loss, right? Yi Ichuan joked. I don't dare go up there again. Old Zhang said faintly, you just said that. Really? Yi Ichuan smiled awkwardly, this time is different, this time I'm serious. Indeed, facing an avalanche once is enough. He was just temporarily crazy, not really crazy. Chapter 98, Love the House and the Dog. After returning to the BB, it was almost evening. A whole day of fatigue coupled with the constant stimulation in Jing County made people very excited at the time, but now that the passion has subsided, they have become much calmer. After returning to the BB, the group took a comfortable hot shower and gathered in the restaurant. I heard there is an artificial hot spring nearby. Shall we go take a bath in it? Yi Ichuan suggested in the restaurant. When they heard about taking a hot spring bath, the eyes of the two photography girls who both grew up in the Jiangnan area lit up. Really? A hot spring? We've never been to a hot spring before. Lao Zhang and Lao Wang also nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Yi Ichuan looked at Zhou Xiangtai. It's up to me. Lao Zhou looked indifferent. He has always been like this, not interested in anything except things related to cars. If it wasn't Yi Ichuan who suggested taking a hot spring bath, he would probably have refused outright. Then, where is Mr. Lin? Yi Ichuan finally looked at Lin Anlin. Not only Yi Ichuan, the two photography girls were also looking at Lin Anlin with anticipation, as if the words agree were written on their faces. Sure. I've been busy all day and I'm tired. It would be nice to relax in a hot spring. Lin Anlin said with a smile. Great. The two photographers clapped their hands happily. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yi Ichuan also had a smile on his face. After packing their things, Yi Ichuan and his group came to the hot spring. After paying the fee, they walked in wearing the special clothes they had just bought. Yi Ichuan was wearing a pair of pants that looked no different from beach pants, revealing his muscular body. While walking, his waist twisted and his 8 abdominal muscles contracted and relaxed together, making the two photography girls almost drool. However, the photographer girl who witnessed Yi Ichuan's embarrassing situation, after seeing Lin Anlin's unhappy expression, quickly pushed another girl next to her with her elbow. Seeing the two of them restrain themselves, Lin Anlin smiled with satisfaction. There are many pools of different sizes in the hot spring area, and what they have contracted at this time are several small pools. Lao Zhang and Lao Wang are in the same pool, the two photography girls are in the same pool, Zhou Xiangtai and Yi Ichuan are in the same pool, and Lin Anlin is alone in a pool. After walking to the hot spring pool with the number plate, Yi Ichuan sat by the pool, looked at the steaming hot spring pool, and reached out his hand to touch the water. What the hell? He withdrew his hand instantly. It's so hot? Zhou Xiangtai on the side laughed and said, young people's skin and flesh are more delicate, unlike me, whose old bones are already rough and tough. As he spoke, Zhou Xiangtai didn't even test the water temperature, and walked straight down the stairs into the hot spring. However, in the next moment, Yi Ichuan heard screams like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! The wailing sound was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth and made the ghosts weep. Yi Ichuan could say that he had never heard such a tragic wailing sound in his life. When he was a kid, the naughty kid next door stole his dad's private money to buy popsicles. After being caught, the screams he made during the mixed doubles game were not as miserable as Zhou Xiangtai's now. It is so cruel and inhumane, it cannot be described in just one word. I told you it's hot. Yi Ichuan said helplessly, you just don't believe it. Zhou Xiangtai jumped out of the pool because it was too hot and lay on the side. His entire body below the waist was burned red by the scalding water. It looked like a pig that had been poured with boiling water and was ready to be shaved. You call this hot? You're trying to boil us, right? Zhou Shangtai said weakly.
He is usually calm, but at this moment he couldn't help but want to say a lot of dirty words.
No choice, let's change the pool. Yi H1 spread his hands helplessly, let's go.
He handed the sign to Zhou Shangtai and said, don't lie down anymore.
Stand up and move around to get the blood flowing. Otherwise, it's going to be creepy to see half of your skin red and half of it white.
Zhou Shangtai glanced at the red area below his waist and nodded, okay.
Lao Zhou took the sign and prepared to communicate with the front desk to change the pool. Yi Ichuan stood up and took a swaying look at the surrounding layout.
Well, the numbers get bigger from left to right, which means it's over there.
Yi Ichuan determined the direction and showed a nasty smile.
He walked towards that direction, and when he got closer, he tiptoed over there lightly.
After finally reaching the destination, Yi Ichuan saw Lin Anlin, who was soaking in the pool water, like a fairy. My nose is going to bleed. Yi Ichuan felt a sudden wetness in his nasal cavity.
He quickly raised his head and pinched his nose with his fingers.
Who can stand this?
He roared in his heart. In the pool, Lin Anlin seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of Yi Ichuan.
Ah!
There was another scream, but it was far inferior to Lao Zhou's pig slaughtering wail just now. At the front desk, Lao Zhou held the number plate and said to the front desk staff, the water in the pool is too hot, let's change to another pool.
How is that possible?
Each of our pools has temperature detection, and the temperature of the pool water is controlled within the range that the human body can tolerate.
The front desk staff waved his hand. Don't believe it?
Zhou Shangtai pointed to the large red area below his waist and said, I got burned when I just went into the water.
Why don't you try it? The waiter burst out laughing. You knew it was going to be hot, but you still went in so far? Zhou Shangtai's face suddenly turned as red as a monkey's butt. This is embarrassing, he thought silently. Just now I just wanted to laugh at Yi Ichuan for being too young and not knowing how to enjoy the hot spring. But after he actually got into the water, he realized that the water was extremely hot. The big pot of water that he boiled at home to cook noodles was probably about this hot. In the distance, another scream was heard. Zhou Shangtai said with a dark face, do you believe it now?
Another poor child screamed out because of being burned.
No. It sounds like Mr. Lin's voice.
Zhou Shangtai suddenly realized something, and without changing the pool, he ran towards that direction.
Is there any accident to Director Lin? He thought anxiously. Even a middle-aged man with thick skin and flesh like him couldn't stand the high temperature of the pool. It seemed that Lin Anlin, who had delicate skin and flesh and had never suffered any hardship, could not bear it even more. And if anything happened to Lin Anlin, they would be held responsible.
What's more, Zhou Shangtai still had some good feelings for this little girl and felt that she was a good match for Yi Ichuan.
Maybe this is what it means to love someone and love his dog. Chapter 99, Hot Spring Bath.
Yi Ichuan looked at Lao Zhou, Lao Wang, Lao Zhang, the curious photographer girl and the photographer girl who looked like she knew everything but couldn't say anything. Well, I said I came here because I heard Director Lin shouting.
Do you believe me? Lao Zhou nodded and said, I believe it.
Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, and the photographer girl who knew the truth all rolled their eyes at Zhou Shangtai.
You know shit.
Lao Zhang muttered in a low voice. However, this kind of thing obviously cannot be discussed openly, otherwise it would be too embarrassing.
Well, actually, he did come over after I shouted.
Seeing so many people watching, Lin Anlin couldn't expose himself, so he had to excuse Yi Ichuan. I sprained my ankle when I was going down the stairs just now, and I made a noise because it hurt so much.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Ah.
Zhou Shangtai, the only honest man in the room, suddenly showed concern on his face.
Then Director Lin, are you okay? How about we take you home first?
It's not appropriate for the three of us to go there, and it's not safe for these two girls to take you home.
Then, everyone looked at Yi Ichuan. Why are you looking at me? Only you are suitable.
Zhou Shangtai said quickly before everyone else spoke, and at the same time, he gave Yi Ichuan a subtle wink. That look seemed to be saying, brother, I can only help you up to this point. What happens next is up to you.
Yi Ichuan rolled his eyes. What's going on? I haven't even taken a bath in the hot spring yet.
But under the pressure of so many people's eyes, Yi Ichuan had no choice but to go into the water and pick up Lin Anlin in a princess hug.
Let's go back to where we live first, he said, hugging Lin Anlin.
Okay. Lin Anlin nodded. You guys continue to soak in the hot springs and have fun.
No problem. Lao Zhou said quickly.
When Lin Anlin withdrew his gaze, he quickly made a gesture to Yi Ichuan.
Come on. From a distance, Yi Ichuan saw Lao Zhou's mouth shape. What a psycho. Yi Ichuan almost vomited blood. Brother Zhou, you're really awesome.
He suppressed the urge to complain in his heart, and walked away with Lin Anlin in his arms with an expressionless face. At the same place, Lao Zhang and Lao Wan looked at Yi Ichuan's receding back and said with a smile, you know what, from this point of view, Xiaoyi and Director Lin are quite a good match.
Lao Zhou immediately interrupted and said, I think so too.
Lao Zhang and Lao Wan looked at him, both of them were a little surprised. They had never seen Zhou Shangtai like this before.
What happened today? Let the avalanche blow your brain out?
However, the two did not care. Instead, they turned around and returned to their pool, continuing to soak in the hot spring comfortably.
In the distance, Yi Ichuan said expressionlessly, sprained your ankle? Lin Anlin nodded softly and said, yes. What the hell?
Yi Ichuan put her down directly, go on your own, you almost ruined my reputation in this life, and the key is that I haven't seen anything yet.
Hearing the regret in Yi Ichuan's tone, Lin Anlin became furious. What else do you want to see? Yi Ichuan glanced at Lin Anlin from top to bottom and said, I've finished reading it. You bastard. Lin Anlin hit Yi Ichuan in the chest with her little pink fist. Ouch, ouch, I'm dying, it hurts. I'm having a heart attack. Yi Ichuan covered his chest in a very exaggerated manner and slowly lay on the ground. Just lie down. Lin Anlin turned around and prepared to leave in annoyance. Wait a minute, my pool is too hot. It's not for hot springs. I think it's for scalding pig skin. Yi Ichuan quickly got up and followed, so, honey, can you be flexible? I want to take a hot spring bath, too. What's it got to do with me? Lin Anlin shook his head and ignored Yi Ichuan's sly smile. There's no place left. You can't let me go take a hot spring bath with those two photography girls, right? Yi Ichuan said helplessly. You dare. Lin Anlin immediately pinched Yi Ichuan's waist.
Yi Ichuan screamed in pain from being pinched.
No, no.
He begged for mercy quickly.
Okay, since you have a good attitude, I'll forgive you this time. Lin Anlin was amused by him. Well, my dear wife, hot springs. Yi Ichuan continued to show that nasty smile. Don't even think about it.
Lin Anlin spat, her little face gradually turning red. Yi Ichuan knew that she probably really didn't want him to go to the hot spring with her, so he didn't continue to pester her.
Lin Anlin returned to his pool. Yi Ichuan went back and found Zhou Shangtai. Didn't you send Director Lin back home?
Zhou Shangtai was soaking in the hot spring alone.
Seeing Yi Ichuan coming over, he asked curiously, how is it? What's going on?
Yi Ichuan pretended not to understand and asked, on the way back when I was sending Director Lin back, Director Lin said her foot was healed. She didn't want to give up this rare opportunity to soak in the hot springs, so I sent her back.
You're so stupid. I've created such a good opportunity for you. Why don't you cherish it?
Zhou Shangtai was shocked. He really didn't expect that, under such a good opportunity, Yi Ichuan would actually just honestly send Lin Anlin back.
The key point was that he sent her halfway back to her. This is outrageous.
Yi Ichuan curled his lips and thought, do I need someone like you, an old bachelor who has been single for 30 years, to teach me? But he didn't dare say this out loud, otherwise he was worried that Zhou Shangtai would pounce on him and bite him to death with his teeth, which had made him single for more than 30 years.
Well.
In the pool, Zhou Shangtai was sighing, and Yi Ichuan was trying hard to hold back his laughter, his face was so stiff. It's just that this matter is really hard to say, otherwise he would just say it directly, leaving Lao Zhou alone on the spot so embarrassed that he would want to dive into the hot spring. After more than 2 hours, the group had almost finished soaking in the hot spring and returned to their residence.
After soaking in the hot spring, my whole body was relaxed. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I fell asleep quickly.
The photography of the snow-capped mountains ends here.
Yi Ichuan gained a lot from this trip, not to mention that this was an almost perfect snow mountain off-roading segment. More importantly, he had completely gained Lao Zhou's approval.
In the future, if you want Lao Zhou to develop in the short video industry, this is essential.
Moreover, he also conquered the Gunner Snow Mountain. The feeling of surviving that avalanche was like being reborn. A change in your state of mind cannot be bought with any amount of money. After resting today, let's fly back directly. The follow-up will depend on editing and post-production.
Yi Ichuan, lying on the bed, gradually fell asleep.
Chapter 100, Follow the Big Brother. After spending another half day on the plane, Yi Ichuan returned to Xinjiang at around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Excessive fatigue made him a little tired, so he did not immediately start working after returning to Xinjiang. Even machines need rest and maintenance, let alone a living person. Early the next morning, Yi Ichuan got up and washed himself in front of the mirror.
I haven't shaved for several days. I'm almost like a savage.
He looked at the dense and messy beard on his face in the mirror, shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, this trip was quite rewarding, and growing a little beard is nothing. Let's go find the 2 college students who are editing first. They can be considered important members of my group now. Yi Ichuan finished washing up, packed up and drove out. Nothing major happened to Shan Yun during the time that Lin Anlin was away. After all, she was only away for a few days, not several months. Even if other factions want to do something, they need to weigh the consequences. At least Lin Anlin is still the chairman of Shan Yun in name and holds more than 70% of Shan Yun's shares. This is Lin Anlin's bottom line. She can tolerate and compromise on anything else, but the shares are related to the absolute control over Shan Yun, and this is the only thing she will never compromise on. This is also the reason why those investors, even with the support of the Lin family, are still unable to shake Lin Anlin's position.
In the university town, Yi Ichuan's G-class is simply the moving focus.
From 8 to 80 years old, everyone's eyes will involuntarily be focused on this expensive-looking car.
When he arrived at the university gate, Yi Ichuan called the 2 people. Are you not in class? Yi Ichuan asked. After answering the phone, the 2 generals quickly replied, No class, what's the matter, big brother? I've got a film for you to edit. As long as the result is good, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the remuneration.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile. After all, these 2 people will become his capable men in the future, and Yi Ichuan will not save money on them no matter how frugal he wants to be.
No problem, big brother. We'll be there right away. Where are you now? We'll come to find you.
The 2 generals Hong and Ha said in unison. Apparently they were on speakerphone, and they were together at the moment. I'm at the gate of your university, just come out. Yi Ichuan put down the phone, closed his eyes and waited for the 2 to arrive. Not long after, the 2 generals Hong and Ha appeared at the school gate, but they were looking around as if they were looking for something.
Didn't brother say he was at the school gate? Why didn't I see him?
The tall guy asked puzzledly.
Xiaopeng thought for a moment and said, Will big brother be at another school gate?
The place where they are now is the East Gate, which is also the main entrance of the university.
But how could a university covering such a large area have only one gate? That makes sense. Let's go to the North Gate and take a look.
The tall man nodded in agreement. Why don't we make a phone call to confirm, so as to avoid the trouble of going back and forth?
Xiaopeng muttered.
The tall guy took out his phone and said, You're a genius fat guy, it has to be you.
He dialed Yi Ichuan's number. Brother, where are you now? The East Gate, the North Gate, or the South Gate? Asked the tall man. East Gate. Yi Ichuan replied, This seems to be the main gate of your university, right?
The tall guy was startled, holding the phone to his ear and looking around. Brother, are you at the East Gate? I looked around for several times but didn't see you. Look carefully, there is a black G-class parked at the East Gate.
Yi Ichuan's voice came from the phone. Xiaopeng? Tall guy. Brother, big G? Are you serious?
The tall man's voice trembled a little. He had seen a G-class in the university town last time, but it was just a G-class, far from being a big G. But even a car like that could easily attract the most beautiful girl in their school to get in excitedly. A genuine G-class is equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary G-class cars. Whether I'm serious or not, you'll know when you come and take a look.
Yi Ichuan said jokingly.
His car had been parked here for a while and people had already started to gather around, with some even taking out their phones to take pictures. What's even more outrageous is that 2 girls actually ran over and knocked on the window. Yi Ichuan looked at them in shock as they raised their phones, and on the phone was his QR code. The fat guy and the tall guy quickly saw where the G-class that Yi Ichuan mentioned was, but there was nothing they could do as it was too conspicuous. The tall man walked up and knocked on the window. The car windows were covered with a thick film, and you couldn't see what was inside from the outside.
The onlookers burst into discussion. I thought it was exciting enough when the 2 girls went over and knocked on the window, but a man also went over and knocked on the window? Look at their looks, they are very ordinary. How dare they do this?
If I can get on the bus, I'll take laxatives and live stream myself doing a handstand and having diarrhea.
The car window rolled down amid the laughter of the onlookers.
Each one smiled and glanced at the tall guy and the fat guy. Get in the car. As the V8 engine of the G-Class roared, the black tough guy slowly moved away.
Fuck, is he really getting on the bus? I think I know those two people.
They are from our department.
When will the live broadcast of the handstand and diarrhea start? Each one drove the car at an accelerated speed and entered the main road. Brother, when did you get this car? Wow, it's so fucking awesome. You don't know the way those people who were watching just now looked at me.
The fat man and the tall man sitting in the back seat could hardly hide their excitement. After all, no matter how good their skills are, they have only been adults for less than 2 years, and now is the time to save face.
Each one's G-Class undoubtedly gave them an enormous honor and satisfied their vanity. In each one's opinion, there is nothing wrong with being a little vain. Who doesn't crave attention when they are young?
The reason why he could personally drive the G-Class to pick up Xiaopang and Gaoga was because the two of them were completely worthy of each one's attention. There was no shortage of talents of all kinds these days, but truly top-level talents were very rare. Each one just drove to pick them up once, but in return they got a big splash in public, so they were grateful to each one in their hearts. Each one has never learned how to control people, but that doesn't mean he knows nothing about it.
It's just a small matter. You two are really capable people. Believe me, if you work hard, you will be able to buy this car in a few years.
Each one said with a smile.
Of course. If you follow Big Brother, you won't have to worry about making money.
The tall man said excitedly. Each one rolled down the car window, and in the morning breeze of the city, each one drove forward with two young people who were full of hope for the future.
Chapter 101 begins editing. Brother? Where are we going now? The tall man asked curiously in the breeze.
Each one just said that there is an important job for them, so it seems that there must be something important to do.
Let's go to the internet cafe.
Each one said with a smile. The work this time is different. I need to be with you throughout the process to give you suggestions and make changes.
Each one replied.
The tall guy and the fat guy both have their own computers with decent specs, but they are all in the school. After all, each one is an outsider, so it is not appropriate for him to stay in the school.
Instead of going to school, the only other place to find a computer with high enough configuration is to go to a high-end internet cafe. Blue Mountain Internet Cafe. Each one parked his car in the parking space at the door. Let's go and get it done as soon as possible.
Each one said with a smile.
No problem.
The fat guy and the tall guy also jumped down quickly. They had roughly guessed from each one's words and actions that this video editing was very important to each one, so the two of them were also in high spirits.
Since each one can take such good care of them, how can they not repay each one with all their strength? What's more, the reward for helping each one is quite generous. After entering the internet cafe, each one asked for a private room with the best configuration.
There are 3 computers and 3 beds in the private room, as well as a separate bathroom and even hot water.
They won't leave here until the video is finished.
The fat guy and the tall guy quickly turned on the computer and inserted the USB flash drives they always carried with them into the computer with ease.
This is an enhanced version of the editing software that we spent a lot of money to get.
It has rich functions and is much better to use than ordinary software. However, the annual membership fee is at least nearly 3,000. The tall man explained when he saw each one watching them operate curiously.
I will pay for your membership fees from now on.
Each one waved his hand and said with great pride.
It's just a few $1,000s, no big deal. Thank you, big brother.
The tall man said with a smile. However, at this time they have begun to concentrate on editing and no longer care too much about external affairs.
Each one's video source file has been sent to them, and this 4-hour-long video source file needs to be edited to the last few minutes. It's not an easy thing to do.
Moreover, it takes a long time just to watch these 4 hours of video, because you need to select the most suitable clips and then edit them together. Although a large part of these 4 hours are almost unchanging pictures, except for those crucial time points, they need to select the most appropriate part as a connection to make a video perfect.
Time flies. Each one watched Gao Gu and Xiaopang editing the video for the whole morning.
Nearing noon, he ordered takeout on his mobile phone, all of which were bought from a famous hotel in Xincheng.
Only after lunch arrived did the tall guy and the fat guy stop editing. Brother, is this what you've been doing during this time?
The tall guy put a piece of roast duck together with cucumber strips and green onion shreds on a pancake, dipped it in the sauce, and finished it in one gulp.
Yes, I have been busy with this recently. Xiao Pang gave a thumbs up and said, Brother, you are awesome. Really, what were you thinking when you rushed up the snowy mountain? At the same time, Xiao Pang still didn't quite understand why each one would take such a big risk and rush up the snowy mountain where an avalanche could occur at any time.
Even before he rushed up the snowy mountain for the second time, he had already recorded enough footage of him escaping from an avalanche to be used as a promotional video.
Have you ever heard of a saying?
It says that life is not just about the immediate, but also about poetry and the distance. Each one said with a smile, in my opinion, I was roaring at life at that time.
But, Brother Yi, you are so rich now. Why do you still feel that your life is miserable?
Xiao Pang still found it hard to understand.
If anyone can afford a G-class, will there still be any pressure in life? 99% of things in this world are stress-free for each one.
99% of things in life can be solved with money.
I have a girl I want to marry. She's very good. I'm not good enough for her right now, so I have to keep working hard. Each one also took a bite of the roast duck and said, it tastes good. I can eat it again in the future. I didn't expect that you are such a sentimental person, Brother Yi.
The tall guy joked, if I had a G-force, I would definitely become a scumbag that all men hate and all women love and hate.
Forget it, you only have a G-class. Even if I give you a plane, you still can't do it. Are you as handsome as Brother Yi?
The fat man said sarcastically.
What did you say? The tall man suddenly raised his voice, although I'm not as handsome as Brother Yi, I'm also very handsome, okay? Xiao Pang rolled his eyes and ate the big piece of abalone in his hand in one bite. After quickly finishing their lunch, the two men once again headed back to the battlefield.
In their view, editing is an alternative battlefield, and they are the commanders who plan and strategize on the battlefield. The appearance of the final product means victory in this fierce battle.
Come on, I will continue to give you suggestions.
Each one said as he sat on the side. The two people's computer desktops, the images were extracted frame by frame, and then reassembled. It was not until around 9 o'clock in the evening that the first semi-finished product appeared.
Each one turned on his computer and played the semi-finished product produced by the two.
Although it is a semi-finished product, the effect is already very good.
What we need to do now is to add various details and special effects. Very good, this is the feeling I want. Each one finished watching the video and nodded. Then let's start adding details.
The fat guy and the tall guy were like two tireless machines. Their fingers danced quickly on the keyboard, and the mouse slid in their hands, making a hissing sound.
12 hours have passed since they started editing, which is equivalent to half a day.
During this period, there was almost no rest except for 2 meals.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Pang put down his mouse and keyboard, leaned back in his chair and took a long breath. Tall guy, you take a nap first. I'll take a nap for a while. You can wake me up later and you can take a nap too.
The tall man hummed and continued.
Xiao Pang dragged his tired body and sat down on the bed.
He fell backwards, and within a few breaths, snoring sounds came from him. You fall asleep so quickly. Each one sighed, but with such high-intensity work, you must be very tired.
Chapter 102 I've finished.
After Xiao Pang fell asleep for 2 hours, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The tall man rubbed his brows, feeling a surge of palpitations. I can't do it anymore. If I don't sleep, I feel like I'll go straight to the ICU. He stood up, woke up Xiao Pang, then threw himself on the bed and fell asleep in an instant. After being shaken awake, Xiao Pang rubbed his face vigorously with cold water, and after cheering himself up, he once again threw himself into the battle.
Each one hadn't slept yet.
Relying on his extraordinary physical fitness, he was still staring at the video edited by Xiao Pang and Gaoga.
Every frame needs to be perfect.
After more than 2 hours, the video editing was nearing completion.
The fat boy woke the tall guy up again. After the two people's final sprint, the full version of the video came out. Each one clicked on the video and watched it carefully. After 3 minutes, the video ended.
In these short 3 minutes, the Everest appears to be driving normally on the road. The stable power and chassis system make the Everest an off-road vehicle, but it has the same comfort as ordinary family cars. And in the swamp, the scene of Zhou Shangtai rescuing the situation was also cut in. The most critical part is the snow mountain.
There were two avalanches, one was escaping from the avalanche, and the other was rushing directly into the avalanche. All edited perfectly. Great! This is the effect I want. Each one shouted excitedly after watching the video. The editing of the video is very good, and everything that should be presented is presented without missing a single one. Here is 20,000 yuan, your reward. You can rest here first. I'm in a hurry to take this video back. Each one took out 2 thick stacks of money from his backpack, placed them on the computer desk, then rushed out of the private room with the USB flash drive in his backpack. The tall man and the fat man looked at each other and saw each other's dark circles. It's worth it. Although I had to endure more than 10 hours of work, when I saw the 20,000 yuan on the table, these 10 hours of hard work were completely worth it. Brother Yi is still awesome. The tall man collapsed on the bed and said with a somewhat excited tone. Yeah, you are worthy of being Brother Yi. The fat man said this as if in a sleep, followed by loud snoring. Even with such loud snoring, the tall man still fell asleep quickly. There's no way, I'm just too tired. Outside, each one rushed into the car quickly and started the car. With a push on the accelerator, the speed increased rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the company. And it's only a little after 7 in the morning. Each one walked into the company. There were not many people inside at that time. He went straight to the chairman's office. Lin Anlin had already arrived at the company at this time and was in his office dealing with the things that had accumulated while he was away. So early? Lin Anlin greeted, then exclaimed, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Although each one's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, he still had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes after not sleeping all night. It's nothing. I just didn't sleep last night. But I have already made the promotional advertisement. Each one handed the USB drive to Lin Anlin. "Wife, take a look." Lin Anlin looked at each one's dark circles with some distress and ignored each one's teasing. Although this job is important, you shouldn't work so hard. What if something unexpected happens? Lin Anlin asked with concern. No accidents will happen. Each one smiled slightly. You can completely trust your husband. Lin Anlin nodded, inserted the USB drive into the computer, and opened the video. Of the 4-hour original video, only this much is left? Lin Anlin said as he looked at the 3-minute video. The essence lies in the concentration. In this era of fragmented entertainment, relatively fewer people watch videos that are too long, each one explained. Lin Anlin nodded. That is true. The video plays on the computer. Swamps, roads, plateaus, snow-capped mountains. The transition between each scene is so natural, as if everything has always been like this. This is the highest level of editing. No matter how the scenes are changed, it will not appear abrupt, nor will it make people feel out of place. With this skill alone, Gao Gu and Xiao Pang have surpassed most of their peers in the industry. Lin Anlin watched the video carefully as it played second by second. Until the end, the 2 Everests appeared on the top of the Gunnar Snow Mountain, and each one's figure appeared in the picture. Because the distance was so far, people who didn't know would have no idea who this person was. The video freezes at this scene. Lin Anlin couldn't speak for a long time. How is it, wife? You did well, right? Each one asked with a smile. Lin Anlin came back to his senses. Very good. No, very good is not enough to describe it. If I must describe it, there is only one word, that is perfect. Each one smiled slightly. Everything made by his hands can only be perfect. Then I will send this file to Tan Shiyun first. Each one returned to his office with the USB flash drive. After returning to his office, each one turned on his mobile phone. Just as he was about to contact Tan Shiyun, several messages came in. Jiang Tianqing? Why is she looking for me so early? Each one sent the video file to Tan Shiyun, and then clicked on the message Jiang Tianqing sent him. I came to ask about the progress of the video. Each one clicked on the voice message sent by Jiang Tianqing and was about to reply after listening to it. I'm downstairs at your company, come down and pick me up. Each one froze in the middle of typing. Where did you say you were? Each one asked. I'm downstairs in your company. Jiang Tianqing replied. Why are you coming to my company? Each one was a little confused. After a while, Jiang Tianqing sent a message, didn't I tell you? I'll come and check the progress of the video. It's done. Each one replied. So fast? Zhang Tianqing's tone was full of shock.
She originally thought that it was normal for such a promotional advertisement to take 1 or 2 months or even longer to shoot.
But now, it only took a few days? It's already done? Moreover, based on Yi Ichuan's usual style, this promotional advertisement is definitely not some shoddy and incomplete stuff, but is definitely the kind that can cause a sensation again when it is released in the evening. I'm here. I want to see what the advertisement you made in such a short time looks like. Zhang Tianqing sent a message. Chapter 103 Car Crash. In fact, Zhang Tianqing was mainly curious about what the advertisement shot by Yi Ichuan this time would look like. Soon, Zhang Tianqing appeared at the door of Yi Ichuan's office. At this time, several employees had arrived at the company early to avoid the morning rush hour. They all looked curiously at the beautiful woman standing at the door of Yi Ichuan's office. Who is that? I don't know, it looks like he's looking for Yi Ichuan. I've only seen beauties like this in my dreams. You should be more ambitious. In my dream, a beauty like this is my wife. Zhang Tianqing ignored the whispers of others. She had been used to it since she was a child. Yi Ichuan. Zhang Tianqing knocked on the door. You really came? Yi Ichuan looked at Zhang Tianqing at the door, a little dazed. He thought Zhang Tianqing was just joking. Of course I'm here to help my cousin find out the situation. Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. In fact, there was still something she hadn't said in her heart. He's been away for so many days and he didn't even say hello. Look, this is the promotional video I shot during this period. It has been edited now and can be handed over to Tan Shiyun at any time. Yi Ichuan clicked the play button. The images began to flow. Yi Ichuan also looked at it seriously. He had clearly watched it all night last night, and just watched it several times again. But every time I see this promotional advertisement, I can't help but concentrate my attention on it. The 3-minute promotional advertisement was quickly completed. Zhang Tianqing finished reading the promotional advertisement in a daze and stood there for a long time, unable to speak. Is this the work you have produced during this period? Zhang Tianqing said excitedly. Others might not be able to recognize who the person standing on the top of the Gongna Snow Mountain is, but Zhang Tianqing knows that the person is sitting next to him. Yes. Yi Ichuan nodded. Zhang Tianqing hit his shoulder with her little pink fist, and Yi Ichuan gasped in pain. What? He asked puzzledly. Why did you rush directly into the avalanche? Aren't you afraid of something happening? Zhang Tianqing asked in a sharp voice. Of course I'm afraid, but there are some things that you can't not do just because you're afraid. Yi Ichuan said, looking at Zhang Tianqing with a smile. Zhang Tianqing suppressed the sourness in her nose. When she watched this video just now, she almost thought that Yi Ichuan would never come back. If Yi Ichuan hadn't been sitting next to her, she would probably have really cried. Let's go and take this video to your cousin. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. It was only at this time that Zhang Tianqing discovered that the current Yi Ichuan seemed to be different from the previous Yi Ichuan. Although he still looks nonchalant, he is actually more stable in his bones. Could it be because of the avalanche? Zhang Tianqing thought to himself. Yi Ichuan, who returned from the avalanche, was like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It seemed that nothing had changed, but in fact, everything had changed. Yi Ichuan left Shangyun Group with the USB flash drive. This time he was not driving, but sitting in the passenger seat of Zhang Tianqing's car, leaning back in the seat and squinting his eyes to rest. Zhang Tianqing also noticed the abnormality of his eyes at this time. The 2 dark circles under his eyes were almost the same as those of a panda. She felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart for no reason. The car was not driving fast, just to let Yi Ichuan sleep more comfortably. Besides, it is rush hour now, the traffic volume is heavy, the road is congested, and the speed cannot be fast. Zhang Tianqing drove the car silently on the road. At this moment, a fiery red sports car accelerated from the side and then changed lanes in front of them. Zhang Tianqing's attention was mostly on Yi Ichuan's dark circles. He was too late to react and could only slam on the brakes. Fortunately, the speed was not fast, but even so, it still crashed. Yi Ichuan woke up suddenly. What's going on? A young man got out of the passenger seat of the sports car in front and walked over to me, cursing. Don't you have eyes when you drive? The young man cursed. It was obviously you who changed lanes randomly, otherwise I wouldn't have hit you. Zhang Tianqing knew he was in the wrong and said with a somewhat unconfident tone. Yi Ichuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, frowned.
Brother, don't be so angry so early in the morning.
Who are you? Did I talk to you? The young man looked at Yi Ichuan and continued to curse.
Hey! You look handsome, but you have such big dark circles under your eyes.
Are you a gigolo? Did you overwork yourself last night? The young man mocked. What are you talking about? Zhang Tianqing said angrily. Stop talking nonsense. If it's a collision, it's a collision. Have you thought about how to compensate?
Said the young man, pointing at the rear of the sports car in front of him. Although the collision speed was not fast, it still knocked off the taillights and rear bumper of the fiery red sports car. Just as Yi Ichuan was about to speak, he heard the young man smile and look at Zhang Tianqing and say, "Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't afford the compensation, as long as this girl stays with me for a few days."
Ha ha. Yi Ichuan opened the car door and got out. Come on, say what you just said again.
Yi Ichuan grabbed the young man by the collar and said with a cold smile on his face.
What's wrong? Do you still want to hit me? How can a gigolo be so arrogant? Do you know who I am?
The young man laughed provocatively. If you hit me, believe it or not, I will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow.
No need. I will just make sure you can't see the sun now.
Yi Ichuan raised his hand and punched the young man right in the eye.
In just a few seconds, the young man's eyes turned red and purple. Ah!
After receiving such a powerful punch, the arrogant and domineering young man screamed and wailed, then curled up on the ground holding his head.
That's too much.
The driver's door of the sports car in front opened.
A figure walked out from it. Wang Shandy? Yi Ichuan looked at the person who walked out of the sports car.
Wang Shandy glanced at the young man lying on the ground and wailing, but ignored him.
Yi Ichuan, did you guys bump into me on purpose? Hit you?
I feel like it's desecrating my own car.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile. Wang Shandy, tell me, how much compensation do you want? Zhang Tianqing stepped forward and said.
Wang Shandy looked at the woman in front of him whom he had been pursuing for a long time but had never gotten, and now she was willing to stand up for Yi Ichuan and protect him. A wave of jealousy rose in Wang Shandy's heart, but he still smiled calmly on the surface and said, "Forget it, for the sake of Miss Jiang, I won't hold you responsible." He helped the young man lying on the ground up and got into the badly damaged sports car he had just bought.
Chapter 104 Jianghua Group. Brother Wang, are you just going to let that guy go? The henchman sitting in the passenger seat still felt a dull pain in his body.
When he thought about how he had been humiliated, he felt resentful. To be honest, his family has a considerable business in Xincheng. No matter where he goes, people are always respectful to him, except for some extremely powerful families that he cannot afford to offend. But even so, people from those big families are still polite to him. I've never been beaten in public like today, and I almost vomited out the wine I drank last night.
Of course not, Xiaofeng. You have to know that that person is the one I want to kill the most since I was born. Wang Shandy stepped on the accelerator.
The restless exhaust sound emitted by the ferocious monster with a V-shaped 12-cylinder engine under his seat could be faintly heard even from several blocks away.
After listening to this, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought.
Since Wang Shandy hates that person so much, even hates him, but that person can still speak wildly in front of Wang Shandy and make Wang Shandy dare not react too much, this is very telling. This shows that the young man who knocked him down easily just now must have some abilities that even Wang Shandy is afraid of. When Xiaofeng thought that he had offended someone even Wang Shandy was afraid of, his originally red and swollen face suddenly turned pale.
Brother Wang, how do you plan to deal with him?
Xiaofeng also realized the seriousness of the matter and asked. The reason why I didn't get out of the car for so long just now was to record the video.
Wang Shandy sneered.
He glanced at Xiaofeng's frightened face and said, "Don't worry, he's just like that. The reason why I didn't deal with him now is just that he's more difficult to deal with."
That's good. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief.
Wang Shandy would not deceive him on these matters. While driving, Wang Shandy said, "That man got his start through the media.
I'm going to ruin his reputation through the media. That way, he won't pose any threat to me in the future."
When he thought that the beauty he had been thinking about day and night actually appeared at the same time as Yi Ichuan, and so early in the morning, it was hard to say what she did last night. He was furious, but as someone who always planned before taking action, he knew that he had no chance in a head-on confrontation with Yi Ichuan. After all, he had always suffered losses before. So he could only start from other aspects, and now was an excellent opportunity.
Xiaofeng, I will send the video to you after we get back.
Find a few people with good editing skills to edit the video and make his image as bad as possible. By the way, the person who edits the video must be trustworthy.
Wang Shandy ordered.
As for why he had to trust those people who edited the videos, it was because he was worried that if netizens dug deeper, they might find him as the mastermind behind the scenes.
If that happened, it would be a waste of time. No problem, leave it to me.
Xiaofeng patted his chest and said. On the other side, Yi Yichuan and Jiang Tianqing were a little surprised that Wang Shandy actually left like this. But they had important things to do now, so they didn't care about that and just drove towards their destination. It took nearly an hour for Jiang Tianqing and Yi Yichuan to finally break free from the morning rush hour and arrive at the company where Tan Shiyun worked.
This car company is called Jianhua.
Tan Shiyan also received the news early and knew that Yi Yichuan and Jiang Tianqing were coming together, so she had been waiting here for a long time. Whether it is him or a senior manager of Jianhua, he is one of the core figures of Jianhua Group and almost the number one person in Jianhua Group besides the old chairman. After parking the car outside the Jianhua Group's building, Jiang Tiancheng and Yi Yichuan walked into the Jianhua building.
Mr. Yi, you are finally here. I didn't even have breakfast waiting for you.
Tan Shiyun saw Yi Yichuan coming from a distance and hurriedly went to greet him, not forgetting to tease him at the same time. Yi Yichuan laughed and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Tan."
It's just a small matter.
Tan Shiyun stretched out her hand and directed Yi Yichuan's gaze to a man next to her who was about 50 years old. This is Jianhua Group's Vice President, Vice Chairman Luo Wenbin.
Tan Shiyun introduced.
Luo Wenbin took a look at Yi Yichuan and said, "Mr. Yi, I have heard of your name for a long time. You are indeed a handsome man with great potential at a young age."
Yi Yichuan waved his hand and said, "Mr. Luo, you are too polite. I was just lucky."
Luo Wenbin held down Yi Yichuan's waving hand and said, "Mr. Yi, please don't be so modest. In my opinion, there are many excellent young people I have met, but there are very few who can compare with you, Mr. Yi." Yi Yichuan is now concerned about the market reaction when Jianhua Group's future Haoluzhou is listed. Because Jianhua Group chose Yi Yichuan, and now there is not much time left before the Pathfinder is actually put on the market for sale. If they were asked to find someone new to shoot the Everest promotional video, there would obviously not be enough time. Perhaps it is possible to complete the filming and release and promote the product before Everest is launched, but the tight schedule is not enough for the promotional video to achieve adequate publicity effect. Therefore, this time Jianhua Group placed a huge bet on Yi Yichuan. If it weren't for Yi Yichuan's fame and strength, and if it weren't for Tan Shiyun and Zhou Shangtai's high praise for Yi Yichuan, with Jianhua Group's caution, they would never do such a thing as betting everything on one person. It is my honor to receive such high praise from Mr. Luo. Yi Yichuan said with a smile, "This time I came here mainly to hand over the completed promotional video to you."
Is it completed? Although Luo Wenbin had received the news in advance, he was still surprised when he heard the news from Yi Yichuan's mouth.
You know, this task was entrusted to Yi Yichuan less than a week ago.
In just 1 week, Yi Yichuan completed the filming and was able to produce the final product?
Even the experienced Luo Wenbin could hardly believe this speed.
Of course it's done, Mr. Luo, you can trust me to do the job. Yi Yichuan handed the USB flash drive to Luo Wenbin and said with a smile.
Luo Wenbin glanced at Tan Shiyun. Tan Shiyun nodded and waved his hand, and several assistants around him brought a laptop and placed it on the table.
He inserted the USB drive into the computer and opened the only video file in the USB drive. This is the final product after we completed the filming. Yi Yichuan introduced. Chapter 105, The Road Shaker Becomes Popular.
Luo Wenbin and Tan Shiyun watched the images on the computer screen carefully, not daring to move, not even blinking, for fear of missing any details.
As the 3-minute promotional advertisement finished playing, Yi Yichuan looked at Tan Shiyun and Luo Wenbin with a smile.
After watching the video, the two were speechless for a long time. They were still immersed in the deep shock.
Is this really a video you completed in just a few days? Tan Shiyun couldn't believe it. Could a video like this really be completed in just a few days?
Let us not talk about the swamp section for now, which can be considered excellent, but it cannot be said to be an impossible action. Although Zhou Shangtai is also a good off-road driver, he cannot be considered the best. Therefore, the action in the promotional advertisement is not something that no one else can do. But then the style of the painting changed, from the swamp to the snow-capped mountains, and from that time on, everything changed. The mighty avalanche rushing down from the top of the snow-capped mountain seemed to be overwhelming and would swallow up everything. But the two Everest vehicles managed to escape from the avalanche that almost destroyed everything. Not only that, later Yi Ichuan once again controlled the Roadrunner and faced the avalanche head-on. He even fought his way out of the avalanche and rushed directly to the top of the mountain in the avalanche.
No one has ever accomplished this.
No one dared to even think about it, let alone completing it.
That's an avalanche.
That is the most terrifying force of nature, which cannot be resisted by a car or a person.
But Yi Ichuan did it. The road-herding vehicle he was driving did it.
Such a video, not to mention its publicity effect, just this short clip of challenging the avalanche, once released, will inevitably cause a sensation around the world. Even, it will revolutionize the off-road world.
It turns out that off-roading can be played like this?
Yi Ichuan smiled as he looked at the two people who were unable to recover from their slumber for a long time. After a long time, Tan Shiyun reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. In the video just now, when the avalanche was rushing down, he put himself into the scene. Even though he only witnessed the avalanche through this video, he was still very scared. Tan Shiyun's performance was relatively good, while the elderly Luo Wenbin, standing next to her, almost took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket.
Mr. Yi.
Luo Wenbin spoke incoherently, with a lot of words stuck in his mouth, but he just didn't know where to start.
What's wrong, Mr. Luo? Yi Ichuan still smiled.
Looking at his serene smiling face, Luo Wenbin couldn't imagine that not long ago, this man drove this car and completed an almost impossible challenge without surviving.
I don't know how to say it, but this promotional video is worth it.
Luo Wenbin said after he took a deep breath and calmed himself down.
This is 1 million. It's the compensation the group pays you.
Luo Wenbin took out a check and handed it to Yi Ichuan. The check was made out to Shang Yun Group, and Yi Ichuan's remuneration was paid directly in cash by Shang Yun Group. Not only that, Tan Shiyun also took out a bank card and handed it to Yi Ichuan. This is what we agreed on before. I will pay you the extra reward in my personal name.
Yi Ichuan's smile grew wider as he took the check and bank card. Mr. Yi risked his life to complete our promotional video. If our Jianghua group doesn't show some sincerity, wouldn't we be laughed at if this gets out?
Luo Wenbin waved his hand and handed another check to Yi Ichuan, along with a key.
What is this? Yi Ichuan was a little confused.
Luo Wenbin smiled and said, Mr. Yi, please forgive me for laughing. On behalf of Jianghua Group, I will give you an extra 100,000 yuan as a reward, and also a brand new Everest, which will be given to Mr. Yi.
How can I do this? Yi Ichuan declined.
Luo Wenbin waved his hand and said, Mr. Yi, if you keep refusing like this, you are not giving face to me, Luo. When Yi Ichuan heard what Luo Wenbin said, he had no choice but to put the keys and checks into his pocket. In addition, Mr. Yi, you thought that Jianghua Group gave you this Everest as a gift and you took advantage of our Jianghua Group.
In fact, it should be said that our Jianghua Group took advantage of you, Mr. Yi.
Luo Wenbin said with a smile.
What do you mean? Yi Ichuan was stunned after hearing this.
With your fame, Mr. Yi, it will surely rise to another high level after this promotional advertisement starts to spread. By then, if others know that Mr. Yi, you still drive a car from our Jianghua Group, it will itself be a good publicity effect. Luo Wenbin said with a smile.
This is equivalent to making Yi Ichuan the spokesperson for Hanlus without spending any money. However, Yi Ichuan didn't care about these little things, and didn't ask for endorsement fees or anything.
He already had a good impression of Jianghua Group, and he felt even more embarrassed because Luo Wenbin was so straightforward and unpretentious. In addition, Zhou Xiangtai of Jianghua Group is one of his future generals, and Zhou Xiangtai's wish is to let the emergence of Everest inspire domestic independent brands and enable them to build cars well.
Then I won't be polite. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. After finishing the negotiations with Jianghua Group, Yi Ichuan prepared to return to Shang Yun Group.
After he left, Jianghua Group's publicity department began to promote the product with all its might, spending a large amount of money to push advertisements for the Trailblazer on various platforms. At the same time, we also invited a number of car bloggers to make videos specifically for Everest. With Jianghua Group's high-priced promotion, the name Hooray began to spread wildly on the internet. Not only off-road enthusiasts, but other people also began to notice this name. After all, with the configuration of the Everest, it is also a very good family car even if you don't go off-road, and can perfectly meet your daily use.
1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
By the time each one clocked out from get off work, the name Hurry Up was like a bomb,
causing an uproar on the internet. Along with Hurry Up, Yi Ichwan also became an internet celebrity.
Because in the promotional video of the Everest that sprinted through the snow-capped mountains and challenged the Avalanche at the end was driven by Yi Ichwan.
Why am I so popular again for no apparent reason? Yi Ichwan looked at his phone.
7 or 8 out of 10 trending searches were related to himself or the Pathfinder. If those who specialize in self-media heard this sentence, they would probably be furious. The things that they tried so hard to accomplish seemed as easy as eating and drinking for Yi Ichwan. He was somewhat helpless. Obviously, I only filmed this advertisement for money, but the benefits it brought me can no longer be measured in money.
Chapter 106 Iris Certification.
Ding, the host has completed the mission and filmed a shocking promotional video. Ding, the reward has been issued. Reward, 500,000, and the qualification to register a personal studio. After get off work, Yi Ichwan, who was sitting in his new car, Everest, preparing to go home, heard the voice of the system in his mind.
Another mission completed.
Yi Ichwan let out a long sigh. We are one step closer to our goal of 100 million.
He started the car, and at this moment, his cell phone rang.
Yi Ichwan picked up his phone and saw that it was a text message from an unfamiliar number.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the qualification to register a personal studio.
The relevant procedures will be given to the host in 10 seconds. Yi Ichwan looked at the text message and asked, the system will also send text messages?
After reading the text message, a package suddenly appeared on his passenger seat. Yi Ichwan picked it up and saw that it was a small black box with nothing on it, no signature, no address, nothing at all. His idea of spying on the system through the box was thwarted.
Don't worry about it for now, just open it and take a look. Yi Ichwan opened the small black box and took out the things inside. Why are they all licenses? Yi Ichwan looked at the various documents in the box and felt a headache. Many of them were written in foreign languages.
Fortunately, he was a top student when he was in school, otherwise, facing those certificates written purely in foreign languages would have been enough of a headache for him.
Iris Film Association certified? Yi Ichwan looked at the most conspicuous certificate and was stunned.
He knew that the Iris Film Association was the most authoritative film association in the world today, and the standards and awards it introduced were all world-class. Nowadays, almost all movies in the world are shot based on the standards of the Iris Film Association.
Can the system come up with this kind of thing? Yi Ichwan smacked his lips and exclaimed in amazement. This certification is not ordinary.
Other film companies only refer to the standards of Iris when making movies, but people or organizations with this certification, the movies they make are the standards themselves.
This certification alone is something that no one can get no matter how rich they are. This certification can only be obtained after being recognized by Iris. It is absolutely impossible to buy it with money. Yi Ichwan looked through the various certifications in the small box and exclaimed in admiration from time to time.
Just as he was immersed in these certification certificates, someone knocked on the car window.
What are you doing? After Yi Ichwan lowered the window, he heard someone outside asking. Why are you here? Yi Ichwan looked at the people outside with some curiosity. Why can't I come?
Zhang Tianqing pouted, walked around, opened the passenger door and sat in.
What is this?
Zhang Tianqing saw the thick stack of documents in Yi Ichwan's hand.
Yi Ichwan handed over a few books and said, just some certifications. Among the certifications that were casually handed to Zhang Tianqing, one was the Iris certification. Is this the certification certificate from the Iris Film Association?
Zhang Tianqing saw the golden certification certificate at a glance.
Where did you get this? Yi Ichwan didn't know much about irises, but Zhang Tianqing was different.
She had once participated in the Iris' awards ceremony and knew very well how valuable this small certificate was. Putting aside other things, this certificate alone is enough for all kinds of big investment and big production crews to be willing to spend a lot of money to let Yi Ichwan sign at the end of the movie they shot. Because this certification means you will get a ticket to the Iris Awards ceremony. Only after you have an admission ticket will you be eligible to compete for the various awards that follow. In the film industry, these are the highest honors, whether it is the Iris certification or the ability to attend the Iris Awards ceremony. Ichwan, where did you get this thing? Zhang Tianqing asked curiously. The secret cannot be revealed. Yi Ichwan answered mysteriously. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but that he can't say it. If he said that all these things were given to him by the system, Jiang Tianqing would probably either treat it as a joke or take him to a mental hospital for treatment.
Are you planning to make a movie? Jiang Tianqing asked. There is no such plan for the time being.
If you ask me, you should just leave Shangyun and start your own business.
Believe me, with your ability, you will definitely make more money this way.
Jiang Tianqing said. Besides, you don't have to get involved in all the mess at Shangyun Group. Jiang Tianqing knew a lot about Ji Yichuan, and she also knew that the planning department of Shangyun Group collectively excluded Ji Yichuan.
Forget about working alone. I really like Shangyun. Yi Yichuan replied casually. Jiang Tianqing looked at Ji Yichuan's profile with a wondering look in his eyes.
The reason why she let Yi Yichuan go out and work on his own was that she wanted to have a chance to recruit Yi Yichuan. After all, no matter what, Yi Yichuan is still a member of Shangyun Group, which means he is Lin Anlin's person. She would not blatantly compete with Lin Anlin for him.
What she didn't know was that Ji Yichuan was not Lin Anlin's man, but Lin Anlin was Yi Yichuan's man. Are you really not planning to work alone?
Jiang Tianqing asked, still unwilling to give up.
Yi Yichuan put aside the pile of certificates in his hand and nodded. I don't have such plans.
Okay, but no matter whether you work alone or not, you promised to help me enter the short video industry, so you can't go back on your word.
Jiang Tianqing had to settle for the second best. What will you do if I change my mind?
Yi Yichuan suddenly said with a nasty smile.
You dare.
Jiang Tianqing immediately clenched her little pink fist and waved it in front of Yi Yichuan.
I dare not. Yi Yichuan waved his hands quickly. How dare I disobey Chairman Jiang Tianqing's orders?
Jiang Tianqing took back his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, That's fine, let's go.
Where are we going? Yi Yichuan asked.
We can go anywhere, just take a drive outside. Jiang Tianqing said as he fastened his seatbelt. Yi Yichuan nodded and said, As you wish, Director Jiang. He stepped lightly on the accelerator with his toes, and the Everest started to move slowly. This car, which had conquered the Gunnar Snow Mountain with him, was also extremely smooth and comfortable to drive, with excellent shock absorption. On city roads full of speed bumps, he could not feel any bumps at all. Yi Yichuan drove the car and took Jiang Tianqing for a leisurely stroll in the city under the sunset.
Chapter 107, Lao Zhou is also a talented actor. After a whole night's rest, Yi Yichuan revived early the next morning with full energy.
There's nothing particularly important in the company today, so I might as well start completing my own studio. After Yi Yichuan packed up, he sat in the car and thought. He now has two cars. One is the pinnacle of hardcore off-road vehicles, the Mercedes-Benz AMG G63, and the other is the most outstanding off-road vehicle among domestic independent brands and a dark horse that will inevitably detonate the off-road vehicle industry around the world in the future. Yi Yichuan, sitting in the Explorer, confirmed today's itinerary and drove directly to Jianghua Group. Because the Pathfinder has been fully debugged, the entire Jianghua Group is now in a state of fully promoting the Pathfinder, so Zhou Shangtai is now free. Moreover, because Zhou Shangtai was solely focused on making cars and had no idea about publicity, he couldn't help much. When Zhou Shangtai learned that Yi Yichuan wanted to find him to start filming directly, he agreed without thinking.
Go now?
Zhou Shangtai asked on the phone.
Yes, let's go now. It happens that you and I are both free now. Let's try it first. It's okay.
Yi Yichuan heard the nervousness in Zhou Shangtai's tone and comforted him.
Okay, let's give it a try. Zhou Shangtai agreed. Yi Yichuan drove the Everest to Jianghua Group and picked up Zhou Shangtai. Where are we going now? Zhou Shangtai looked at Yi Yichuan and knew that the filming was definitely not taking place at Jianghua Group. I'm going to Yunduan Group. I'm going to borrow Yunduan's equipment and manpower from there. At the same time, I'm going to help Yunduan open up the market in the short video industry.
Yi Yichuan explained with a smile while driving.
Yunduan? Is it the company owned by manager Tan Shiyun's cousin?
Zhou Shangtai had heard a little about Yunduan.
Yes. Yi Yichuan nodded. Zhou Shangtai's respect for Yi Yichuan increased even more. Although he didn't know much about Yunduan, he knew how powerful Yunduan was. Yunduan itself is not particularly prominent in Xincheng, but Yunduan's boss Jiang Tianqing is the daughter of the Jiang Group.
With the support of such a wealthy company as the Jiang Group, Yunduan can afford to make no money and lose money every year. Because given the scale of Cloud, no matter how much loss it suffers, it will not shake the Jiang Group. I guess Jiang Tianqing's father thought the same thing at the time.
How much money can he lose anyway?
It would be better to let Jiang Tianqing go out and try his luck alone. Soon, the two arrived at Yunwan Group. Jiang Tianqing also received the news in advance and was waiting at the door of the building.
It's quite early.
Jiang Tianqing greeted Yi Yichuan with a smile after seeing him.
Yi Yichuan joked, "It must be earlier, otherwise, I will be threatened by you again." Jiang Tianqing blushed.
If there was no one else around, Yi Yichuan would have said this, but there was an old Zhou next to them. At this time, old Zhou looked at Jiang Tianqing very straightforwardly. "Xiao Yi, I don't think Director Jiang is the kind of person who would threaten others.
On the contrary, I suspect that you threatened Director Jiang. Otherwise, why would such a big company like Yunwan need you to help her open up the market?"
When Jiang Tianqing heard this, he nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right."
Yi Yichuan smiled slightly and said, "I threatened you? You don't need me to help you open up the short video market? Okay, then I'll leave."
Seeing that Yi Yichuan was really thinking of turning around and leaving, Jiang Tianqing quickly stopped him. No, I'm threatening you."
"That's about right."
Yi Yichuan nodded with satisfaction. "Actually, I came here today mainly to borrow the resources of your video publicity department, but they can watch and learn from the sidelines, which can also be regarded as teaching them a lesson."
"No problem." Although Yi Yichuan was not here to directly help her guide the video publicity department. But this lesson alone is of great value. In the outside world, most people don't even have this opportunity. After entering the video publicity department in the cloud, Yi Yichuan took Zhou Shangtai to a room specially used for filming with familiarity.
There are several cameras arranged inside, as well as a green screen to facilitate special effects production in post-production.
"Are you ready, Lao Zhou?" Yi Yichuan asked with a smile. "What are you preparing for?" Zhou Shangtai asked in confusion.
The people from the video publicity department around burst into laughter.
"Brother Yi, what kind of actors did you find? Why are they so unqualified?" "That's right, Brother Yi, this is not as good as my acting." Yi Yichuan smiled slightly and looked around.
The employees of the publicity department who were in charge of filming the video suddenly fell silent and didn't dare to say another word. He is not an actor, but a serious technical talent.
"What I want to do is to promote his skills," Yi Yichuan said with a smile. "Understood." The people from the video publicity department around them all nodded.
Zhou Shangtai was stunned and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, why do I remember that you are from Shangyun Group? How come you still have such a strong deterrent power here?"
Yi Yichuan smiled and said, "Because they respect me.
In this field, I am the best young man in the world today, without exaggerating."
Lao Zhou nodded, put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and began to cooperate with the filming attentively. In fact, Lao Zhou was not stupid, otherwise he would not have become an expert in the automotive field.
He just wasn't that interested in anything other than cars. And now, after he showed interest in things other than cars, his talent began to show. The lines that he had memorized by heart kept echoing in Lao Zhou's mind. Not only that, every time he spoke a line, he simulated in his mind the facial expressions and movements he should make.
"Start shooting," Yi Yichuan commanded.
The small room suddenly became quiet. As Lao Zhou began to speak, his voice was the only one left in the room.
"Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Shangtai. I am the main designer of Everest and also the manufacturer of Everest." As the first sentence of the opening came out of Lao Zhou's mouth, the subsequent lines flowed as smoothly as flowing water.
Soon, the first shooting of the video was completed.
After watching the video, Yi Yichuan gave Lao Zhou a thumbs up and said, "Lao Zhou, you are a talent. You passed it in one try."
Old Zhou smiled innocently. The others were all shocked.
"Brother Yi, where did you find all these talents?"
"I have never seen such talented actors."
Those who previously complained about Zhou Shangtai's acting skills are now praising him. "I've already said it, he's acting himself," Yi Yichuan said with a smile. Chapter 108, Lao Zhou builds a car. After watching the video, Yi Yichuan opened his first account. The name of this account is Lao Zhou Builds Cars. Among all the XX talking about cars and automobile XX, Lao Zhou's car manufacturing seems to be an outlier.
A plain name, but it suppresses others at the root. Because other car bloggers are at most people who talk about cars, and they just know more about cars than ordinary people.
But Lao Zhou is different. Lao Zhou makes cars, and his understanding of cars is equivalent to a person's understanding of his own body.
It is even better because no one can disassemble their own body part by part to carefully observe and debug it.
The first video of Lao Zhou making a car was released.
What follows is a long wait, while also observing the changes in the data.
Yi Ichuan handed over this process to the more professional members of the cloud video publicity department. With their help, things naturally became much easier. Yi Ichuan took advantage of this time to start teaching other members of the video publicity department.
What he teaches are things that cannot be learned outside because they are his personal experiences. From the script to shooting, to post-production, and even to the placement of the camera, no detail is overlooked. It was not until this time that the elites of the video publicity department realized how big the gap was between them and Yi Ichuan.
Any tiny detail can be utilized by Yi Ichuan to make the video effect more perfect. These small details may not be noticed by anyone under normal circumstances. Even if someone notices them, they may not be willing to pursue perfection for such a small detail. But Yi Ichuan is different. He demands perfection in every work and cannot miss any tiny details.
After teaching the elites of the video publicity department for more than an hour, the member responsible for keeping an eye on the data ran over with an excited expression on his face. His expression at this moment was like that of a devout believer who saw the existence he believed in, incredible yet calm as it should be.
Brother Yi, the first wave of data is out. He handed a document to Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan took the file, which contained data from the past hour. In just over an hour, the number of views of this video exceeded 1 million, and the number of likes was close to 200,000.
In the comments section, most people noticed Yi Ichuan's presence. The comments almost made Yi Ichuan laugh out loud. I was wondering why I didn't see Yi Ichuan's public service advertisements these days.
It turns out he went out to get cars.
Isn't one promotional advertisement enough? They even made a short video. It seems that the Everest has a high status in Yi Ichuan's mind. Even Yi Ichuan is optimistic about the car. Why don't you buy it?
Anyway, I have already placed an order with the dealer.
What Yi Ichuan?
You should call him Yishan.
God, Yi is awesome. Hey, man, what configuration did you order? I ordered the high-end configuration. This is the rise of domestic brands. Support domestic products.
On the side, Zhou Shangtai also saw the comments from many netizens in the comment section. His expression was also somewhat excited.
Xiao Yi, is this what you said? As long as my influence is big enough, it can achieve better results than building cars? Lao Zhou asked.
Yi Ichuan nodded and said, yes, of course the prerequisite is that the quality of the car itself must be strong enough.
I understand you now. Zhou Shangtai sighed.
Thinking back to the beginning, he spent so much effort to debug a car again and again until there was no room for further improvement, and only then put it on the market for sale. But despite this, sales were still dismal, and the final result was just that the car had a better reputation.
What is the point of having a good reputation?
If you want to revitalize your own brand, it's far from enough to rely on the reputation of a few cars. And now, a brand new road appears in front of Zhou Shangtai. Old Zhou, you just focus on making good cars, and I'll take care of the promotion.
Yi Ichuan said. This is the first account he registered, and there will definitely be more accounts to follow. However, this is the only account with the purest purpose.
The reason for the existence of the Lao Zhou Build Car account is not to make a lot of money, but to fulfill the beautiful wish in Lao Zhou's heart.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Lao Zhou nodded.
As the two were talking, the members of the video publicity department who were responsible for monitoring the data roared.
Fuck! Is this still a number that humans can achieve? Incredible!
After the number of views exceeded 1 million, they originally thought that the rate of increase in subsequent data would gradually slow down. But after a few minutes of lull, the data started to soar like a rocket.
1.5 million.
In just a few minutes, the number of views increased by another 500,000. Along with the 500,000 views, there were also nearly 100,000 likes. That is to say, among the new 500,000 views, on average 1 out of every 5 people who watched the video clicked like on it.
This is a very scary ratio.
You know, some short videos that became popular on the platform have over 100 million views, but the final number of likes is only 2 or 3 million, which is still considered very high.
But this ratio is only 50 to 1, but for Yi Ichuan, the ratio is 5 to 1. This data has increased tenfold or even more. Not only that, Yi Ichuan also saw many people leaving comments in the comments section related to the promotional advertisements of the Everest. Is there something special going on somewhere? Yi Ichuan searched for the Everest advertisement on the portal website. As he clicked the search button, tens of thousands of related information popped up in an instant, almost overwhelming each one. How long? Each one murmured. How long? Asked Lao Zhou on the side. How long has the promotional advertisement for Everest been released? Each one asked. It was released around the same time yesterday, and it has been about a day now. Lao Zhou calculated and said. 1 day. Even each one himself could hardly believe this data. In just 1 day, the promotional advertisements for Everest reached such figures. Damn, what a loss. This advertisement should cost at least 5 million. Each one yelled as if he suddenly thought of something. Then he sat back in his chair and laughed. 1 day. It only took 1 day. Each one looked at Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou, guess what I'm thinking about now? What are you thinking about? Zhou Shangtai asked. I wonder how many people will pre-order the Everest when it is actually launched. Chapter 109 Hidden Mission. It has only been less than a day, and the speed at which the data has grown is so fast that even though each one has been mentally prepared, he is still shocked. Even he is like this, let alone others who pay attention to this aspect. It's just that not many people have noticed the abnormality of the Everest's promotional advertisements. Although the data is growing very fast, it is starting from scratch after all. Even if it is growing faster, it has not yet reached the point where everyone knows about it. Moreover, it was precisely because it was so fast that it caught people off guard. What do you mean? Zhou Shangtai had a guess in his mind that he totally didn't dare to believe, but he couldn't help but want to verify it. What if this guess was true? Each one laughed out loud. Old Zhou, this time, your wish to revitalize your own brand is likely to come true. Old Zhou was shocked by this sentence. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. What do you mean? Lao Zhou shouted excitedly, so that's it. He laughed too. I have been working in the automotive industry for nearly 10 years. In the past 10 years, there has not been a single day when he did not want to revitalize the domestic independent brands. However, no matter how hard he tried or how good a car he made, he still could not fulfill this wish. And now, each one told him that his wish was about to come true. He devoted nearly 10 years of hard work to it, endured countless ridicules and criticisms, and finally waited for this day to come. How could this not excite him? Okay, very good. Old Zhou was laughing, and laughing very wildly. His usually calm image was completely gone at this moment. Each one saw a slight light flickering in the corner of his eyes. Even someone like each one, who looks nonchalant but is actually very proud, can't help but respect Zhou Shangtai. It is because of the existence of people like Lao Zhou that this powerful country will prosper and get better day by day. It is because of the existence of people like them who are dedicated to their work that more and more good products are being produced, suppressing the imported goods that originally monopolized the market, allowing people in this country to buy the same products, or even better products, with less money. Old Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Each one sighed sincerely. No, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. Lao Zhou stopped laughing and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Just when the two were being sentimental, someone suddenly shouted in the office of the video promotion department. This shouting completely wiped out the emotions of Lao Zhou and each one. Calling the soul. Each one roared, you are so startled, you can't keep calm at all. You need to stay calm, understand? Damn, I can't keep calm. The number of views has reached 5 million. The number of fans following this completely new account has directly exceeded 200,000. The previous roar shocked the entire video publicity department, and the words that were said completely set the office off. How many? Did I hear you right? 5 million views. 200,000 followers? Each one stood up and hurriedly walked to the computer, looking at the data on it. 5 million? When he saw the data on the computer clearly, he was like, oh my god. Each one, who had previously told others not to get excited and to stay calm, exclaimed even more exaggeratedly than the man just now. It's really 5 million, damn. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He slid the mouse and watched the data growth carefully. If the data growth rate when the playback volume reached 2 million was an upward slanting line, then now when the data growth rate has increased from 2 million to 5 million, it is a completely straight downward line. How long has it taken to achieve the growth from 2 million views to 1 million views? This data doesn't seem to be something a brand new rookie account can achieve. Even for some big internet celebrities with millions of dollars in revenue,
it is extremely difficult to achieve such an increase by releasing a new video. There is no video that can achieve such an increase in data without bringing a sensational impact. And now, this new video is going to achieve the same effect. How could this not make each one's heartbeat faster? He carefully browsed the data on the computer, combined the data he had learned so far with his own inferences, 20 million? At this point, even each one himself was not sure where the video would end. Such a growth rate of data is really too scary. If it was seen by those who racked their brains to shoot videos and do publicity, they would probably report that someone was cheating. No, maybe the figure of 20 million is too conservative. Each one looked at this almost straight line and overturned his previous speculation.
Let's wait and see. Such an increase is a good thing. Each one smiled.
Before the video was released, he was actually a little unsure. After all, it was his first time entering this industry and he didn't know much about it. At that time, he speculated that it would be good if he could end up with 1 or 2 million views. After all, he was a newcomer with a new account. Just over an hour after the video was released, it had reached 2 million views, which had actually exceeded his expectations. But now, it was no longer a matter of estimation or not, as he had no idea where the end of this video was. Such videos will surely enable him to successfully enter the short video industry. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the hidden task. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the shooting of the first short video and successfully breaking through 5 million views. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 fans. Ding, hidden mission rewards have been issued, reward, 500,000, and script X1.
A series of system voices in his mind made each one a little confused. What's going on? A hidden mission?
It was the first time he knew that there was such a thing as hidden tasks in the system.
500,000 is too little. Each one couldn't help but complain in his heart. At his current level, 500,000 is indeed not a lot for him. But don't miss it.
Although 500,000 is not a lot, it is not a small amount either. But this new script happens to be of some use, which is good. Each one walked to the side, operated the computer, and wrote out the script in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Tianqing entered the office of the video publicity department and saw each one who was concentrating on copying the script.
Chapter 110, Cold Sweat.
Zhang Tianqing walked in from the office door and gently placed her fingers to her lips, signaling those employees who wanted to say hello to her after seeing her to keep quiet. Just like that, the office of the video publicity department did not cause any commotion at all due to the arrival of the boss. Zhang Tianqing took light steps and slowly approached each one. She stood not far behind each one, looking at his serious profile. At this moment, each one's whole mind was focused on the computer and the script in his mind. He was only thinking about writing the script in his mind and didn't notice that someone was watching him from behind. No wonder people on the internet say that men look most handsome when they are serious. Zhang Tianqing looked at each one's serious back, bit her lips lightly, and said silently in her heart. At this time, each one was simply a human-shaped killer weapon, but he was targeting women. Especially young women like Zhang Tianqing. Even a girl like Zhang Tianqing, who was blessed with knowledge far beyond that of ordinary people, was also bewitched by each one at this moment. After each one copied the script in his mind, he printed it out using the printer next to him. After finishing all this, he handed the document he had just printed to the person next to him. The printed paper was still warm with a faint scent of ink. I'm giving this script to you and you can shoot it. It's a test for you. Each one said. Hearing what he said, the members of the video publicity department who had been watching on the side all rushed over at lightning speed and surrounded the printed paper like hungry wolves seeing meat.
Let me see.
Don't worry, I'll take a look first.
Move your butt away, you're blocking my view. Who's that behind me? Stop butting my butt.
There were ghostly howlings. Each one had not expected that the script he had produced would be so attractive. He was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly shouted, don't worry, make a few more copies for everyone to read together.
That person stepped on my foot.
Under each one's command, the chaotic scene finally calmed down gradually.
Each one turned around and saw Zhang Tianqing behind him. Why are you here? He asked curiously. I came to see how your work is going.
Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. Each one patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll do the job. Zhang Tianqing smiled sweetly, but almost all the people in the video publicity department were workaholics. Except for each one, no one paid much attention to her beautiful face.
I've left a script for you. Just be responsible for filming it. Yi H1 arranged. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Zhang Tianqing to say anything more, Yi H1 quickly left the video publicity department.
Zhang Tianqing and Zhou Shangtai were left staring at each other. I'll stay here and cooperate with the filming, Zhou Shangtai said embarrassedly when he saw Zhang Tianqing staring at him. After leaving the clouds, Yi H1 got into his Everest and started the car. This first video will probably have over 10 million views, and a video with 10 million views can bring me at least 500,000 yuan in revenue. But I'm still in the exploratory stage, so I'm not in a hurry to make money. He thought silently. If he starts to rush to make money now, he might ruin this account and personal IP which have a broader development space in the future. Such a thing of exhausting resources is obviously not his style. After starting the car, Yi H1 began to plan his next goal. The short video industry is obviously a way for him to make the most money now, but he must first gain profits, which cannot be achieved in a short period of time. But now, he is still a long way from his small goal of 100 million. If I can't make 100 million within a year, I obviously won't be recognized by my aunt. Alas, money is hard to earn. Yi H1 sighed and started the car. He drove towards the direction of Shangyun Group. Soon, they arrived at the underground garage of Shangyun Group. However, as soon as he entered the underground garage of Shangyun Group, he felt a chill. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Yi H1 frowned and muttered softly. He felt his whole body suddenly go cold and his hair stood on end. When he drove his car to the parking space where he usually parked, he realized where the chill came from. Wife, why are you here? Yi H1 saw Lin Anlin standing in the parking space where he usually parked his car, apparently waiting for him. Where have you been? You haven't been in the company all morning? Lin Anlin asked expressionlessly. I went to help a friend shoot a video. Honey, you know that earning 100 million is not an easy thing. Of course, I will seize every opportunity to make more money and try to pass my aunt's test in the future. Then I can marry you. Yi H1 smiled guiltily. Oh no, my wife must have found out that I went to another woman's company during work hours, and now she's here to blame me, right? Although he felt that there was nothing wrong between him and Zhang Tianqing, women were extremely difficult to deal with in this regard, and it was difficult to explain the slightest wrongness. Really? Lin Anlin asked with some doubt in his eyes. It's absolutely true. If I, Yi H1, tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. Yi H1 raised his hand and swore. Lin Anlin was amused by his serious look and said with a smile, since you have performed well, I will not pursue the matter of you not being in the company during working hours. Upon hearing this, Yi H1 felt relieved. It would be better not to pursue the matter. If he did, even if there was only the slightest relationship between him and Zhang Tianqing, Lin Anlin would probably be unhappy for a long time. By the way, I'm considering whether I should help you take on more advertisements. What do you think? Zhang Tianqing suddenly asked. This. Yi H1 was stunned for a moment. Thinking that his main focus now was on short videos, he wanted to refuse. But on second thought, the point is not whether it is an advertisement or not, but that Lin Anlin wants to help him make more money so that he can fulfill the promise he made to Lin Anlin's aunt as soon as possible. Okay, thank you for your concern, my wife. Yi H1 walked behind Lin Anlin, raised his hand to rub her shoulders and said with a smile. Who is your wife? Although he had completely accepted Yi H1 at this time, Lin Anlin still refused to let up. Chapter 111. Let us get started. Lin Anlin enjoyed Yi H1 massaging her shoulders, and suddenly she thought of something and said, by the way, you can start solving the problems in the planning department. Yi H1 was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. This day has finally arrived. Since Lin Anlin could say such a thing, it was obvious that she thought the time had come. This incident seemed to be just a confrontation between Yi H1 and the planning department, but in fact it was a confrontation between Lin Anlin and another faction of the Shangyun Group. It was also a confrontation between her and the Lin family. You should deal with the planning department's affairs as soon as possible. Those who should leave should not be allowed to stay here. As for the future, I know you must have your own plans, so I won't make too many arrangements. Lin Anlin said with a smile. Thank you, my wife, for your support. Yi H1 also replied with a smile. He does have his own arrangements in this regard. Not to mention sending away all the people who should leave the planning department, even completely disbanding the entire planning department is acceptable. He has found an employee who is capable enough to support him in setting up a new planning department. For the shooting, there are the pair of sisters, and for the editing, there are Xiaopang and Gaoga. As for the actors, on the one hand, he has the help of the provincial TV station, and on the other hand, he can also conduct auditions online. With his current influence, he only needs to raise his hand and there will be thousands of people responding. You know, the last time he selected a role on the internet for the filming of Cans, tens of thousands of people signed up for the audition, and at that time, his influence was far less than it is now. Although he was not sure in his heart, each one felt that as long as he really held an audition online, the number of participants would most likely exceed 100,000. This is not a small number, although it seems to be a huge difference from the total population of the country. However, those who are brave enough to sign up for the auditions are undoubtedly people with a certain degree of self-confidence. Such people are rare in themselves, let alone those who rush to sign up just because someone is auditioning online. In today's country, only each one can have such a great influence. Apart from him, no one else can do so, not even some well-known directors.
After separating from Lin Anlin, each one returned to the planning department.
After arriving at his office, he called together the heads of all 9 groups.
How's the progress of the advertising shooting? Each one asked.
The 19 leaders still remembered vividly what had happened before, so they did not dare to act recklessly and reported the progress and situation honestly.
After listening to their reports, each one nodded and said, "It sounds good from what you said. So, where is the sample? Let me see it."
However, as soon as these words were spoken, several team leaders lowered their heads and fell silent.
What do you mean? Each one frowned. I can't even watch the sample?
Several responsible persons still kept their heads down and said nothing. Each one sneered and thought to himself, it just so happens that I can take this opportunity to reshuffle the planning department.
He immediately became angry. Are you all silent? Why aren't you talking? I'm your department manager. What? I can't even take a look at the sample? Manager Yi, don't go too far, said a team leader. Too much? I'm too much? Am I too much? Each one laughed, and it was hard not to laugh. After all, he was the department manager of the planning department, but he asked to see the work situation of the employees in the planning department and was even accused by the team leader of being too much? You are the ones who are going too far, right? I am the manager of the planning department after all. Can't I even check on the work status of my employees?
Each one stood up and pointed at the noses of the team leaders and said angrily, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, get out of here as soon as possible."
Each one, you are just a department manager. Do you really think Shangyun Group belongs to you? That's right, you are just a manager. Who gave you such great power? What a lousy place. I can't stand it any longer. You're still yelling every day. I'll just change jobs. That's right. It's not like I won't be able to survive if I leave Shangyun Group.
Several team leaders all started shouting. Each one watched them coldly as they shouted and yelled in front of him, without stopping them. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Wang Meng walked in from outside with a smile.
Each one, I give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far,
Wang Meng said with a smile. When the team leaders who had opposed each one saw Wang Meng coming in, they all made way for him. Obviously, in their minds, although each one is the department manager of the planning department, his status is far inferior to Wang Meng.
Who do you think you are?
Each one laughed sarcastically.
You. The smile on Wang Meng's face suddenly froze.
He originally thought that under the pressure of so many team leaders, even if each one was the department manager of the planning department, he would still have to think carefully and not act rashly. But each one's words were like a hard slap in the face, making his face hurt.
Don't force me.
At worst, I can just leave the planning department, set up a company, and go against your Shangyun Group.
Wang Meng threatened sinisterly. That's right. At worst, we can all switch jobs to Menga's company, leaving you, a crappy department manager, alone. You? Are you worthy? Of course, if you are really determined, I won't stop you. You can leave at any time. Yichuan laughed, his face full of indifference. You. Wang Meng felt his blood rushing to his heart and he almost fainted. Yichuan, don't regret it, he said angrily. Yichuan smiled and took out a file bag from his desk, which contained the resignation application he had prepared long ago.
I've known that this day would come for you, and I've been prepared for it. He stamped his seal on the resignation applications, fill them out, I'll stamp and sign them for you first, and then you can go directly to the finance department to settle your wages. Although I don't have a good impression of these people, I still have to pay them their salaries, otherwise it will not be good for the reputation of Shine Yun Group if it gets out. Good, good, good. Wang Meng said 3 good words in a row. Good boy, Yichuan, just wait for me. At this time, even if Wang Meng didn't want to leave, he had to leave. After all, he had boasted so much, and it would be embarrassing if he stayed here.
Chapter 112, Not Enough Walking.
Wang Meng took out all the resignation applications that had been signed and stamped by Yichuan, along with the file bag.
I just hope you don't regret it.
Wang Meng sneered, you look so glorious now, but that's only because you are still a department manager.
But if everyone in this department leaves, who will you be able to shine in front of?
I just hope that by then you won't cry and scream, or kneel on the ground and beg us to come back.
Yichuan waved his hand and said with a smile, don't bother, I won't see you off.
Wang Meng snorted coldly and left the office with a group of team leaders who supported him.
By the way, don't forget to go to the finance department to collect your salary.
I will pay you double the salary, even if it is your startup capital.
You must build a decent company. Don't come back crying and begging me to let you come back to work just a few days after the establishment. Yichuan sat at his desk and laughed, if that's the case, it's really embarrassing.
Wang Meng staggered as he walked out and almost fell to the ground.
It was really infuriating. Yichuan's ability to harm others has improved again. Don't worry. I have people above me.
I'm different from you, a poor boy with no background and no strength.
I'm just a little luckier. I will let you know how cruel society is. Wang Meng left the office without looking back.
He walked outside, raised the resignation application in his hand, and said to the other planning department members in the office, everyone, if anyone can't stay in this crappy place, you can come to me now to get the resignation application and leave this crappy place directly. Of course, don't worry about finding a job after you leave here.
I will set up my own company after I leave here.
When the time comes, everyone is welcome to work in my company. I have to say that Wang Meng is indeed a talented person, but it's a pity that he has chosen a narrow path.
Yichuan looked through the open office door at Wang Meng's passionate speech in the planning department.
Even he couldn't help but want to applaud Wang Meng. Also, I think everyone knows that my background, Wang Meng, is not comparable to that person who got to where he is today by sheer luck. As long as you are willing to work for me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Under Wang Meng's instigation, more than half of the people in the planning department were moved. By the way, let me remind you that if you submit your resignation application now and go to the finance department, they will give you double salary, otherwise you will not even have food to eat when you go to Brother Meng.
Yichuan's mocking voice was heard from the office. Wang Meng's face was gloomy, but he ignored Yichuan's mocking words and said, yes, it is true.
So, if you are willing to leave, come and get your resignation application now.
It is all stamped and signed.
As long as you fill it out and submit it, you can resign directly.
At once, more people were interested. Yichuan didn't care about it. It was good to leave.
He even wished he could leave more often so that there would be more room for his own people. Seeing that half of the people in the planning department were impressed by him and came to him to submit their resignation applications, Wang Meng turned around and looked inside the office. At this time, Yichuan was sitting with his legs crossed, as if he was watching a clown show, with a playful smile on his face.
Yichuan, just wait for me. Yichuan could clearly see what Wang Meng was saying through his mouth. Did you see that, Yichuan? This is my influence. How can you fight me? Yichuan waved his hand and said, hurry up. Are you going to leave or not?
If you want to leave, hurry up and stop annoying me. I feel sick just by looking at you.
I almost vomited my breakfast. Wang Meng's already gloomy expression became even gloomier after he said this. Just wait.
He made a harsh remark and took a group of former planning department employees who had already filled out their resignation applications to the finance department to settle their wages. After that huge group of people left, the originally bustling planning department suddenly became much emptier.
But Yichuan was still somewhat dissatisfied. Looking at it this way, there are still a lot of people. Those who just left were determined to leave. There are also some shaky fence-sitters who are of no use to me. I'd better send them all out. My temple is small and can't accommodate so many big Buddhas. Yichuan stood up and walked out of his office. In the planning department, the few remaining members looked at each one as he walked out, their eyes wandering. Well, that's right. A lot of people left. Each one nodded and sighed. Several members of the planning department gathered together and whispered, "Do you think each one is stupid?" "I guess. If I were in your shoes, I would go crazy too." "That's right, more than half of the people have already left, and you still think that not enough people have left?" Each one smiled slightly. "Of course it's not enough." You heard everything?" The few employees who had been discussing in a low voice together were horrified. "I forgot to tell you that I have very sharp ears." Each one stretched out his little finger and scratched his ear in an unpresentable manner. "Do you want me to send you off, or do you want to go and get your resignation application and leave with me?" The faces of the employees who were whispering turned red. They all stood up and ran out, quickly catching up with the large group behind Wang Meng. "Well, that's good. A few more have left." Each one nodded with a smile on his face. "Is there anyone else leaving?" The remaining employees were all silent and dared not say anything more. In their opinion, each one could still laugh at this moment, which was simply abnormal. "Okay, since no one wants to leave now, hand in your samples for me to see." After waiting for a while and confirming that no one else wanted to leave, each one was still a little unsatisfied. There are indeed too few people leaving. If a few more people leave, it will be perfect. And he is such a person who pursues perfection. The remaining planning department employees handed in the samples. There were originally 9 groups, and all the members of one of the groups left, so the sample film of that group was handed over to each one by other groups. After each one got these samples, he returned to his office and began to watch the samples of the 9 advertisements. He was the one who provided the scripts for these commercials, and he knew exactly what the optimal state of these commercials was. The 9 commercials were finished in a short while. The effect wasn't very good, but it was acceptable. In fact, one of them did a pretty good job in each one's opinion. Chapter 113 Mr. Mighty. After watching these 9 samples, each one once again left his office and walked outside. When the employees in the planning department who were working saw each one coming out, none of them dared to move too much. If the beating of Wang Meng in front of so many people made these members of the planning department feel afraid of each one, then the tone and expression when he complained that not enough people left just now, which did not seem like a joke at all, made these members of the planning department feel fear and oppression. The ads submitted this time are pretty good, but don't think that everything will be fine after half of the people leave. I tell you, the elimination mechanism will continue in the next period of time. The creators of the worst ads, all get out. Each one said with a smile, "Of course, if you choose to get out now, that's fine too." "Damn it, I quit." Immediately, someone threw the mouse in his hand hard, and it broke into pieces on the ground. Each one, you don't treat us as human beings at all, right? Following the lead of the first person, several more people stood up and walked out. "Hey, wait a minute." Each one stopped those who were about to apply for resignation. "What? Do you regret it now? Where is your arrogance just now?" The leader turned around and laughed. Each one shook his head and said, "No, I mean, if you damage the mouse, you will be fined. At least 2,000. 2,000. Why don't you go get a gun? It's just such a rubbish mouse, I can get you one for $20. The man was stunned, then got angry. "Isn't this obvious blackmail? I don't care whether it's 20 or not. If I say it's 2,000, then it's 2,000. Each one walked forward and looked directly into the man's eyes. The momentum of the superior, who had not been used for a long time, was fully displayed at this moment. The leader who was facing each one was sweating coldly. 2,000 is 2,000. I'm not someone who needs these 2,000. The man suppressed the fear in his heart and said stubbornly, "That's fine, get out of here now." Each one waved his hand. After seeing off several people again, each one turned and looked at the planning department. The planning department, which originally had more than 50 people, now has only 13 people left. Yes, there are 13 left. Each one smiled. The remaining 13 people are basically old employees of the planning department. They know very well that each one's current achievements are not based on luck, as Wang Meng said. They have been in this industry for quite some time, and although their achievements are limited, they still have good vision. It is precisely because of this that they all know that if they follow each one, their future will be brighter. Each one looked at the last 13 people, smiled and said, "Do you think that now that I've sent so many people away, I should just stop and be quiet?"
The remaining 13 old employees of the planning department were those who had no relationship with Wang Mang. All looked up blankly and looked at Yi each one. Two of them vaguely sensed that there was something else behind Yi each one's words. Let me tell you this. Even though I've sent so many people away, I won't relax my requirements on you at all. My requirements are very high. If you can't do it, get out as soon as possible, otherwise you won't be able to gain any benefits from me in the future. You will then blame me and feel resentful towards me, which is not good for you or for me. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. So, instead of being bullied here in the future, you might as well get out of here as soon as possible. Immediately, 3 more people stood up and left the planning department. Looking at the planning department with only 10 people left, Yi Ichuan finally showed a satisfied smile. That's right, exactly 10 people, exactly 2 groups. Yi Ichuan nodded and said with satisfaction. Although he has found enough excellent people to build a new planning department, the number of people is small after all, which will cause the work to proceed much slower. Therefore, it is necessary to retain some of the original planning department employees. Moreover, after today's screening, the group that remained were basically those who had deep feelings for Shang Yun Group and could not be shaken by his few words. This group of people are all capable of being used and are truly useful to Shang Yun Group. Since all 10 of you have stayed, I can't treat you unfairly. From now on, your salaries will all be raised by 1/3. That's what I say. Yi Ichuan said with a smile. There was silence in the planning department for a moment, and then the only 10 people left all applauded. Although there were only 10 people, the applause that broke out still resounded throughout the entire floor. Outside the planning department, Wang Mang also heard thunderous applause coming from not far behind him. Not only him, but everyone else heard it. What happened in the planning department before you came? Wang Mang looked at the last 3 people who left the planning department and asked. Nothing good happened. That pervert Yi Ichuan said that although there are only 13 people left in the entire planning department, his requirements will not be relaxed at all. If you can't meet his requirements, get out as soon as possible to avoid making everyone unhappy. One of the 3 people said. After listening to this, Wang Mang smiled slightly and said, Yi Ichuan, where does your courage come from? He really couldn't understand how such a poor boy, with no money and no background, could finally become a department manager by luck, but ended up not cherishing it and ended up turning a good planning department into its current state. Don't worry, although I have left Shang Yun Group now, I will soon establish my own company. If you want to come, just come and work with me. I, Wang Mang, will definitely not treat you unfairly. Wang Mang looked around and said to the people around him, I won't tell you much about my background, you all know it. As for my company, let's call it Mr. Wei Meng. The people around Wang Mang nodded. Most of these people were Wang Meng's men, otherwise a large number of them would not have been willing to follow Wang Mang away at the beginning. Wang Mang took a large group of people to the finance department and submitted his resignation application. Everyone in the finance department was shocked. Normally, they would only see a few people resign in a month, but now there are dozens of them all at once. If you don't know, you might think they are not here to resign, but that today is their payday and they have come here collectively to collect their wages. After the finance department confirmed with Yi Ichuan over the phone, they confirmed again with Lin Anlin. After confirming that all these people were allowed to resign, they quickly completed the resignation procedures and paid double their wages. Of course, the 2,000 yuan for the mouse was also deducted. Chapter 114 Negative Information. Now that they have made up their minds to carry out a thorough and drastic reform of the planning department of Shang Yun Group, the planning department, which only has 10 people left, is more cohesive than before. Because although there were many people in the previous planning department, not many of them were really willing to work for Yi Ichuan. Not only that, other employees who tend to Shang Yun will be dragged down by them and will not be able to complete their work well. Therefore, although there are only 10 people left now, all 10 of them are wholeheartedly working hard for Shang Yun, no matter what the reason is. Be it for a higher salary or for his own ideals, as long as he is truly dedicated to Shang Yun, Yi Ichuan will keep him and even entrust him with important tasks. The big changes in the planning department also attracted the attention of people from other departments, but no one was willing to come and see what was going on. Except for Lu Ming, after all, he is the supervisor of the planning department, Yi Ichuan's boss and the main person in charge of the planning department. Ichuan, can you tell me what's going on? In the office, Lu Ming sat on the sofa and looked at the person behind the desk and asked. Yi Ichuan smiled calmly and said, Brother Lu, don't take this matter too seriously. They just wanted to leave on their own initiative. I just fulfilled their wish. But, aren't there too many people leaving at once?
With only a few people left in the planning department, can they complete the tasks assigned by the company in time?
Lu Ming was still a little worried.
Brother Lu, do you know what it means that the old ones don't leave, the new ones don't come? Yi Chuan laughed, only when these people make room can I let more outstanding people come in. What do you mean? Do you have a better candidate? Lu Ming asked. Yi Chuan nodded, of course, Brother Lu, I'm not a fool.
I also know what you were worried about before, but don't worry, I can handle it perfectly by myself. Lu Ming's worry was actually very simple. It was nothing more than that after Wang Meng and most of the other members of the party that supported the investors left, the company's top management would directly take action against Yi Chuan. Because Yi Chuan is now considered Lin Anlin's confidant, they do not have the ability to deal with Lin Anlin directly, but they can still deal with one of Lin Anlin's subordinates.
At least that's what they think. After listening to Yi Chuan's explanation, Lu Ming felt more confident. He was just worried that Yi Chuan would do something stupid.
After all, Yi Chuan is so young, and at such a young age he has achieved achievements that others may not be able to achieve in their entire lives. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have become so proud by now that he wouldn't know who he was.
Now that Yi Chuan has said so, there shouldn't be any big problems. Lu Ming felt relieved and left the planning department. Shortly after Lu Ming left, Yi Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Brother Yi, something big has happened.
The tall voice came out hurriedly from the phone.
What's the big deal? Don't be anxious, take a breath first. Yi Chuan said with a smile.
Brother Yi, a video exposing your dirty laundry suddenly appeared online, and it has been viewed over 30 million times. The tall guy didn't even have time to catch his breath.
And I found out that these videos were all edited maliciously.
They started to smear you without any context, but the netizens on the internet don't know that.
Many people think that this video is real, and many people have already started to scold you on the internet. This is how it is on the internet.
No matter how popular a person was before, as long as he or she is slightly caught up in public opinion, he or she will attract a lot of attention and discussion from netizens.
Of course, this kind of discussion is definitely not a good thing for Yi Chuan, who was deliberately slandered.
Moreover, I also discovered that there are a large number of internet trolls on all major portals, who are smearing you in an organized and large-scale manner under every post about you. The tall man said all these words in one breath and felt like he was about to suffocate.
So serious? Yi Chuan was also shocked.
He now used the internet as his main development direction, so he knew better than many people how powerful the public opinion on the internet was. If most netizens are guided by public opinion, then even if he is a saint and has done nothing bad, he will still be swept away by public opinion and fall into the bottomless abyss.
Once you are really abandoned by public opinion, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to stand up again.
Because most of the netizens who like to watch the drama don't care about the truth of the matter at all. They only know that watching the drama on the internet is a very interesting thing, and they don't care what serious consequences their few slanderous words may have on the parties involved.
Don't worry, let me take a look first.
Yi Chuan did not hang up the phone in a hurry. He turned on his computer and logged into major portal websites. Sure enough, no matter which website it is, the most popular posts and top trending searches are all about him.
Moreover, it's not positive news. Shocking.
The producer of the public service advertisement, the youngest gold medal producer, actually beat someone up in the street. Gold medal producer Yi Chuan collided with someone in his car and started beating him without knowing the reason. The positive image turned out to be just a mask.
Yi Chuan is actually such a person. Yi Chuan was speechless when he saw these deliberately exaggerated headlines and the news on the hot searches. If I weren't Yi Chuan himself, I would really be interested and want to see what is going on.
Yi Chuan covered his face and sighed helplessly. With this kind of technique and shooting angle, if I'm not mistaken, it must be your doing, Wang Shandy. He raised his head and looked through the office window at the blue sky outside.
No wonder you left so easily. It turns out you have a backup plan. Brother Yi, who is Wang Shandy? Is he the one who maliciously slandered you?
The tall man's anxious voice came from the phone. Yi Chuan smiled and said, yes, help me trace the source, restore the maliciously edited video, and try to help me restore my image. I will handle the follow-up matters myself.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan stood up and walked to the window. You keep causing trouble for me. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze whenever you want?
He opened his phone and the hot searches were still updating, and when he saw the latest hot search. Even though Yi Chuan had expected Wang Shandy in his heart, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils suddenly. It's really sinister.
Chapter 115 Public Opinion Guidance.
Originally, the first, second, and third hot searches were all negative information about Ji-1 beating people. But after a new piece of breaking news came out, these three were immediately squeezed out. This new hot search has just appeared and it has occupied the first place in the popularity list. Ji-1 was in the same car with Jiang Tianqing, the chairman of Yunwan Company, and it was only after Jiang Tianqing got into a car accident that Ji-1 got angry and attacked her. What is the relationship between the two? This piece of news obviously carries more weight in the hearts of the majority of netizens, which is why it climbed to the top of the hot search list as soon as it appeared.
Ji-1 clicked on this trending search.
It was released by a small media company with no reputation. The specific content is also speculation about the relationship between Ji-1 and Jiang Tianqing. The most important thing is that all these speculations are well-founded, and even a lot of photos are listed as evidence. Even Ji-1 had to admire their ability to fabricate false information, which almost made him, the person involved, believe it. It's all conspiracies and things that are not worthy of being shown to the public.
Wang Shandy, is this all you have got?
Ji-1 shook his head and laughed.
Who would believe this kind of thing?
No one would believe it, no matter how reasonable the speculation is.
Anyone who believes it is a fool.
Just as Ji-1 was shaking his head and laughing, the screen on his phone suddenly changed and a call reminder popped up.
Whom? The call was from Lin Anlin, but hadn't the two of them just separated not long ago? What happened again?
At this time, Ji-1 suddenly thought of the post that quickly climbed to the top of the hot search list.
No way?
Sure enough, as soon as he answered the call, Lin Anlin's voice came out from the phone with a cold tone.
Ji-1.
Lin Anlin was like a snow mountain about to erupt, suppressing his surging anger.
What's the matter, my dear wife?
Things have come to this point. Ji-1 had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask with a smile, but the deep fear in his tone conveyed that he was not in a peaceful mood.
Please explain what's going on.
Lin Anlin said slowly, but his tone was still cold.
Well, do you believe me when I say everything is fine? Ji-1 said tentatively. I believe it. Ji-1 was stunned. Something was wrong. It shouldn't be like this at this time.
He should be asked to explain for at least 2 hours. However, before he could think about it, the phone was hung up. Ji-1 wanted to call back, but found that Lin Anlin's phone was turned off.
What's going on? Ji-1 continued to pay attention to the trend of public opinion on the internet.
He sat at his desk, staring at the news about the implementation of various portals on his computer.
Time flies by quickly.
Although the things on the hot search have not had much impact on him for the time being, he cannot just let it develop. Before Gaogo cracks the video, he still needs to keep an eye on the trend of public opinion on the internet.
Moreover, the emotions of most netizens were influenced by the large-scale water army, and they followed those water armies to criticize Ji-1 on the internet. It's really troublesome, but that's it. Once I find a way to crack it, everything will be solved. Ji-1 turned off his computer. It's time to get off work.
After Ji-1 punched out, he walked to the underground garage and found that Lin Anlin's car was no longer in the parking space.
Where are you going so early?
Although he was a little curious, the day's hard work had exhausted his energy, so he drove home without giving it too much thought.
After washing up, Ji-1 collapsed on his bed, still staring at the trends on the internet.
At this time, the public opinion on the internet had gradually begun to exceed his tolerance. Now it is no longer just the internet trolls who are leading the trend. Some netizens have been brainwashed by the internet trolls and have joined the army that is criticizing him. Moreover, there are quite a few such people, and their number is still increasing. If this incident is not resolved as soon as possible, all his previous efforts in shooting so many commercials and videos will be wasted. Ji-1 was lying on the bed, holding his phone in one hand and pinching his brow with the other hand. What a hassle. His eyes hurt from looking at the screen all day. Forget it, let me take a break first. If I keep going like this, I won't need the online public opinion to crush me to death. I'll probably tire myself to death. Ji-1 threw his phone aside and closed his eyes.
No, is the door locked?
Ji-1, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up.
No matter what, it doesn't matter whether it's locked or not. With the current security situation, is there anyone who will break into my house and tie me up?
The last time he looked at the time before he fell asleep, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
After Ji-1 put down his phone, he quickly fell asleep.
However, as time passed, in the middle of the night, a figure slowly pushed open the door and walked in from outside. Yi Ichuan had fallen into a deep sleep at this time and had no idea that there was one more person in his room. And that person gradually approached and came to the head of Yi Ichuan's bed.
Yi Ichuan. A faint calling voice sounded.
Yi Ichuan frowned in his sleep, but did not wake up.
Yi Ichuan. The call sounded again.
This time, Yi Ichuan, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to be aware of something. His eyelids struggled a few times, but because of excessive fatigue, he was too sleepy at this time and still did not wake up. But although he did not wake up, he came out of deep sleep and entered light sleep.
In the darkness, Yi Ichuan just felt as if something was calling his name in the darkness. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see what was calling him.
But this voice always sounds a little familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. When the voice calling his name sounded again, Yi Ichuan suddenly woke up.
Fuck!
As soon as he opened his eyes, Yi Ichuan saw a person standing upright next to his bed. Without saying a word, he rolled to the side, then picked up the pillow he had just used behind his head and threw it over.
What is that? Yi Ichuan shouted, Taishan Laojun, hurry up and give orders, all the demons and monsters leave. Leave you a ghost.
A voice came from the figure's mouth, and it was also startled by Yi Ichuan, who was suddenly awakened. Although what was thrown over was just a pillow, Yi Ichuan threw it in a panic, with great force. Even though it was just a pillow, it hurt when it hit him.
Chapter 116, If I don't marry you, you'll be struck by thunder.
In the darkness, Yi Ichuan, who had just woken up, was also stunned when he heard the voice.
Lin Anlin?
He asked in a puzzled tone. Then he turned on the light, and the sudden light made him close his eyes.
Not only him, the owner of the voice also closed his eyes. Are you sick? Why did you turn on the light suddenly?
The light that suddenly came on was extremely dazzling.
Not only each one couldn't open his eyes, but that person couldn't open his eyes either. Is it really you? Yi Ichuan was a little stunned when he heard this familiar voice. How did you get in?
Then he remembered that he did not close the door before going to bed. I knocked on the door, but you didn't respond after a long time, so I turned the doorknob, the door opened, and I came in.
Lin Anlin said a little embarrassedly. After all, it was breaking into someone else's home in the middle of the night, and it was a person of the opposite sex's home. Anyone would be embarrassed. You came to see me in the middle of the night. Is there something important?
Yi Ichuan had already adapted to the light by now, and asked after opening his eyes.
How dare you say that? Upon hearing this, Lin Anlin couldn't help himself. Didn't you say there was nothing between you and Zhang Tianqing? But why are the rumors online getting more and more serious now? Yi Ichuan was stunned. What?
Seeing him like this, Lin Anlin was so angry that he took out his cell phone and opened it to send a message to Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan took the phone in a daze and looked at the content displayed on the screen. What's going on? Yi Ichuan felt something was not right the more he looked.
If the previous speculation on the internet about the relationship between him and Zhang Tianqing was just speculation, and a lot of evidence that looked like the truth was cited, then the various versions of speculation that are now spreading wildly on the internet are no longer credible at all. But even so, for a woman like Lin Anlin, the destructive power is great enough. Under the influence of her emotions, Lin Anlin does not consider the authenticity of these things at all. She only knows that these speculations are becoming more and more excessive. Some people even said that Zhang Tianqing and Yi Ichuan had been husband and wife for a long time, and that Yi Ichuan's achievements today were inseparable from the support of the Zhang group behind Zhang Tianqing. But the key point is that Yi Ichuan has never met many members of the Zhang group. Except for Tan Shiyun, he doesn't know any other members of the Zhang group at all.
Lin Anlin angrily snatched back the phone. How should I know what's going on? Just go on with your Zhang Tianqing. Yi Ichuan saw that Lin Anlin's emotions were unstable.
When she turned around and prepared to leave, he grabbed Lin Anlin's hand and said, "No, that's not the case at all."
What is it like?
Although Lin Anlin's emotions were very unstable at this time, he had seen many ups and downs over the years.
Lin Anlin forced himself to calm down and asked, how much of what is said on the internet do you think is true?
Yi Ichuan did not answer directly, but asked back.
I don't know.
I only know that those things sound very convincing and it's hard for people not to believe them.
Lin Anlin's tone sounded aggrieved. Those rumors on the internet are obviously false, okay? How can you believe them? They are all made up by others to slander me.
Yi Ichuan explained, besides, if the relationship between Zhang Tianqing and I is really special, why am I in Shan Yun instead of Yunwan?
Lin Anlin thought seriously for a moment and said, "That makes sense. Please continue. What else can I say? These things are just fabricated by my enemies to attack me. After a while, I will resolve these things." Yi Ichuan said. "Okay, then I'll believe you this time." Lin Anlin, with his back to Yi Ichuan, raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. When she first saw the rumors on the internet about the relationship between Yi Ichuan and Zhang Tianqing, she was a little afraid that it was true, but after asking Yi Ichuan and getting the answer she wanted, she felt relieved. But the things on the internet became more and more outrageous. In the end, even though Yi Ichuan denied it himself, she couldn't help but worry in her heart, afraid that these were all true. Unfortunately, Yi Ichuan was overworked today and went to bed soon after returning home. No one answered her phone calls to Yi Ichuan. That's why she ran to Yi Ichuan's house in the middle of the night and this happened. Okay, Lan Lan, don't be afraid. I am your husband. If even you don't trust me, then wouldn't everything I did before be in vain? Yi Ichuan pulled Lin Anlin's wrist and held her in his arms. The two of them hugged each other gently. I promise to marry you. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning now. As luck would have it, at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded outside. Yi Ichuan's attention was all on Lin Anlin, so when the thunder sounded, he was startled and his whole body trembled. Seeing his embarrassing look, Lin Anlin couldn't help but laugh. That's right, smile more, you look so beautiful when you smile. Yi Ichuan pinched Lin Anlin's little face and said with a smile. After a long time, the two of them just hugged each other quietly. Are you going back tonight? Asked Yi Ichuan, who was holding Lin Anlin. Of course I have to go back, otherwise why would I stay here? Lin Anlin rolled his eyes. Yi Ichuan looked out the window. There were rolling thunder and howling wind. But it's going to rain soon. How about this? You just stay here and sleep in my bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. Fortunately, he bought a large lazy sofa, thinking that he could lie down and watch movies in his spare time. In the end, he didn't watch the movie, but now it is used for other purposes. Okay. Lin Anlin looked at the wind and thunder outside and felt a little scared. Yi Ichuan gently placed Lin Anlin on his bed and covered her with the quilt. Go to sleep. I'll be outside. Just call me if you have any problems. Lin Anlin nodded obediently. Yi Ichuan turned off the lights and left the room, but he did not close the door. After coming to the living room outside, Yi Ichuan lay on the sofa and soon fell asleep. The wind was still howling outside, but after all, through the window, not much sound came in. Lin Anlin was lying on the bed where Yi Ichuan had just slept. She smelled the unique smell on the cup and heard Yi Ichuan's subtle breathing in the living room outside the room. She felt particularly at ease and soon fell asleep. Chapter 117 Kidnapping. The next day, after a night's rest, Yi Ichuan woke up again full of energy, but when he woke up, Lin Anlin had already woken up. You got up so early? Yi Ichuan lay on the sofa and looked at Lin Anlin. Wake up, come and have breakfast. Lin Anlin replied after hearing Yi Ichuan's voice. Yi Ichuan immediately jumped up from the sofa, quickly washed up, and sat at the dining table. I never thought that I could eat breakfast made by my wife before we even get married. I'm so happy. Yi Ichuan said with a satisfied smile on his face. Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly, or it will get cold soon. Lin Anlin urged. Yi Ichuan didn't say anything more, picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. After the meal, there were still many things to deal with, and none of them were trivial matters, so even though I wanted to taste Lin Anlin's cooking seriously, time did not allow it. After a simple breakfast, the two went to Shan Yun Group together. However, what Yi Ichuan didn't know was that when the news of his improper relationship with Zhang Tianqing first broke out on the internet, there was someone who was even more excited than he was. Just last night, Zhang Tianqing, who found out about the relationship between her and Yi Ichuan going viral on the internet, was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. When has the princess, who has been pampered by the Zhang Group since childhood, ever suffered such injustice? It would have been fine if it was just spreading rumors, but there were even people saying that she seduced Yi Ichuan because she was attracted by his beauty. This is absolute nonsense. She is the proud daughter of the Zhang Group. She has seen all kinds of handsome guys. How could she be greedy for Yi Ichuan's beauty? Moreover, she also appears in those videos about car crashes. Because of this, you don't have to think too much to know who was behind all this. That night, the furious Zhang Tianqing drove his car, bought an axe from a hardware store, and came to the villa where Wang Shandy lived.
Although the relationship between Wang Shandy and her was not very good, Jiang Tianqing still knew where Wang Shandy lived.
The car that broke into Wang Shandy's villa in the middle of the night also attracted the attention of Wang Shandy's personal bodyguards.
He was worried that the trouble he was making on the internet would cause Yi Ichuan's revenge, so during this period of time, he spent a lot of money to hire some capable bodyguards for himself. As soon as Jiang Tianqing entered Wang Shandy's villa, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 strong men. After receiving the news from these private bodyguards, Wang Shandy also came to Jiang Tianqing.
"Miss Jiang, what are you doing coming to see me so late at night?" Wang Shandy's eyes swept over Jiang Tianqing unscrupulously. "Did you make all those things on the internet?" Jiang Tianqing asked angrily. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Wang Shandy laughed. "Didn't that little bastard pick you a long time ago?" "What? Did he not want you anymore after picking you? Go to hell."
Taking advantage of Wang Shandy's relaxed guard while laughing, Jiang Tianqing took out the axe from under the seat and threw it at Wang Shandy's head.
By the time Wang Shandy realized the danger, it was too late to dodge. The axe flew through the air and hit his head.
Just when both of them thought that everything was about to end, a steady and powerful hand reached out from behind Wang Shandy and firmly grasped the blade of the axe that was coming at them with great force.
Wang Shandy looked at the axe hovering less than 10 centimeters in front of him and couldn't help swallowing in fear. "It's okay. If you weren't here, Master Chen, I would have died here today,"
Wang Shandy said with a look of fear.
"How is this possible?"
Jiang Tianqing was stunned when he saw that his axe was about to hit Wang Shandy's forehead but was suddenly caught by a hand.
"Ha, Miss Jiang, this is a real strong man that I spent a lot of money to find in order to deal with Yi Ichuan. I originally wanted to set a trap for him and let him break in, but now it seems that it is not necessary."
Wang Shandy looked at the beautiful Jiang Tianqing in front of him and smiled sinisterly. "Guess, when will he come to save you?"
"What are you going to do?"
Seeing Wang Shandy's unfriendly expression, Jiang Tianqing couldn't help feeling a little scared.
"Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you."
Wang Shandy smiled and waved his hand. "Tie him up."
The several sturdy men surrounding Jiang Tianqing immediately approached Jiang Tianqing with a grin.
Although Jiang Tianqing has some skills, there is still a big gap between him and these professionals, not to mention the gap in numbers.
In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Tianqing was subdued by these strong men and then tied up with ropes. "I think, with you here, Yi Ichuan will definitely take the bait." Wang Shandy licked his lips with a grim expression. Yi Ichuan, who had answered Shine Yun, was now overwhelmed. He originally thought that the rumor would not lead to any unexpected situation, but after fermenting overnight, it has expanded to its current extent. If it is not resolved in time, it may really cause irreversible serious impact on him. Just as he was thinking about a solution, Luo Wenbin from Jianghua Group called him. "Mr. Luo, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Yi Ichuan asked. "Xiao Yi." Luo Wenbin's tone was a little solemn. Yi Ichuan also keenly realized that something was wrong.
When he was in Jianghua Group, Luo Wenbin called him Mr. Yi, but now, he is called Xiao Yi.
"What's wrong, Mr. Luo?"
"I don't know much about this stuff on the internet, but your reputation on the internet is very bad now. Not only that, some people who originally reserved the Everest have cancelled their orders at the last minute.
They would rather not pay the deposit than buy the Everest," Luo Wenbin said lightly. "What?" Yi Ichuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
At this time, it was no longer a simple matter of public opinion or not, but it had begun to affect his influence in reality. If this problem is not resolved, once this impression is established, there will probably be very few people who will ask him to shoot commercials in the future. Not only that, his wish to make money from short videos in the future will also be dashed. Because no one would be willing to watch a short video shot by someone with a bad reputation.
If no one watches it, there is no need to think about making money by taking advertisements or promotions. Chapter 118: The Missing Link. If it was just his bad reputation on the internet, Yi Ichuan wouldn't really care.
But if his reputation was maliciously distorted and he was unable to make money, that would be an unforgivable crime.
"Mr. Luo, don't worry.
These are all just rumors.
I will find out the mastermind as soon as possible and prove my innocence," Yi Ichuan comforted.
At this time, he no longer cared about the change in the way Luo Wenbin addressed him.
The sales performance of the Pathfinder means whether Zhou Shangtai S-Stream can be realized. What if Zhou Shangtai S-Stream cannot be realized because of his own reasons?
Then he would most likely lose a general like Zhou Shangtai. After all, it is his first account, and the profits Zhou Shangtai brings him in this regard will definitely not be small.
He would not want to see such a thing happen. That's good. You should resolve it as soon as possible. The company is in chaos now. Many people have proposed to cancel the promotional video you submitted and reshoot it. Even if the release of Everest is delayed, your promotional video will not be used. Luo Wenbin reminded. Don't worry, Mr. Luo. What's fake can't become true. No matter how much people criticize me online, they are all fake. As long as I can provide enough evidence, all the rumors will naturally fall apart. Yi Ichuan said and hung up the phone. Wang Shandy, I underestimated you. Yi Ichuan's hand, which was holding the phone, had veins bulging. The fiberglass back cover of the phone was slightly deformed under his strong grip, and tiny cracks appeared. He opened his address book and called the tall guy. After urging Gao Gu to complete the analysis of the video that went viral on the internet as soon as possible, he called Lin Anlin again. Mr. Lin, I need your help. Because they were in the company, Yi Ichuan didn't dare to address Lin Anlin rudely. Tell me, what can I do to help? Lin Anlin asked. Help me investigate the surveillance footage of that section of road. I want the surveillance footage from that time. Yi Ichuan said. As long as the surveillance footage can be produced, it can be proved that they were actually the victims at the time. Okay, wait a moment. Lin Anlin hung up the phone. It was just a matter of adjusting the surveillance. Such a thing was not a difficult task for her as a team member. Not long after, Lin Anlin called. Found it? Yi Ichuan asked. No, all the surveillance cameras on that road were out of order at that time. Lin Anlin said. All failed? How could it be such a coincidence? Yi Ichuan laughed. He didn't expect that Wang Shandy was so well prepared this time. It was obvious that he wanted to use the car crash to pull him down from the altar in one fell swoop. And once Wang Shandy succeeds, Yi Ichuan will never have the chance to stand up again. I have to say that this move is extremely sinister. It's okay, let's look for it. If you can't find the official driving video, just look for the nearby civilian surveillance. You will find it eventually. Yi Ichuan comforted. Okay. Lin Anlin didn't waste any more time. After hanging up the phone, he sent people to investigate. Yi Ichuan, sitting in the office, looked at the netizens who had now split into two polarities. It's time to speak up yourself. Yi Ichuan said in a low voice. Since the rumors began to spread, he has never clarified a single word on the internet. Despite this, there are still a large number of his supporters on the internet who support him and argue with those who spread rumors. However, those who spread the rumors have supporters behind them, and they are an organized and large-scale water army. The scattered combat power of those supporters is obviously not enough to compete with those water armies that spread the rumors. Yi Ichuan posted the first related update on his personal account. All rumors will eventually be dispelled, and justice is in the hearts of the people. I will hold a press conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, I will present my evidence to prove my innocence. As for those who spread rumors, I just hope that you will be more careful with your words and not wait until you are severely punished by the law before you regret it. As soon as he posted this update, more than 300,000 people forwarded it in less than a few minutes, and there were more than 1 million comments under this update. Among these comments, there are those who support him from his supporters, as well as those who slander him from the internet army. He doesn't care because he doesn't have time to watch. At this time, he finally discovered something was very wrong. Where's Jiang Tianqing? According to common sense, with such a big thing happening, it is impossible that Jiang Tianqing had no contact with him at all. However, a day has passed since the rumor first appeared yesterday, and Jiang Tianqing has not had any contact with him at all. This is very unreasonable. Even if this matter was known by the people of Jiang Group, it would be impossible for Jiang Tianqing to be placed in Jiang Group without being allowed the means to obtain information from the outside world. I always feel like I've missed something. Yi Ichuan rubbed his brows and muttered to himself. He called Jiang Tianqing's cousin Tan Shiyun. Where is Jiang Tianqing now? Yi Ichuan asked straight to the point as soon as the call was connected. I don't know either. The Jiang Group has gone crazy now and is trying their best to search for him. Since Jiang Tianqing left the Jiang Group last night, there has been no news from him. Tan Shiyun said. What? You have no news about Jiang Tianqing either? Yi Ichuan couldn't believe his ears.
The strength of the Jiang group was unquestionable, but even so, there was no news about Zhang Tianqing. After the call was hung up, Yi Ichuan felt more and more uneasy.
No, there must be something wrong.
Yi Ichuan crossed his 10 fingers, and the 10 fingers tightly clasped together showed that he was in a restless mood. At this moment, the screen of his mobile phone suddenly lit up and then went out. Yi Ichuan suddenly noticed that the incoming caller displayed on his phone was Zhang Tianqing. He immediately took out his phone and called back. But the other party has turned off the phone. Damn it! Yi Ichuan roared, "No, to find this location, something big must have happened." He took his cell phone and went to look for professionals. As long as we follow this location, we might be able to find Zhang Tianqing. At this moment, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Qincheng, the mobile phone in Zhang Tianqing's hand was snatched away, thrown to the ground and crushed.
Damn, you still want to tip off? No way. Wang Shandy grinned and looked at Zhang Tianqing in front of him. Chapter 119, Wang Steel Abandoned Site.
The phone shattered on the ground, making a crisp sound.
The last glimmer of hope in Zhang Tianqing's heart was shattered by this kick. If I'm not mistaken, the phone call you just made was to Yi Ichuan, right? I didn't expect that.
Wang Shandy laughed jokingly. "I didn't expect that you would be like this, and the person you think of the most is actually him, instead of the Zhang family."
Do you think that the Zhang family is not as useful as Yi Ichuan?
He sneered and lifted Zhang Tianqing's wrist, one hand tightly clamping Zhang Tianqing's wrist like an iron clamp. Wang Shandy looked at the beauty in front of him who was staring at him with eyes full of resentment. "Actually, there is one thing I have been thinking about for a long time and I still can't figure it out.
Today I want to ask you."
Zhang Tianqing's mouth, which was sealed with tape, made a humming sound. Even though she couldn't speak normally at this moment, Wang Shandy could still roughly guess that he was scolding her.
I don't understand, in what way am I inferior to that poor boy from the country? Wang Shandy roared with a ferocious face. This almost became a demon in his heart.
After being defeated by Yi Ichuan many times, he had already developed murderous intentions towards Yi Ichuan. Especially when the two met for the first time, he was embarrassed in front of Zhang Tianqing because of Yi Ichuan. For him, who was vindictive, it was simply unbearable.
In terms of family background, my Wang family is also a powerful family in Qincheng.
In terms of talent, how can a person who has achieved what he has today by luck be compared with me? Wang Shandy's eyes were wide open, and his anger was about to burst out.
Why? Tell me. He tore off the tape on Zhang Tianqing's mouth. Why?
The tape that was suddenly torn off made Zhang Tianqing groan, and the severe pain made her cry.
You are not worthy to be compared with him. Your name is not even worthy of being put together with his. After the tape was torn off, Zhang Tianqing was able to speak, but the words she said made Wang Shandy, who already had a hideous face, look even more terrifying. Okay. He smiled.
In that case, just wait for him to come and save you.
I will kill him bit by bit in front of you. Then you will know who is the better one.
Wang Shandy waved his hand, and the henchman beside him immediately came forward and sealed Zhang Tianqing's mouth with tape again.
Everyone, cheer up.
When that man comes, treat him well. But be careful not to kill him directly. I want to destroy him myself.
Wang Shandy walked out and looked back at Zhang Tianqing before leaving.
At this moment, Zhang Tianqing's eyes were filled with resentment and pleading towards him. Yes, facing such a lineup, even if Yi Ichuan is very capable, he is likely to be in danger. Especially the man who casually blocked the axe she threw that day. It was obvious at first glance that he was a martial artist with immeasurable strength. Shang Yun Group, knowing that Zhang Tianqing must be in danger at this time, Yi Ichuan was anxious like an ant on a hot pan.
With his efforts, he finally found an expert in this field and spent half an hour to figure out where the call came from. The abandoned site of Wang Steel?
The location shown on the map is exactly the abandoned site of a steel factory of the Wang Group many years ago.
Due to excessive pollution, it was finally sealed off and production was stopped.
It has been abandoned for several years now.
But how could Zhang Tianqing's last call come from there?
Just as Yi Ichuan was thinking hard, his cell phone vibrated again.
Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Yi Ichuan asked briefly and quickly. We found the surveillance footage from a nearby civilian surveillance camera. It has a relatively complete recording. Should we upload it to the internet now? Lin Anlin asked. No rush. Save the surveillance footage first.
When I have the situation almost under my control, I'll send it out together and destroy all the negative news about me on the internet in one fell swoop. After each one finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Anlin's response.
He quickly left the office and went to the underground garage.
Fortunately, his G-Class has always been parked in the company's underground garage. If there was only the Everest at this time, the speed would be much slower.
Although Everest is indeed a good car, its main focus is off-road. Although it has enough power, its speed is not particularly fast. But the G-Class is different.
It has a specially tuned V8 engine, and its power output is even stronger than some supercars.
At this time, each one could no longer care about anything else.
He stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the G-Class echoed throughout the underground garage. He had to get to the abandoned site of Wang Steel as quickly as possible.
On the road, each one dialed a number while driving.
Manager Tian, the abandoned site of Wang Steel on the outskirts of the city is over there.
Each one said, holding the steering wheel with one hand and holding the mobile phone with the other. What's there? Tan Shiyun was a little confused. Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tiancheng is there. She is most likely kidnapped by Wang Shandy.
Each one had no patience at all at this time and roared.
What? Okay, I get it. Tan Shiyun exclaimed. After hanging up the phone, each one concentrated on driving.
Even though it was not rush hour, there were still many cars on the road in Xinjiang. Relying on the super beast from Mercedes under his seat, each one increased the speed to nearly 180. Along the way, he ran through several red lights and exceeded the speed limit by twice.
However, even so, each one was still not satisfied. Damn, go faster.
He almost stepped on the accelerator. On the other side, after receiving the news from each one, Tan Shiyun quickly passed the news to the Jiang group. Now, not only each one, but even the Jiang group has begun to send people in that direction. On the streets of Xinjiang, several luxury cars were driving towards one place at a speed twice or even twice the speed limit. At this moment, each one didn't care about anything else and only wanted to go faster. The faster he reaches that place, the lower the possibility of Jiang Tianqing encountering an accident.
Nothing will happen. Yi-H1, who has always been a staunch materialist, couldn't help but pray silently in his heart. Because, at this time, Jiang Tiancheng is very likely to be controlled by Wang Shandy. It is hard to imagine what kind of things a vicious person like Wang Shandy would do. Chapter 120 Charge. Time passes by every second.
At the abandoned site of Wang Steel, Wang Shandy sat on a folding chair, squinting his eyes and resting. He had placed a total of 80 people in the entire Wang Steel abandoned site. And these 80 people, without exception, all have combat power far beyond that of ordinary people.
Any one of them can easily deal with 3 or 4 normal adult men.
But these 80 people are not his real trump card. He knows that each one is very good at fighting. He had experienced this several times and paid a heavy price for it once.
But that wouldn't happen this time. Master Chen was a true master.
The people he had hired at great expense before were like children in front of Master Chen and had no ability to fight back at all. In order to invite Master Chen, Wang Shandy not only spent a huge amount of money that made him feel heartbroken, but also sold out a huge amount of face.
And all of this is just used to deal with each one alone.
Each one, you should feel honored to be treated like this by me. Wang Shandy, who was sitting on a folding chair, exhaled a puff of thick smoke lightly. At the side, Master Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion, oblivious to the people around him, with no expression on his face. He looks no different from an ordinary old man. If I have to say something, it is that this old man seems to be in better mental state than the average old man.
There is nothing else. Master Chen, I'm sorry to trouble you this time.
Wang Shandy said respectfully. Although he had hired Master Chen at a great price, it did not mean that he could tell Master Chen what to do. On the contrary, he was extremely respectful in front of Master Chen.
Yeah. Master Chen didn't even open his eyes, but just responded with his nose.
You old bastard, you asked me for 300 million.
If you weren't really capable, who would be interested in you with your old bones?
Wang Shandy sat back and glanced at Master Chen with a hidden look in his eyes.
Here I come.
At this moment, Master Chen suddenly opened his eyes.
Here? What's here?
Wang Shandy was a little stunned.
You mean, each one is here? Master Chen nodded and said nothing.
A few seconds later, the roar of a car could be heard faintly from the distance. As the dust kicked up by the wheels gradually approached, a jet-black G-Class appeared in everyone's sight.
You really came?
Wang Shandy was a little surprised.
Master Chen is indeed a master of his generation.
You noticed the noise that none of us heard. Master Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to gently stroke his gray beard. However, I didn't expect that you would come here so early. It seems that Zhang Tianqing means a lot to you. Wang Shandy looked at the figure who got out of the car with resentment.
He stood in a dilapidated low-rise building, walked to the edge of the building, and looked down at Yi Ichuan. You're here so soon? I thought you weren't coming. Wang Shandy sneered.
He waved his hand, and his men dragged Zhang Tianqing over. Yi Ichuan saw Zhang Tianqing tied up, with even his mouth sealed with tape. At this time Zhang Tianqing saw Yi Ichuan below and tried desperately to make a sound. She was not asking for help, but asking Yi Ichuan to leave quickly. At this time, under the arrangement of Wang Shandy, the abandoned site of Wang's steel was like a dragnet. Anyone who broke in without permission would find it difficult to escape easily. Wang Shandy on the side laughed. I say, great hero, did you see that?
Come if you want to save her. Bastard! Yi Ichuan roared and rushed towards the low building.
At this moment, many thugs who had been prepared nearby rushed out from their ambush positions. There were more than 30 thugs in the first batch that rushed out, and their number was still increasing. Zhang Tianqing felt his scalp tingling as he watched this scene. These thugs are all skilled without exception.
How could Yi Ichuan, who was alone, be their opponent? The confrontation between the two sides happened in an instant.
As soon as they started fighting, Yi Ichuan noticed that these people were different from the previous ones.
How could this happen?
He punched out and knocked a man to the ground. The recoil force from his fist made his arm numb. This was a situation he had never encountered before.
The only similar incident was when Wang Shandy invited an underground boxer from abroad.
However, there are dozens of people like this here. On the low building, Master Chen silently watched Yi Ichuan knocking down several people to the ground with one punch each, and he couldn't help but frown slightly.
Master Chen, do you think you can handle it? Wang Shandy keenly noticed Master Chen's little movements and asked immediately.
Master Chen is his last trump card now. If Master Chen is not capable, there would be no need for him to make such a big move this time. No, I'm just wondering, given his apparent physical fitness, it doesn't seem like he has such strength. Master Chen said, how strange. Wang Shandy felt relieved when he saw that Master Chen did not say that he could not handle it. As for Master Chen's doubts, he did not care at all. No matter whether he is weird or not, as long as we can kill him, everything will be over.
How strange. Master Chen still stared at Yi Ichuan.
Although Yi Ichuan encountered considerable resistance at this time, he was still very strong and almost no one could withstand his punch. However, those who were knocked to the ground by his punch were able to stand up again after struggling for a while, and then continued to rush towards him fearlessly.
Damn, why is he so difficult to deal with?
Yi Ichuan's fist knocked down another person, and this time his fist was covered with blood, including the blood of those thugs and his own blood. His clenched fist was trembling slightly. The powerful recoil force had cracked the skin on the surface of his fist, and blood was seeping out from the open wound.
Come on! Yi Ichuan roared.
Just as the thugs were preparing to launch another charge, a voice from the lower building stopped them.
Everyone step back, I'll meet him.
A figure jumped down from a low building nearly 6 meters high. After he landed, he just bent his knees slightly to absorb the huge impact force.
Are you Yi Ichuan?
The figure looked at the young man in front of him and asked with a smile, yes, but that's all.
Looking at this figure, even Yi Ichuan became alert.
Chapter 121, The elderly should return home to take care of the children. Facing the old man who looked to be over 50 years old, Yi Ichuan's intuition told him that this man was difficult to deal with.
Did Wang Shandy find anyone? Why did he let an old man like you come out? I say, old man, when you are old, you should retire early and go home. Wouldn't it be better to hug your grandchildren and grow flowers at home? Although he was alert in his heart, Yi Ichuan did not relax at all. Do you really want to fight me?
Sir, I won't hold back when we fight, so don't hurt yourself or you'll blackmail me.
Facing Yi Ichuan's ridicule, Master Chen was not moved at all and still had a smile on his face. Just use whatever skills you have. This old man doesn't have to rely on blackmailing people to make money.
Master Chen spoke with full of energy, and you couldn't tell at all that he was already an old man with white hair and beard.
That's good.
Yi Ichuan narrowed his eyes slightly. No matter how much influence the man in front of him could have on him, he was just an old man after all. Relatively speaking, he should be easier to deal with than those dozens of thugs.
Master Chen took a step forward and slowly approached. Come on.
Yi Ichuan shook his fist and rushed towards Master Chen. At the moment when the two were about to fight, Yi Ichuan pretended to punch Master Chen in the face, secretly restraining his strength, ready to retract his fist and attack the opponent's lower body at any time. When facing this punch, Master Chen did not dodge or evade, but instead punched Yi Ichuan in an extremely brutal manner. Seeing that the opponent did not dodge, Yi Ichuan thought there was no need to retract his fist.
After all, how much strength can an old man have? The two men's fists collided in an instant. After just a preliminary confrontation, Yi Ichuan realized that he was wrong, extremely wrong.
The old man's seemingly ordinary punch actually contained a force that was even stronger than his, whose body had been strengthened by the system. Although he was trying to hold back his strength, Master Chen did not move at all under the punch. Instead, he was knocked back several steps by the impact of the punch.
On the lower floor, Wang Shandy yelled, "Okay. Master Chen, beat him hard." Master Chen did not take advantage of Yi Ichuan's retreat to pursue him.
Yes, it's rare to find young people who can fight with me while retaining their strength.
Master Chen smiled. Grandpa, if this is all your strength, then I won't be polite.
Yi Ichuan raised his hands, crossed his fingers, and rubbed his wrists.
Come on. Master Chen said, with his legs slightly apart and in a horse stance.
Okay then, don't blame me for disrespecting an old man today.
Yi Ichuan strode over.
The moment he approached Master Chen, he bowed slightly, and the whole person shot out like an arrow.
Well timed.
Seeing this move, Master Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, treating this upcoming move seriously.
Get out of my way. Yi Ichuan suddenly jumped up and kicked Master Chen in the neck. But Master Chen still did not dodge or evade.
He raised his hands. His seemingly withered arms contained 1,000 pounds of strength, and he blocked the kick that was originally aimed at his neck. However, even though he blocked the kick, the huge force still made him feel uncomfortable. The force spread throughout his body, and Master Chen took several steps back.
Yi Ichuan took advantage of the victory and continued to rush towards Master Chen before he could stand firm.
At this time, the essence of street fighting was completely squeezed to the limit by him. As long as there is an opportunity to take action, he will do his best no matter what the target is.
Even Master Chen couldn't stand this almost rogue style of fighting.
Because he had never seen such a fighting style, he used all kinds of dirty tricks, such as grabbing the crotch, poking the ribs and stabbing the eyes.
Yi Ichuan's thoughts were very pure, all he wanted was to win.
Under his ferocious fighting style, Master Chen was constantly retreating, and the two of them gradually approached the direction of the low building.
It's over.
Yi Ichuan took advantage of the moment when Master Chen just blocked his kick towards his crotch, before his body had time to straighten itself.
Yi Ichuan twisted his body in an incredible way and punched Master Chen in the face.
At this time, Master Chen had no time to return to defend. In order to defend against that kick just now, he crossed his hands and pressed down, otherwise Yi Ichuan would have kicked his second brother to pieces. However, just when Yi Ichuan thought he had a sure win, a smile appeared on Master Chen's face. He moved a little to the side in a flash, then suddenly twisted his body. While turning, he raised his foot and kicked Yi Ichuan directly in the chest after rotating his body one circle.
The powerful impact of this kick directly kicked Yi Ichuan out in the air.
He flew 5 or 6 meters in the air before falling heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Young man, you still lack experience.
How can you easily fly into the air when fighting with others? This is a big taboo. Master Chen slowly approached Yi Ichuan with a smile on his face.
At this time, Yi Ichuan was lying on the ground. The burning pain in his chest made him unable to move even a little.
I have to say, I admire you very much. Young people like you are rare. But I have no other choice.
I'm sorry that I have to take money from others and help them get rid of their misfortunes.
Master Chen raised his foot, wanting to break Yi Ichuan's wrist with one step.
Just as his foot was about to fall, Yi Ichuan raised his wrist and grabbed his ankle.
What? Master Chen was stunned, showing an expression of disbelief.
He was well aware of how powerful the kick just now was, but after taking it head-on, how could he still have the strength to fight back?
How is this possible? This is a situation that Master Chen has never encountered before. There was a sharp pain at the ankle that was grabbed by Yi Ichuan. Yi Ichuan's condition was not very good at this moment, but he had the advantage of his youth after all. Although the pain spread in his chest, he was able to endure it, so he was able to block Master Chen's kick before it came down. Old man, I've told you that you're old now and should stay at home and take care of the children. Do your family members know that you ran out to fight with others? Yi Ichuan raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. You! Master Chen wanted to pull his foot free and retreat immediately. But Yi Ichuan's palm was like a pair of pliers, firmly clamping his ankle. Get out of here! Yi Ichuan grabbed Master Chen's ankle and jumped up, and fell heavily to the ground together with Master Chen. Chapter 122 No Scruples. After a long time, Master Chen and Yi Ichuan staggered to their feet again from the ground. You! Master Chen gasped. After all, he was old. Although he was a martial artist, his physical condition was not as good as before. If he were younger, he wouldn't have had to fight with Yi Ichuan for so long. Keep going. Yi Ichuan was also beaten to a bloody pulp at this time, with blood oozing from the corners of his cracked mouth. He roared angrily and rushed out again. Everyone, come together. At this time, Wang Shandy also realized that Master Chen might not be able to hold on, and quickly gave the order from the low building. Roar! All the thugs roared and rushed forward. However, at this moment, Yi Ichuan only had Master Chen in his eyes, and did not take anyone else into consideration at all. Yi Ichuan rushed over. Master Chen did not retreat even a step and rushed towards Yi Ichuan. The two men exchanged punches again. In this fight, Yi Ichuan was not forced to retreat again. He began to gain the upper hand in the head on confrontation. Master Chen fought and retreated at the same time. He is also thinking about how to deal with it. In order not to disturb Master Chen, the others simply surrounded the two of them but did not rush forward in a hurry. Master Chen retreated to the wall with his back against it. For a moment, the solution to the problem echoed in his mind. Master Chen's eyes hardened slightly, then he jumped up and stomped his feet hard on the wall. Under the influence of the recoil, Master Chen was like a cannonball fired out with a devastating momentum. Yi Ichuan's brows frowned slightly, then relaxed again. Nothing more. In the same instant, he also thought of a way to deal with it. Facing Master Chen, who was flying towards him, Yi Ichuan did not go up to him directly, but suddenly turned around and leaped backwards. The two of them passed each other face to face in the air. But just when Master Chen thought that his attack had missed and was about to continue thinking about how to respond after landing, Yi Ichuan, who was in mid-air, suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Master Chen's neck. Yi Ichuan jumped backwards, and when he reached out and clamped Master Chen's neck, he began to fall. As his body slowly fell, Master Chen also realized what he wanted to do. For a moment, great fear spread in Master Chen's heart. In a flash, there was a loud landing sound. The two men fell to the ground at the same time, but Yi Ichuan's arm was still tightly holding Master Chen's neck. The powerful force brought by the fall just now all acted on his neck, and Master Chen's neck was facing his strong arms. At the moment of landing, Yi Ichuan even heard a crisp sound. He didn't have time to confirm Master Chen's condition, because around him, dozens of strong men rushed up. Yi Ichuan quickly got up from the ground and once again fell into a tough battle. On the low building, Wang Shandy's face was gloomy as he looked at Master Chen lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. But Zhang Tianqing on the side saw hope. The strongest among this group of people is Master Chen, and now Yi Ichuan can even deal with him. Does it mean that he can also deal with the others? Wang Shandy saw the smile in Zhang Tianqing's eyes. Are you laughing? What are you laughing at? Wang Shandy approached Zhang Tianqing. Why are you laughing? Under the low building, Yi Ichuan, who was always paying attention to the situation on the high building, heard Wang Shandy's roar. But he was powerless as he was surrounded by these thugs. At this moment, the sounds of several engines came from not far away. The Zhang family arrived. Yi Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had told Tan Shiyun about this before coming here, so he didn't foolishly prepare to fight alone. Yi Ichuan. Wang Shandy's voice came from the low building. Don't think you've won. He dragged Zhang Tianqing over with both hands and pulled her to the side of the low building. This place is 6 meters high. If I throw her down, even if she doesn't die, she probably won't feel good. You dare. Yi Ichuan roared and slapped the thug in front of him to the ground. I don't dare? Wang Shandy suddenly laughed. I'm at the end of my rope now. Do you think I don't dare? At this time, Zhang Tianqing was already hanging in the air, his feet struggling hard. A height of 6 meters doesn't sound high, but she is just a princess who has been spoiled since she was a child. When has she ever seen such a scene? You want to save her? Just you? Wang Shandy laughed. Let's go to hell together.
Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, do not save, reward 1 million. Choice 2, rescue, reward 500,000, and gain Jiang Tianqing's deep affection. Jiang Tianqing, who was hanging in the air, fell down in an instant, and Yi Ichuan rushed over desperately.
Fuck you for not saving me. What does it matter if I have more money?
A voice was roaring in his heart. The thugs who were blocking his way seemed to be non-existent at this moment, and were pushed away by him with a brutal attitude.
Get out of the way.
He rushed to the bottom of the low building and knocked down the last thug who was blocking his way with one punch. He stretched out his hand towards the falling figure. On the low building, Wang Shandy looked at the two people below with a grim smile.
Do you think it's just the weight of one person?
There were sandbags tied to Jiang Tianqing's body, which were filled with thick iron sand.
Just now, he seemed to drag Jiang Tianqing out easily and hang him in the air. He did it with the help of tools that had been prepared long ago. At this time, Jiang Tianqing, including the iron sand on his body, weighed at least 300 kilograms. A weight of 300 kilograms, even at a height of only 6 meters, can cause an impact that is beyond the ability of a normal person to withstand. I want to see how good you are at fighting.
As Jiang Tianqing fell, she realized for the first time that death was so near. Even though she was the princess of the Jiang group and a favored daughter of heaven, she could not change it.
And she finally understood why Wang Shandy tied sandbags on her body.
I'm afraid Wang Shandy had already made a plan. Even if these people failed to stop Yi Ichuan, it doesn't mean that he would give up.
Yi Ichuan's outstretched arm had already touched Jiang Tianqing. The two people's eyes met in an instant. Jiang Tianqing wanted to shake his head. In Yi Ichuan's sight, there was resistance in Jiang Tianqing's eyes.
But now he had no time to think about it. Even though the feeling in his arm was not right, he had to catch the girl. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't have gone through this. She should live a carefree and free life like a princess.
Chapter 123, Rescue. Jiang Tianqing fell down and landed in his arms.
The powerful impact made him fall to his knees. But it was precisely because of the cushioning he provided that most of the impact force on Jiang Tianqing was relieved when he landed. Several cars stopped nearby, and those who rushed out were all Jiang Group's professional bodyguards. After these people got out of the car, they started fighting without saying a word. One after another, the thugs were thrown to the ground, wailing in pain. In that convoy, Tan Shiyun got out of the car with a look of shock on his face.
Did you do all this? He asked Yi Ichuan, who was not far away.
Before they arrived, there were already a lot of thugs lying on the ground, all wailing in pain. Apart from Yi Ichuan, the only person at the scene was Jiang Tianqing.
If it wasn't Yi Ichuan, could it be Jiang Tianqing? You're a little late.
Yi Ichuan, who could no longer feel his arms, said while enduring the pain. Jiang Tianqing stood up from his arms with tears in her eyes. When Tan Shiyun saw that there was still tape on Jiang Tianqing's mouth, she hurried over to help her tear off the tape. Jiang Tianqing, who regained the right to speak, didn't say a word and hugged Yi Ichuan in his arms. Seeing this, Tan Shiyun looked away awkwardly.
Why are you so stupid? Jiang Tianqing hugged Yi Ichuan tightly and cried, why did you come alone? Why did you catch me?
Yi Ichuan forced out an expression that was uglier than bitterness, endured the severe pain, and said, it hurts.
Jiang Tianqing cried even louder.
At this moment, Master Chen, who had been lying motionless on the side, suddenly supported himself on the ground and slowly sat up, gasping for breath.
Your shoulder is dislocated.
After waking up, Master Chen could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Yi Ichuan. He also saw Jiang Tianqing, who was sitting next to Yi Ichuan and crying. Master Chen had personally seen Wang Shandy tying sandbags on Jiang Tianqing's body, so he roughly knew what had just happened. If it's not dealt with early, there might be some sequelae.
Master Chen walked over slowly.
Jiang Tianqing opened her arms and looked at Master Chen warily, like an old hen protecting her chicks.
It's okay, let him come over. Yi Ichuan said.
Jiang Tianqing glanced at him, then looked at Master Chen and stepped aside. Master Chen came over with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that you would be willing to save others without caring about your own life or death.
I am a little surprised. How can I not care about my own life or death? I just know that nothing will happen to me.
Yi Ichuan smiled while trying to hold back the pain.
Very good, there are not many young people like this. Master Chen pinched Yi Ichuan's shoulders and arms with both hands. Are you afraid? He asked suddenly. What are you afraid of?
With a crisp snapping sound, the arm that had lost consciousness suddenly felt like it was hit by countless hammers at the same time, and the shattering pain spread throughout the body.
It's good that you're not afraid. Teacher Chen smiled and said, "Tell me honestly, what do you think of this girl?" He suddenly asked again. Yi Ichuan fell into deep thought.
Zhang Tianqing, who was standing aside, had an expectant look on his face. But just when Yi Ichuan was about to answer, there was another crisp sound. While his attention was on other things, Master Chen exerted force with both hands and pressed his dislocated arm back.
Don't blame me.
If I didn't distract you, this kind of pain would be enough to kill some people with weak willpower. Master Chen said with a little apology on his face. At this moment, Yi Ichuan was in so much pain that tears came out. Even a grown man like him couldn't endure such pain.
Where is Wang Shandy?
Master Chen suddenly asked when all their attention was on Zhang Tianqing and Yi Ichuan. I was only asked to help him once, but I have already helped him as much as I should.
He has nothing to do with me anymore.
Behind the low building, when he found that no one was paying attention to him, Wang Shandy thought his chance had come.
He didn't dare to stay for even a moment and ran away immediately.
However, when he saw Master Chen standing in front of him, he was stunned.
Aren't you dead? Wang Shandy asked in a horrified tone.
At that time, the sound came from Master Chen's neck, and Wang Shandy thought his neck was broken.
Thanks to young Master Wang, I'm not dead. Master Chen said with a smile. That's good. Come on, Master Chen, help me stop the people chasing me. Wang Shandy noticed the movement from behind and said quickly. Teacher Chen smiled slightly. What do you mean?
Wang Shandy was stunned.
Go quickly. Master Wang, have you ever thought that I am actually one of the people who want to capture you? Master Chen said with a smile. The excitement that had just appeared on Wang Shandy's face froze, followed by despair. If Master Chen wanted to catch him, there would be no way he could escape. The arm was completely reconnected, and Yi Ichuan's body quickly returned to normal, as if he had never suffered such a horrific injury before. You guys send her back and settle her down first. I have my own things to deal with. Yi Ichuan drove his car towards Shangyun Group. Tan Shiyun and others took Zhang Tianqing back to the Zhang Group. As for Wang Shandy, several bodyguards from the Zhang Group were sent to take him to the Public Security Management Office. Not only Wang Shandy, but the entire Wang Group suffered a fierce attack from the Zhang Group. In front of the Zhang Group, the Wang Group was like a small wooden sailboat in a storm, and the Zhang Group was a sea monster stirring up trouble in the ocean. The Wang Group could not withstand the attacks from the Zhang Group. In less than half a day, the Wang Group declared bankruptcy and was subsequently acquired by the Zhang Group. And things on the internet are still fermenting. However, this time, the mastermind behind the incident is no longer there. Moreover, because Yi Ichuan himself spoke out on the internet, the public opinion on the internet has begun to improve. Of course, all this still has to wait until Yi Ichuan integrates all the evidence before he can start to completely reverse the situation on the internet. And now, whether it is the maliciously edited video or the surveillance, they are all controlled by Yi Ichuan. He just needs to wait patiently for the time he said to come. However, Yi Ichuan looked a little miserable at this moment. Yi Ichuan returned to the underground garage. Not a single part of his body was clean. His clothes were stained with blood and mixed with dust. Even his hair was tangled with blood and dirt. Chapter 124. Just a kiss will do. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and saving Zhang Tianqing. Ding, the reward has been issued. Reward, 500,000, and Zhang Tianqing's deep affection. In the underground garage of Shangyun Group, Yi Ichuan heard the voice of the system in his mind. Although the system's other option at the time was 1 million, it was impossible for him to choose not to save Zhang Tianqing. No, I lost $500,000 in vain to save her this time. I must get it back from her no matter what. Yi Ichuan took off his shirt with bloodstains on it. Fortunately, there were still a few pieces of clothes in the car, so he didn't have to go out shirtless. However, even though the clothes were changed, the blood and mud stains on the body were difficult to deal with. Yi Ichuan didn't care about anything else. After changing his clothes, he went straight into the elevator. Fortunately, there were not many people walking around in the company at this time. I took the elevator to the upper floor, where Lin Anlin's office was. He walked out of the elevator and headed towards Lin Anlin's office. Knock, knock, knock. There were several knocks on the door, and Lin Anlin, who was sitting in front of the desk, immediately raised his head and said, "Come in." Yi Ichuan walked in with gritted teeth. Ikawa.
He walked into the office, with blood staining his skin color in large patches, and his face was pale except for the blood.
Even Yi Ichuan found the previous tough battle a bit overwhelming. No matter how strong your physical fitness is, there is always a limit. What's going on? Lin Anlin walked to Yi Ichuan and looked at his miserable appearance. Even she herself didn't notice that she was calling Yi Ichuan by such an intimate name in the company. Although Yi Ichuan had basically recovered at this time, the excessive physical fatigue still made him look a little weak. I'm fine. He coughed while speaking. Lin Anlin looked at the man in front of him who had always been full of vigor and vitality, but now looked so miserable. She had never seen Yi Ichuan in this state before. You're like this, are you okay? Lin Anlin quickly helped the man, who was gasping for breath while speaking, to sit down on the sofa beside him. It's really okay, just give me a kiss and I'll be back to full health. Yi Ichuan looked at Lin Anlin with expectant eyes. Lin Anlin was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he was still joking at this time. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Yi Ichuan said sincerely. He knew from Lin Anlin's reaction that she probably thought he was comforting her. But the key is that Yi Ichuan is serious. The injuries on his body had long since healed due to some special reasons, and now his weak appearance was 3 parts real and 7 parts acting. Lin Anlin bit her lips, which were lightly coated with lip gloss, and hesitated. Yi Ichuan took a look and thought, how can this work? He immediately covered his stomach and said, ouch, I can't take it anymore. My heart hurts. My heart is on it. Lin Anlin wanted to complain, but seeing how weak he looked, she couldn't bear to say it out loud. Is it really okay to just kiss her? Lin Anlin was still a little hesitant. Seeing that there was a chance, Yi Ichuan nodded immediately and said very seriously, a kiss from you is like the most magical panacea in the world. Lin Anlin's cheeks flushed slightly and she slowly approached Yi Ichuan. She even closed her eyes because she was shy. But precisely because she closed her eyes, she did not see the triumphant smile on Yi Ichuan's face. Just when the distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the office. Then the office door was pushed open. For a moment, Yi Ichuan, Lin Anlin, and Lu Ming, who had just opened the office door without knocking, froze in place. After several seconds, the three of them stared at each other, not knowing what to think. Well, Mr. Lin, please continue. I didn't see anything. Lu Ming silently took a step back and was about to close the door again. Wait. Lin Anlin stopped Lu Ming, who was about to run away. Xiaoye has sand in his eyes. You came just in time. Come and help blow it out. Lu Ming was stunned. If there is sand in his eyes, just blow it out. Why are you blushing? Although he complained in his heart, Lu Ming still walked over obediently and prepared to do as Lin Anlin said. Wait. At this moment, Yi Ichuan, who looked pale, raised his hand to stop the round face that was gradually approaching him. He rubbed his eyes with his other hand and said, I'm fine. Lu Ming felt that his face must be full of question marks at this moment. Are you really okay? At this time, Lin Anlin also realized that Yi Ichuan was just acting for him, and his voice revealed a hint of chillness. Yi Ichuan couldn't help but shudder, his whole body went cold. How about you help me blow it, brother Lu? Lin Anlin looked at Yi Ichuan, who was suddenly full of energy again, and asked, what happened to you? Why are you like this? That's a long story. Yi Ichuan wanted to change the subject. Then just keep it short. Lin Anlin said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Brother Lu, may I trouble you? Yi Ichuan looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming made an okay gesture and left the office silently, closing the door when he went out. I just had a fight with someone to save someone. Yi Ichuan briefly recounted what happened. So you were beaten like this? Lin Anlin reached out and gently stroked Yi Ichuan's cheek. Actually, the blood belongs to someone else. I'm not injured. Yi Ichuan said honestly. He knew that Lin Anlin was very angry at the moment, and if he continued to talk nonsense, he might get beaten. You're awesome. Should I give you an award? Lin Anlin clapped his hands lightly. That's not necessary. Just a kiss will do. Yi Ichuan laughed and immediately noticed the coldness in the eyes of the person in front of him. No, nothing is needed. Yi Ichuan quickly changed his words. By the way, how is the surveillance investigation going? In order to avoid continuing to dwell on this topic, Yi Ichuan changed the subject. I have copied the surveillance footage of that family. It should be able to provide you with sufficient help, Jiang Tianqing said.
Yi Ichuan thought for a moment after hearing this. Don't rush to send out the surveillance video. I will start the general attack after I confirm that everything is perfectly under my control. If he reveals his cards too early and is targeted by others, Yi Ichuan will have no place to cry. Although Wang Shandy has been subdued, those targeting him online are no longer Wang Shandy, but trolls who are just trying to smear him.
Chapter 125, The Destruction of the Wang Family.
After a night of rest, when Yi Ichuan woke up the next day, he had received the video sent by Gao Guo after the analysis was completed. The tall man separated these videos that were edited with almost no flaws and restored the truth in the videos. Yi Ichuan looked at the video sent by the tall guy on his phone and sneered.
Now, it's my time, but it's not enough. After washing up, Yi Ichuan went to Zhenghua Group.
He wanted to get the attitude of the Zhang Group through Tan Shiyun. If the Zhang Group expressed support for him, or even just acquiesced, it would be enough. Because the Zhang Group is so huge, no matter how hard Yi Ichuan tries, it will be in vain without their consent.
When he drove to Zhenghua Building, he was greeted by Tan Shiyun. Why are you here? Tan Shiyun asked. Yi Ichuan didn't waste any words. How is Jiang Tianqing doing now? Tan Shiyun smiled and said, there's nothing wrong.
Her mental state is very stable. It seems that Wang Shandy's kidnapping did not have much impact on her.
That's good. Yi Ichuan nodded.
Just as the two were sitting in the lobby of Zhenghua Building and talking, a man walked in from outside.
Hello, Mr. Luo. Good morning, Mr. Luo.
Everyone who saw him hurried to greet him. Yi Ichuan also noticed his presence, and when his eyes were focused on Luo Wenbin, he also looked over.
Xiao Yi? Luo Wenbin came over. Why are you here? Although Luo Wenbin has no background, he has reached his current position step by step through his own efforts.
Naturally, he has much better abilities than ordinary people. He already knew what happened yesterday, so his attitude towards Yi Ichuan changed again.
After seeing Yi Ichuan, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face.
I came to see Manager Tan to discuss something,
Yi Ichuan replied.
Although Luo Wenbin's attitude before was a bit excessive, it was understandable after all because it was for the benefit of Zhenghua Group. Fundamentally speaking, Luo Wenbin is a good person.
Okay, you guys continue chatting, I'm going to get busy.
Seeing that the two had no intention of letting him sit in, Luo Wenbin said goodbye and left.
Wang's has gone bankrupt and is now facing liquidation,
Tan Shiyun said in a flat tone, as if the collapse of such a huge giant as Wang's was nothing in his eyes.
What's going on? Yi Ichuan didn't pay attention to this matter, so he didn't know. Because Wang Shandy kidnapped Jiang Tianqing, the Jiang family was really angry. Tan Shiyun said, in the eyes of the Jiang family, the Wang family is actually nothing.
As the only direct descendant of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianqing is the only daughter of the current ruler of the Jiang family. Such a precious jewel that the entire Jiang family held in their hands for fear of breaking was actually kidnapped by a small heir of the Wang family. No matter what the purpose was, it was enough to make the people in power of the Jiang family angry. What's more, kidnapping would have been fine, but at the last moment, Wang Shandy actually wanted to throw Jiang Tianqing off a tall building. Although it was only 6 meters high, far from the level of a high-rise building, Jiang still couldn't stand it.
So the Jiang family took action and destroyed the Wang family? Yi Ichuan asked with a dazed look on his face. Tan Shiyun nodded, yes.
Yi Ichuan silently gave a thumbs up. It was worthy of being the Jiang Group, a wealthy and powerful company. In the entire Jiangnan province, it was probably only the Jiang Group that had such strength and courage.
In that case, can you let Wang Shandy and I meet alone? Yi Ichuan asked.
If he wants to handle his own affairs perfectly on the internet later, he must make Wang Shandy, the mastermind behind the scenes, come out and personally admit it all. It's not impossible, but you have to be careful. After all, Wang Shandy has been detained and will be imprisoned after the verdict is announced. Tan Shiyun said, so you need to restrain yourself a little and don't kill him.
Yi Ichuan was shocked. What kind of train of thought is this? Why would I kill him when I have nothing better to do?
And what's with your very experienced tone?
Have you done this kind of thing many times? He. Yi Ichuan smiled awkwardly, how is that possible?
I just need him to prove my innocence.
You know, there have been a lot of rumors about me on the internet recently. There are all kinds of rumors. Tan Shiyun nodded and said, that's true.
Some people even said that you and Wang Shandy were originally a couple, but you were attracted to Jiang Tianqing and betrayed Wang Shandy. That's why Wang Shandy was resentful and came to seek revenge on you.
Yi Ichuan was stunned. Has it spread to this extent? Is there anyone who can take care of this? Tan Shiyun also smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can do. When people have nothing to do, they like to come up with something new. Don't you think this version is quite interesting? Get out. Yi Ichuan waved his hands repeatedly. Let's talk business.
I need to see Wang Shandy now.
No problem, let me make a call. Tan Shiyun nodded and took out his cell phone.
After dialing a number, he said a few simple words. Just wait here for a while, someone will come to pick you up.
I have to go to work. After all, Everest will be launched in the next few days.
As the regional manager of Jiangnan province, I have a heavy burden on my hands.
Yi Ichuan nodded. Shortly after Tan Shiyun left, a car stopped at the gate of Jianghua Group and a man got out of the car and walked in. The man walked up to Yi Ichuan without looking away. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Yi Ichuan followed him into the car, and the vehicle gradually drove away from the urban area of Qincheng.
More than half an hour later, the car stopped in the suburbs of Qincheng.
Mr. Yi, we're here. We'll wait for you here. Because of some special reasons, you only have half an hour,
said the person who brought him here.
Half an hour is enough.
Yi Ichuan came here this time just to collect evidence to prove his innocence and would not spend too much time.
This is a prison in Qincheng, and also one of the largest prisons in the entire Jiangnan province.
All those imprisoned here are extremely vicious. Before being sentenced, Wang Shandy was very honored to experience the environment here first. After going around in circles along the way and changing several guides, Yi Ichuan finally met Wang Shandy.
Old Wang, how are you living here? Yi Ichuan asked with a smile across the iron fence. Yi Ichuan? Wang Shandy, with lifeless eyes, looked over after hearing the familiar voice. Chapter 126 begins to clarify. Are you here to laugh at me? If so, then don't bother yourself. I'm living very well in here. Wang Shandy sneered. Oh?
Yi Ichuan looked at Wang Shandy, whose head had been shaved, and smiled. It seems that you have just been locked up, and you haven't experienced the special services in the prison yet.
What do you mean? Wang Shandy had an ominous premonition in his heart. Your single room looks quite big.
In my opinion, with the current housing prices so high, you might as well just bear with it and squeeze in with others. Yi Ichuan said with a smile, but I heard that the prisoners in this prison are all very ruthless people. Burning, killing, looting and robbing are just child's play in their eyes.
What exactly do you want to say? Wang Shandy was a little panicked.
I was thinking, why don't we arrange for some big and strong men to live with you, so that you won't be lonely and cold at night? Yi Ichuan still had a kind smile on his face, but in Wang Shandy's opinion, this smile was even more frightening than the evil spirits in horror movies. Besides, you look pretty good, with fair skin and tender flesh. Needless to say, you should know what will happen if you stay with those men who haven't seen a woman for several years, or even more than 10 or 20 years. Yi Ichuan said in the warmest tone the words that made Wang Shandy feel the chill in his bones.
How dare you? Wang Shandy said angrily. Yi Ichuan, don't think I don't know you. You are just a country bumpkin. How can you have such great power? Besides, you wait. Wangs will not let me stay here for long. At most, I am just going through the formalities.
Sir, the Qing dynasty has fallen.
Are you still counting on the Wang family you mentioned to get you out? The Wang family was directly smashed to pieces by the impact of the Jiang family yesterday.
I guess they have already started to settle accounts.
Yi Ichuan smiled and said, don't you know what you have done? Will Jiang let you go? Will they let Wang behind you go? Wang Shandy shuddered. Yi Ichuan was right. He kidnapped Jiang Tiancheng.
This alone was enough to make the Jiang family attack the Wang family regardless of the consequences.
So, I'm actually here to give you a chance.
If you cooperate with me, maybe I'll say a few good words for you. Yi Ichuan took out his cell phone and said to Wang Shandy behind the iron fence, come, I'll start asking questions, and you just need to answer honestly.
Wang Shandy nodded obediently. The current situation was decided by Yi Ichuan.
The identity and background that he had always been proud of had now disappeared because of his wrong decision.
Did you shoot the car crash video that was posted online? Yi Ichuan asked. Wang Shandy nodded. I took the photo. Did you specially process that video and edit it before posting it online to discredit me? Yi Ichuan asked again. Wang Shandy nodded. Are those comments on the internet that are unfavorable to me the ones you hired to lead the trend? Wang Shandy, it's me.
I paid a lot of money to hire a professional internet troll army to discredit you.
Very good, thank you young Master Wang for your cooperation. Yi Ichuan finished the filming and put the phone back into his pocket with satisfaction. Also, I forgot to tell you that I'm just a country bumpkin. How can I have any right to speak for you in front of the Jiang family?
So, what you are going to experience in the future has nothing to do with whether I come to find you or not. Before leaving, Yi Ichuan turned his head to look at Wang Shandy and smiled.
This sentence is so murderous and heartbreaking.
Wang Shandy rushed over from behind the iron fence and stretched out his hand through the iron fence. You will die a miserable death, Yi Ichuan.
When I get out, I will kill you by any means necessary. Then I'll wait for you to come out. Of course, in comparison, I think it's more likely that you won't be able to come out. Yi Ichuan waved his hand without even turning his head. Master Wang, you brought this upon yourself. You can't blame others. Yi Ichuan. Behind the iron fence, Wang Shandy roared like a wild beast. Yi Ichuan felt relieved after leaving the prison. It's almost done.
Now with Wang Shandy's confession, plus the video shot by private surveillance and the video restored by Gaogu, these 3 videos are enough for Yi Ichuan to shut up all those who discredited him without any surprise. After returning to Shangyun, Yi Ichuan called Gaogu and Xiaopang to help him fight back.
First, Yi Ichuan used his own account to release the video of himself interrogating Wang Shandy.
In the video, although Yi Ichuan was the one filming the video and his face was not shown, his voice was enough to prove that it was him.
Brother Yi, you are so awesome. You can even get videos like this. The tall guy said, staring at the computer screen. Don't you see what level our brother Yi is at? Xiaopang boasted. Stop flattering me, both of you. Yi Ichuan said, staring at the computer screen.
As soon as his account posted the video, the number of comments began to increase sharply, with hundreds of comments appearing after each refresh.
Moreover, the rate of increase is getting faster and faster.
Not only that, many people forwarded his video, expanding the influence of this video. In less than half an hour, this video became the #1 trending search.
Countless people left comments under this video.
It was not until this time that they realized that they had been wrongly blaming Yi Ichuan for so long. Those who originally supported Yi Ichuan and believed that Yi Ichuan was capable of shooting such an advertisement and was definitely not as inferior as the rumors said, were now extremely excited after seeing this clarification video.
That's what I said. How could someone like Yishin do such a thing? I agree. If even Yishin is as what is said on the internet, then I would rather believe that there are no good people in this world. It's just a pity for Yishin.
He has been scolded for so long for no reason. The public opinion on Yi Ichuan on the internet has gradually changed.
Yi Ichuan looked at the comments and smiled. It's time to end this. I've had enough of this farce for so long.
Shortly after this video was posted on his personal account, the video shot by private surveillance also gradually spread on the internet.
Not only that, there is also the restored video of Wang Shandy.
By comparing the 2 videos, it can be found that Wang Shandy's video has traces of editing and an extremely obvious intention to deliberately discredit Yi Ichuan.
Chapter 127, A Spokesperson Worth 10 Million?
Public opinion gradually began to favor Yi Ichuan, while Wang Shandy, who did all these things, was despised on the internet. However, no matter how netizens despise Wang Shandy, he is unaware of it, because at this time, he might be in prison with another man.
However, as the negative news about him was clarified, a new problem appeared in front of Yi Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan's reputation has been cleared up, but there are still many people paying attention to him. These people keenly discovered that the relationship between Yi Ichuan and Zhang Tianqing seems unusual. So, when the internet started to go viral about the relationship between Yi Ichuan and Zhang Tianqing, Yi Ichuan was overwhelmed.
Is this ever going to be the end?
Yi Ichuan looked at the comments section of the clarification video he posted and found that he didn't know when the messages started to change. A group of people changed their attitude at the beginning and began to support Yi Ichuan, but now they are speculating about the true relationship between Yi Ichuan and Zhang Tianqing.
Even now, some people actually ask them when they will get married?
I guess soon someone will ask them what to name their next child. Just when Yi Ichuan was having a headache, the cell phone placed aside rang. Along with the vibration, Yi Ichuan picked up the phone and saw that it was Anlin calling.
What's wrong, Mr. Lin?
Because the tall guy and the fat guy were still there, Yi Ichuan didn't dare to call her his wife directly and frivolously.
Yi Ichuan. Lin Anlin said angrily on the phone, shouldn't you explain the relationship between you and Zhang Tianqing? Didn't you say before that it was nothing? But, it's really nothing. Those are just idle nonsense made up by netizens.
Zhang Tianqing and I just have a normal cooperative relationship, Yi Ichuan said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. The fat guy and the tall guy on the side pricked up their ears as if they had overheard some secret. Seeing that the two people next to him were restless and ready to listen more, Yi Ichuan put the phone close to his ear and turned off the speakerphone. The gossip in the eyes of the fat guy and the tall guy had to be extinguished helplessly. The tall guy gave the fat guy a look, and the two of them made a few gestures in a way that only they could understand. I think the relationship between Brother Yi and the female boss of this company is not normal.
I think so too. What female boss would specifically call and interrogate her employees about their relationship problems?
The gestures of the two people changed so quickly that it seemed as if they were about to form a seal.
Yi Ichuan held his phone and looked at the two people whose fingers were dancing and leaving after images. Is this the end?
He slapped the fat boy who was closer to him on the shoulder, then walked to the window with his cell phone.
Cooperative relationship? Lin Anlin laughed, then you can continue to cooperate.
The call was hung up, leaving Yi Ichuan alone by the French window, looking confused.
Damn, women are more difficult to deal with than thousands of netizens. Yi Ichuan muttered. It's all these netizens who have nothing to do. Why are they speculating about the relationship between me and Zhang Tianqing? Now, old. My mother-in-law is jealous again. Yi Ichuan clenched his fists viciously. Xiaopang and Tall also noticed that Yi Ichuan was not very emotional at the moment, so they didn't dare to say anything and just stayed responsible for guiding public opinion online. The phone in Yi Ichuan's hand rang again. He was delighted, thinking it was Lin Anlin calling. Xiao Yi, I've watched all your videos on the internet. Congratulations on successfully proving your innocence. It was Luo Wenbin's voice on the phone. Yi Ichuan was a little disappointed. It's just a small matter. I can't let others slander me for no reason. Luo Wenbin smiled and said, that's true, but I still want to congratulate you. By the way, the company is currently selecting a spokesperson, and I think you're great, so I recommended you at the meeting. What do you think? Are you interested? The annual endorsement fee is at least 10 million. 10 million? Yi Ichuan was somewhat tempted.
This is not a small amount of money, equivalent to 1/10 of his goal, and he can get this 10 million as long as he nods and agrees. However, Yi Ichuan thought again of Jianhua Group's attitude when he had just gotten into trouble. At that time, Jianhua Group did not take advantage of the situation, but it did not lend a helping hand either. If he agreed to be the spokesperson, if a similar situation occurred again in the future, it might cause immeasurable losses, and he could not afford such losses.
Forget it. I'm not very interested in this. Mr. Luo, you should find someone else. Yi Ichuan shook his head and refused.
Luo Wenbin didn't force it, and said with a smile, okay, since you don't want to, then I'll have to find someone else.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's really troublesome. One problem after another arises. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. I just need to coax my wife. Yi Ichuan was a little helpless. He just wants to make some money and doesn't want to get involved in so many things. By the way, Everest will be on the market soon, and it's time for me to do something for it. Yi Ichuan suddenly thought of this. After all, he has the most popular IP in the short video industry today, the account of Lao Zhou Builds Cars. Although the number of fans is not large nowadays, it has been popular enough during this period, and the number of fans is growing very fast. Secondly, there is official support behind it. How could an account of someone who was wholeheartedly committed to the rise of an independent brand not get official support? Therefore, during this period of time, in any video related to cars, there will be people at, which continues to increase his popularity. Call the video promotion department in the cloud and ask them to release a new video and put the pre-order link for Everest on it. Yi Ichuan picked up his phone and made a call. As for the content of the video, it is not very important. Let the people from the video publicity department go to Jianhua Group and take 360-degree shots of the tough appearance of the Everest. There is no need for excessive planning and operation. This video is just to show the appearance of the real Everest. The video publicity department received the task, and although they knew it was only a small task, they did not slack off at all and sent 2 elites to Jianhua Group to start shooting the exterior, interior, and various details of the Everest. Soon, Lao Zhou Ziochi released a new video. And the booking link is also posted.
Everyone who saw this video was shocked by the stunning beauty of the Road Hunter. After all, the previous promotional videos were mainly focused on introducing the performance of the Everest, so not much attention was paid to the appearance of the Everest, resulting in many people not knowing the details of the Everest's appearance.
Chapter 128 Bidding Project.
Just 1 hour after the video was released, nearly 100 people had paid the deposit and booked a car through the booking link in the video. Moreover, many people left messages saying that they were waiting specifically to order cars from dealers instead of from dealers, thinking of ordering cars through Laozhou's car manufacturing company in order to bring profits to Yichuan and Laozhou. After all, you can order a car anywhere, but you don't have many opportunities to support the person you like. Just by relying on the booking link of this video, Yichuan received 100,000 yuan in just 1 hour.
Zhanghua Group's profit sharing for this booking link is very simple and crude.
As long as someone books a car through this booking link, the author of this video will get 1,000 yuan. One car costs 1,000 yuan, and 100 cars cost 100,000 yuan.
And this is only 1 hour.
As time goes by, this number will continue to rise. However, all of this was just a video shot, and Yichuan didn't even participate much. He just made a phone call. No wonder it is said that the short video industry is the easiest to make money. Yichuan sighed as he watched more and more people order cars through that link.
On average, 1 to 2 people order a ride from that link every minute.
That is to say, every minute, this video can bring Yichuan at least 1,000 yuan in income, and this income can be achieved with almost no time and effort on his part. Not only that, Zhanghua Group found that there were a lot of people ordering cars from him, so they specially increased the dividend reward for him. The original dividend reward of 1,000 yuan per car has now become 1,200 yuan.
Although it was only 200 yuan more, it was a lot.
One car cost 200 yuan, 10 cars cost 2,000 yuan, and 100 cars cost 20,000 yuan.
Who would complain about having too much free money? After looking at the data for a few seconds, Yichuan stopped caring. Now is the time to start planning the next step. However, this video is not easy to shoot. Yichuan looked at the script he had just written on the computer, let alone other things. It is not easy to find a leading actor who meets the requirements. This is one of several other scripts where the protagonist is a disabled person.
If you just want to perform the effect of a disabled person, although a normal person can also do it, the performance will not be realistic enough after all. For Yichuan, who pursues perfection, it would be far better to directly find a disabled person to play the role. But the key is that it is so difficult to find someone who meets the requirements. The protagonist of the previous script, Zhou Shangtai, was someone he met by chance.
Such luck does not always come along. Yichuan made himself a pot of tea.
The fat guy and the tall guy sat in the vacant seats outside and continued to watch the changes in the data.
Take a look at this document.
When Yichuan was drinking tea in a daze, a voice sounded in front of him.
Ah!
Yichuan immediately came to his senses and found Lin Anlin standing in front of him.
You're not angry anymore? Yichuan regretted saying this.
Lin Anlin's look at this moment clearly showed that he had temporarily forgotten about the incident, but he just kept on asking about things that were irrelevant and asking for his own death.
Angry? What's the anger? What's the anger about? Why should I be angry? Lin Anlin asked back. People on the internet are speculating about the relationship between Zhang Tianqing and me. Yichuan said cautiously.
Lin Anlin smiled slightly and said, if I were angry about this, then I would be too petty and would have been fine a long time ago.
Really? Yichuan asked with some doubt.
Of course it's true.
Lin Anlin continued with a smile. Well, as long as you're not angry. Yichuan also smiled. Lin Anlin placed the document in front of Yichuan and walked out of his office with a smile. The smile on Lin Anlin's face slowly disappeared after he walked out of the propaganda department. Damn Yichuan. Damn Yichuan. You don't even know how to comfort me. Is it really okay when a woman says it's okay? Of course not.
Usually at this time, she just wants to be coaxed and a few nice words will get the better of her.
But Yichuan was a dullard. After asking several questions repeatedly, he always got the answer that Lin Anlin said she was not angry. He actually thought that Lin Anlin was not angry. In the propaganda department's office, Yichuan opened the document. Bidding?
I haven't participated in such a thing yet.
Yichuan became interested.
Such new things are most likely to arouse people's interest.
But it looks like a very important matter.
He looked at the contents of the document. The other party is a big company, so big that even a large group like Shang Yun Group can only be regarded as a small enterprise in front of that company.
Even the Jiang Group is probably not much stronger than that company.
Although I have never heard of Wenfeng Group, their influence is really great.
The document contains a relatively detailed introduction to the company.
Although the name of this company sounded unfamiliar to Yi Ichuan.
However, this company's products appear very frequently in Yi Ichuan's life.
From the chips on the mobile phones and computers he uses every day to the door cards he uses to unlock the access control when entering and leaving the community.
All of them are manufactured by Wenfeng, which is the largest high-end manufacturing company in China.
The main focus is various high-tech precision chips and artificial intelligence.
These things are not easy to promote. Yi Ichuan had a headache. If it is something specific, at least there is a clear direction for promotion. But the promotional advertisement to be shot this time is actually just a concept. No, I haven't even won the bid yet.
Yi Ichuan immediately thought that the bidding hadn't even started yet, but he had already started thinking about how to shoot this promotional video.
Geniuses are always like this.
Yi Ichuan glanced at himself on the phone screen narcissistically.
However, since my wife has said that this project must be won, then I must win this project to make my wife happy. Yi Ichuan put down the documents and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window.
He was holding a cup of tea in his hand, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the city outside. From having nothing at the beginning to being known throughout the country now, he has grown a lot. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the setting sun was gradually sinking into the horizon. In the direction where the sun was setting, a few clouds were dyed a fiery red. The red sunlight shone on the earth, covering Xinjiang with a layer of faint light.
Will everything go as I expected? Yi Ichuan took a sip of tea and said lightly. Chapter 129, Can you do it? The night enveloped Xinjiang, and the neon lights in this young city kept the darkness out of Xinjiang.
At this time, Yi Ichuan was sitting on his bed, staring at the bright moon hanging high in the sky.
It still doesn't work. What went wrong?
He had tried this for who knows how many times, but he still couldn't find the so-called qi feeling. Without the sense of qi, it is impossible to practice properly. But if it really has no effect at all, why did I get injured several times before and all of them healed in a short period of time?
Yi Ichuan said to himself.
For example, not long ago, when he was fighting with Master Tian and a large group of thugs, the surface of his fingers was cracked and his finger bones were in almost unbearable pain. Even with such injuries, he recovered completely during the time he returned to Shangyun from the abandoned site of Wang Steel.
Forget it. There's no need to think about things that I can't figure out. Let's just live in the present. What's the point of thinking so much? Aren't you tired?
Yi Ichuan sighed, fell backwards, and collapsed on the bed. Under the moonlight, Yi Ichuan gradually became sleepy and fell asleep. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the cell phone placed next to his pillow suddenly made an angry sound, accompanied by a buzzing vibration.
Depend on.
Yi Ichuan, who was already drowsy and about to fall asleep, was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He roared, jumped up and grabbed the phone in his hand.
Who is it? He answered the phone without even looking at it. You're calling me in the middle of the night. Are you bored? If you're really bored, you can go to jail. Food and lodging are provided, and you can go to bed and get up early.
For a long time, the air was silent for a long time. A voice that made people gasp came from the phone. Yi Ichuan.
You are so bold. You talk to me like this? And you actually asked me to go to jail? Yi Ichuan was stunned. I'm sorry, I was wrong. My dear wife, please forgive me.
The person who called him was Lin Anlin.
My dear wife, do you have anything to tell me?
Yi Ichuan smiled at the phone. No matter if it means going through fire and water, as long as my dear wife asks, I will die without regrets.
Bah! Lin Anlin's tone became much kinder. You're such a snob. It was obvious that Yi Ichuan's dog-licking tactics had worked again. I'm calling you at this time because there are some things that are inconvenient to talk to you directly in the company. Lin Anlin's tone was a little solemn.
For the next bidding, I will let the top talents from various departments work with you, but among those people, I always feel like there seems to be something wrong with one person.
Something's wrong? What aspect do you mean? Yi Ichuan keenly noticed the fear in Lin Anlin's tone. Traitor. Lin Anlin pondered for a long time and decided to say it out loud. Traitor? Yi Ichuan was stunned. You mean, among the people who will cooperate with me in the bidding next time, there might be someone who secretly does something wrong? This is a difficult matter.
The bidding itself is already difficult, and now there is a traitor in my own gang. No, there is a traitor in my own team. This turned the originally nightmare difficulty mission into a hell difficulty one.
Yes, but this bidding is very important to me.
Once I win the bid and complete the task for Wenfang Group, I can use this as a springboard to make Shang Yun no longer confined to the small Qincheng. Lin Anlin is a man with great ambitions. The fact that he has built up such a huge company, Shang Yun, on his own over the years without relying on the help of the Lin family is enough to prove it. Not only did the Lin family not help her, but they also supported other investors and shareholders of Shang Yun to suppress her. The Lin family's preference for boys over girls has always brought her great pressure.
But Lin Anlin did not back down.
She wanted to prove herself, even under great pressure from the Lin family.
So important? Yi Yichuan was also surprised when he heard Lin Anlin say this. Although Wenfang Group is a major force at the forefront of Jiangnan province, can Shang Yun escape from Qincheng just by relying on a commission from Wenfang Group? There are some things you don't know.
In short, no matter what, you must stand out in this bidding and get the commission from Wenfang Group.
Lin Anlin's tone was very serious.
Yi Yichuan also answered very seriously, in that case, I promise to complete the task, my dear wife, you can rest assured. After hanging up the call, Yi Yichuan put the phone aside. I didn't expect that a seemingly insignificant bidding actually contains so many things.
The life of rich people is really tiring. Yi Yichuan lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. But then again, who would want to give up money? It's a bit tiring, but the happiness of rich people is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
Yi Yichuan muttered to himself quietly, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he gradually fell asleep. When Yi Yichuan woke up again the next day and returned to Shang Yun Group,
Lin Anlin has selected suitable candidates from various departments.
These people are about to form a temporary special team to serve as Yi Yichuan's assistants to help Yi Yichuan complete the bidding.
Are these people arranged by you, Mr. Lin? Yi Yichuan said, looking at these slightly unfamiliar faces.
After all, he had not been in Shang Yun for long, and among the few people in front of him, only one was someone he had seen a few times during his work. He had a slight impression of him, but that was all.
Yes, these will be your next assistants. Lin Anlin nodded.
These people can be said to be Shang Yun's top elites, and they are all from her faction, at least on the surface. Ever since Lin Anlin and Yi Yichuan said last night that there was a spy among these people, he looked at these people and felt that they were all the spy.
Can these people do it? Yi Yichuan deliberately asked provocatively.
Of course, he didn't expect to be able to tell which one was the traitor with just one sentence, but he would not let go of the opportunity to test them.
Manager Yi, are you looking down on us?
A strong and sturdy-looking man among the men said with some dissatisfaction, although we are not as famous as you, it is a bit too much to look down on us just because of this? Yi Yichuan smiled apologetically and said, No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to ask if you can do it, but to tell Director Lin that you guys can't do it.
Chapter 133,000 Orders. You.
The tough guy stood up immediately, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Manager Yi, what you said is a bit harsh.
This person should not be a traitor.
After all, being so prominent is not what an undercover agent who needs to hide himself should do.
Yi Yichuan thought silently in his heart. What's your name? Yi Yichuan asked. What? Why are you asking my name?
The macho man's eyes stayed on Lin Anlin for a while, indicating that Mr. Lin was there and he would not be afraid of Yi Yichuan's threat.
I don't mean anything else, I just want to get to know you.
Yi Yichuan said with a smile, I was just joking with you guys, I hope you don't mind.
Dong Wenjue.
The strong man sat down again.
Dong Wenjue? Who is Dong Zhuo to you? Yi Yichuan couldn't help but ask when he heard the name. I don't know Dong Zhuo. Dong Wenjue replied. Yi Yichuan nodded and said, I know you don't know Dong Zhuo. It would be wrong if you knew Dong Zhuo.
With a little joke, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became harmonious again. Even Lin Anlin, who was standing by, couldn't help but admire such a method in his heart.
Perhaps Yi Yichuan was born for this stage, otherwise he wouldn't have known these methods of controlling people without any instruction. Okay, since we are all working towards the same goal, let's do our best.
After all, Director Lin has high hopes for us, and we can't let him down.
Yi Yichuan said with a smile. You're right. No matter what the result of this bidding, everyone should try their best to complete it. Lin Anlin's secretary also encouraged everyone.
Okay, now that we know each other, let's go back to our own business and deal with the matters at hand or hand over to others. After that, we must prepare wholeheartedly for this bidding.
Yi Ichuan said with a smile. No problem. Okay, Manager Yi. The group dispersed and left. Can you tell? Lin Anlin asked in a low voice after everyone left. Yi Ichuan looked at the direction where everyone left with deep eyes. I can't tell.
With such a short contact time, it is really hard to tell who is the lurking one.
It's okay. The bidding won't start for several days. You still have this time to find out who the traitor is. Lin Anlin comforted. Yes. Yi Ichuan nodded. By the way, you should prepare tonight and hold a dinner party, inviting all the bidders. Is there any special meaning? Lin Anlin asked puzzledly. No. Yi Ichuan looked honest and shook his head. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Anlin didn't ask any more questions. After Lin Anlin left, Yi Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Just now, the voice of the system ringing in his mind almost distracted him. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, ignore the spy and let it develop.
Reward, a commemorative coin, worth 1 point.
Option 2, find the spy, reward, 1 million, Lin Anlin's active kiss, and enhanced host's perception ability. When the system's voice sounded in Yi Ichuan's mind, he was stunned. It turned out that the 1-cent commemorative coin was still there.
Is there any need to choose? It's definitely the second one, not to mention how much Yi Ichuan is excited about the mission reward.
Even if it was just to help Lin Anlin share his worries, he would spare no effort to find the spy.
What's more, after completing the task, Lin Anlin took the initiative to kiss her. How could she refuse such a good thing? But what does this enhanced perception ability mean? Yi Ichuan was a little puzzled. Does it mean strengthening my senses such as vision and hearing? Or is it some kind of mysterious special perception?
If it is the latter, then it would be a big profit. Over the years, in various movies and TV series, Yi Ichuan has seen many people with special perception abilities, and they can even predict the future. If he also had this ability, everything he did would be much easier in the future.
Yi Ichuan shook his head. Yi Ichuan, don't think too much. We have no clue about the spy at all. Isn't it too early for you to start thinking about the reward for the mission now?
After forcing himself to calm down, Yi Ichuan began to analyze the current situation. Just as he was thinking hard, his cell phone suddenly rang.
Luo Wenbin?
Yi Ichuan looked at the contacts on his phone, somewhat confused.
Why is he calling me? Yi Ichuan answered the phone. Mr. Luo, is there anything wrong? He asked puzzledly.
Luo Wenbin's voice came from the phone. Ichuan, I told you before that I would let you become the spokesperson for our Jianghua group's Hanlos.
Would you really not consider it? Luo Wenbin's tone was sincere, and his address once again became the slightly intimate Ichuan.
Yi Ichuan shook his head and said, Mr. Luo, please don't ask me anymore.
I am not suitable to be the spokesperson for the Havoc.
Previously, when he was attacked by a group of people on the internet because of Wang Shandy, Jianghua Group's attitude made him feel a little dissatisfied. Although he also knew that Luo Wenbin was considering the interests of Jianghua Group, he still found it difficult to accept. Just because of a little rumor, Jianghua Group changed its attitude towards him. If he really became the image spokesperson of Jianghua Group, once he encountered something again, the responsibility he would have to bear would be very heavy.
He was unwilling to take the risk for such a small benefit. 20 million.
Luo Wenbin said proudly, as long as you are willing to become the image spokesperson of our Jianghua Group, I will apply for an annual endorsement fee of 20 million for you, and we will give you 1% of the sales of the Pathfinder as a share. The price given by Luo Wenbin is already very high, and it can even be said to be the highest in the circle.
Mr. Luo, why do you insist on me being the spokesperson for Jianghua Group? Yi Ichuan asked in confusion. Don't you know yet? Luo Wenbin was stunned.
The number of people who have ordered cars through the link below your video has exceeded 3,000.
How long has it been? There are already 3,000 orders. If you become the image spokesperson of Everest, I believe this number will have a lot of room for growth. In just over a day, from the time the video was released to now, more than 3,000 people have already ordered cars through the link in the video? Even Yi Ichuan himself was a little shocked.